The male beasts, upon each union, receive a brand upon their intimate regions. The greater the number of brands adorning their bodies, the more female companions they have been favored by. However, the 5 exquisite beastmen before me bear no such marks. It turns out their female master is a Teuton, unattractive woman who, leveraging her status as the chief's daughter, has forcibly claimed them. As a result, each beast husband harbors a profound disdain for her and is utterly unwilling to engage with her. Undeterred, the woman persists, seeking to partake in intimate endeavors. Under the cover of darkness, she clandestinely administers an aphrodisiac juice to her beast husbands, hoping to ignite the flames of passion. Yet, her efforts are met with disdain, as one beast husband sends her flying with a kick. Humiliated, Su Luo contemplates jumping into the river to elicit sympathy from her husbands, only to tragically drown. Having absorbed the memories of the original host, Luo, shivering in the cold, approaches her cave and encounters a wool-feared beast man hanging clothes to dry. He is one of the original host's husbands, named Lan Ting, who was orphaned at birth and taken in by the original host's father during a hunting expedition. He was raised as a surrogate son, serving as a husband for the original host. Out of gratitude, while other husbands express their disdain for the original host, he maintains a semblance of normalcy. However, upon seeing Luo's drenched appearance, his warm brown eyes quickly shift from concern to disgust. Luo, taken aback by the rapid change in his expression, is momentarily stunned. Yet, upon noticing the herbs laid out on the table motherward, known for alleviating female menstrual discomfort, his expression darkens. The original host had lied to Lan Ting, claiming to be unable to wash the beast skins due to menstrual pain, attempting to showcase her relationship with her husband. In light of his father's kindness, Lan Ting would typically assist her. However, having just returned soaked, she bears no signs of menstruation, making her deceit glaringly apparent. This revelation explains the disdain reflected in Lan Ting's eyes. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that she has offended everyone around her. Su Luo lets out a deep sigh, realizing that her future days will not be easy. After sneezing, she finds a clean piece of beast skin to dry herself before donning another fresh skin. It feels as though she has been transported to an ancient era, uncertain if her abilities still remain. In her previous life, during the apocalypse, her water-based powers had ascended to level 9, allowing her to heal quickly, purify, and filter toxins upon contact with water. She approaches the riverbank, extending her hand tentatively. Instantly, she establishes a connection with the water, which coalesces into small droplets that she flings away. The droplets, though modest in size and lacking in strength, suggest only a level 1 proficiency. With a sigh, she inspects her abilities and then gazes at her reflection upon the water surface. To her shock, the visage staring back bears little resemblance to beauty. Her eyes are squinted into mere slits, her nose flat as if molded from clay, and her lips thick and ample, resembling sausages. To make matters worse, on her face lingered a purplish mark, the only potential advantage being that she was roughly the same height as the adjacent tree, approximately 1 meter. 70. Fortunately, the individual was not excessively disheveled. Their hair was somewhat groomed. I could see this thought. Su Luo instinctively touched her own hair, and in doing so, her face stiffened. Was her hair coated in glue? It felt rigid, and it seemed as if something was wriggling within it, a sensation reminiscent of a bug. In a flurry, Su Luo removed it for inspection, only to find a lion, which startled her and caused her to clumsily toss it away. One eccentric person this was. According to the tropes of novels, surely they ought to possess a beauty enhancement system. Feeling the host's inner desires, the system activated. Love endlessly. Indeed, there was a system. Quick, provide me with shampoo and a scrubbing cloth, she implored. Apologies, host, it replied. None of those items are available here. We operate under a romance strategy system. Strategy is fine, but surely I must first become beautiful, she protested. Regrettably, host, you must fulfill our tasks. Once you successfully transform the beastly husbands within the system into love-struck fools, both your abilities and mental strength will elevate. What you're implying is that I must pursue the original host's 5 beastly husbands in this abominable state. What an epic level of difficulty. Do you think that's feasible? She scoffed. I refused to comply. Yet, sensing her reluctance, the system hurriedly warned, failure to complete the system's tasks will result in forced erasure. In other words, she not only lacked a golden finger, but also had to contend with her current physique while attempting to woo 5 beastly husbands. That it was indeed a stroke of bad luck to be burdened with such a system. She could only resort to her own ingenuity. If the lion was of no help, she would have to find a way to remove it herself. The simplest and most direct solution was to shave her head entirely. Reflecting on her already unfortunate appearance, she realized that shaving her hair would only exacerbate her unattractiveness. Hence, she urgently required a fine-toothed comb to rid her scalp of pests before seeking herbal remedies to wash her hair. With this in mind, Su Luo set forth towards the forest, searching among the trees until she soon discovered a boxwood tree. However, its branches were too delicate to serve as a comb. She had no choice but to tiptoe to reach a branch, only to find a small snake lounging in the sun atop the tree. Xiao Yi, deeply asleep on the branch, was roused by a rustling sound. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Su Luo's plump curves, causing his brow to furrow in annoyance. Was she deliberately attempting to entice him, knowing he was about to shed his skin and was in a weakened state? How shameless she had become. As Su Luo drew nearer, he barked, "Get down, Su Luo! Stay away from me." It was at this moment that she noticed a handsome man perched in the tree. "Is this tree inscribed with your name? Did you plant it? If you dislike it, then leave." He was already quite irritable, and her presence only exacerbated his discomfort. After delivering a series of sharp retorts, he chose to ignore her, breaking off the branch before departing. Xiao Yi observed her swift retreating figure, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. He truly did not come looking for himself. Su Luo dragged the branch back to the cave. After several hours of effort, a comb was finally completed. Then he stepped into the water, submerging his head to wash his hair. Before long, the river's surface was teeming with brown lions, a sight that revolted Su Luo, causing his stomach to churn uncontrollably, and he could not help but vomit. Holding back the bile within him, Su Luo moved to another spot, closed his eyes, and began again. Merely relying on the comb was far from sufficient. Hastily, he burned the freshly gathered mugwort in a bamboo tube and meticulously washed his hair once more. He felt that much of the grease and lice had been removed. Although he still appeared quite unattractive, at least the lice problem had been resolved. Next on the agenda was addressing his weight and the darkness of his complexion. The road to beauty was still long and arduous. Su Luo sighed as he walked ahead. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman suddenly blocked his path. In contrast, it was truly the presence of an ugly duckling beside a swan. "Luo, I heard you jumped into the river. Are you all right?" Sun Wan, with her pretentious demeanor, looked at him, followed closely by several other females. Before Su Luo could speak, one of the females behind Sun Wan spoke first. "Wan, don't mind him. Generally, a female rejected by her beast husband has no face to show herself. Better to just die in a collision." Su Luo, still reeling from his own unattractiveness, was suddenly jolted to attention by such vehement criticism. His eyes darted around as he prepared for a fierce retort. Meanwhile, Sun Wan feigned concern, saying, "You all shouldn't say such things. Luo has her reasons, and, as her older sister, I naturally must care for her." She stepped closer to Su Luo, producing a piece of animal skin cloth from her bosom, attempting to cover the hair that barely concealed her birthmark. As she pretended to wipe it clean, she softly comforted him. Had he not known beforehand that Sun Wan was a white lotus and a green tea bitch, Su Luo might have truly believed she was concerned for him, as her acting was exceedingly convincing. The two females accompanying her began to whisper praises, remarking, "Wan is so wonderful. Su Luo is usually so mean to her, yet she continues to show such care. She's just too kind." Hearing their conversation, Sun Wan's lips curled into a faint smile, which she quickly suppressed. Just as she was about to retract her hand, Su Luo hurriedly grasped it, feeling somewhat bashful as he said, "Sister, could you do me a favor?" Though Sun Wan initially wished to disregard him, she decided to maintain her sisterly persona and replied, "Sister will help you with anything within her ability, as long as it is not too trivial." "It's nothing major," Su Luo responded, placing Sun Wan's hand atop his head. "I found a few lice in my hair, and I can't seem to catch them, so I would appreciate your assistance in dealing with them." Sun Wan froze at the mention of lice, her face filled with dread as she attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Su Luo did not easily let go, tightly gripping her hand. With a smile, Su Luo remarked, "Didn't you just say you would help me, dear sister? Why have you suddenly let go? Could it be that your previous promise was insincere?" as she clutched Sun Wan's hand tightly. A look of pity and sadness crossed her face. Sister, I feel as if you resent me. Sun Wan's lips quivered. How could I ever resent you? Suddenly, Su Luluo forcefully placed her hand atop her head. As soon as Sun Wan's fingers grazed the soft, fluffy hair, she couldn't help but exclaim, Luluo, you have far too many lice. I should help you find some medicine. In a hurry, Sun Wan withdrew her hand and pushed Su Luluo away, distancing herself that, in truth, Su Luluo's hair had been washed quite thoroughly, however. Sun Wan felt guilty and dared not delve deeper, fearing that she might uncover something unpleasant. Within, since you refused to help me with my lice, perhaps you could assist me in another way, Su Luluo implored, turning toward the two females standing nearby. Upon noticing her approach, the two women displayed expressions of disdain and trepidation. Luluo, we just remembered that we have some unfinished tasks to attend to, they stated, hastily retreating. Watching Sun Wan flee in despair, Su Luluo erupted in laughter. Before her laughter could subside, a flurry of white objects cascaded from the sky, landing in her hands. Fu Feng, having returned from a hunt, observed the commotion for quite some time. At last, Su Luluo isn't quite so foolish, he mused. Every time Sun Wan feigned kindness and generosity, Su Luluo had fallen for her ruse and suffered the consequences. Looking up, Su Luluo saw a tall figure clad in a raincoat approaching her, his demeanor cold as he pointed at the items in her hands. This is for you today. The man was strikingly handsome, adorned with feathers and possessing a statuesque physique. Su Luluo recognized him as one of the 5 beast husbands of the original host, seemingly named Fu Feng, whose true form was a 5th-tier beast man known as the Dragon Sparrow. The Dragon Sparrow clan wielded great power across the continent, having dominion over much of the land. Su Luluo pondered why someone of noble lineage had ended up here, allied with the garden's owner. Noticing her disdainful expression as she held the fish, Fu Feng assumed she was displeased with the meal he had provided. If you wish to eat, then do so. If not, then forget it, he stated. Su Luluo shook her head, for she was no primitive being and certainly could not consume the fish raw. Glancing around, she gathered some twigs to kindle a fire, skewering the fish onto a stick to roast it. Initially intending to leave after delivering the fish, Fu Feng found himself inexplicably lingering as he watched Su Luluo's actions. During the roasting process, he even ventured into the woods to gather some wild fruits, crafting a cup of juice. Noticing Su Luluo's gaze, he inquired, would you care for some? However, upon noticing the bamboo cup she had used, Fu Feng swiftly retreated, horrified at the thought of sharing a vessel with her. The absurdity of wanting to drink from the same bamboo cup that had touched her lips was too much for him to bear. Observing the disdain in his eyes, Su Luluo shrugged. If you choose not to drink, then so be it. Is it truly necessary to avoid me? So, with a slight smirk, she rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that she was the one who should be offended. After finishing his meal of fish, Su Luluo returned to the cave he called home. There he spotted the animal skin skirt hanging at the entrance, bathed in the soft pink light of the sun, which emitted a faint scent reminiscent of soap pods. He recalled that it was Wanting who had hung it up before her departure. It was a pity that such a wonderful person had been driven away today by the owner's troublesome antics. As Su Luluo gazed at the emptiness of the cave, he began to calm his mind and contemplate the days ahead. 2 arduous tasks lay before him. The first was to enhance his beauty, achievable only through daily commitment to weight loss. The second was to navigate the complexities of romantic pursuits, specifically the laborious mind of the love-brain strategy system. Su Luluo felt that these challenges were daunting. The original owner had 5 beast husbands, and he had already encountered 4 of them. The first, Mo Xian, was cold and aloof, making him an exceptionally difficult target for affection. The second, Xiao Yan, had an incredibly foul demeanor, making his first impression one of hostility. Su Luluo surmised that this would not be an easy relationship to cultivate. The third, Wanting, while harboring disdain for him, had at least shown some kindness during the original owner's menstrual period by washing the animal skin skirt. The fourth, Fu Feng, was inscrutable, however. His dismissive gesture of tossing raw meat indicated a less than favorable impression of the original owner, as he would not simply dismiss someone if he held them in high regard. The 5th beast husband was said to be away on a journey, thus he was not a concern at present. Among the 4 he had encountered, only Wanting appeared to be approachable. Therefore, Su Luluo resolved to begin his strategy with Wanting. Having selected his target, the next challenge was devising a method of approach. The most rudimentary tactic of seduction would not be effective in his case, as physical allure was not an option. He was uncertain whether inner beauty would suffice. It seemed imperative to find a way to apologize and seek Luanting's forgiveness. With a firm resolution, Su Luoluo nestled under his blanket and drifted into a restful sleep. When the sun rose, he awoke, ready to embark on his plan for the day. The first step was to control his diet and exercise. He stepped out of the cave and began to jog along the riverbank. However, as he took his initial strides, he immediately felt the stiffness in his body. Gritting his teeth, he managed to run a few steps, but soon found himself breathless and fatigued. Had he been in his original body, he would have completed a full lap by now. The original owner's physical condition was indeed subpar. While struggling to breathe, he forced his legs to move, beads of sweat pouring down his face, turning his skin sticky. Sweat occasionally dripped into his eyes, further complicating his efforts. Initially, he had planned to run 5 laps, but considering the limitations of the original body, Su Luoluo ultimately only managed to complete 3. After finishing, drenched in sweat, he approached the riverbank and cupped his hands to wash his face. Suddenly, he heard a splash nearby. Looking up, he noticed Luanting filling a wooden bucket with water. Starved, he rushed over to Luanting. "Are you fetching water? Let me help." Luanting ignored him, filling one bucket to the brim before tossing another into the river. Su Luoluo understood that Luanting was still upset with him. Cautiously, he approached again, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Luanting, there's something I wish to discuss with you." Luanting furrowed her brow, acknowledging that she was aware of yesterday's events and that you were upset. "I offer my sincerest apologies. I should not have deceived you." Upon hearing this, Luanting's expression remained indifferent. "If that is all you wish to convey, I'm already aware," she replied, "that I understand that you may no longer trust me, yet I still wish to assure you that I will never act in such a manner again." After a brief pause, I quietly elaborated. "The reason for my actions that day was due to the females in the tribe calling me ugly, leading my beast husband to disdain me. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure, seeking your assistance with my laundry, in hopes of receiving some kindness. Upon finishing my explanation, I found it difficult to lift my head, realizing that this was my first instance of playing the role of victim, albeit with a tinge of theatrics. After apologizing, I turned to leave, only to be surprised when Luanting passed by, carrying water, and casually remarked, "I do not dislike you." My eyes brightened at her words, and before I could express my joy, the system suddenly illuminated. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully courted Luanting." Affection level increased by 1. I had anticipated a more substantial change, only to find it had merely risen slightly, from a score of 10 to a mere filter of affection. I recalled the system mentioning that there were 6 levels of romantic affection, and this filter appeared to be the first tier. Having reviewed the information on the interface, my stomach growled, reminding me that my early morning exercise had expended considerable energy, leaving me quite hungry. Drawing upon the original owner's memories, I made my way to the square to collect breakfast. Standing at the end of the line, I surveyed my surroundings, eager to discern what breakfast awaited me. Before I could thoroughly take in my surroundings, a slender male, arriving late to the queue, spotted me and frowned. What business does a female have in this line? Caught off guard by his words, I wondered, what is wrong with being a female? Is it forbidden for me to stand in line? Before I could voice my thoughts, he shouted towards the person distributing the meals, "Madam, there is a female here." He then pushed me forward. The distributor, upon hearing his exclamation, casually remarked that the females were to collect their own meals, which had already been separately prepared for them. However, when she looked up to see me, her cheerful demeanor instantly transformed into a serious countenance. "Su Luoluo, why have you arrived so late? The other females have already risen early to work." The individual dispensing the meals was none other than the original owner's mother, Lanya, who harbored little affection for her biological daughter. Since the day I returned to the tribe, she had shown me nothing but disdain, favoring her adopted daughter, Sun Wan. Instead, I cast a detached glance around, noting that there were still others present. They have gone out to hunt early. It is only natural for them to return later. "You should consider what you have done," Lanya scolded directly. I glanced at the few females enjoying their breakfast and noted that Sun Wan was not among them. It seemed biased for her to solely criticize me. I lazily lifted my eyelids and replied, "Sun Wan is also not arrived yet." "How dare you retort? Wan merely called others to eat," Lanya exclaimed, her tone laden with reproach. Who knows if he truly called someone, or if it was merely a ruse to disguise his own laziness. It is evident that he employed a euphemistic expression to mask his lack of diligence. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Soon Wan approached slowly from a distance. Upon seeing Su Luo, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Usually, she would be the last to partake of the leftover food. How curious it was for her to arrive so early today. Yet the astonishment in her gaze quickly dissipated as she gently produced a bamboo tube from her bosom and handed it over. Luo, yesterday you mentioned that you had lice on your head. This is the remedy I brought for you. Yes. Su and Wan noticed the admiring glances from those around her. A deeper sense of pride illuminated her eyes. Initially, she intended to present the remedy in a crowded space to enhance her reputation as a benevolent elder sister. But to her surprise, a multitude had gathered this early in. The morning tea was not in vain that she had prepared an entire bottle of dampness-reducing medicine. After feeling repulsed by Su Luo yesterday, she had washed her hair several times. Su Luo truly was disgusting. How could a female be so careless about hygiene? This morning, recalling the matter, she had casually poured a bit of flower nectar into the bamboo tube, passing it off as a lice remedy. Su Luo glanced skeptically at the so-called dampness-reducing medicine. It lacked the herbal aroma typical of such remedies, clearly indicating it was a mere concoction to deceive her. With a feigned sorrowful expression, Su Luo sniffed and looked at her sister. Sister, have you forgotten? After you expressed your disdain for me yesterday, I took it upon myself to deal with the lice, and after a night's effort, I have already resolved the issue. A group of onlookers enjoyed their breakfast while eagerly observing the unfolding drama, their eyes fixed intently on the scene. In truth, most of them harbored disdain for Su Luo due to her unattractiveness, lack of diligence, and unkempt appearance. However, these sentiments were shared privately, as no one dared to voice them openly. In contrast, Sun Wan cultivated an image of beauty and kindness. She never expressed disdain, even towards someone like Su Luo. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, the crowd scrutinized Sun Wan with discerning gazes. Taken aback by Su Luo's unexpected declaration, Sun Wan hurriedly extended the remedy again, wearing an innocent expression. I truly did not disdain you. My departure yesterday was solely to prepare this medicine for you. Her words, imbued with sincerity, left everyone present enlightened. Listening to Su Luo's unfounded accusations, Lanya could not contain her indignation and admonished, "Why don't you remove the remedy your sister prepared for you? It is only your sister's tolerance that allows you to speak this way while she still brings you medicine." Upon hearing Lanya's remarks, Sun Wan's smile deepened. Meanwhile, Su Luo observed the mother-daughter duo in their theatrical exchange, a cold smile creeping across her face. And no wonder the garden master would resort to such foolishness as jumping into the river. The art of distorting truth was truly remarkable. Su Luo smirked. This is of your own making. She then opened the bamboo tube, revealing the nectar-like liquid, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Sister, what is this concoction made of? It has the aroma of flower nectar." Sun Wan's eyes flickered. How perceptive was Su Luo to discern this? It was merely crafted from the same herbs used for the medicine, intended to be pleasant to the senses. I added a touch of nectar within. Sun Wan swiftly concocted a rationale. Was it the use of bitter herb and mugwort? Little did Sun Wan know which herbs to gather. Upon hearing the mention of mugwort, he seemed to waver, nodding in vague agreement. Indeed, it was these medicinal ingredients. As soon as these words escaped his lips, some knowledgeable about lions' medicine furrowed their brows, while others even shook their heads in disapproval. Such a method is uncharacteristic of lions' medicine. Listening to the voices of skepticism, Su Luo's lips curled into a smirk. You fools, you are willingly stepping into the trap. Realizing her misstep, Sun Wan quickly corrected herself. It was the bitter herb and 100-step grass. I had merely misremembered that. As Su Luo raised an eyebrow, lifting the hand that held. Fugaku pondered, unaware of how Makoto was faring at present. Woofing Mirai, with an unsettling smile, fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku. A subtle shift in Fugaku's expression was evident. Standing behind him, Itachi's countenance abruptly stiffened. Even the onlookers, including Uchiha Shana and others, exhibited a flicker of rage in their eyes, emanating a murderous intent directed at Woofing Mirai. Chapter 11. My uncle is the kindest person in this world. Makoto is the wife of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Her name, in a certain sense, embodies the dignity of the Uchiha lineage. When Namikaze Minato casually referred to her by name, with a hint of mockery in his tone, it was perceived as a blatant provocation by Uchiha Shursui and the others. Mikoto is doing well. There is no need for your concern. As the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku understood the necessity of maintaining composure in the face of emotion. He inhaled deeply and responded with a tranquil tone. Shursui and the others observed Fugaku closely. Seeing him remain unperturbed, they discreetly suppressed their thoughts of interjecting. If Fugaku was not angered, then they, as outsiders, had no grounds to speak. Fugaku, Mikoto, Minato, and future generations. Although Minato was the youngest among them, he could still be considered a ninja of the same era, having formed deep bonds with them. Minato's words could be interpreted as a casual greeting between old friends. The teasing glint in Minato's eyes vanished as he suddenly turned serious, fixing his gaze intently upon Fugaku. I want to know the truth of that night. As his voice resonated through the hall, the temperature dropped several degrees, a chilling aura emanating from his eyes. Even Uchiha Shursui, who had experienced countless battles since the era of Madara, felt a fleeting chill. Indeed, it has come to this. Fugaku sighed inwardly. The moment he received news of Minato's return, he anticipated this very scene. After 3 years of absence, the first news he received was the tragic demise of his respected brother and sister-in-law. The Uchiha clan seemed inexorably linked to this tragedy. Would Minato relent? During the Third Great Ninja War, his reputation was far more bloody than that of the Yellow Flash. When the Nine Tails rampaged, I received word and wished to lead the Uchiha Guard to provide support, but was thwarted by the route under Danzo's command, helplessly watching the events unfold. Fugaku's tone was laden with complexity. Danzo? Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Fugaku sighed. Had I been able to lead the Uchiha Guard during the Nine Tails incident, the Sharingan's ability to counteract the Nine Tails might have turned the tide. However, I have taken note of this matter and will seek an explanation from Danzo. The coldness in his gaze remained, his azure eyes akin to. I heard that on that fateful night, the Nine Tails pupils bore traces of the Tomo, suggesting manipulation by the Sharingan. He did not continue, but the underlying chill in his words was palpable. Should Fugaku fail to provide a reasonable explanation for this occurrence, it was feared that Minato, whose renown surpassed even that of the Yellow Flash, would reveal his most terrifying aspect. I do not know. A trace of bitterness crept upon Fugaku's lips. He truly did not know. Until now, he had yet to comprehend why, that fateful night, 3 Tomo were reflected in the Nine Tails pupils. Yet, all the evidence and eyewitness accounts corroborated this fact. However, one thing I can ascertain is that the Nine Tails could not be controlled by an ordinary Sharingan. It required the power of a Manjiki. Fugaku. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Shana beside him, striking his cane and voicing a fierce admonition. The Manjiki is a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan. How could it be revealed to outsiders? Elder Shana, do you truly believe there remains a necessity for concealment at this juncture? Fugaku Uchiha met his gaze unwaveringly. Disclosing information regarding the Manjiki in exchange for the tranquility of the future of the Namikaze clan was evidently a worthy trade. Moreover, the choice was no longer theirs to make. The Manjiki? Fugaku Namikaze furrowed his brow. Indeed, Fugaku Uchiha inhaled deeply. It was a level of ocular prowess surpassing the ordinary Sharingan, a power that had not been wielded since their ancestor, Uchiha Madara. He carefully concealed any information pertaining to the awakening of his Manjiki. In the current circumstances, it was prudent not to provoke Fugaku Namikaze's sensitive disposition. Nevertheless, even if the information regarding his Manjiki were to be disclosed, the scene of him leading the guard team for support that night had been witnessed by numerous clan members and root operatives, providing ample proof. Disclose to me all information regarding the Manjiki. The tone of Fugaku Namikaze brooked no refusal. Fugaku hesitated momentarily before ultimately nodding in agreement, beginning his account. He elaborated on how the Manjiki is awakened, as well as the secret that each eye corresponds to a specific ocular technique. The individuals present, including Itachi Uchiha, were taken aback by the profundity of these revelations. Outside, Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a playful game of ninjas. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere within, this scene exuded harmony and joy. You're below, and I'm above. Naruto pressed a wooden kunai against Sasuke, pinning his hands and rendering him immobile. That's unfair. I want to be on top. Little Sasuke's eyes brimmed with tears, struggling in vain to escape. We agreed to play ninja combat. How can you resort to sneak attacks, disregarding the principles of martial ethics? Naruto released Sasuke. All right, let us try again. Moments later, Sasuke found himself pinned once more. His little face was flushed with anxiety, nearly on the verge of tears. Although he appeared somewhat girlish, he still possessed a commendable sense of masculinity. Naruto lifted Sasuke, his laughter ringing with joy. Under Future Namikaze's care, he had gradually shed the shadow of his former gloom and despondency, embodying the vitality and vigor befitting his age. Of course, though inwardly elated by the praise, he feigned an air of arrogance. Before he could react, Naruto seized his hand and clasped it tightly. "Then we are friends." Naruto beamed with a radiant smile. This marked his first true friendship. Sasuke was taken aback. It seemed so simple that he felt as if he had been at a disadvantage. "By the way, how are you so skilled?" he inquired. "Of course, it was taught to me by my uncle. He has imparted a wealth of knowledge to me." "What other knowledge?" Sasuke pressed. "Well, for instance, the phenomenon of electromagnetic induction, the theories and research surrounding electromagnetic railguns, 5 years of scientific research, and 3 years of simulation." Naruto counted each item meticulously on his fingers. Sasuke listened in astonishment, utterly bewildered by these concepts, struggling to comprehend them. At his age, shouldn't he be indulging in playful antics with his older brother? Suddenly, Naruto recalled the assembly of the electromagnetic railgun. With his uncle's assistance, it was nearing completion. It sounded remarkably impressive. Should he bring it along the next time they played a prank at Grandpa Hokage's house? "Who exactly is your uncle?" Sasuke asked. After regaining his composure and swallowing hard, genuinely curious, Naruto's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. "My uncle is the most wonderful person in this world to me." Chapter 12. Allow me to complete what my brother could not. After digesting the intelligence provided by Uchiha Fugaku, Kazekage Mirai exhaled softly, his gaze flickering with intrigue. "A kaleidoscope, you say?" There exists an even more advanced form of the Sharingan. He had never watched Naruto, only aware that it was a wildly popular series from an island nation. His entire comprehension of it stemmed from a fleeting glimpse of social media, where he encountered memes about legendary battles among the 5 villages, colossal mechas, and extraterrestrial foes rescuing mothers. This constituted his entire knowledge of Naruto. Could the legendary eyes refer to this ocular prowess? Surely my understanding of mechas has not strayed too far, has it? And what on earth does rescuing mothers entail? Could there be some morally ambiguous narrative at play? His thoughts began to scatter. Uchiha Fugaku studied Kazekage Mirai's expression, noting the gradual easing of tension upon his face, allowing his once tightened heart to relax. If possible, he would absolutely prefer not to become adversaries with Kazekage Mirai. This man was profoundly terrifying, far more troublesome than the 4th Hokage. Most critically, he was now unbound by any ties. The only remaining bond was with Naruto, his sole family member. At this juncture, provoking this lone wolf would be an exceedingly foolish act. "I believe I understand the situation." Kazekage Mirai's sudden voice caused Fugaku's previously relaxed heart to leap once more. "Uchiha, it seems, bears no relation to that fateful night." Kazekage Mirai narrowed his eyes slightly. With the intelligence currently at his disposal, combined with the information gleaned from Uchiha Fugaku, he began to sketch a profile of the perpetrator. Concealed identity, lurking in the shadows. Possessing a kaleidoscope, it's highly likely that it pertains to space-time ocular techniques, coupled with the traces of Wood release discovered that night. The possibility of the adversary mastering Wood release cannot be dismissed. His conviction that the ocular technique was of the space-time variety stemmed from his knowledge of Minato. Only space-time can triumph over space-time, as Minato himself had articulated. His innate talent for space-time techniques had always been lacking, even with Minato's tutelage. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique proved exceptionally arduous. However, during the 3 years of his disappearance, he had amassed considerable gains. Perhaps he could attempt to explore this further. Clearing his mind of distractions, Kazekage Mirai fixed his gaze upon Fugaku's eyes and spoke calmly. "Now, it is time to discuss serious matters." "Serious matters?" Fugaku furrowed his brow, bewildered by Kazekage Mirai's intent. The latter appeared oblivious to his change in demeanor, his expression wistful, as if lost in memory. "Upon my return to the village, after learning of my brother and sister-in-law's experiences, I have harbored a singular thought, to unseat Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohort from the position of Hokage. However, to achieve this goal, I cannot rely solely on my own strength. I require your assistance." The prolonged conversation left Uchiha Fugaku feeling parched. His tongue dry as he licked his lips, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Not only him, but those around him, Uchiha Shursui, Inuzuka Kiba, and others, felt their breaths quicken, their eyes glimmering with fervor. Madness. Utter madness. They can only use this term to describe Namikaze Minato, and such remarks undoubtedly declare war against the entire upper echelon of Konoha. As far as I know, the Uchiha clan situation is far from favorable, thus presenting you with an opportunity. Will you stand behind me, or continue to be the pawns of that group? Namikaze Minato smiled, but that smile sent chills down one's spine. Fugaku's voice quivered slightly. Can you enlighten me as to why? In my memories, Namikaze Minato was never one to covet power. Could it be that, after the Third Great Ninja War, he was a more formidable candidate for Hokage than Minato? Yet, he chose to relinquish that ambition, willingly remaining in the shadows to silently support Minato. Why? Namikaze Minato turned his gaze towards the window, and from this vantage point, he could see 3-year-old Naruto playing joyfully with Sasuke, a radiant smile on his face. Is that reason enough for that child? That child? Fugaku followed Namikaze Minato's gaze. The child of the 4th Hokage? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen worked diligently to conceal Naruto's identity, as the Uchiha clan leader, he was well aware of this connection. I have often pondered what Naruto's life would have been like if I had returned years later or had never returned at all. Would he have lived a lifetime under the oppression of others? Minato shut his eyes, inhaling deeply, allowing the frigid air to fill his lungs. Every time I contemplate this, a flicker of anger ignites within my heart. That child is the sole remnant of my foolish brother in this world. Is that reason not enough? He opened his eyes, and in his cerulean gaze, arcs of lightning flickered ominously. The chilling intensity of his stare sent a shiver through Fugaku. He understood that this beast was truly enraged. The consequences would be dire. My foolish brother, though somewhat talented, lacked the ruthlessness and decisiveness necessary. I had done my utmost to warn him, yet still, his death was far from a simple affair, rife with oddities and schemes. Had I not returned, it would have been one thing, but since I have, certain matters shall not be settled lightly. The unfinished business of my brother shall now be entrusted to me. The position of Hokage will be claimed by me. Namikaze Minato. The hall fell utterly silent. The final words of Namikaze Minato resonated like a heavy hammer, echoing throughout the entire chamber. Uchiha Fugaku and others, including Inuzuka, were plunged into silence. In this deathly stillness, a hearty laugh shattered the quiet. Namikaze Minato. With such spirit, I, Uchiha Shana, now acknowledge you. Leaning on his cane, Uchiha Shana was filled with joy, for it had been far too long since he felt such fervor. Ever since Madara left the village, the blood and bone within him seemed to have fallen into a slumber. At last, with Minato's words, the blood coursing through him began to boil, as if he had returned to his youth, to the glorious days of following Uchiha Madara. The golden-haired visage of the future, reminiscent of the great Uchiha Madara, seemed to momentarily overlap. In that fleeting instant, Shana felt as though she had grasped the essence of the future. Faik, how long do you intend to linger? Has your fighting spirit truly been extinguished? Observing Faik's hesitation, Uchiha Shana struck her cane with a forceful thud, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. When will this clan leader find his resolve? Uchiha Faik inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as if caught in a tempest of indecision and struggle. At last, he opened his eyes with a sigh. As long as it does not endanger our kin, I can stand by your side. A subtle smile graced the lips of the future, as he replied, as you wish. He turned, leaving behind the silent few, and exited through the door. Outside, Naruto was playfully engaging with Sasuke. Upon seeing the future emerge, he rushed over with excitement. Uncle, have you settled matters? The future took his hand and began to walk outside. In the sunlight, their shadows elongated. Uncle, you seem quite pleased. Naruto looked up at his smiling uncle. He was unaware of the reasons for his uncle's joy, but if his uncle was happy, then so was he. Of course, I am delighted. The future beamed brightly. Because my uncle is about to become Hokage. Chapter 13. The message awaits you. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently attending to official matters. His pipe clenched between his teeth. Just as he poised his pen to write, the door to the Hokage's chamber was abruptly kicked open with a thunderous crash. Frowning, he thought to himself, Danzo, this marks the 3rd door you've barged through this month. Before he could voice his irritation, a rough hand slammed down on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen, do you not know that Namikaze Minato has gone to the Uchiha clan's territory? Danzo gasped, his urgency palpable, spittle flying as he spoke. Of course I know, but what of it? Hiruzen replied, unfazed. The Umbu had been surveilling the Uchiha territory, and Minato's visit was hardly a secret. However, Hiruzen remained unconcerned. He shook his head and resumed his unfinished work. Suddenly, the desk shook violently, causing the pen in his hand to fly across the room. Danzo, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Hiruzen's expression darkened as he glared at his old friend, irritation creeping into his voice. Danzo's behavior today was rather excessive. Minato's visit to the Uchiha clan cannot be dismissed so lightly. There may be a conspiracy at play. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Prompted by his friend's reminder, Hiruzen calmed himself. What conspiracy do you suspect? I cannot say for certain, Danzo replied tersely. For I am not privy to the thoughts of the Uchiha. How could I possibly know what they are scheming? His overreaction stemmed purely from an inherent disdain for the Uchiha clan. Associating with them could only lead to misfortune. The malevolent Uchiha must be dealt with. Better to err on the side of caution than to let them escape unscathed. Perhaps Minato seeks merely to uncover the truth of that fateful night. After all, he must be aware of the Sharingan that appeared in the Nine-Tails' eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen offered what he deemed a plausible explanation. With the deaths of his brother and sister-in-law suspected to involve the Uchiha, it is only natural for Minato to investigate their territory. But what if it is not so straightforward? Danzo's gaze darkened as he scrutinized his old friend. Hiruzen, you must have noticed the Uchiha's restlessness. Have you forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage? The Uchiha are a clan born of malevolence, constantly coveting the power of the village, waiting for their moment to strike. The Blue Flash is also a wicked entity. Have you forgotten the deeds he committed when Minato ascended to the position of Hokage? Now that these two sinister forces have allied, I shudder to think what the future holds for Konoha. Listening to Danzo's impassioned words, Hiruzen's typically warm brown eyes grew increasingly solemn. The intentions of the Uchiha remained uncertain. They were undoubtedly implicated in the deaths of Minato and Kushina, and the likelihood of Minato aligning with the Uchiha seemed slim. Could they simply allow him to act recklessly? Before he could finish his words, Danzo abruptly interrupted him, his left palm pressing down on the table as he leaned forward, adopting a menacing posture. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. The Hokage's office was suddenly enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Indeed, this was a concern that had crossed his mind. Before the return of Minato, Konoha had only one unstable factor, the Uchiha clan. However, with Minato's return, an additional unstable element had emerged. Now, these two volatile presences were beginning to intersect. No matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to convince himself, a threat of anxiety stirred within him. If only. But rest assured, I am well prepared, Danzo remarked, a sinister smirk lurking at the corners of his eyes. Danzo, what are you planning? A foreboding sensation gripped Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be that Danzo was concealing something from him, something he was unaware of? If the root of the problem lay with Minato, then eliminating this root should suffice. Danzo chuckled with confidence, as if the image of Minato's execution had already materialized before him. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Rage surged like a tangible force to Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain as he glared furiously at Danzo. Are you not aware that he is Naruto's uncle? His blood uncle? To lay a hand on him, if the Jinchuriki loses control, do you wish to witness a repeat of the events from 3 years ago? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his blood pressure rising. Danzo was once again undertaking foolish actions behind his back. Did he not desire to resolve the issue with Minato? After 3 years of absence, returning to the village only to cause chaos in the Hokage's office, where would that leave Hiruzen's dignity as the Hokage? But he could not. As the Jinchuriki, Naruto's temperament had yet to be tested. At merely 3 years of age, he was utterly incapable of suppressing the Nine-Tails rampage. If Minato were to come to any harm, and Naruto lost control as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, allowing the beast to break free from its seal, it would spell disaster. Konoha could never endure another night of the Nine-Tails. Humph. Hiruzen, you remain as weak as ever, Danzo retorted dismissively. Rest assured, I am thoroughly prepared. The root will handle this cleanly. Even if it comes to that, we have the sealing team, do we not? Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually calmed himself. Do not forget, his power is not inferior to that of Minato. So what? Danzo sneered. I have studied all of his abilities. They are merely a form of unique magnetism. My meticulously selected root elite is perfectly tailored to counter his abilities. Regardless, this time he shall not escape. Calculating the time. It should be starting now. As the sun set, casting a blood-red hue across the horizon, Minato walked hand in hand with Naruto on their way home. In the twilight glow, their shadows stretched long. Naruto, you can return alone from here. Your uncle has a matter to attend to. In a gentle crouch, Kazekage Mirai tenderly stroked Naruto's hair, her smile radiating warmth. Oh, how can this be? Uncle was supposed to return to prepare dinner for Naruto, wasn't he? Naruto tilted his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. They had just agreed to share a meal together. Why was there such a sudden change of plans? It's just that Uncle has some urgent matters to attend to. Yet, Naruto hesitated, gazing at the empty street, which appeared devoid of any pressing concerns. With a playful ruffle of Naruto's hair, Mirai's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Do not worry. Your uncle is quite strong. You know. At last, Naruto's heart settled. And he nodded, his face brightening with a radiant smile. Once you've taken care of everything, you must remember to come back and make dinner for me. Of course. I promise to fulfill my promise to you, a pinky swear. Yes, a pinky swear. Satisfied, Naruto walked away, heading towards the end of the street under Mirai's watchful gaze until he vanished from sight. Come forth. His voice was as cold as ice. Chapter 14. The disappearing 3 years indeed. It is the blue flash. It discovered us with astonishing ease. The voice bore no hint of emotion, cold as if emanating from some mechanical entity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, several masked ninjas emerged around Wind Future, forming an impenetrable encirclement. The patterns on their masks were starkly simple, almost devoid of any animalistic features, their aura as frigid as machinery itself. The root? Wind Future scoffed. It seems that Danzo could no longer restrain himself, sending merely a handful of you to your demise. That is rather underestimating me, isn't it? The elite team of 10 from the root comprises half Jonin. The remaining 5 are all of special Jonin rank. He possessed a unique ability to detect biological magnetic fields, which allowed him to sense the approximate strength of his adversaries. This was the reason he immediately noticed the root's approach. As for whether Naruto would be in danger, Wind Future felt no concern. Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a significant asset. Danzo would not recklessly lay a hand on him. Most importantly, there were no unfamiliar biological magnetic fields on the path back, indicating that the root had come solely for him, ensuring Naruto's safety would likely be preserved. Wind Future, please accompany us. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Although the word please was used, the tone was icy and unyielding, lacking any semblance of politeness. The right hand began to reach for the ninja sword, locking onto all of his movements. If Wind Future were to refuse, he might find himself awaiting a tempest of attacks. Lead the way. Wind Future's expression remained tranquil. This was the street of Konoha, although it was evening. The foot traffic was sparse. However, engaging in a battle here would be impractical. Following the route, they gradually distanced themselves from the bustling area and entered a secluded grove. Wind Future scanned his surroundings. Where was Danzo? The encircling route simultaneously drew their ninja swords and charged forward. Lord Danzo has summoned you to meet him underground. Several elongated ninja swords glinted menacingly, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape for Wind Future, aiming directly for his vital points, striking with lethal intent. Wind Future maintained his composure, a subtle electromagnetic pulse emanating from him. To his surprise, the trajectory of the ninja swords remained unaffected. Don't waste your efforts. This is a specially crafted ninja tool, devoid of any metal. A predatory glint flashed in the eyes of the leading root ninja as the sharp blade aimed for Wind Future's neck. They had rehearsed for this mission countless times. There was not a scrap of metal on him. Even the tools in their hands were made of different materials, deliberately dyed to resemble metal in order to deceive Wind Future. Suddenly, the scene before him blurred. The root's sword struck Wind Future, yet there was no response. A mere afterimage. Before they could process what had happened, a thunderous sound erupted from behind, and Wind Future was propelled backward as if struck by a cannonball. Soaring through the air like a kite with its string severed, the thick trunk of a tree was shattered, followed by the collapse of another large tree, which fell to the ground, limp and lifeless like a piece of clay. The scene was grotesque, blood and flesh mingled in a horrific display, rendering the form unrecognizable. Damn, so swift. The remaining members of the root organization, having witnessed the spectacle, felt a chill run through them. Woofing Mika stood at the location where he had just been propelled, enveloped in arcs of lightning, his right leg poised as if to deliver another kick. Despite prior knowledge of his astonishing speed, witnessing it firsthand left the remaining root members in shock. A single strike, an instantaneous kill. The acceleration technique surpassed even that of the lightning release chakra mode. They needed to change formations. The remaining members of root distanced themselves, dispersing and abandoning any notion of engaging Woofing Miku in close combat. Their strategy of surprise attacks with non-metal weapons had become futile. Woofing Miku's speed was capable of altering the tide of any battle. Too slow. The words were devoid of emotion, spoken as if in passing. Yet they sent a shiver down the spines of the root members. Whoosh. Electromagnetic propulsion. Woofing Miku's form transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before one of the root members in the blink of an eye. This member was in the midst of forming hand seals when he caught sight of Woofing Miku's indifferent expression. Panic surged through him as he instinctively attempted to evade. But, bang! A dull thud resonated like the sound of shattering objects, as a gaping hole was torn open in the root member's abdomen, organs and flesh bursting forth in a bloody rain that stained the surrounding forest. Woofing Miku withdrew his fist and cast a glance at the remaining members. Fire release. Ash pile burning. Fire release. Fire dragon flame. Two root jonin inhaled deeply in unison, timing their actions with impeccable precision, as if rehearsed countless times. A dense plume of grayish-brown smoke erupted from one of the root members' mouths, swiftly engulfing Woofing Miku in its embrace. Meanwhile, the dragon-shaped flames ignited the smoke, and with a thunderous roar, the conflagration enveloped Woofing Miku's form. As the flames gradually dissipated, the trees in the heart of the forest had vanished in the explosion, and Woofing Miku emerged from the inferno, bathed in the glow of lightning, utterly unscathed. Surrounding him were 4 pairs of root members, each group extending shimmering golden chains from their palms, crackling with energy. A sealing technique? Woofing Miku furrowed his brow. There was no time for further contemplation, as the remaining root members charged towards him, closing off his escape routes from multiple angles. Futile. Just as Woofing Miku prepared to strike, the 4 advancing root jonin halted at the corners, simultaneously forming a hand seal. Activate. A faint white light suddenly emanated from the forest floor, and Woofing Miku, positioned in the center, felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. It was as if the air surrounding him had transformed into a viscous liquid, constricting his limbs and immobilizing him in place. Do you understand why this battlefield was chosen? The leading root member sneered coldly. Because a sealing barrier has long been established here. Your audacity to follow us here is astonishing. It is your arrogance that shall be your undoing. The 4 figures wielding chains seized this rare opportunity, launching themselves forward in pairs, their golden chains ensnaring the future of Wave Wind. Success. In the Hokage Tower. Upon hearing Danzo's plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained grave, his demeanor unyielding. He inhaled deeply. Danzo, you have overlooked one crucial detail. What detail? Danzo dismissed the notion, confident in the perfection of his strategy, which accounted for every conceivable scenario. He had analyzed the intelligence revealed by Wave Wind during the Third Great War countless times. Indeed, allowing him to showcase his abilities would be terrifying, with unimaginable powers whose limits were utterly unknown. However, there exists a fatal flaw: sealing techniques. If he could be sealed before unleashing his powers, he would be reduced to a mere caged bird. Coincidentally, the root possesses similar sealing techniques. His disappearance over the past 3 years. 3 years of absence? Danzo's brow furrowed. Sarutobi took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of hazy smoke. His gaze pierced through the mist, resting upon the village beyond the Hokage's office window. In those 3 years, I mobilized numerous umbu to search for any trace of him. Yet all efforts were in vain. The last intelligence we received indicated he had ventured to the land of wind. Chapter 15. Venom? No. It is magnetorheological fluid. In the depths of the forest, pale golden chains tightly encircled the body of Namikaze Mirai, binding his arms and legs entirely. He resembled a tightly wrapped dumpling, sealed off from the world. Do not resist. This is a specially crafted sealing technique designed for you. The voice of the root leader brimmed with confidence. Namikaze Mirai was no ordinary opponent. He was not someone who could be overcome merely by numbers. Countless battles in the Third War had attested to this fact. No one knew his limits. He was a profoundly terrifying adversary. Thus, they chose a cunning approach, employing a targeted sealing secret technique to stifle his abilities at the source. Consequently, regardless of his capabilities, he could no longer manifest them. Even as Namikaze Mirai lay sealed, reduced to a lamb for slaughter, the gazes of those from the root still bore traces of lingering fear. The operational plan was flawless, with comprehensive intelligence gathered on him, rehearsed in private countless times. They even exploited Namikaze Mirai's arrogance, preemptively setting up a sealing barrier within this forest. Yet, even so, when the battle erupted, it was as if a cataclysm had unfolded. 2 elite shinobi from the root were brutally slain, reduced to mere bones. What a terrifying enemy this was, every movement imbued with a suffocating sense of oppression. Thankfully, Lord Danzo was sagacious. The tactics had succeeded. Everything was concluded. Suddenly, a derisive laugh pierced the air. Though soft, it resonated harshly in the ears of those from the root. Why was he laughing? They could not comprehend. Even at such a critical moment, Narikaze Mirai seemed to find humor in the situation. Had he lost his mind? I am merely appreciating your performance. His expression was calm, devoid of tension or worry, and the subtle upward curve of his lips suggested a hint of delight. Utilizing sealing techniques to hinder my power is an intriguing idea. In return, I shall take this a tad more seriously. The instant his voice fell, the faces of the 4 root members maintaining the sealing technique underwent a drastic change. The sealing technique is being corroded? How is this possible? He should not be able to mobilize chakra. Look, what is that? From the gaps in the golden chains binding Narikaze Mirai, a viscous, tentacle-like silver fluid seeps forth, eerily corroding and devouring the surrounding chains. Damn it, what is this abomination? In mere moments, the infiltrating fluid, akin to silver serpents, slithered along the chains. Drawing ever closer, the 4 root members, sensing a palpable threat, were struck by a wave of impending doom. Their expressions changed dramatically as they attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The silver fluid transformed into numerous silver projectiles, erupting forth in an instant, resembling a terrifying tempest of metal that engulfed the forest. Trees, as thick as a person's embrace, were pierced in an instant. The bodies of those ensnared at the roots appeared as fragile as parchment. The cacophony of flesh and wood being pierced, the sound of the metallic storm, and the wretched cries of those at the roots coalesced into a macabre symphony, igniting the horrors of bloodshed and slaughter. Those at a distance, filled with dread, recoiled in panic. Some attempted to erect earthen barriers for protection. Yet these were swiftly penetrated by the metallic onslaught. At last, when the chaos subsided, the scene was one of utter carnage. For individuals lay annihilated. Bereft of the chance to flee, their remains utterly obliterated. The gruesome amalgamation of blood and wood shavings served as the sole testament to their existence. The fortunate survivors, pale and trembling, felt their throats constrict involuntarily, even with their rigorous training that had long dulled their emotions. The sight of such brutality stirred a wave of nausea within them, their stomachs churning. How could this be? He was supposed to be immobilized by the sealing technique. Bluffing Mirai gazed at them with an unperturbed demeanor, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes, perhaps from a prolonged absence of bloodshed. Amidst the rustling sounds, silver projectiles emerged from the trees, transforming into droplets of silver that washed away the bloodstains, coalescing around his form. The silver fluid, akin to tendrils, encircled him, grotesque and writhing, distorting in shape. Was it venom? No, it was ferrofluid. Nanometer-sized magnetic solid particles blended with a carrier liquid to form a stable gel-like fluid, possessing both the fluidity of liquid and the magnetic properties of solids. Under Bluffing Mirai's electromagnetic influence, this characteristic was pushed to its zenith. Typically, this ferrofluid lay concealed beneath his garments, forming a layer of high-strength armor under electromagnetic influence. Even the most perceptive sensory techniques could not detect this armor. Forged purely from metal, when battle commenced, this ferrofluid could morph into any weapon he desired, all thanks to its electromagnetic covering, which heightened the efficiency of his own electromagnetic propulsion. At mid-range, it could rival space-time ninjutsu. His astonished foes dubbed it the Blue Flash. As the tendrils of ferrofluid enveloped him, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Bluffing Mirai's azure gaze. 3 years prior, he had struggled to master the manipulation of nanoscopic ferrofluid. Micron-sized magnetic particles had been his utmost limit. Until that fateful day. Kushina, I must step out for a while, approximately 3 months. If all goes well, my abilities will experience a significant enhancement. Is that so? Kushina's due date is also in 3 months, meaning you will just be in time for Naruto's birth. If you are late, he might not recognize you as his uncle. Haha, I can hardly contain my excitement to see Naruto's visage. As an uncle, I have yet to embrace him. In the land of wind, the dragon vein beckons, gazing upon the vast expanse of purple. A look of astonishment flickered in the azure depths of Bluffing Future's eyes. Is this the source of that immense energy? If I could absorb it. Perhaps the electromagnetic tree could ascend to level 4. 3 months is ample time. Bluffing Future closed his eyes, and a glimmer of moisture appeared at the corners. He had misjudged the situation. The dragon vein harbored the power to disrupt time. He found himself ensnared in a chaotic temporal loop, and when he returned, 3 years had elapsed. Upon reopening his eyes, a chilling aura emanated from him, as palpable as the frost itself. The temperature in the forest plummeted abruptly. Under the weight of his gaze, the remaining roots in the woods trembled in fear. Their spines chilled to the core. You are unfortunate, for you have stirred memories best left undisturbed. Chapter 16. Danzo, I have awaited you for a long time. Escape. This was the first thought that emerged in the minds of the root members. The sealing technique had been dismantled. Now, Naruto Uzumaki resembled a ferocious tiger that had broken free from its chains. No one could predict the extent of the devastation this beast would unleash. Yet, they could not flee. As members of Root, selected through a brutal process, fleeing in battle would incur a punishment more dreadful than death. Acknowledging the certainty of demise ahead, they had no choice but to press forward. This was the fate that the Root must abide by. Disperse and attack. They must not allow him the opportunity. The Root captain commanded with a shout. The terrifying area of effect attack capability displayed by Naruto Uzumaki would spell doom for them if they stood too closely together, likely ending up like the previous 4 members of Root, reduced to mere flesh and blood. In the instant the order was given, these meticulously chosen elite members of Root immediately scattered, rushing toward different directions. In their dispersal, they formed a surrounding formation, encircling Naruto Uzumaki in the center. A commendable strategy. Observing the composed demeanor of the Root members, Naruto could not help but express rare admiration. It must be said, Danzo certainly had a knack for training his subordinates. However, the silver tendrils enveloping his body began to flow toward his spine, converging outward from the center of his shoulder blades. Until a moment later, whoosh, a pair of colossal silver wings unfolded, shimmering with a metallic luster. Naruto slowly ascended into the sky, poised like a silver-winged angel. If it were merely flight, he would not need to form wings from magnetorheological fluid. Yet, this form granted an advantage for certain attacks. Gazing down at the forest, Naruto lifted his right index finger, aiming at a moving root jonin. A slender silver serpent slithered from his sleeve, coiling around his fingertip, coalescing into a small silver sphere. Faint blue arcs of lightning flickered. Boom! A searing beam erupted suddenly, carrying with it a terrifying might, hurtling toward the moving root member. This fearsome attack, an improvement upon the electromagnetic cannon, bore a striking resemblance to a classic move from Dragon Ball, the magic cannon. A chilling sense of danger arose from behind, sending shivers down the spine of the root member. A wave of cold surged from his spine to the back of his head. Just as the thought of evasion surfaced, his entire body was instantaneously pierced by the beam. Along with the trees in its path, all reduced to dust. The entire forest shook violently. A gaping, bottomless pit materialized, emitting wisps of smoke. The remaining root members felt their eyelids twitch and their scalps tingle in terror. What an appalling attack! In just a single strike, Naruto's gaze flickered, landing upon a nearby root member. That member was forming seals, rendered stunned and motionless by the previous attack. With a wave of his right hand, he aimed at the root member. This time, he did not raise his index finger. From beneath his sleeve, a torrent of silver fluid surged forth, twisting and coiling, rapidly coalescing into a long, menacing blade. Splurt! The figure, performing a series of seals, suddenly froze, his eyes trembling as they descended. Within his abdomen, a grotesque silver blade was piercing through his flesh. The blade's midsection elongated and twisted like a sinister tentacle, while its tip flared outward, resembling a crescent-shaped axe. It bore a striking resemblance to the lethal strikes of venom from Marvel. The impaled figure's eyes brimmed with resentment, his clenched jaw seemingly ready to utter a final word. The crescent axe piercing his body abruptly split into 4, violently shredding him apart. 4 slender blades, slightly smaller, wreaked havoc in the forest, felling trees and reducing them to splinters with subsequent strikes. It was a scene reminiscent of a meat grinder, obliterating everything in its vicinity. 2 nearby figures, unable to evade, were swiftly severed, their bodies falling apart in a gruesome display. The remaining figure swallowed hard, his pupils quivering, cold sweat soaking his back. In the air, Kamikaze Mirai appeared as a harbinger of death, his striking golden hair and handsome visage rendering him a figure more terrifying than any demon in their eyes. Flee, commanded the root leader, unwilling to accept their fate. The current Kamikaze Mirai was beyond their capability to confront. Their lives were inconsequential. Yet someone must escape to convey the intelligence to Lord Danzo. Following the order, the remaining root members ceased their resistance, turning to scatter and flee. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. They had to deliver the intelligence to Lord Danzo. Their original information was wildly inaccurate. Kamikaze Mirai was stronger than he had been 3 years ago. Are they finally attempting to escape? I have yet to fully enjoy this. Kamikaze Mirai gazed upon the scene with a hint of regret shimmering in his azure eyes. Had they chosen not to flee, they might have lived a little longer. Alas. His gaze gradually turned colder. The setting sun bled crimson on the horizon, casting its final rays across the battlefield. From his back, the silver wings near his shoulder blades unfurled with a resounding metallic clang. A dark shadow descended upon the forest, eclipsing the last vestiges of sunlight. Amid a relentless clamor of metal, a flurry of silver feathers shot forth from the wings, cascading in layers. A tempest of metal swept through the forest, drowning the anguished cries of the root members in a sea of blood. The woods were reduced to rubble, leaving no standing trees within a radius of hundreds of meters. Surrounding the bare roots were mere remnants of flesh mingled with soil, barely hinting at the life that once thrived there. The massacre concluded. The metallic storm retreated to Kamikaze Mirai's wings, seamlessly merging into the folds of his attire, obediently like a docile pet. He descended slowly from the sunset. Standing upon the desolate battlefield, 10 members of the Root, 5 Jonin and 5 Special Jonin, were utterly annihilated. Only the blood-red remnants of the setting sun illuminated his profile, unmarred. The Hokage Tower. The Land of Wind? Danzo squinted, perplexed by the meaning behind Sarutobi's words. This assassination plot had undergone extensive deliberation. Failure was simply not an option. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Minato Namikaze was already destined for death. The Root assassination team was en route to the base with his lifeless body, where prepared scientific ninjas awaited to dissect him and analyze his blood. That peculiar magnetic release, was it a mutation of some bloodline limit, or something else entirely? Lord Danzo, something SMS. The sudden voice jolted him from his thoughts. As a subordinate from Root entered the Hokage's office, voice trembling slightly. This was the Hokage's chamber. The appearance of Root here could only signify one thing. The situation had escalated to a critical level. A foreboding sensation grew within Danzo. What had transpired? A flash of blue light, Before the subordinate could continue, Danzo abruptly surged forward, crashing through the doors of the Hokage's office and vanishing from sight. In the forest, the last rays of the sun hung precariously on the horizon, leaving only a sliver of crimson in the sky. Danzo arrived, breathless, his single eye behind the bandages quivering slightly. How could this be? The scene before him struck with maddening intensity. Minato Namikaze smiled faintly. Danzo, I've been waiting for you. Chapter 17, Let this I serve as the price for your insolence. Danzo's pupils quivered. He felt as if his heart were ensnared by a colossal hand, ruthlessly squeezing and kneading it. Breathless, he was crushed beneath an immense weight upon his chest. While turmoil surged within. They are dead. All of them. His meticulously orchestrated plans, rehearsed countless times, had culminated in the demise of all 10 elite members of Root. This forest lay in ruins, the acrid stench of charred remains mingling with sawdust and dust, invading his nostrils. Of those 10, 5 were Jonin. While the remaining 5 were exceptionally skilled special Jonin, adept in sealing techniques, rarer than ordinary Jonin. Such a significant force had been entirely squandered. His heart bled. Wind. Wave. Future. Each word fell heavily from Danzo's lips, his eyes bursting with crimson veins, blood seeping through clenched teeth. You have wantonly slain comrades within the village. Your methods cruel and reprehensible. Do you not see the remnants of Konoha in your gaze? An uproar of righteous fury erupted from Danzo. This vehement declaration elicited an involuntary laugh from Konoha's Future, who had just emerged from the slaughter. What a grand accusation. Danzo, you should be most aware of the intentions that brought me here alongside this group of Root. He was amused by Danzo's shamelessness. When it comes to the art of casting blame, I, Konoha's Future, would gladly crown you the strongest. Simply wait here for Hiruzen to arrive, and then we shall discuss how to deal with you. With his left hand discreetly resting upon his right arm, Danzo assumed a defensive stance. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it, I should not have rushed in so recklessly. I ought to have waited for Hiruzen to join me. Facing Konoha's Future alone, especially amidst this bloody scene, was overwhelming. Danzo felt a tremendous pressure. Even now, he could not fathom how Konoha's Future had breached his meticulously laid seals and annihilated all of Root. Each member of Root had been meticulously selected to counter his abilities. Danzo, there is something I require your answer for. The disdain in Konoha's Future's azure eyes had faded, replaced by a subtle chill. I have heard that on the night of the 9 Tails, it was you who dispatched Root to obstruct the Uchiha's reinforcements? Indeed, it was I, Danzo smirked coldly. The Sharingan appeared within the pupils of the Nine Tails, clearly indicating an inextricable link to the Uchiha clan. You should be grateful to me for thwarting their support. Konoha's Future's expression gradually hardened. Upon reaching the Uchiha compound, he had nearly ascertained that the Nine Tails incident bore little relation to the Uchiha. They had no reason to engage in such foolishness. Another enemy, one with a Mangeki, lurked in the shadows. Had Fugaku's support succeeded at that moment, the outcome might have been drastically different. Tuanzo seemed oblivious to his pallor, continuing his monologue. Had it not been for the old man standing in the way of Uchiha, the situation could have escalated beyond imagination. Perhaps your brother and sister-in-law would have perished. Boom. The ground beneath the feet of Wind Future cracked, and he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Tuanzo. His clenched right fist was aimed at Tuanzo's left eye. From between his fingers, 3 silver metal claws emerged, glinting with a sharp, icy brilliance. Tuanzo's throat subtly convulsed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as his left eye trembled, fixated on the menacing metallic talons mere inches away. Just a fraction more, just a fraction, and his left eye would. The chakra within him surged amid the impending crisis. And the right eye, bandaged, revealed traces of blood in the 3-tomo Sharingan. Izanagi was poised to activate at any moment. Tuanzo sensed the imminent threat of death. Since retreating from the battlefield and lurking in the shadows, he had long been deprived of the taste of such peril. Wind Future, what do you intend to do? The sudden bellow of rage shattered Tuanzo's taut nerves and disrupted the nearly solidified air. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the Umbu to the scene. The group halted behind Tuanzo, their hearts racing as they focused intently on Wind Future. Some Umbu even drew their kunai, subtly surrounding him, readying for conflict. The third Hokage had dispatched the route to eliminate the village's ninjas. How would this debt be resolved? The 3 sharp claws remained poised, pressing against Tuanzo's left eye, the razor-sharp aura causing a stinging sensation on his cornea. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the bloody battlefield behind Wind Future, a profound unease swelling within him. This scoundrel Tuanzo had once again stirred up calamity. As he had suspected, Wind Future was stronger than 3 years prior. No one knew his limits. Tuanzo's reckless disregard for the village's regulations compelled me, in the name of the Hokage, to strip him of the position of shadow assistant as punishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen focused on Wind Future, inhaling deeply to suppress his mounting fury. It remained uncertain whether such a punishment would suffice to placate you. This beast was already on the brink of rage. Should he truly incite his wrath, the consequences would be unimaginable. The events of the Third War had already demonstrated this truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen mentally berated Tuanzo mercilessly. This fool had been cautioned countless times. If Wind Future were truly so easily manageable, why had he not acted himself? Now that matters had reached this juncture, a compromise was the only course to quell this beast's fury. Indeed, after uttering these words, the coldness in Wind Future's eyes diminished somewhat. The 3 talons hovering before Tuanzo began to retract slowly. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief, a sudden cry pierced the air. Hiss! Ah! My eyes! A spatter of blood rained down. Tuanzo fell to the ground, clutching his left eye, his face contorted in agony as he let out a harrowing wail. Vivid crimson blood seeped through his fingers, swiftly staining his entire palm. You! Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, his teeth gritted, and within his eyes, a fierce inferno of rage flickered. He had already made concessions, yet Kazekage's future still. Let this eye serve as the price for your insolent words. Tuanzo, what has happened to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously supported Tuanzo, who trembled as he withdrew his hand, revealing the area around his left eye drenched in blood. Hiruzen, I cannot see. 3 gruesome gashes extended from his nostrils to his temples, the central one completely obscuring his left eye. The eye socket was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Medical team. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed at the heavens. The sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the world. Naruto sat in front of the window, resting his chin on his hand, idly waiting. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Upon seeing the person who entered, Naruto dashed forward with excitement. Uncle, you have finally returned. I thought you would break your promise. Kazekage's future smiled as he tousled Naruto's golden hair. Are you hungry? Uncle will prepare dinner for you. Whatever I promised Naruto, I shall certainly fulfill. Chapter 18. The Trembling Konoha F4 Konoha Hospital. Hemostatic forceps, quickly. Prepare to suture the wound. The medical ninja clad in white coats were drenched in sweat, their foreheads soaked. Yet they dared not slow their pace. The identity of their patient was extraordinary. Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world. Under normal circumstances, such vital areas as the operating room would not permit the presence of unrelated individuals. However, this occasion was markedly different. Nearly 10 root ninjas, their faces obscured by masks, surrounded the operating room like an impenetrable wall, clad in standardized gear and armed with ninja blades, exuding a chilling aura akin to machines. Under this oppressive atmosphere, the medical ninjas performing the surgery felt a profound sense of urgency, fearing that at any moment, those blades could turn upon them. My lord, there is something that must be conveyed to you. The lead medical ninja swallowed hard, trembling as he gazed at Danzo, who lay on the operating table. The harsh, sterile light of the surgical lamp illuminated the man's injured face, rendering his already grotesque features even more unnerving. What is it? Danzo spoke darkly. His left eye was severely injured, nearly devoid of vision, while the Sharingan in his right eye socket was shrouded in thick bandages, rendering him unable to perceive the world. At that moment, he could only rely on touch and sound to sense his surroundings. Your left eyeball must be removed. The medical ninja's voice quivered slightly. The other medical ninjas around him held their breath, afraid to make a sound. They were all aware of the man's notorious deeds. Deeply buried in the shadows of Root, his hands stained with an unfathomable amount of blood. Amidst their fear, a flicker of curiosity arose. What kind of terrifying enemy could inflict such devastation upon this man? Yet, that was not their concern at present. If they failed to satisfy him, their fates would be dire. What do you mean? Are you saying Lord Danzo is to become blind? Nonsense. If you cannot even perform a healing, what use are you? The medical ninjas trembled under Root's pressure, yet Danzo's eye was irrevocably damaged, beyond the realm of repair. Listening to his subordinates' scathing remarks, Danzo's expression remained unchanged. Though his fingers clenching the edge of the bed turned pale from exertion, he was blind. Utterly blind. Ever since he lost his right eye in the war over a decade ago, he now faced the loss of his left eye as well. While transplantation was possible, the humiliation that accompanied it, the sensation of being toyed with, of being tormented, had left an indelible mark upon his essence. How long had it been since he felt this kind of humiliation? Kakashi Hitaki, I shall not rest until I stand against you. Hokage's office. Unlike any other day, an unusual heaviness enveloped the Hokage's office today. The air, thick with a deathly stillness, made it difficult for Shizen and her companions to draw a breath. He has grown stronger than he was 3 years ago. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen carried a hint of dryness. After the departure of Namikaze Minato, he dispatched the Umbu to investigate the battlefield, and the intelligence they gathered sent a chill down his spine. Among the 10 members of the Root, 5 were Jonin, and the other 5 were also special Jonin proficient in sealing techniques. Such formidable power had been utterly obliterated. There were no remains to be found. The one preserved in the best condition had been reduced to mere fragments, with only a small portion of the torso remaining. What horrified Sarutobi Hiruzen the most was that after executing all of this, Namikaze Minato's attire was untouched by even a speck of dust, pristine and immaculate. As if he had performed this deed with effortless ease. 3 years prior, he might have achieved such a feat, but certainly not with such nonchalance. What had transpired in those 3 years that enabled him to advance so remarkably in strength? How is Danzo faring? Tsunade Koharu inquired with evident concern. Upon learning of the incident, she and Mitokaze had rushed to the Hokage's office in a state of urgency. They were still unaware of Danzo's exact condition, only that he had sustained significant injuries and was currently receiving treatment at the Konoha hospital. His left eye had completely deteriorated, rendering any treatment futile, necessitating its removal. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was fraught with complexity. On one hand, he felt anger at Danzo's recklessness. Had he not acted so stubbornly, matters would not have escalated to this extent. On the other hand, with both of Danzo's eyes now lost, one already bandaged and now the other similarly wrapped, he bore a thick layer of gauze from his nose upward. Fortunately, through the relentless efforts of Root, a suitable donor for a transplant was found. A civilian's eye was compatible with Danzo's. Under the guidance of the will of fire, the civilian was deeply moved, recognizing Danzo's dedication to Konoha, and willingly offered his eye in sacrifice. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only turn a blind eye, for if he did not, Danzo would remain forever in darkness. This Namikaze Minato, he is, after all, the brother of the 4th Hokage, yet he resorts to such brutality. Mitokaze exclaimed indignantly after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's account. Even during Minato's tenure as Hokage, He had never committed such egregious acts. Namikaze Minato's actions displayed a blatant disregard for them. The pressing concern was not Danzo's injuries, but rather how to contend with Namikaze Minato. Tsunade Koharu's expression darkened. That fellow's temperament was starkly different from Minato's. With both Minato and Kushina now deceased, should he truly unleash chaos, the ramifications would be dire. With 2 fingers pressed against his forehead, and the other hand massaging his temples with his index finger, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a throbbing headache, as if a pair of chopsticks had been forcefully stirred within his skull. Since Namikaze Minato's return, many matters had spiraled into disarray. He has always believed that I have treated Naruto unjustly. Upon introspection, I can affirm that I have devoted myself to the legacy of Minato, ensuring that he has not been deprived of his living expenses. As for Minato's inheritance, it is essential for the village's reconstruction. Utilizing this portion of the legacy for the village would surely bring him solace in the afterlife. However, I never anticipated that he would harbor resentment towards me for this decision. The 3 of us fell into silence once more, and the Hokage's office was enveloped in tranquility. 3 years ago, when Namikaze Minato's son had not yet gone missing, he often leveraged his father's influence to dominate them. The relationship between Minato and his son mirrored that of Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi, albeit with a significant difference. As brothers, Minato's bond with his son was considerably more intimate. Conversations akin to "you will regret this, Hiruzen, I am the Hokage," did not transpire between the 2 of them. The door to the Hokage's office did not swing open as frequently. When the news of Namikaze Minato's son going missing reached them, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without this troublesome younger brother, Minato might not pose a threat in the struggle for power. Yet, months later, the chaos of the Ninetales incident erupted, and Minato was gone as well. Based on my understanding of Danzo, he is unlikely to relent once he recovers. Hiruzen, prepare yourself. A tempest is approaching, Kobayashi urged earnestly. Chapter 19. I possess an electromagnetic tree in the dim light. Even daytime felt ominous. The solemn atmosphere was punctuated by the sight of masked ninjas moving like machines, devoid of emotion. The medical ninja trembled as he carefully unwrapped the bandages from Danzo's face, layer after layer of white linen cascading to the ground. Throughout this process, Danzo's sinister visage remained expressionless, exuding a chilling aura. Finally, the entangled bandages lay entirely discarded. Master. He retrieved a mirror, his throat dry and his hands unsteady as he presented it to Danzo. He could not fathom how Danzo would react upon seeing his current appearance. As his gaze fell upon the mirror, a familiar yet alien face stared back. The ghastly features were marred by 3 gruesome scars resembling centipedes, stretching from the lower edge of his left nostril to his temple, obscuring much of his face. The scar tissue enveloped his left eye socket, severing his brow, leaving a significant portion missing. The dark brown pupil appeared oddly out of place against such a countenance. Danzo's grip on the mirror trembled slightly. His teeth clenched involuntarily, and crimson veins erupted in his eyes. Had he not received a transplant of a civilian's eye, he would have completely lost sight in his left eye. His features twisted further in agony. With a crash, the mirror was hurled away. The shattered glass splintered against the wall, each shard reflecting his grotesquely distorted face. Naruto Uzumaki, you shall regret this. In another scene. The rhythmic sound of a chef's knife expertly slicing cucumbers filled the air. Each piece was cut with impeccable precision, devoid of any deviation. Such remarkable knife skills would make any chef feel inadequate. Yet, the handle of the knife was gripped by no one, seemingly floating as it danced freely upon the cutting board. A similar spectacle unfolded elsewhere. A small knife deftly peeled an onion, while a cleaver sliced through chunks of meat with rhythmic precision. A metal faucet turned on by itself, washing the vegetables in the basket. Indeed, cooking with electromagnetic force proved to be remarkably convenient. Standing in the center of the kitchen, Naruto Uzumaki beamed with satisfaction at the sight. Beyond merely cosplaying as Magneto, he had mastered the culinary arts. Of course, he himself was not idle. Behind him, magneto-rheological fluid coalesced into 4 metallic arms. One stirred with a wooden spoon while the others expertly sawed Ed, working in seamless harmony. This astonishing scene resembled Dr. Octopus from the Spider-Man films. With an electromagnetic power level of LV4, Naruto adeptly juggled tasks, utilizing his abilities to accomplish such feats with ease. Within his mind resided a colossal electromagnetic tree. Not a tree in the conventional sense, but rather, a grand tree formed by the convergence of data streams within the quantum realm. Each time Naruto unlocked a new capability of electromagnetic force, This great tree sprouted new leaves, growing ever more lush. However, this flourishing vitality has its limitations. Within a certain level, the electromagnetic abilities that Narukami can develop are also constrained. For instance, when Narukami is at electromagnetic level LV1, he can only grasp fundamental abilities such as basic discharging and magnetization. It is akin to a rudimentary version of lightning release or a weakened magnetic release bloodline limit, both of which are rather challenging to master. Upon reaching LV2, his discharging and magnetization capabilities have been significantly enhanced, allowing him to effortlessly unleash a powerful electromagnetic cannon. High-voltage currents become second nature to him. During the Third Shinobi War, countless ninjas fell victim to his electric therapies. By the time he attains LV3, the array of developed abilities is virtually limitless, including vortex manipulation, electromagnetic cannons, rudimentary mechs, and current propulsion. He earned the illustrious title of the Blue Flash during the Third War, standing alongside Minato's Yellow Flash, thus creating the legendary duo of Konoha's bicolor flashes. In his battle against Rasha, who wields magnetic release, Narukami adeptly manipulated Rasha's sand and gold, leaving him questioning his very existence and the authenticity of his magnetic release techniques. 3 years prior, when Minato had just ascended to the position of Hokage and the village had stabilized, he was unaware of the subsequent events that would lead him to the land of wind to absorb the dragon vein. At that time, he anticipated that he could complete the absorption within 3 months, just in time for Naruto's birth. Little did he know, the dragon vein harbored the power to disrupt time itself. Nevertheless, during his 3-year disappearance, Narukami successfully elevated his electromagnetic prowess to LV4, further enhancing his abilities to the point where he could decompose metals into nanoscale magnetic fluids, achieving an extraordinary capability. Regarding his aspirations to reach LV5, Narukami harbors 2 thoughts. The first is the natural energy of the ninja world, a force of terrifying magnitude. Minato's mentor, Jiraiya, had mastered Sage Mode and was no stranger to natural energy. He simply lacked the opportunity to learn it. Should Narukami manage to absorb the natural energy of the ninja realm to fuel the electromagnetic tree, he might just achieve LV5. The second consideration involves the tailed beasts, each of which contains an overwhelming amount of chakra. If he could harness the energy from the tailed beasts, it might also facilitate the ascension of the electromagnetic tree. However, this approach remains untried by Narukami for the time being. With the divine assistance of his electromagnetic powers, the meal was prepared swiftly. Gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes, Narukami contentedly wiped his hands with an apron. He awaited Naruto's return. The lad had gone to find Sasuke, and it was about time he returned. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the door swung open, revealing Naruto. Just as Narukami was about to invite him to dine, he noticed that Naruto appeared somewhat downcast. His head hung low and his spirits seemingly deflated. "Uncle, I'm not hungry. I'll head upstairs to rest," Naruto murmured. Narukami's smile faltered. Since his return to the village, it had been a long time since he had seen Naruto in such a state of despondency. It was as if all the energy had been siphoned from him, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. He had witnessed that version of Naruto before, back when he had just returned to the village and Naruto had endured relentless bullying from the villagers. However, ever since his return, Naruto's condition had improved significantly. That aura of despair and lethargy had long since vanished. What has transpired to bring about such a profound transformation in Naruto's state? The gaze of Kakashi, hidden behind his cat-faced mask, narrowed slightly. He sensed that this matter was far from ordinary. Pushing open the door, he stepped into the courtyard and called out to the gnarled tree standing there, "Kakashi." The branches rustled momentarily, and a figure with white hair and a cat mask emerged. "Future brother, you summoned me." It was indeed Kakashi, tasked by Sarutobi Hiruzen to keep a watchful eye on Naruto. Futaki was well aware of this, but out of respect for Minato, he chose to overlook it. "Naruto's condition is rather peculiar. You have been observing him from the shadows. Have you noticed anything amiss?" Futaki inquired, voicing his concerns. Upon hearing Futaki's words, Kakashi's expression suddenly grew grave, his gray-brown eyes dimming with apprehension. Indeed, a chill ran through Futaki's heart. He sensed that trouble was brewing. Kakashi hesitated, his words caught in his throat, before finally letting out a sigh. "Future brother, perhaps it would be prudent for you to visit the village and take a look for yourself." Chapter 20. Rumors? Are we to witness the tragic repetition of White Fang's fate? Shall we venture into the village? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the expression on Minato's face grew grave. What has transpired in the village? He had remained at home these past few days, refraining from venturing outside. Turning his gaze, he peered out at the hidden leaf village. The world within his sight transformed, resembling a multitude of twisted lines intertwining to connect the entire realm. Amidst these lines, he discerned numerous distinct entities radiating outward. The biological magnetic field, Minato's unique perceptive ability. It was precisely this sensitivity that had enabled him to detect the impending ambush by the roots in advance. An array of unfamiliar biological magnetic fields had emerged nearby. Minato's expression deepened with concern. It seemed imperative to ascertain what had indeed occurred. On the streets of the Hidden Leaf, villagers gathered at the alley's mouth, engaging in fervent discourse, their expressions rife with disdain. That cursed fox, why hasn't it met its demise yet? Indeed, it was that creature that led to the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife, and so many villagers besides. How could the third Hokage tolerate such a beast remaining in the leaf? If I were that fox, I would be so ashamed I would take my own life to avoid such disdain. A torrent of filthy invectives flowed forth, as if they sought to purge their loathing from within. The darkest facets of humanity were laid bare at this moment. Yet, they failed to notice a figure silently passing by them. A fruit vendor disdainfully discarded rotting fruits from his stall into a nearby trash bin. It's all because of that fox. I've had so much spoiled fruit lately. What a stroke of misfortune. Indeed, when will that fox finally perish? This same scene unfolded throughout the entire street. With each few steps, various barbs directed at the fox could be overheard. Sharp and accurate, Minato walked past silently. Having transformed his appearance through a jutsu, appearing merely as an inconsequential passerby. Yet, his hands involuntarily clenched tight. He finally comprehended Naruto's abnormality. Raising his head, he gazed at the village before him. The midday sun cast a warm and comfortable glow, yet he felt an icy chill piercing through him. Countless twisted malevolences, like a swirling black mist, rose from above the village, coalescing into a grotesque grin. Suddenly, Kakashi leapt down from a nearby tree. Before he could utter a word, an icy voice cut through the air. When did this begin? Kakashi's expression stiffened momentarily before he composed himself. Given his understanding of Minato, he recognized that this time, his anger was genuine. It probably began the day before yesterday. At that time, it was merely a localized rumor, but since yesterday, it had escalated, and by today, nearly the entire village. Kakashi refrained from continuing his statement. The rumors regarding Naruto being a demon fox have always existed, yet they have never escalated to such extremes as they have today. This scene has awakened deeply buried memories within him, those past events he wished to keep untouched. Wolfing Mirai's eyes gradually narrowed. Such a widespread dissemination of rumors could not be believed without someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. This reminiscent scenario harkened back to a long-ago incident. Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi's father, known as the White Fang of Konoha, was a ninja revered even by the legendary Sannin. Yet, following a mission failure, he faced the scorn of nearly the entire village. Under such immense pressure, Hatake Tsukumo's beliefs crumbled, leading him to end his own life with the very dagger that had claimed countless enemies. The circumstances of that time bear a striking resemblance to the present. It feels as though an invisible hand is stirring the waters, subtly directing the tide of public opinion. Wolfgang Mirai is acutely aware of the power of such discourse. In his previous life as a corporate drone, he witnessed numerous cases of individuals driven to suicide by online harassment. The bullying perpetrated by an entire village is even more terrifying than cyberbullying. On his way back, Wolfgang Mirai's gaze turned icy. The only entity capable of manipulating the villagers' opinions and profiting from this situation seems to be one, the demon fox. Die. The sudden outburst interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see 4 or 5 children clutching stones, violently hurling them at Naruto's window. Crash. The glass shattered into countless fragments. Stones flew into the room, creating a cacophony of clattering objects. Who are these little brats? Kakashi shouted as he rushed forward. Run. The children, startled by Kakashi's approach, immediately dropped their stones and scattered like birds. Wolfgang Mirai chose not to engage with the children, but swiftly ascended to the second floor, making his way to Naruto's room. Upon opening the door, he found the room in disarray, having been bombarded by stones, with cold air rushing in through the shattered window. Naruto curled up in the corner of the bed, shrouded in his bedding, revealing only a tuft of golden hair. Wolfgang Mirai reached out his hand. As his fingertips brushed against Naruto's hair, the latter flinched and burrowed deeper into his covers. Don't hit me. I'm not a demon fox. Wolfgang Mirai's fingers paused in midair, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. He then gently placed his hand atop Naruto's head, caressing his golden locks. Naruto, it's me, your uncle. Naruto peeked out from his cocoon, his eyes swollen and clearly having shed tears. Am I really a demon fox? He lifted his gaze. His azure eyes filled with longing and injustice. Why does everyone call me a demon fox? What have I done wrong? Wolfing Mirai affectionately tousled his golden hair. Silly nephew. You are certainly not a demon fox. Your uncle will prove it to you. At almost the same moment, in a secluded alley, two members of the root knelt on one knee, reporting to the shadowy figure. Lord Danzo, as per your instructions, everything has been accomplished. The face emerging from the shadows slowly lifted, a sinister smile rendering the scarred left side even more grotesque. Well done. Utilizing public opinion to attack Naruto is precisely the most effective means of retribution. The formidable strength of Wind Wave could easily lead to a repeat of past outcomes through force. However, public sentiment is a different beast. Once a vulnerability is identified, eliminating an adversary becomes remarkably straightforward. And Naruto is the Achilles heel of Wind Wave. Stirring a tempest of public opinion is second nature to Danzo and Root. Many years ago, on a similar afternoon, he employed the same tactic to drive Tsukumo Hatake to his demise. Now, it is merely a repetition of that dark chapter. The malevolent smile on Danzo's grotesque visage grew ever more chilling. Now, all that remains is to await the outcome. How will Wind Wave respond? Now at the heart of this storm of public sentiment? My lord, there is a situation. The sudden report interrupted his thoughts. What? Has Wind Wave made a move? No. It is Uchiha. Chapter 21. Sees the future in an instant. The prospect of earning such easy money is astounding. Merely by berating the fox spirit, one can receive 5,000 taels. Ha ha ha. Even if no reward were forthcoming, I would still take pleasure in scolding the fox spirit. I wonder if that masked ninja will honor his promise. The image of that masked figure, cold and mechanical, flashed in their minds, causing a collective shiver among the commoners. That individual is undoubtedly a terrifying ninja. Surely, they would not renege on their obligation upon the completion of the task. The leader among the commoners pondered. If he was not mistaken, the adversaries likely hailed from a formidable organization within the village. Such an organization would have no need to deceive them for such a paltry reward. As they conversed, several shadows darted forth, encircling them, disseminating rumors and disturbing the village's peace. You are to accompany us to Konoha prison. A figure with a disheveled hairstyle and a stern visage commanded authority, his narrowed eyes betraying a sense of menace. What nonsense! We have done nothing, protested the commoners. There are so many who have insulted the fox spirit. Why are we the only ones being apprehended? Recognizing their captors as members of the Uchiha Guard, the commoners' hearts were laden with a flicker of hope. After all, the ones who had recruited them to spread rumors were no ordinary ninjas. Still daring to argue. Off to Konoha prison with you. With rough handling, the Uchiha swiftly subdued the commoners, pinning them to the ground, rendering them helpless. I was wrong. Spare us. Realization dawned upon them that they had indeed crossed the wrong individuals, and they wept bitterly in supplication. The infamous Uchihas were not like the youthful fox spirit. They were genuinely capable of violence. Enough. Suddenly, several root members appeared, encircling the Uchiha and the commoners. The captured individuals, upon seeing their unexpected saviors, cried out in desperation. Sir, please help us. We do not wish to be taken to Konoha prison. Two Uchiha glanced at the surrounding root members, and despite the overwhelming numbers, they exhibited no sign of trepidation. Since when does Root have the authority to interfere with the affairs of the guard? Their tone was laced with a hint of disdain and provocation. As Uchiha clan members, their deepest disdain was reserved for Danzo and his Root operatives, who incessantly plotted against the Uchiha. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously, growing nearer. From the shadows of the alley emerged a figure, leaning on a cane, the scars on his face rendering him a terrifying sight. Lord Danzo. The four Root members knelt in unison, their tone respectful. If Root lacks the authority to intervene, does this old man not possess the right to act? Danzo disregarded the Root members, his cold gaze fixated on the Uchiha before him. Faced with an overwhelming sense of terror, even the typically unruly members of the Uchiha clan could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. The pressure exerted by Danzo was immense, far beyond what these ordinary Uchihas could endure alone. In the suffocating atmosphere, a sudden voice shattered the oppressive silence. Danzo, I fulfill my duties. Do you intend to interfere? The two surrounded Uchihas, upon hearing this voice, instantly brightened with hope and turned to look back. Shinazai. Danzo narrowed his eyes, fixating on the figure that was slowly approaching. leaning on a cane and bearing a visage lined with age. The difference lay in the piercing black eyes that emanated an intensity incongruous with his years. It was Uchiha Shinazai, the hawkish elder of the Uchiha clan, second only to Fugaku in status. Danzo, these individuals have maliciously spread rumors and disturbed the order of the village. The Uchiha guard intends to take this person in for questioning to maintain the peace of Konoha. Is there an issue with that? His tone was neither servile nor aggressive, carrying a hint of coercion. Yet, despite this, Danzo remained silent. Were it merely these two Uchihas, he could easily exert his influence and forcefully remove a few. However, the arrival of Uchiha Shinazai altered the dynamics significantly. This elder, possessing a daunting level of experience, claimed to have inherited the will of Uchiha Madara and had once orchestrated a coup during the tenure of the second Hokage, Shinju Tobarama. Although his plot had been uncovered and he was imprisoned, it did not diminish his ambition, which had remained dormant until now. Two elderly men, their ages collectively surpassing 120 years, faced each other in the shadowy alleyway. Ultimately, Danzo turned away, leaning on his cane as he began to depart. Uchiha Shinazai held a unique status, representing nearly the entirety of the Uchiha hawkish faction. Now was not the time to sever ties. I should have placed cursed seals on those commoners from the outset. Had the mission been completed swiftly, there would be no complications. Nevertheless, even if the Uchihas were to uncover Root's guidance, it would bear no consequence. The Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent. Their words were hardly worthy of trust. Hisashi would know how to make the right choices. As Danzo departed, several members of Root swiftly vanished, following closely behind. The civilians, now under Uchiha control, appeared utterly despondent. Danzo had left, and they would soon fall into the hands of these deranged Uchihas. What fate awaited them? Unbeknownst to them, should they fall into Danzo's grasp, their end would be far worse, perhaps leaving not even a trace of their remains. Shinazai-sama, why must we assist that individual? After a moment of hesitation, one Uchiha, trailing behind Uchiha Shinazai, carefully chose his words and finally posed the question. Though he refrained from naming the person directly, those present were well aware of whom he referred to, Namikaze Minato. The reason Danzo stirs public opinion is precisely to counteract the influence of Kazekage Naruto. Similarly, Uchiha Shana's arrest of those spreading rumors among the common folk serves the purpose of assisting Kazekage Naruto. This is a silent confrontation, a contest between two formidable forces centered around Kazekage Naruto. However, the Uchiha clan fails to comprehend why the typically proud elder Shana would personally intervene to aid him. It seems that there is little connection between the Uchiha and Kazekage Naruto, does it not? You do not understand. Uchiha Shana's dark eyes are profound. That individual is certainly not as simple as he appears on the surface. If collaboration is possible, it may indeed alter the Uchiha clan's plight that has persisted for years. Ever since Kazekage Naruto visited the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Shana has regarded him with newfound respect. Not long ago, Kazekage Naruto engaged in battle against Danzo's Root division. The battlefield was located not far from Uchiha territory, prompting him to send clan members to investigate, and the intelligence they gathered astonished him greatly. Kazekage Naruto has grown stronger than he was 3 years ago. This conclusion filled him with both surprise and joy. Fugaku, that feeble fellow, remains hesitant. As a hawkish figure, he would not let any opportunity slip by. Kazekage Naruto has already demonstrated his worth. Shana too must respond. He intends to seize the future with his own hands. Chapter 22. Sarutobi Hiruzen was bewildered. To expel the fox spirit from Konoha? Uncle, where are we going? On the streets of Konoha, Naruto clutched Boruto's hand anxiously. Shrinking behind him, he could not comprehend why his uncle had taken him out. The villagers, his cerulean eyes dimmed momentarily, resembling damp embers. Boruto tenderly ruffled Naruto's hair, his voice gentle. My dear nephew, you are not a fox spirit. I will prove it to you. Really? Is that true? Naruto looked up, a glimmer of hope flickering in his otherwise dull eyes. Ever since his birth, the name fox spirit seemed to have accompanied him incessantly. No matter where he went, people scolded him as the fox spirit, blaming him for the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Yet, he had never even met the fourth Hokage, nor did he understand how he could be responsible for their demise. Now, his uncle claimed he would demonstrate that he was not the fox spirit. How would he do that? Naruto pondered timidly within his heart. As they walked, some passersby recognized Naruto, pointing at him in indignation. It's the fox spirit. The moment the accusation rang out, the surrounding villagers turned their gazes towards him, their faces contorted with hatred. Indeed, it is the fox spirit. How dare he show his face? They scoffed. He is the one who caused the deaths of the fourth Hokage and so many villagers. Listening to the venomous words of the villagers, Naruto's eyes, which had just ignited with hope, dimmed once more. Did I truly cause so many deaths? Am I the root of all this suffering? Perhaps I should not even exist. A torrent of anguish and self-recrimination surged within him, momentarily engulfing his fragile spirit. Suddenly, a gentle force graced his shoulder. Nephew, do not heed their words. You are not a fox spirit. Naruto looked up to see Boruto's tender smile. And within those kind eyes, he glimpsed an unfamiliar sense of hope and goodwill. Okay, uncle, he nodded, feeling a resurgence of strength within. Boruto turned, surveying the disdainful villagers around them, his gaze icy. If I hear the term fox spirit uttered again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. His voice was not loud, yet the weight it carried was akin to a heavy mountain, casting an oppressive aura over the villagers. This pressure was not merely a threat. It manipulated the air with electromagnetic force, compressing its density, rendering the weight of the atmosphere increasingly terrifying, almost suffocating. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, and the pale throats of the villagers quivered slightly as they instinctively parted to create a passage, allowing Boruto to lead Naruto through. No one dared to speak. The air was suffocatingly silent. Hand in hand, Naruto followed Boruto quietly down the street. Only after they had departed did the oppressive sensation lingering in the air dissipate. That guy is too domineering. Do they still see the village in their eyes? We must not allow such a menace to exist within our community. We must report this to the Hokage. Yes, let us seek the third Hokage. With so many of us, are we truly afraid of just one? We shall expel the Nine Tails from the village. The crowd buzzed with fervor, their previous timidity now replaced by a tide of shame. This disgrace was also thrust upon the Nine Tails. They were determined to find the Hokage and demand Naruto's exile from Konoha. Initially, it was merely this street. But soon the swelling crowd influenced other villagers. More and more joined their ranks, chanting in indignation, "Nine Tails, get out of Konoha! Nine Tails, get out of Konoha!" The uproar reached Naruto's ears, causing him to halt, tears welling in his eyes. Uncle, every villager in Konoha wished for his departure. Wolfing Minato knelt beside Naruto, tousling his blonde hair. Do not worry, Naruto is not the Nine Tails. Just stay with me. All right. Naruto nodded, yet the clamor behind him still affected him. He pressed his lips together, fighting back the tears that threatened to fall. His uncle had told him that a good child should not merely cry, but must possess the courage to face everything. Lord Danzo, there is trouble in the village. In a shadowy alley. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly upon hearing his subordinate's report. What has happened? It concerns the Nine Tails. The situation has escalated unexpectedly. The villagers are riled up and have united to protest at the Hokage's office, demanding the third Hokage expel the Nine Tails from Konoha. What? Danzo's heart raced. How did things spiral out of control like this? If the villagers all rose in revolt, it would become unmanageable. While those villagers may not understand, he knew all too well that Naruto was not the Nine Tails, but rather the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the most crucial weapon in Konoha's arsenal. Such a vital resource could never be cast out by Hiruzen. If other villages' ninjas discovered this, they would stop at nothing to seize Naruto. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Wasn't the plan merely to manipulate public opinion? How did it turn into a parade? Danzo gritted his teeth, striking the nearby wall in frustration. If this situation escalated further and Hiruzen laid blame at his feet, he would find himself in a precarious position. Yes, it is bluffing Minato. The report quivered with a hint of trepidation. He has been parading the Nine Tails around the village, seemingly inciting the villagers' discord. Wolfing Minato, it is you again. Danzo's eyes flashed red. Uchiha Security Division. We surrender. We surrender. Please do not strike me. The villagers who were brought back, before the Uchiha clan could employ any form of interrogation, were so frightened that they confessed everything in a torrent of words. They disclosed the whereabouts of their roots, the sums of money involved, and the lines they were instructed to say, without the slightest reservation. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. Uchiha Shina's eyes narrowed slightly. This tempest of public opinion was far too peculiar. It was inconceivable that no one was orchestrating it from behind the scenes. The incident involving the White Fang from over a decade ago seemed to have unfolded in a similar manner. Just as he pondered this, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Lord Shina, there is trouble. A member of the Uchiha clan rushed in to report. What is it? The villagers have all risen up, demanding that the Hokage expel Naruto. What? Drive the demon fox away. The demon fox must leave Konoha. The march of the villagers grew ever larger, their momentum escalating, their voices resonating in the skies above Konoha, erupting over the entire village. From his perch among the branches, Kakashi observed this scene, feeling a surge of dread wash over him. His head throbbed painfully. How did it come to this? I must inform the Hokage immediately. At the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engaged in administrative duties, was left motionless upon hearing Kakashi's report. The cigarette holder he had been chewing fell from his mouth. Chapter 23. Naruto, the hero's offspring. What on earth? The villagers are staging a parade? The purpose of this procession is to expel the Jinchuriki from Konoha? What a farce. If he truly manages to oust the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I fear that Hashirama Senju would rise from his grave to strangle him, rolling and scrambling in the process. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze towards the window of the Hokage's office, faintly perceiving a mass of dark figures in the distance, advancing towards this very spot. Phrases like demon fox, get out of Konoha reached his ears with an unsettling clarity. This is disastrous. It is indeed real. He collapsed wearily into his seat, a cold sweat pouring from him, as if he were submerged in water. Danzo, you scoundrel. Hiruzen's eyes momentarily flashed crimson. There was no doubt that this chaos was a direct consequence of Danzo's machinations. Now, how can we possibly resolve this? Uncle. Naruto tightened his grip on the hand of Minato Namikaze, his palm damp with perspiration from anxiety. Behind him, a vast throng of villagers, united in their fury, shouted in unison, Demon Fox, get out of Konoha. He had endured countless instances of bullying. Even while walking down the street, children his age would hurl stones at him. The emptiness within him felt like an enormous black hole, consuming all his vitality. Day after day, he felt like a mere shell of a person. Alone. He would sit on the swing, silently observing those of his age. Yet, even those experiences paled in comparison to the bullying he faced now. Almost all the villagers had gathered to drive him out of Konoha. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong. Why was it that everywhere he went, he was met with disdain and malice from everyone? Why did these adults direct all their animosity towards him? What? A gentle touch on his head pulled him back from his tormenting thoughts. Do not fear. Your uncle is here. Even if the entire world stood against you, your uncle would unwaveringly stand by your side. Naruto's fingers trembled slightly. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and managed to smile. Yes, I am not afraid. Indeed, I have my uncle. Even if everyone despised him, he still had his uncle behind him. With this thought, Naruto felt that the villagers' curses did not seem quite so unbearable. The silhouette of the Hokage building came into view. A large crowd had already gathered there, their emotions running high, eager to storm inside. The Umbu were striving to maintain order. Several masked Umbu were perspiring profusely as they attempted to block the surging crowd. Please remain calm. The Hokage will arrive shortly. This is the Hokage building. We ask everyone to maintain decorum. Kakashi was among those Umbu, his silver hair particularly conspicuous. Yet he too found it difficult to manage the chaotic throng, appearing somewhat flustered. The Hokage is coming. Amidst the throng, an unknown voice called out, prompting the crowd to surge toward the entrance of the Hokage tower. The Umbu found themselves under immense pressure, nearly overwhelmed by the tide of people. Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the entrance, accompanied by the Umbu, and gazed upon the fervent crowd, feeling an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. Internally, he cursed Danzo with fervor. That scoundrel Danzo has caused this mess, and I am left to clean it up, to manage this situation. He had donned the Hokage robe and hat. It had seemed of little consequence now. Before he could utter a word, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Hokage-sama, please expel the nine-tailed fox from Konoha. Yes, and his despicable uncle as well. He has threatened many villagers, abusing his strength. Please ensure he is driven away. Indeed, drive out the fox and his vile uncle. In front of the Hokage tower, Naruto tightened his grip on the hand of Boruto, his head lowered, silently biting his lip. They occupied the only space devoid of people, as the villagers instinctively kept their distance, their eyes filled with disdain. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Inhaling deeply before amplifying his voice with chakra. Everyone, please calm down. If you trust me as your third Hokage, allow me to handle this matter. And I promise to provide you with a satisfactory response. His heartfelt plea quickly bore fruit, as the tumult in the crowd began to subside, the cacophony of dissent diminishing. We naturally trust Hokage-sama, they murmured. He would never allow the nine-tailed fox and his vile uncle to run rampant, after all. The fourth Hokage met his demise because of them. Boruto scoffed, finding amusement in the villagers' words. Naruto is the killer of Minato? If his brother were to return, how would he react upon hearing such slander against the villagers he sacrificed his life to save? Would he laugh? The audacity of Boruto's laughter did not go unnoticed, inciting outrage among the surrounding villagers. What is this fool laughing about? Hokage-sama is right here. Does he think he can act with impunity? Exactly. The nine-tailed fox deserves to die. Anyone associated with him should perish as well. His uncle? His parents? They should all be condemned to death. Surely, anyone who could spawn such a creature cannot be virtuous. Hearing such vile curses, Naruto trembled, feeling as though his very soul had been drained, his eyes devoid of color. He could not forgive himself for allowing his uncle to endure such vitriol, nor for the parents he had never known. Boruto's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the villager who had spoken so callously, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Do you truly know who Naruto's parents are? The parents of the nine-tailed fox? Humph. I am indifferent to the identities of the fox demon's parents, surely. Those who could give birth to such a creature cannot be virtuous. Indeed, the corners of Kazekage Mirai's mouth curled into a deeper smile, yet that enigmatic grin, half mirthful and half sardonic, caused the countenance of Sarutobi Hiruzen to shift abruptly. Mirai, Naruto's identity is unique. It must remain undisclosed for now. Should the enemies of Minato discover it, he would be in grave peril. With me here, Naruto shall never face danger. Kazekage Mirai cast a cold glance at him. She slowly surveyed the villagers surrounding them, and every villager caught in her gaze trembled within. You have persistently cursed Naruto for the demise of the fourth Hokage, but do you truly comprehend Naruto's real identity? Enough, Mirai. Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded, halting her. The demon fox you speak of, his true identity is. Enough. Naruto's identity cannot be revealed at this moment. Kazekage Mirai inhaled deeply. Her voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the Hokage building. Naruto's biological parents are none other than the fourth Hokage and his wife, whom you disparage. He has never been a mere demon fox. He is the son of a hero. Chapter 24. The son of a hero endures bullying. What punishment awaits you, Sarutobi? Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air within the Hokage building, as if it had solidified into ice. Countless villagers bore expressions of shock and disbelief. The Nine-Tails, the son of the fourth Hokage? How could this be possible? The fourth Hokage was the hero who had saved the entire village. How could the Nine-Tails be his offspring? Indeed, what a ridiculous notion. Such a thing could not possibly be true. It must be a fabrication concocted by the Nine-Tails himself. Even the deceased fourth Hokage would not be spared from this nonsense. What an outrageous claim. A cacophony of voices erupted around the Hokage building. The villagers gathered nearby, their eyes wide with incredulity, as though they had encountered a ghost. The fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself to save the village. On the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, he had fearlessly given his life to seal the beast, saving countless lives. How could such a noble ninja possibly be the father of the Nine-Tails? Some villagers turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping that this esteemed third Hokage would decisively expose the lies of Namikaze Minato. The notion that the Nine-Tails was the son of the fourth Hokage, such a thing could not be true. It must be a deception aimed at misleading these kind-hearted villagers. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded before them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was complex, his gray-brown eyes reflecting a hint of ineffable emotion, and he remained silent. Why did the third Hokage not speak? Shouldn't he vehemently refute Minato's claims at this moment? The villagers began to panic. Why would the Hokage, whom they had always respected, display such an expression? Disorder began to ripple through the crowd. The clamor of voices rose from the throng, and soon, another startling revelation emerged. The Umbu, those who had been maintaining order, had all fallen into silence. One silver-haired Umbu member appeared particularly dim, as if all vitality had been drained from him in an instant. This bizarre scene finally quelled the agitated crowd. How could this be? Could it be that the Nine-Tails truly was? The very thought sent a shiver down their spines. What a farce. If the Nine-Tails was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, what did that make them? Beneficiaries of the fourth's grace, only to turn against his son? Namikaze Minato regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with indifference. Hokage, it is time to reveal the truth. This turmoil has spread far and wide, affecting nearly half of Konoha. If Naruto's true identity is not disclosed today, there will be no resolution. A dry smile tugged at the corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. his back hunched, his voice tinged with raspiness. He spoke, "Have you considered the consequences of revealing all this? Minato made countless enemies during the Third Great Ninja War. How many adversaries would Naruto face if his identity were to be exposed? Hokage, I believe you still do not comprehend." Bofang's tone dripped with a hint of sarcasm as he fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. "With my presence, no one shall pose a threat to Naruto." A tremor coursed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, rendering him seemingly older, his visage marred by wrinkles, hanging precariously close to decay. At last, he exhaled a heavy sigh, as though resigning himself to the inevitable truth. He spoke the undeniable fact. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. The crowd erupted in astonishment, a cacophony surpassing any previous uproar resounding throughout the Hokage building. Initially, Bofang's words had merely stirred a flicker of unrest within their hearts. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's verbal acknowledgement, the significance transformed entirely. The boy they had long labeled as the Ninetales was indeed the offspring of the fourth Hokage, the son of the hero who sacrificed his life to save the village. The Ninetales, a hero's progeny? But why had they all referred to him as the Ninetales? What were the origins of these rumors? Such perplexity clouded the minds of numerous villagers. If Naruto was the son of a hero, why had he endured such treatment? Shouldn't the child of the fourth Hokage be afforded the village's utmost privileges, nurtured as a hero's son? Why had Naruto's reality been the complete opposite? Moreover, the most bewildering aspect was, the third Hokage had not intervened throughout this process. It was utterly strange. Because of the Ninetales, a bitterness, unprecedented in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, manifested. At this juncture, he had no choice but to disclose the entire truth. Otherwise, the enraged villagers might turn their ire towards him. On the night of the Ninetales rampage, Minato and Kushina sacrificed their lives to seal the Ninetales within their son, Naruto. This matter was of such grave consequence that any hasty revelation could yield disastrous repercussions. Hence, I had ordered a complete information lockdown regarding the incident. Little did I anticipate that it would devolve into rumors branding Naruto as the Ninetales. If Minato were aware from beyond, he would surely blame me. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The truth finally emerged. The villagers who had learned the reality found it almost impossible to reconcile with such a revelation. They had long cursed the entity responsible for the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, only to discover that the Ninetales was, in fact, their sole son. For years, they had bullied the hero's child. "I am the son of the fourth Hokage." Naruto stood frozen in place, realization dawning upon him that the parents he had never known were indeed the heroes who had saved the entire village. The very fourth Hokage, immortalized on the Hokage Rock. Revered as a hero, he was never the Ninetales. He was the son of a hero. Tears brimmed in his eyes as Naruto bit his lip, striving to suppress his emotions. His uncle had once told him that a man should not weep. Yet, tears, as large as beans, rolled down his cheeks one after another, and he was on the verge of becoming a mere figure of sorrow. Futaba Bofang crouched down gently, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Do not harbor resentment towards your parents. They are the ones who love you most in this world. It was merely a dire situation that forced them to make such a choice." "No, I do not resent them," Naruto replied, wiping the tears off his face. "I am glad. I am not the illegitimate child they described. I have parents, the heroes who saved the village. I just want to see them. I truly long to meet them." The crowd fell into silence. Some quietly wiped their tears, while others clenched their fists in self-reproach. Futaba Bofang rose to his feet, turning to gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Third Hokage, how shall we judge the culpability of allowing the son of a hero to endure bullying from the village?" "Culpability?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened suddenly. "What do you mean? Did Futaba Bofang just direct his accusations at him? As the son of a hero, Naruto should have received the finest education and treatment, yet he received none. Instead, he bore the brunt of unfounded bullying. As the third Hokage, do you not intend to take responsibility for this?" The moment Futaba Bofang's words fell, a cacophony of discussions erupted around them. Indeed, the Hokage must bear some responsibility for Naruto's plight. Exactly. Human hearts are made of flesh. If the Hokage had revealed from the start that Naruto is the son of the fourth, how could we have treated him that way? Villagers began to shift blame among themselves, their guilt over Naruto's identity finding an outlet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's teeth clenched, and the Umbu beside him exchanged glances, sensing the wavering hearts of the people. What do you wish for in compensation? He took a deep breath. The pressure of the situation was beyond his control now. Futaba Bofong smiled faintly. I recall the legacy left by my brother Minato. It seems you have appropriated it. That portion of wealth should be worth at least 500 million ryo. As soon as he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew agitated. How could the wealth left by Minato be that much? Do not make such outrageous demands. Futaba Bofeng's expression turned cold. So, my brother's inheritance has indeed been swallowed by you? Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped back to reality, noticing the strange gazes of the surrounding villagers, and his heart sank. He had fallen into a trap. The portion of Minato's legacy had been used to rebuild the village and compensate the families of the ninjas who died that night. Not a single ryo had entered my pocket, and certainly not as much as 500 million. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger. Now it is 1 billion ryo. Futaba Bofong smirked coldly. Future you. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth, blood pressure rising. Is the suffering that Naruto endured and the inheritance of the Minato couple not even worth 1 billion ryo? Are you unable to produce it? What of the Sarutobi clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into the eyes of Namikaze Minato, where a flame seemed to ignite. He recalled Minato's declaration upon returning to the village, proclaiming that he would reclaim every last bit of his inheritance from the fourth Hokage. Should the Sarutobi clan truly offer a compensation of 1 billion ryo to Naruto, it would undoubtedly lead many of its members to live in frugality. Yet, the current predicament was beyond his capacity to choose. I will send the compensation. Remember, this is for Naruto. He inhaled deeply, his tone calm. Yet his eyes subtly radiated a flicker of intensity. Conversely, Namikaze Minato's gaze remained remarkably indifferent, as if to convey that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 25, Naruto. Uncle will take you to meet your parents. Naruto, bearing the identity of the fourth Hokage's child, received confirmation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since that day, the village has descended into an eerie silence. The villagers, who would normally hurl insults at the Nine Tails, have suddenly become uncomfortably quiet. The term Nine Tails has seemingly transformed into a taboo, vanishing entirely from the streets of Konoha. No longer do people curse the fox. Only the complex silence of the villagers remains. Correspondingly, Naruto has also not been seen in the village for quite some time, as if he too had disappeared along with the very mention of the Nine Tails. Outside the door, Uzumaki Boruto gently knocked. Naruto, it's time for dinner. If you don't come out, the food will get cold. After a moment of silence within the room, a weak voice responded, Uncle, I'm not hungry. I'll go out to eat later. Boruto sighed, rubbing his forehead. You've already said that 3 times. This one do. Naruto is becoming more withdrawn. He rubbed his chin, feeling a headache coming on. He had hoped that revealing Naruto's identity would help him emerge from the shadows, freeing him from the villagers' bullying. However, while the villagers had ceased their torment, Naruto had only grown more isolated. This situation cannot continue. Knowing his true identity as the son of the hero who saved the entire village, Naruto's longing for his parents had reached an overwhelming intensity. It was imperative that something be done. With renewed determination, Boruto pushed open the door and entered the room. Uncle, Naruto lay curled up on the bed, enveloped in his blankets. Upon seeing Boruto enter, he lifted his dull eyes, as if his very soul had been drained. Naruto, would you like to meet them? Boruto asked, sitting at the edge of the bed, gently stroking Naruto's golden hair. Meet them. Naruto's parched lips moved, and he raised his head, a glimmer of hope appearing in his azure eyes. He knew exactly who Boruto referred to, his parents, the fourth Hokage, and his wife. The reason he had locked himself away in his room for these past few days was due to the difficulty in accepting this reality. The legendary fourth Hokage couple, the heroes who saved the village, had sealed the monster that troubled the village within their own child, resulting in his suffering and isolation at the hands of the entire village. Naruto desperately wished to see them. He longed to understand why his parents had made such a choice. Did they deem the village more important than their own child? Uncle, if it's possible, I truly wish to meet them. Even if just for a moment. He gazed hopefully at Boruto. However, that glimmer in his azure eyes quickly dimmed. This was an impossibility. After all, they have been gone for so long. Do not lose heart. Your uncle has a way. The eyes of the Wind Wave Future glimmered like crescent moons. Huh? Is that truly possible? Naruto gasped, his mouth agape. Fear not. When has your uncle ever deceived you? Wind Wave Future turned his gaze to Naruto's abdomen. If his assumptions were correct, his brother had not merely sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto without a plan. Since Naruto was to become the new Jinchuriki, It was evident that in Minato's eyes, he intended for Naruto to inherit the power of the Nine Tails. This tumultuous force, even he held in considerable apprehension, let alone the young Naruto. Based on his understanding of Minato, he surely had left a contingency plan for unforeseen circumstances. By activating that backup, perhaps it would allow Naruto to reunite with his parents. Naruto, relax. Your uncle is about to usher you into an entirely new realm. Whatever transpires, do not be startled. Windway Future gently caressed Naruto's hair, which was nestled in the blankets, his eyes radiating warmth. Naruto nodded vigorously. As long as he could see his parents, he would be willing to do anything. The next moment, zing, a blue arc of electricity crackled through Naruto's hair, and his mind sank into darkness. He collapsed unconscious. Alas, at Naruto's current age, the only way to enter the ceiling space was to render him unconscious. Windway Future gazed at the fainted Naruto with a tinge of sorrow. At this stage, Naruto had likely not yet encountered the Nine Tails within him. To allow his consciousness to enter the ceiling space, he had to plunge him into a deep slumber. After executing this, Windway Future's gaze lingered on Naruto's abdomen, his expression suddenly grave. Next, he too would enter. Lifting the fabric from Naruto's midsection, Windway Future placed his palm upon the black 8-trigram seal. In a dim and damp expanse, Naruto drowsily opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Where's this? How did I arrive here? An unfamiliar shadowy space stretched infinitely, with a shallow layer of water covering the ground, ripples emanating from his body. Could this be the place Uncle spoke of? Naruto's azure eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Uncle said that upon reaching this location, he would finally meet his parents. This must be it. However, it did not seem inhabited. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Could it be that after their passing, his parents resided in such a place? Suddenly, a warm hand rested on his shoulder. Fear not. Your uncle will certainly ensure you meet them. Uncle. Naruto turned to see that familiar smiling face. You came in too? Of course. Windway Future replied with a smile. When your uncle promises that you will meet them, he will undoubtedly fulfill that promise. His eyes narrowed slightly, fixating on the immense iron gate in the distance, where a ceiling symbol was affixed to the lock. If he were not mistaken, the contingency left by Minato would only be activated during the turmoil of the Nine Tails chakra. The purpose was to assist Naruto in subduing the rampaging beast. In such a case, triggering it would indeed be quite straightforward. Behind the sealed gate, a pair of enormous, otherworldly eyes slowly lifted, as if sensing a looming threat, lingering upon the form of Boruto. It's you. The Nine Tails' pupils constricted in shock. Boruto had unexpectedly arrived here. He had never harbored any fondness for this individual. Though he was Minato's brother, his temperament was far more domineering, frequently associating with Kushina to hone his own powers. The haunting memories surged forth in an instant. The Nine Tails gritted its teeth in humiliation. Just as it was about to utter something, Boruto flashed a grin. Nine Tails, allow me to test your strength. Boom. In the midst of Naruto's astonished gaze, a blue arc of lightning flickered, and Boruto's form became a mere flash, appearing instantaneously above the Nine Tails, delivering a mighty punch. The Nine Tails collapsed instantly, accompanied by a sickening crunch. Its visage contorted, teeth shattered into fragments. Chapter 26. The Defeat of the Nine Tails. The Emergence of Minato. Humiliation. A frenzied humiliation. The Nine Tails felt a searing pain across its cheek. Here stands the illustrious Nine Tails, the mightiest among the tailed beasts, reduced to being struck down by a mere human-s fist. Even if the assailant is Namikaze Minato, it does not diminish this indignity. With a colossal and outrageously thick orange claw, it descended from the sky with ferocity, aiming to strike down Minato like swatting a mosquito. Whoosh! The Nine Tails missed its mark. Just as it turned to search for Minato's presence, a surge of violent energy erupted from its right cheek, causing its body to lose balance and crash heavily to the left. A massive white canine tooth shattered and was propelled into the air amidst a spray of saliva. As a tailed beast, its life is a manifestation of concentrated chakra. Teeth, too, are an embodiment of chakra and can be mended with it. Yet, such humiliation was utterly intolerable for the Nine Tails. Since the battle began, it had been on the receiving end of relentless assaults. Minato, you shall regret provoking me. With its otherworldly crimson eyes ablaze with fury, the Nine Tails bared its fangs and roared at Minato, who stood upon the ground below. Are you ready to get serious? A fierce battle intent surged within Minato's eyes. Since his return, aside from a few foolish members of the Root, no adversary had compelled him to unleash his full potential. The dormant bloodlust within him began to awaken. Clenching his right fist, blue currents of electricity danced around his body. And under the stimulation of this energy, the muscles beneath his clothing began to pulse with a palpable rhythm. His golden locks swayed wildly in the tempestuous winds created by the surging electricity. Sea Tiger explosive fist. The ground beneath erupted into a tumultuous gale as Minato, enveloped in blue electricity, thrust his right fist with tremendous force towards the abdomen of the Nine Tails. In that moment, the Nine Tails hunched over, its face contorted in agony. If it were a true living being, it might have expelled the acidic contents of its stomach. Swift. Too swift. Minato's speed was so astonishing that the Nine Tails could hardly perceive it. Unlike the space-time movements of Minato's velocity was a pure manifestation of accelerated might. Like a cannonball fired at peak velocity, it crashed violently against its body. This astonishing spectacle was witnessed from afar by Naruto, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground in disbelief. Uncle, is he truly this formidable? That massive fox must be the monster the villagers spoke of, the one that wreaked havoc upon the village. A creature that even the entire village could not subdue was being mercilessly struck down like a disobedient pet beneath his uncle's might. Nine Tails, you are weaker than I envisioned, and it seems your chakra is significantly diminished. With one foot planted upon the fallen Nine Tails' head, Minato surveyed it with a condescending gaze. His voice tinged with a hint of regret. This Nine Tails appeared incomplete. He had once seen the full Nine Tails within Kushina. The overwhelming presence and chakra were far superior to the one before him. Yet what a shame. The Nine Tails clenched its teeth, its vertical pupils ablaze with an uncontrollable fury. Not only had it endured a merciless beating, but it was also subjected to the scornful humiliation of the Wind Future. This disgrace evoked memories of an exceedingly detestable individual. That person, while proclaiming that its power was too formidable and needed to be sealed away, had the audacity to grasp it in their palm as if it were a mere chick. Clearly, the strength of Wind Future was still far from that of the aforementioned individual. Nonetheless, when it came to the capacity for humiliation, they were nearly equal. As rage ignited within, the Nine Tails opened its mouth, releasing a shrill sound that crescendoed in pitch, as a sphere of pure, pitch-black chakra materialized, rapidly expanding from nothingness. Was it about to unleash the tailed beast ball? Wind Future furrowed his brow slightly, although he harbored no fear of the tailed beast ball's might. Allowing the Nine Tails to actually conjure it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge, especially with Naruto still nearby. He raised his palm, aiming at the dark, enigmatic ceiling space. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Amidst Naruto's astonished gaze, a silver wave surged forth from the abyssal confines of the ceiling space, undulating like a tumultuous sea. The Nine Tails, poised to unleash the tailed beast ball, was momentarily stunned by the sight. What on earth? What is this? It worked. Wind Future's smile brightened with joy. Just as he had anticipated, even within the ceiling space, he could utilize this technique. If his sister-in-law Kushina could summon the adamantine ceiling chains from within, then why couldn't he call forth the magnetic fluid waves? The roiling magnetic fluid, resembling a viscous silver liquid, erupted into a massive bulge upon contact with the vicinity of the Nine Tails. Two robust metallic arms emerged, seizing the Nine Tails by the jaw, and then they crushed down with tremendous force. A jarring crunch echoed as the Nine Tails' mouth was abruptly forced shut, swallowing the charged-tailed beast ball into its own belly. The expression of the Nine Tails twisted in an instant. The sudden assault left it no time to react, causing the charged-tailed beast ball to spiral out of control. Its abdomen inflated violently, resembling an orange balloon filled to its limit. After reaching its peak, it slowly deflated, transforming into a shriveled, wrinkled belly. The remaining magnetic fluid filled the space between the two arms, coalescing into a colossal metallic giant, which swung its iron fists down heavily upon the Nine Tails' cheek. Repeatedly battered, the Nine Tails found it nearly impossible to resist. The tide of battle had turned decisively against it. Wind Future, arms crossed, stood atop the head of the silver giant, gazing down upon the Nine Tails, which was being mercilessly pummeled. The magnetic fluid was his most frequently employed ability. The nano-sized magnetic solid particles possessed the almost limitless potential to combine into any object. During the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War, he had used this very technique to leave Rasha questioning his existence. In terms of combinatorial power, how could sand and gold ever compare to magnetic fluid? Now, deployed against the Nine Tails, it proved equally effective. Outside, The small Naruto witnessed the scene and instinctively covered his eyes with his fingers. It was dreadful, truly horrific. The Ninetales had been beaten into an unrecognizable state, its mouth unable to close. Were it a human? It might not even be identifiable by its own mother at this moment. On top of the silver giant, the brow of the future wind wave furrowed slightly. At this point, had the contingency left by Minato yet to be triggered? The chakra of the Ninetales was teetering on the brink of chaos. A faint crimson chakra slowly rising from above its body, an almost palpable sense of oppression lingering in this sealed space. Yet, even so, Minato's backup plan had still not been activated. The intensity was insufficient. More punishment was required. Suddenly, part of the magnetorheological fluid that composed the silver giant disintegrated, transforming back into waves of fluid that surged towards the Ninetales. Countless resilient metal threads shot forth from the waves, ensnaring the Ninetales' limbs and Ninetales, and then they tightened violently. The Ninetales' body was constricted by the metal threads, creating protrusions, while its smooth orange fur, caught in the gaps, accentuated alluring curves. The Ninetales attempted to struggle. However, with the slightest movement, its body felt weak. The future wind wave was quite adept at the art of binding. Then, the future wind wave commanded the metal giant beneath him to move beside the Ninetales, and the metal arm morphed into a colossal chainsaw, buzzing ominously. The Ninetales panicked. Writhing its body. What do you intend to do to me? The massive chainsaw passed beneath the Ninetales, aimed squarely between its legs. The vibrations it emitted causing a tingling sensation in the Ninetales' lower region. Blame Minato for setting such stringent activation conditions. The future wind wave remained composed. He could not use the corpse sealing technique to divide the Ninetales, but he possessed some knowledge of physical dismemberment. Perhaps, if he could saw the Ninetales into several pieces, it might trigger Minato's contingency. The Ninetales was on the verge of madness. No longer able to care about the weakness from struggling, it thrashed wildly. No, I don't want to be torn apart. The chainsaw was now perilously close, and the Ninetales felt its lower body growing numb. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring the golden hair of the future wind wave. The whirring chainsaw came to an abrupt halt. The entire ceiling space seemed to fall silent in that instant. The future wind wave gazed at the golden-haired figure that had appeared before him, a sudden pang of emotion in his nose. The golden-haired youth smiled gently. Future, you have returned. Chapter 27. For the reunion of the future, the same golden hair, a visage strikingly similar, and even those azure eyes bore an uncanny resemblance. As Win's future gazed upon the face he had not seen for 3 long years, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him, yet he managed to suppress them. In the end, he nodded. Yes, I have returned. This marked the first encounter with Wave's Watergate after a 3-year separation, although it was merely a manifestation of chakra. The appearance remained identical, retaining the memories of Watergate's life. The reunion between brothers seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words, yet silence enveloped them. Watergate's gaze drifted past Win's future, landing on Naruto behind him. For reasons unknown, a tremor flickered in his eyes. He is your son, Naruto. Surely, after 3 years apart, you haven't forgotten your own child. Win's future remarked with a smile. In a flash, Watergate vanished. When he reappeared, it was before Naruto. Instinctively, Naruto recoiled, but as he took in the figure before him, tears welled up in his eyes. You are my father? He had seen Watergate's likeness in the Hokage rock, in photographs hanging in the Hokage office, and through the descriptions of his uncle. Yet he had never truly encountered him until now. Upon hearing those 2 words from Naruto, Watergate could no longer contain himself and embraced Naruto tightly. Naruto, I am your father. After 3 years of separation, father and son finally reunited in this heartfelt embrace. These past 3 years had been harrowing for Naruto. From behind, a soft voice resonated from Win's future. He was recognized by the villagers as the demon fox that brought calamity, enduring the bullying of the entire village. As Win's future recounted Naruto's plight, Watergate's hands gradually clenched into fists. How could this be? His eyes tinged with red. Did the 3rd Hokage not intervene at all? Why did he allow Naruto to suffer so much? Amidst his pain and guilt, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He had sealed the Ninetales within Naruto with the hope that one day he would harness this power and become the hero of the village. Yet, it seemed that the situation had entirely reversed. Naruto's childhood had been fraught with misery. I am fine, Naruto said, displaying remarkable maturity as he wiped away Watergate's tears. Yet, the more he reassured Watergate, the deeper the guilt festered within him. He could not comprehend why Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, had been so negligent. Win's Future lifted his gaze to Naruto, hesitating for a moment before letting out a sigh. Watergate, the legacy you left behind has been devoured by them. Leaving nothing for Naruto. Silence enveloped Watergate. He remained mute. However, the fingers resting on Naruto's shoulder trembled slightly. Naruto, do you hate me? His selfish act of sealing the nine tails within Naruto had led to the immense suffering endured by the young boy. Merely listening to the description of the future by Namikaze Minato, one could feel an overwhelming sense of suffocating anguish. Such experiences, even for an adult, would likely be unbearable. How much more so for a mere 3-year-old Naruto? He was mistaken. He felt an absurd sense of wrongness. No, I do not harbor hatred. Naruto shook his head. Initially, he struggled to comprehend why his parents would commit such a cruel act as sealing the nine tails within him. However, he has come to understand. They must have wished for their son to become a hero, much like themselves. Tears streamed down Minato's face as he embraced Naruto once more. A blissful smile danced on Naruto's lips. Is this the warmth of a family embrace? How comforting. The two held each other for a long while before reluctantly parting. Thank you, Future. If you had not returned, I would not have known how to face Naruto. Minato's voice was laced with regret. He felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Naruto. No, it is I who returned too late. The Future of the Namikaze shook his head. The one who should apologize is he. By the way, you seem stronger now than 3 years ago, don't you? Minato chuckled as he playfully thumped his chest. The battle against the Nine Tails had resonated within the ceiling space as well, though there was an element of the Nine Tails underestimating him. The ability to subdue the beast in such a manner was a testament to his strength. Indeed, despite a few unforeseen circumstances. My abilities have significantly improved since 3 years ago. Is that so? Minato's eyes glimmered with emotion. Has my younger brother surpassed me? With you present, I can finally rest easy. The Future of the Namikaze's expression grew serious as he solemnly inquired what truly transpired that night. He had investigated the Night of the Nine Tails numerous times, gathering extensive intelligence from Kakashi and the Uchiha clan. Yet, it was still insufficient. As the most crucial eyewitness, Minato was undoubtedly the one who understood the intricacies of that night best. That night? Perhaps due to the painful memories it evoked, Minato's gaze turned cold. I was beside Kushina during her labor when we were suddenly ambushed. The assailant wore a tiger-striped mask and possessed spatial time abilities rivaling my own, so it truly was a matter of space-time? The Future of the Namikaze's expression grew grave. As he had surmised, only an adversary with similar spatial time capabilities could have left Minato so flustered. The enemy was formidable, exploiting my concern for Naruto to abduct Kushina, who had just given birth. Minato recounted the events with meticulous detail, striving to convey every crucial point. His current form had a limited time frame, and he could only afford to highlight the essentials. The mysterious masked man harbored a deep-seated hatred for Konoha, self-identifying as Uchiha Obito, and wielded the Manjiki Sharingan. As Minato's narrative unfolded, the Future of the Namikaze's understanding of the enemy from that fateful night became increasingly vivid. In a moment of hazy reverie, a figure adorned with a tiger-striped mask materialized before him. The mask's crimson Sharingan glimmered with a chilling smile. Namikaze Minato's gaze was unwavering and icy. Undoubtedly, the masked man responsible for such deeds would become the greatest adversary of his future, regardless of who the individual might be. He would not relent. The future beckoned, and time was slipping away. Minato's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. His body, formed from chakra, began to dissolve into a soft glow of white light. Has it arrived so soon? Futuristic waves of melancholy washed over him. Time moved faster than he had anticipated. I entrust Naruto to you, Minato said with a faint smile. Even as an inadequate brother, I implore you one last time. With a hum, his gradually dissipating form transformed into countless white orbs, ascending toward the enigmatic heights of the ceiling space. Dad! Naruto lunged forward, but grasped only emptiness as the light passed through him. Tears streamed down his face. He was utterly desolate. Why so soon? There are so many things I wish to say. Why couldn't you wait for me to finish? Bowing down, Futuristic gently caressed Naruto's golden hair. Do not fret, Naruto. One day in the future, you shall meet again. Really? Truly? Naruto wiped his tears. But Dad and Mom are all ready. Oh, you foolish child. Who told you that the dead cannot return to life? Futuristic playfully flicked Naruto's forehead, his eyes glimmering like crescent moons. This world is vast, brimming with wondrous mysteries. Even I, your uncle, have yet to uncover them all. Perhaps there exists a technique that can revive the deceased. Is that so? Naruto's heart raced. If Dad and Mom could really come back. That day will surely come, Futuristic smiled as he gazed into the distance. He spoke not without conviction. As far as he knew, Orochimaru possessed a forbidden jutsu that could resurrect the dead, albeit imperfectly. Yet, it remained a glimmer of hope. This world was immense, teeming with extraordinary wonders awaiting his exploration. Perhaps one day he would uncover the perfect method to restore the departed. When that time arrived, the reunion of Naruto's family would no longer be a mere fantasy. Therefore, Naruto, you must muster your strength. If your older brother and sister-in-law return and see you in such a despondent state, they would surely be disheartened. Understood, uncle. Naruto's demeanor transformed, brimming with enthusiasm. For our future reunion, let us make a pinky promise. Futuristic extended his pinky finger, and Naruto linked his own. For our future reunion. Chapter 28. The Hidden Cloud signs the peace agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen in high spirits at the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen continually massaged his temples. Yet he found no relief from his headache. In recent times, the village had been engulfed in a multitude of events. The experiences of these past few days had even surpassed the entirety of the previous years. First, the long-lost Uchiha Futaba returned with a vengeance, causing a commotion in the Hokage office alongside Naruto. Then, Danzo's assassination attempt on Uchiha Futaba not only failed but resulted in the loss of his left eye. Following that was a tempest of public opinion. The mere thought of the absurd uproar ignited by this incident made Hiruzen's teeth grind in frustration. That fool Danzo. He should have been completely sidelined from the very beginning. Subsequent investigations by the Umbu revealed that the villagers' widespread uproar was entirely orchestrated by Danzo behind the scenes. It can be said that without Danzo's reckless actions, the situation would not have escalated into the ensuing protests. Had it not been for the need to placate the enraged villagers, he would not have had to disclose Naruto's identity. Now, the consequences were laid bare. Within the village, his reputation began to plummet at an alarming rate. Once regarded as the amiable third Hokage, a hero who stepped up to shoulder the village's burdens following the untimely demise of the fourth Hokage, he now found public sentiment turning against him. With the revelation of Naruto's true identity, the narrative among the villagers began to skew. After the Night of the Nine Tails, when the village lay in ruins, he had ordered a vigorous promotion of Minato's deeds, portraying him as the hero who sacrificed his life to save the village. Initially, this strategy proved effective, swiftly stabilizing the tumultuous hearts of the people. Yet now, the backlash had begun. The exposure of Naruto's identity turned those villagers who considered themselves beneficiaries of the Fourth's legacy against the third Hokage. Many others among the villagers also began to waver. His reputation was in freefall. Even with the Umbu's attempts to steer public opinion, the results were minimal. Hiruzen ground his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for that fool Danzo, how could things have spiraled into such chaos? Fortunately, as long as this peace agreement was signed, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Gazing at the document quietly resting on the Hokage's desk, Hiruzen's face broke into a broad smile. This peace agreement had been presented by an envoy from the Hidden Cloud village that very morning, aimed at concluding the prolonged war that had persisted for years. Following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, most of the major ninja villages had withdrawn from the conflict, with one notable exception, the Hidden Cloud village. Those brutes were relentless, refusing to cease their hostilities until they achieved their goals, continuing to engage in fierce battles along the border even after the main theater of war had concluded. This war had drained a significant portion of Konoha's manpower and resources. At last, it was coming to an end, with the Hidden Cloud village taking the initiative to step back. This held a vastly different significance. Hiruzen's smile deepened further. The remarkable wisdom and might of our esteemed leader are vividly manifested as he deeply embodies the spirit of the will of fire. Guided by this principle, he unites the villagers, instilling in them a steadfast determination to overcome adversities and triumph over external foes. The Hidden Cloud village even sent a delegation to publicly participate in the signing ceremony of the peace treaty. At that moment, all villagers will have the honor of witnessing the illustrious moment of their respected third Hokage. As for the rumors, what rumors? Our esteemed third Hokage, ever diligent and devoted to the village, has just concluded years of relentless warfare, exemplifying the profound essence of the will of fire. It is merely a slight oversight regarding the legacy of Minato, yet compensation shall not be withheld. Isn't it true that public perception can be shifted? I must express my gratitude for your timely arrival to sign the peace treaty. It has indeed been a tremendous assistance. Gazing at the peace agreement on the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged visage broke into an even broader smile. Signing a peace treaty? at Ichiraka Ramen as Naruto savored the delicious noodles alongside his companion. The ever-enthusiastic Boruto paused momentarily at SHBU's words. Indeed, it was said that the Hidden Cloud Village had voluntarily ceased hostilities and dispatched a delegation to participate in the ceremony. The mere thought of the impending end of the war ignited a jubilant excitement within him. SHBU rubbed his hands together, twisting and turning like seaweed in anticipation. The cessation of war gradually dissipated the gloom that had shrouded the village. The atmosphere, both inside and outside the establishment, was brimming with joy. Who could have anticipated such a significant development occurring recently? With his right hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, Boruto gazed into the distance, pondering. The Hidden Cloud Village, as he recalled, was notoriously formidable. His brother, Minato, earned his illustrious reputation in battles against that very village. More specifically, it was against foes known as the AB brothers, one of whom ascended to become the fourth Hokage, while the other was an exceptionally rare perfect Jinchuriki. By all accounts, the Hidden Cloud Village must possess unprecedented strength. Why would they choose to halt the war voluntarily? Surely, continuing the conflict would be more advantageous for them. Our great hero's son. This is a custom-made tonkatsu ramen for you, one of a kind. Just as Boruto was deep in thought, SHBU cheerfully placed an extravagantly generous bowl of ramen before Naruto. While it was labeled as ramen, it could easily be mistaken for an all-you-can-eat buffet. The bowl was nearly the size of a basin, overflowing with an array of exquisite toppings, emanating an irresistible aroma. Wow, is this for me? Naruto's eyes widened in amazement, saliva uncontrollably flowing. I mean, SHBU, this is a bit excessive. Boruto's lips twitched slightly. Who could possibly finish such a massive serving? That won't do. This is a special edition made just for our hero's son. There's only this one. SHBU laughed, affectionately tousling Naruto's golden hair. All right, thank you. And SHBU, I'm going to dig in. Call me sister. The face of SHBU darkened. Sister. Wolfgang Mirai revealed a maternal smile. Ever since Naruto's identity as the son of Minato was unveiled, the villagers' attitude towards him underwent a profound transformation. The term demon fox has become buried in the annals of history. Now, when villagers speak of Naruto, they refer to him as that unfortunate child, the sole son of the fourth Hokage, the child of a hero, and so forth. Even while walking down the street, one can see villagers gazing at his back, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Should any mischievous child dare to throw stones at Naruto, they would undoubtedly face a fierce reprimand from the adults. Amidst the cries of unruly children, one could hear reprimands such as, "That child is the only son of the fourth Hokage. How dare you bully the son of the Hokage? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Wolfgang Mirai couldn't help but ponder what Naruto's childhood would have been like had Sarutobi Hiruzen not concealed his identity. Would the enemies Minato had made truly be able to breach the defenses of the Hidden Leaf Village and harm Naruto under the watchful eyes of the Mini-Umbu? It was evident that a mere title could have granted Naruto a vastly different childhood. Yet, he chose not to take that path. Now that I have returned, Naruto's childhood shall be different. Wolfgang Mirai looked at Naruto, who was devouring ramen with gusto, and smiled gently. Chapter 29. Naruto yearns for a heroic rescue. Uncle wholeheartedly approves. Today, the village of Konoha is bustling with extraordinary excitement. The streets and alleys are thronged with onlookers, and even the elderly, who seldom venture out, are assisted by their grandchildren to join the festivities. The entire village is suffused with an air of joy. For today marks the momentous occasion of the signing of a peace treaty between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha. To commemorate this grand moment and celebrate the definitive end of war, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has spared no expense in organizing a celebratory ceremony. The top of the Hokage building has been meticulously adorned. Crimson ribbons are elegantly draped from either side, converging in the center. Below, the villagers gaze up with eyes brimming with delight and reverence for the future. Dressed in a pristine Hokage ceremonial robe and donning the Hokage hat, Sarutobi Hiruzen stands atop the building, basking in the adulation of the villagers. This magnificent scene has not been witnessed since Minato's ascension to the position of fourth Hokage. At last, is it my turn? A soft chuckle escapes from the lips of the observant Boruto, who stands below. His irreverent display immediately catches the attention of the surrounding villagers, who cast him glares filled with indignation. Yet, upon recognizing his identity, they sheepishly avert their gazes. What a jest! This individual is none other than the uncle of the hero's son, the younger brother of the fourth Hokage. Offending such a formidable personage could lead to dire consequences. Uncle, Why are you laughing? Naruto, cradled in Boruto's arms and also watching the scene atop the Hokage building, tilts his head in confusion. He cannot comprehend why his uncle finds it amusing when everything seems perfectly normal. Don't you find it funny, Naruto? Boruto grins, playfully pinching his cheek. Before the envoy from the other village arrives, our Hokage appears like a fool, standing there vacantly atop the building. With Boruto's words resonating in his mind, Naruto looks back at the Hokage building, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's image accepting the villagers' cheers suddenly takes on a different hue. Standing solitary on the rooftop, glancing about and waving at intervals, he does indeed seem rather dim-witted. A laugh escapes Naruto as well. Viewed in this light, the Hokage does seem quite silly. The surrounding villagers wish they could find a hole to hide in. Could this truly be something they are allowed to overhear? The figure atop the building is the third Hokage of Konoha. It is likely that only these two could audaciously utter such blasphemous words in public. In Boruto's smiling eyes, there lies a hint of disdain. With the envoy from the hidden cloud village yet to arrive, Sarutobi Hiruzen's display of welcome, bordering on obsequiousness, undoubtedly diminishes his stature. Such a lapse is a significant blunder in the diplomatic relations between the two villages. The youthful shinobi of yore would surely never have erred in this manner. Time, indeed, is the most merciless weapon. Atop the Hokage building, a sense of urgency permeated the air. What is happening? The envoy from the hidden cloud village is nearly here. Yet where is Naruto and his companions? Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in the Hokage hat, furrowed his brow and chastised his subordinates. This moment is crucial for the diplomacy between our villages. The signing of the peace treaty would not only extricate the Hidden Leaf village from the quagmire of war, but would also enhance my standing within the village. How could Naruto not attend such an important occasion? What could possibly be more pressing than this? Lord Hokage, it is Lady Hinata's birthday today. Lord Naruto is preoccupied with the celebrations for her birthday feast, one subordinate stammered. Such a trivial reason. Hiruzen's brow momentarily deepened. Could it be that Naruto has grown so indifferent to his duties? Is Hinata's birthday celebration truly of greater significance than the signing of a peace treaty? Alas, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud village is soon to arrive, and I cannot afford to squander time on such matters. I shall set aside thoughts of Naruto for now. A few minutes later, the long-awaited envoy from the Hidden Cloud village finally arrived. The leader of the Cloud Shinobi, with his head wrapped in a bandage and the emblem of the Hidden Cloud village adorning his forehead protector, obscured his right eye, while a dark beard framed his chin. Third Hokage, my sincerest apologies for my tardiness. Though you may have arrived a few minutes late, you have brought peace, Hiruzen exclaimed, smiling as he clasped the hand of the Cloud leader. As night fell, the bustling activity of the day began to fade. The Hidden Leaf village was quieter than usual. The moon hanging solitary in the night sky, devoid of stars. Be cautious, we must not be discovered. Near the Hyuga clan's vicinity, several cloaked ninjas were stealthily retreating. At the forefront was none other than the leader who had signed the peace treaty earlier that day. At this moment, he held the unconscious Hinata under his arm. Ha! Those fools truly believed we were here to negotiate peace, unaware that this is all part of Lord Wretched's scheme. If we bring this girl back, we can unravel the secrets of the Byakugan. The leader's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Everything is proceeding remarkably smoothly. The Hyuga clan just so happens to be hosting a birthday celebration today, leading to a lax defense. Some clan members were even inebriated and fast asleep. Under such circumstances, they successfully infiltrated the Hyuga compound and incapacitated Hinata, who had merely stepped out for a moment. Now, while we remain undetected, if we can bring this girl back, Lord Wretched will reward us handsomely. The group followed their predetermined route, leaping across rooftops like phantoms. Meanwhile, feeling parched after consuming an excessive amount of ramen earlier, Naruto groggily rose from his bed in search of water. As he gulped down a few mouthfuls, his gaze fixated on the window, his eyes quivering as if he had encountered a specter. Suddenly, a cup of water slipped from his grasp, shattering into fragments. What had he just witnessed? A group of masked ninjas leapt ominously across the rooftop, one of them clutching a girl under their arm. There are villains. Uncle. Naruto instinctively sought to dash into the room of the future of the wave wind. Just then, a large hand emerged from the shadows, ruffling his hair. Do not worry. I have been aware of this for quite some time. Bofeng Mirai smiled as he stepped into the dim light. An unfamiliar aura intruded upon his senses. Among them, several appeared to be members of the Cloud Hidden delegation, who had signed a peace treaty earlier that day. The situation was becoming intriguing. Uncle, let us hurry to rescue that girl, Naruto urged, tugging at his arm. Although he was uncertain of their identities, it was clear they were nefarious. If that girl were taken away, her fate would undoubtedly be grim. Since Naruto had spoken up, Bofeng Mirai smiled. These individuals held a unique status. If they were to be killed, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely be enraged. But then again, what of it? Chapter 30, Electromagnetic Railgun. Naruto is determined to assist his uncle in confronting the villains. Naruto, you should stay here. It might be dangerous later, his uncle cautioned. No, I want to go with you. Naruto fervently shook his head. We are going into battle, and for your safety. Your uncle can only feel at ease if you remain here. Bofeng Mirai lovingly ruffled Naruto's hair. Although the strength of those cloud shinobi was not overwhelmingly formidable, they still posed a significant threat to Naruto at this moment. He could not bear to watch his nephew fall into peril. I have this, Naruto exclaimed, rushing to the bedside table and rummaging through it until he produced a metallic device, proudly waving it in front of Bofeng Mirai. The silver body of the gun gleamed ominously under the moonlight. Its grip featured a trigger, and two elongated metallic rails formed the barrel's shape. Electromagnetic Railgun. It was a weapon gifted to Naruto by Bofeng Mirai for self-defense on his birthday. I almost forgot you had this. Bofeng Mirai's eyes crinkled with delight. This weapon, which he had personally developed, seamlessly integrated the chakra system with scientific principles. The device stored chakra, converting it into high-voltage electricity, which, through the accelerated rails, could unleash bullets at astonishing speeds. If utilized unexpectedly, even a Nin could find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Yet, merely possessing such a weapon did not entirely assuage his uncle's worries. In the dim night, a thick, viscous silver fluid began to seep from behind Bofeng Mirai, flowing and coalescing until it gradually transformed into a figure resembling him. Protect Naruto, Bofeng Mirai commanded. Yes, the figure's body dissolved into the sticky silver fluid, merging into Naruto's shadow. What is this, uncle? Naruto asked, startled, lifting his foot. Within his shadow lurked something peculiar, its color deeper than usual. You will find out soon. Bofeng Mirai smiled, tousling Naruto's hair. Magnetic fluid clone. This was an entity clone he had developed, centered around magnetic fluid. Compared to regular techniques like shadow clone or water clone, it possessed remarkable abilities. We must depart, Naruto. Bofeng Mirai embraced him. Okay. Naruto closed his eyes. Whoosh. The two vanished, leaving only the cold wind from outside to stir the curtains in the empty room. Hurry, while those fools are still oblivious. If we can just bring this girl back to the village, unimaginable wealth awaits. In the shroud of night, the leader of the cloud-hidden village, with a fainted Hinata in tow, greedily licked his lips. The Byakugan. If we can unravel the mysteries of this bloodline, the cloud village will experience an unprecedented flourishing. At the very least, we can exploit this girl to breed a multitude of descendants with the Byakugan, generation after generation. We might just give rise to an entirely new clan of shinobi possessing the Byakugan in the Cloud Village. Boss, it seems there's a situation ahead. The voice of a subordinate jolted him from his reverie. What is going on? The leader of the Cloud Ninjas frowned in displeasure. This route had been meticulously chosen. And given that it was the dead of night, with no sign of active ninjas in the entire Leaf Village, what could possibly be happening? It seems. There are people ahead. People. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas was taken aback, following the direction pointed out by his subordinate. His eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Two blondes. Are they blocking our path? After several scrutinizing glances, he finally confirmed he wasn't mistaken due to nerves. Indeed. There were two blondes standing in their way. Were they seeking death? Just the two of them dared to obstruct his path? The Cloud Ninja leader showed no intention of yielding, accelerating straight towards them. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he gripped his kunai, thrusting it down viciously. Wolfing Future's lips curled into a slight smile. So you've chosen not to evade but instead charge straight at me? How intriguing. He waved his right hand, and a flash of blue electricity crackled through the air. Bang. The charging leader of the Cloud Ninjas suddenly felt as though his abdomen had been struck by a cannonball. His face contorting in agony, nearly regurgitating his breakfast from earlier. Like a broken kite, he arced through the night sky and crashed to the ground some distance away. Boss. The Cloud Ninja rushed towards him, eyes reddened. Upon lifting the leader, his pupils constricted in shock. The fabric of his abdomen had been scorched through by intense heat, revealing charred, blood-seeping skin. The leader clutched his bleeding belly, curled up in pain like a shrimp. Boss. Are you all right? What are you staring at? Quickly, take him down. Enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, the leader gritted his teeth. his eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he fixed his gaze on bluffing Future. This man must be eliminated, no matter who he was, now that he had discovered them. He could not be allowed to live. Yes, the remaining Cloud ninjas glared at bluffing Future with hatred. Hinata, who had been pinned under the leader's arm, was flung away in the commotion and finally came to her senses, rubbing her head in confusion. My head hurts. Where am I? She glanced around, her body trembling in fear. A group of menacing ninjas surrounded the two blonde ninjas? Wasn't she supposed to be taking a break? How did she end up here? Naruto, I leave that girl to you. Upon noticing Hinata had regained consciousness, bluffing Future smiled at Naruto beside him. Yes, uncle, you can count on me. Naruto nodded earnestly. That despicable guy hurt the boss. I absolutely cannot let you go. The surrounding Cloud ninjas simultaneously charged at bluffing Future. 2 elite ninjas and 5 mid-level ninjas? A faint smile lingered on bluffing Future's lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, several metal kunai were hurled, sealing off all possible escape routes for bluffing Future. Metal kunai? Naruto stood momentarily taken aback, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears you fail to recognize me. He remained steadfast in his position, neither retreating nor evading. The Cloud ninjas, who had been hurling shurikens, found themselves ensnared in a stupor, frozen in place. In a startling spectacle, the shurikens that had been hurtling through the air at tremendous speed suddenly seemed to be ensnared by a viscous substance, their velocity dramatically diminishing until they ultimately came to a halt, suspended silently beneath the nocturnal sky. The scene was so astonishing that even after several seconds, the group of Cloud ninjas remained in a daze. It was uncertain who trembled first to break the silence, uttering the blue flash. Meanwhile, Naruto, having circumvented the battlefield, finally reached Hinata's side. Seizing her hand amidst her panicked expression, he declared, "Come with me, my uncle, and I will protect you." A self-assured smile illuminated Naruto's face, though it soon faltered slightly. Hinata, covering her mouth with one hand, gazed at him with pure white eyes filled with terror, her gaze fixed behind him. A shadow enveloped both Naruto and Hinata. The leader of the Cloud ninjas pressed his left hand against his blood-soaked abdomen. His visage twisted in malevolence, a cruel smirk dancing in his eyes. "Little brat, it's time for you to perish." Chapter 31. The young boy was slain by the Cloud ninja. In the twilight, the kunai glimmered with a chilling light, aimed directly at Naruto's vulnerable back. The leader of the Cloud ninjas wore a cruel grin, as if he could already envision the scene of Naruto's blood splattering everywhere. "This brat must be closely tied to that yellow-haired one who injured me. I shall collect some interest from you first." In a moment of peril, Naruto swiftly embraced Hinata and leaped vertically, narrowly evading the descending kunai. Shielding Hinata behind him, Naruto retrieved a device from his pocket, aiming it at the Cloud ninja leader. "Do not come any closer." The leader of the Cloud ninjas stared intently at the object in Naruto's hand for a prolonged moment before bursting into laughter. "You little brat, do you think that pathetic thing can make me spare you? A mere pipe, and you expect me to let you go?" Unflinching, the leader even took a step closer, arrogantly pointing at his left chest. "Fire away. I want to see just how powerful that thing truly is." Huddled behind Naruto, Hinata trembled uncontrollably, while Naruto's fingers gripping the barrel quivered as well. He had possessed this weapon for some time, but had never used it on another person. Only through his uncle's descriptions had he gathered that it was likely formidable. Yet, he remained uncertain of its actual power. "Do you lack the courage to take action, little boy? If so, I shall take the girl behind you." The leader's sinister smile widened, his right hand extending toward the trembling Hinata. "Do not harm her." An inexplicable surge of strength coursed through Naruto. He closed his eyes and decisively pulled the trigger. The sound pierced the air. The leader's pupils quivered as his outstretched hand froze mid-air, aimed at Hinata. Hiding behind Naruto, Hinata gasped in shock at the unfolding scene. Even Naruto, who had pulled the trigger, gaped in astonishment, disbelief reflected in his azure eyes. The leader's gaze descended shakily, revealing a gaping hole the size of a thumb in the left side of his chest, precisely where he had pointed moments ago. "Little brat, I actually..." Before he could finish his sentence, his face drained of color, resembling a toppled brick, as he collapsed backward. "Boss." This shocking scene did not go unnoticed by the nearby Cloud ninjas, whose eyes instantly reddened. Their leader had been slain, killed by this young boy. "Kill him for taking our leader's life." The Cloud ninjas encircling Naruto's Future immediately redirected their fury toward him, their eyes aflame with hatred. 2J Nin-level Cloud ninjas charged toward Naruto without hesitation. Recognizing Naruto's identity, they ceased to harbor any hope of defeating their opponent. During the third battle, Naruto's future had once halted a barrage of kunai with a mere finger. That astonishing moment still reverberated in the minds of many ninjas to this day. This similarly yellow-haired boy was evidently closely associated with the Blue Lightning. If they could capture him, perhaps they could leverage that to take Hinata. A sudden, overwhelming force seized their shoulders, abruptly halting their sprint and yanking them back. Two arms rested firmly on the shoulders of the two individuals, while the poised figure of Bofong Mirai stood in the center, a sly smile gracing his eyes. As my nephew wishes to partake in the game of heroically saving the damsel in distress, I shall kindly request you to remain as spectators. The Chunin-level Cloud Ninja, armed with an electromagnetic railgun and his deployed magneto-hydrodynamic clone, posed no threat to Naruto. However, the Jonin were an entirely different matter. Those who attained the rank of Jonin represent the backbone of their respective ninja villages, possessing no weaknesses across the three core aspects of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. They might unexpectedly pose a danger to Naruto, and as his uncle, it was only prudent to eliminate any potential hazards in advance. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and the two Jonin from the hidden cloud village, pinned beneath Bofong Mirai's grasp, dared not entertain even the thought of resistance. Their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, rendered immobile. Bofong Mirai's voice was gentle, so gentle that it betrayed no hint of malice. Yet, it was this very gentleness that instilled a chilling sense of dread, akin to being targeted by a demon. This man was the infamous Blue Flash of the Third Great Ninja War. They could only swallow hard and place their hopes on the five comrades charging toward Naruto. 5 seasoned Chunin should easily handle a mere child wielding peculiar ninja tools, or so it seemed. But why did the Blue Flash wear an expression of ease, even tinged with anticipation? What are we to do? Hinata exclaimed in panic, grasping Naruto's shoulder, her pure white eyes filled with terror. Today it was her birthday celebration, and her splendid kimono, meant for the occasion, had yet to be changed, now stained with dust from the relentless chase. This rendered her appearance both noble and pitiful. Naruto gazed at Hinata, an inexplicable surge of strength rising within him as he positioned himself protectively in front of her, gripping the electromagnetic railgun tightly. Rest assured, I will protect you. Despite not being significantly larger than Hinata, he appeared remarkably frail when compared to the 5 menacing adults. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hinata's frantic heart found a semblance of calm. Die, brat. The foremost cloud ninja lunged forward, fury evident as he thrust his kunai downward. Naruto's eyes snapped shut, and, driven by instinct, he squeezed the trigger. A flash of blue light surged forth. The attacking cloud ninja collapsed with a thud, sliding several meters on the ground due to inertia, landing just behind Naruto. His eyes widened, blood spilling from his mouth, a gaping wound mirroring that of his fallen leader. Once again, this technique. The cloud ninja trailing behind felt their pupils constrict. It was the very technique that had slain their leader. What manner of ninja tool is this? A technique that activates instantaneously? Unaware of the injury he had sustained, Naruto finally pried open his eyelids a fraction, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing the enemy down beside him, he exhaled a sigh of relief, gasping for breath. That was terrifying. Pulling the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon requires little effort, and the recoil of firing is almost non-existent. Naruto feels little emotional weight regarding the demise of the Cloud Ninjas. In his perspective, he is merely utilizing the weapon gifted by his uncle to vanquish those who torment Hinata with long-range attacks. Witnessing the formidable power of the electromagnetic railgun in Naruto's hands, the remaining Cloud Ninjas hesitate, daring not to approach further, as they hurl several shurikens in desperation. What to do? Little Hinata pales in fear, her once fair complexion drained of color. Naruto, equally flustered, contemplates whether he must use the electromagnetic cannon to deflect the shurikens. But that seems excessive. The shurikens are already perilously close, and Naruto can even feel the painful sting of the wind they create. Uncle. He abruptly shuts his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. There is no sensation of physical pain, nor any discomfort. Only a series of crisp metallic sounds reverberate. Cautiously, Naruto opens his eyes, astonished with his mouth agape. Behind him, Hinata is equally taken aback by the spectacle. From the shadow beneath Naruto, a viscous silver fluid shoots forth, expanding in midair to form a striking arc-shaped metal shield, steadfastly blocking all the shurikens. The remaining Cloud Ninjas gaze in bewilderment. What is happening? How can so many of them be thwarted by a mere child? Chapter 32, The Armored Fusion? Naruto is overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly, Naruto recalled that before their departure, his uncle had separated a peculiar entity from his body and sent it into his shadow. Could it be that this very thing had shielded him from the attack? Swallowing hard, Naruto cautiously extended his right index finger, attempting to touch the metallic shield before him. In an instant, the shield transformed into a fluid and retreated back into his shadow. Startled, Naruto raised his foot to scrutinize his shadow. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, his shadow appeared darker than usual, as if something indescribable writhed within. This peculiar scene did not escape the notice of the several cloud ninja. Gritting their teeth in frustration, they resolved to attack simultaneously, undeterred by the mysterious entity that had so far thwarted them. Two cloud ninja immediately distanced themselves, launching an assault from two different angles towards Naruto. Trembling with fear, Naruto's lips quivered, yet the thought of his uncle's power residing within his shadow steadied his nerves. Indeed, just as the two cloud ninja were about to reach him, shadows beneath his feet erupted with two streams of fluid, forming elongated metallic arms that struck precisely at the abdomen of the approaching ninjas. The force of the blows caused their faces to pale, their stomachs churning as they were sent flying to either side like kites severed from their strings. The remaining two cloud ninja, having completed their hand seals, forcefully pressed their palms against the ground. Lightning release, earth gun, under the night sky. The crackling sound of lightning and the thunderous roar of the earth gun surged towards Naruto and Hinata, as though intent on crushing them both. Hinata's face drained of color as she cowered behind Naruto, who too trembled in fear. However, he did not flee. He knew his uncle would not let him fall into peril. Just as the two ninjutsu were about to strike, an abundance of silvery fluid erupted from beneath his feet. This fluid swirled around them like a vortex, forming an impenetrable hemispherical shield. With a resounding crash, the two ninjutsu struck Naruto's position with pinpoint accuracy. The earth gun even pierced through Naruto, impacting the wall behind him. The tremendous force caused the wall to collapse, burying it beneath a chaotic mound of debris. The two cloud ninja held their breath, their eyes fixed on the devastation before them. The flickering blue arcs of lightning stood out starkly against the silvery hemisphere under the moonlight. Accompanied by the sound of fluid undulating, the airtight silvery hemisphere reverted to liquid, flowing back into Naruto's shadow. That was terrifying. Naruto gasped, pounding his chest in relief. Remarkably, he bore no signs of injury. Not even a speck of dust marred his clothes. Hinata, sheltered behind him, also emerged unscathed. It was as if the formidable attacks had been nothing more than a mere loud fart. The two cloud ninja who had unleashed their techniques were left fuming, their faces as dark as coal. How could they possibly continue this fight? What could they use to prevail? In their moment of despair, the silver fluid beneath Naruto began to stir, gradually enveloping his body from his ankles upwards. What is this? Naruto gasped in astonishment as the silvery substance covered his palm, seemingly alive as it flowed upward along the surface of his body. Arms, torso, neck. Ultimately, a magnificent suit of armor materialized around him. Naruto tentatively clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with delight. My strength has remarkably increased. Behind him, Hinata gazed at Naruto, now clad in armor, her pure white eyes reflecting admiration. The faces of the cloud shinobi turned pale with disbelief. This strange entity possesses such transformative abilities? Hurry. Increase your speed. Hyuga Hizashi was tense, his Byakugan activated, the veins around his eyelids bulging like worms. Behind him trailed a group of branch house guards, also having activated their Byakugan. As a clan of Konoha with the strongest ocular prowess, the Byakugan, to have the enemy infiltrate their homeland and abduct the heir, Hinata, was an utter disgrace. Just the thought of it filled him with profound shame. But who could have anticipated that the enemy would strike at such a moment? Today marked the signing of a peace treaty for Konoha, and amidst the relaxed atmosphere, their defenses had been lax, especially with it being Hinata's birthday celebration, which rendered their vigilance at an all-time low. Nevertheless, Hizashi could not forgive himself. Hinata was not only his daughter, but also the heir of the Hyuga clan. The repercussions of the Byakugan being leaked were unimaginable. No matter what, he could not allow them to take Hinata away. Move faster. They must locate the enemy before they abscond with her. The remaining 4 cloud shinobi stood frozen in shock, staring at Naruto, now transformed in his armor, as if he had undergone a miraculous metamorphosis. What on earth is this thing? Such an array of unprecedented transformations, unheard of before. Is it ninjutsu? A secret technique? Or some forbidden art? Regardless, they had to eliminate him. Being toyed with by a mere child was an unbearable humiliation, upon returning to Kumogakure. If Hokage learned of their experience, he would likely erupt in fury, delivering a heavy fist to each of them. The dignity of Kumogakure had been utterly tarnished by their folly. The four acted in unison, their gazes colliding as they sealed off all escape routes for Naruto. In a moment of panic, Naruto felt a surge of power from the armor that propelled his body into motion. His right hand shot up suddenly, and the silver fluid erupted from his palm like tendrils, ensnaring one shinobi's ankle and yanking him forcefully. The Cloud Shinobi immediately lost his balance, falling and colliding with the shoulder of a nearby comrade. The direction in which the two fell inadvertently obstructed another rushing ally from behind. Like a chain reaction, all four of them tumbled down, disoriented and in disarray. The impudent child, utterly unforgiving. A cloud ninja, gritting his teeth, surged toward Naruto with reckless abandon as he stood up. Their patience had been utterly exhausted. They had no desire to continue indulging Naruto in his little game of heroics. If this dragged on, not only would they fail to take Hinata, but they themselves might very well meet their demise here. Faced with this furious assault, an inexplicable surge of power emanated from Naruto's feet. He embraced Hinata and leaped into the air, soaring 4 to 5 meters high. The magnetic fluid behind him formed wings, propelling them forward in a graceful glide. What an exhilarating experience! The night sky was devoid of stars. The gentle moonlight gracing Naruto's face. As the evening breeze caressed his cheeks, Naruto couldn't help but let out a joyous shout. In his arms, Hinata's heart raced uncontrollably. Her eyes fixed resolutely away from the ground. "You little brat, get down here." The frantic cloud ninjas below could only watch helplessly, their thrown shurikens unable to reach the two. Witnessing their comrades' repeated failures at the hands of Naruto's mockery, the two jonin, restrained by Kamizuki Izumo, could no longer contain their frustration. They had already delayed long enough. If this continued, support from Konoha would surely arrive. At that point, there would be no chance left. Exchanging discreet glances, they prepared to break free from their restraints and seize Naruto as leverage in the shortest time possible. Just as they were about to act, the pressure on their shoulders suddenly intensified. Why could they not understand the heartfelt desire of an uncle wishing to see his nephew happy? Beneath the dim moonlight, Kamizuki Izumo continued to smile, yet that smile harbored an unsettling chill. Chapter 33. Even if Naruto desires the moon from the heavens, his uncle will pluck it down for him. Upon sensing the unusual demeanor of the young wave of the future, two elite shinobi from the hidden cloud village ceased their hesitations. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed their strongest chakra. Their opponent was none other than the illustrious Blue Flash. Known for his formidable reputation during the Third Great Ninja War, they dared not be complacent. In an instant, they summoned all their might. Then, a thunderous sound mingled with two anguished cries as both elite shinobi collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Their arms, thighs, and even the bones of their lower legs, every crucial joint in their bodies, had been shattered, contorted in a grotesque manner as they lay there in torment. Did you truly believe that I would leave you unprepared simply because I have you under my control? With a gaze steeped in pity, the wave of the future looked down upon the two lamenting figures. From the seams of their trousers, silver liquid began to seep out, resembling two serpentine streams of mercury, slithing towards the attire of the wave of the future beneath the veil of night. From the moment he had rested his arm upon their shoulders, he had surreptitiously directed the magnetic fluid to flow into their garments. Their minds were taut with concentration, and their attention diverted by Naruto. They remained utterly oblivious to the fact that they had unwittingly become vessels for the seeds of death sown by the wave of the future. "I cannot allow you to disturb Naruto. He is reveling in his game." The wave of the future stood before the two moaning elite shinobi, gazing at Naruto, who was soaring through the night sky with Hinata, his eyes brimming with affectionate mirth. On the ground, the four pursuing cloud ninjas were nearly breathless, panting heavily. Their shuriken and kunai failed to find their mark, and their ninjutsu could not reach such altitudes. They could only watch helplessly as Naruto, accompanied by Hinata, toyed with them. They longed to sprout wings and soar into the sky to throttle Naruto. What was intended to be a covert mission had been transformed into a farcical hero-esque rescue. Not only was there uncertainty about the mission's success, but even if they did manage to bring Hinata back to the hidden cloud village, they would likely be so enraged by this experience that they might spit blood. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. As Naruto glided down, controlled by the magnetic fluid, he landed beside the wave of the future. The silver substance gradually receded, revealing his true form. "How was your play, Naruto?" the wave of the future inquired. smiling as he tousled Naruto's golden locks. It was amazing, absolutely amazing, Naruto exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy, even though he was utterly exhausted and panting for breath. The excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Not only had he saved Hinata, but he had also thoroughly outwitted those villains. How incredibly cool! Thank you, uncle. Amidst his elation, Naruto did not forget to express his gratitude to the wave of the future. He understood that his ability to mock those wrongdoers and rescue Hinata in such a heroic fashion was all thanks to his uncle's covert assistance. As long as he had fun, that was all that mattered. The wave of the future beamed with radiant joy. Even if Naruto yearns for the moon in the sky, his uncle would pluck it down for him. He promised his deceased brother to take good care of Naruto and would naturally exert every effort to fulfill that vow. The few cloud shinobi who followed Naruto's descent froze in place, their pupils trembling slightly. The man before them, adorned with a smile, was none other than the infamous Blue Flash of the Third Great Ninja War. They had overheard the earlier conversation. This yellow-haired brat was, astonishingly, the nephew of the Blue Flash. How careless they had been to provoke such a formidable adversary. Naruto turned his head away, allowing his uncle to stretch. Wolfgang Mirai gazed at the cloud shinobi with a cheerful grin. Complying, Naruto obediently turned his head and even kindly covered Hinata's eyes. We are subordinates of the Fourth Hokage. If you kill us, Lord Hokage will not spare you. Release us now, and there may still be a chance for leniency. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Wolfgang Mirai, the cloud shinobi retreated in trepidation, swallowing hard, entirely devoid of their previous arrogance. As a reward for making Naruto happy, I shall be swift. Wolfgang Mirai continued to smile. Yet to the eyes of the others, that smile appeared as terrifying as a demon from the depths of hell. No, please. Spare me. Under the cloak of night. A series of dull cracking sounds echoed, akin to the snapping of branches, inconspicuous in the darkness, quickly fading back into silence. The remaining cloud shinobi had all been dealt with next twisted with efficiency and precision, without a single drop of blood spilled. All right, you may turn around now. Naruto immediately rushed towards Wolfgang Mirai, grasping his arm with a look of concern. Uncle, you're not hurt, are you? Foolish child, how could I possibly be injured? Wolfgang Mirai playfully flicked Naruto's forehead, his face alight with joy. There are those who could wound him, but they are few, and certainly, these cloud shinobi were not among them. At that moment, a sudden rustling sound emerged from behind. The noise grew louder, transforming into an exclamation of surprise. Over here. Wolfgang Mirai stood protectively in front of Naruto, calmly observing the approaching ninjas. Hyuga Hizashi, clad in a dark green haori, along with a contingent of branch family guards, arrived a bit late. Wolfgang Mirai's expression remained unchanged. His biological magnetic field perception was on par with that of the Hyuga's Byakugan, albeit with a different focus. Long before Hizashi approached, his presence had already registered within Wolfgang Mirai's awareness. As Hizashi took in the scene before him, he instinctively held his breath. Through the lens of his Byakugan, the state of the cloud shinobi was clearly revealed. Swift and decisive, aside from two who were still weakly moaning. The rest had been dispatched with lethal efficiency. Remarkably, care had been taken to ensure that the surroundings remained undisturbed for the children. Merely twisting the necks of the corpses to mask their identities in death. Dad, Hinata, her eyes tinged with crimson, dashed towards Hayashi Hyuga. The latter, filled with concern, crouched down and enveloped her in a tight embrace. After a prolonged examination, he finally felt a sense of relief. Are you injured? He inquired. Hinata shook her head, her delicate fingers pointing towards Naruto. He saved me. The fourth Hokage's offspring. Hayashi's expression froze in disbelief. Could he, at merely 3 or 4 years of age, possess the capability to rescue Hinata? Perhaps the darkness had played tricks on Hinata's perception. How could Naruto possibly contend with such adversaries? Leading Hinata before Kakashi, he regarded him with a solemn and earnest gaze, his voice imbued with gratitude. Kakashi, I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my daughter. He was well acquainted with Kakashi. They were contemporaries, alongside Minato and Makoto, and amongst them, Kakashi was the youngest yet held the greatest renown. Recently, the uproar surrounding Naruto's lineage had stirred the entire village of Konoha into a frenzy. As Naruto's uncle, Kakashi had also garnered considerable attention. In response to Hayashi's gratitude, Kakashi remained unmoved, merely shaking his head with a calm demeanor. You should first examine the bodies. Bodies. Hayashi's expression stiffened. Suddenly, he recalled that the identities of the ninjas who had abducted Hinata remained unknown. Who could possess such audacity to infiltrate Konoha and kidnap? With these questions swirling in his mind, he approached the corpse of the leading ninja, tearing away the black cloth that obscured the face. In an instant, he was struck with horror. It was Chapter 34, Naruto. Hinata, let me show you my treasure. As the night recedes, a hint of pale dawn emerges in the distant sky, and the rising sun casts its light and warmth upon the village. Hokage Tower. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bit down on his pipe, preparing to commence his duties for the day. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared before him. Ah, Kakashi, what brings you here? Without lifting his gaze, Hiruzen continued to immerse himself in his paperwork, his spirits high, exuding a relaxed and joyful demeanor, as if he had shed years from his age. Just yesterday, the village had celebrated a grand ceremony, marking the signing of a peace treaty between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Peace had finally arrived. The villagers were likely still savoring the festivities, extolling the noble achievements of the third Hokage. The issues stemming from the Naruto incident were finally on the verge of resolution. Third Hokage, it concerns the delegation from the Cloud Village. Kakashi, half kneeling, wore a complex expression. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative to consult the Hokage promptly. The delegation? Hiruzen's expression stiffened. He had been eagerly anticipating the return of the signed peace treaty by the delegation. Could something have gone awry? A bad premonition stirred within him. What had transpired? Kakashi inhaled deeply and relayed the information he possessed. It seemed that around 1 o'clock last night, the Cloud Village delegation infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory and abducted the head family's eldest daughter. Following this, a skirmish ensued in the streets, and ultimately, Hiruzen's heart sank. Ultimately, what had happened? Kakashi hesitated for a moment. From what I understand, they are all presumed dead. With a dull thud, the pipe he had been biting fell from his mouth, clattering against the table, scattering ash and embers that scorched the documents before him. Hiruzen's wrinkled face lost all color, as if his very soul had been siphoned away, leaving him dazed and frozen in his chair, unable to collect his thoughts. It's over. It's over. Just yesterday, the peace treaty had been signed, and now the delegation had been slaughtered. If this reached the Raikage's ears, all their efforts would have been in vain. He had only just managed to turn the tide of public opinion. Who could possibly commit such an egregious act? Blood vessels in the corners of Hiruzen's eyes burst forth, and in that moment, all he desired was to see the perpetrator torn to shreds. As for the report regarding the Cloud Ninja delegation abducting Hinata, he chose to omit that detail. Kakashi hesitated for a moment. It was Uzumaki Mirai. Uzumaki Mirai? You again. Hiruzen gritted his teeth slightly. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan's estate, in the elegant and esteemed residence, a maid dressed in a kimono knelt before a low table, pouring fragrant tea into cups on either side. Mirai, please have a taste of our Hyuga tea. Dressed in formal attire, Hinata Hazashi smiled lightly, gesturing for Kazekage Mirai to sample the tea before her. The strict customs of the Hyuga clan dictate that serving tea to guests is the highest form of etiquette. Excellent tea, Mirai remarked after savoring a sip. Setting down the teacup. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Hinata Hazashi's demeanor grew serious. Mirai, what are your plans regarding the delegation that perished last night? Upon unveiling the face of the deceased, he was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. The visage belonged to the Cloud Ninja envoy who had signed a peace treaty at the Hokage office earlier that day. Having just finalized the agreement, the envoy was murdered that very night. Hazashi could already envision the fury that would engulf Raikage upon hearing this news. The recently quelled war might reignite at any moment. This was a grave diplomatic incident, even as the leader of the Hyuga clan. He could not shoulder such a burden alone. In response to Hazashi's earnest inquiry, Mirai refrained from providing a straightforward answer, instead lifting the teacup from the low table to sip. What do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen will do upon learning of this? Hazashi furrowed his brow, responding without hesitation. Forgive my bluntness, but based on my understanding of the third Hokage, he will likely shift all blame onto us. The current state of Konoha had sunk to its historical nadir. With Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya and Tsunade's departure from the village, the legendary Sannin were no longer present. The loss of Minato and Kushina during the Night of the Nine Tails had resulted in significant casualties among the upper ninjas. In stark contrast, Kimogakure's strength was formidable, boasting both the Eight Tails and Two Tails as perfect Jinchuriki, in their prime and at the peak of their abilities. Should the once mighty Sarutobi Hiruzen attempt to navigate this political quagmire, he would find it increasingly challenging in his advanced age. It was likely he would do everything possible to absolve himself, placing the blame squarely on their shoulders. This was precisely what troubled Hazashi. The weight of this responsibility was unbearable. Why worry if it is done? Mirai mused slowly, savoring the warm tea that filled his mouth with its fragrant essence, casting a calm glance at Hisashi. Mirai. Hisashi's expression faltered momentarily. He was anxious and restless, while Mirai appeared utterly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. If mishandled, the Hyuga clan could find itself in peril. Seemingly oblivious to Hisashi's agitation, Mirai turned his gaze to the courtyard outside. There, two children played joyfully, their energy undiminished even after the harrowing events of the previous night. Their bright blue eyes sparkled with innocent mirth. Outside, in the courtyard, Naruto glanced around to ensure no one was watching before discreetly beckoning Hinata closer. Hinata, let me show you my prized possession, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Oh, what is this prized possession? Hinata gazed at Naruto. Her pure white eyes filled with curiosity as she observed him from head to toe. Naruto lowered his trousers and retrieved the electromagnetic railgun he had secured at his waist. This is it, he exclaimed. The peculiar metallic structure immediately captivated Hinata's attention. Wow, how impressive. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Just last night, Naruto had vanquished a group of nefarious individuals with this very weapon. It was indeed what had instilled fear in those villains, rendering them too terrified to approach. So this was Naruto's treasured possession. This was a gift from my uncle, he declared proudly, his head held high. Through the relentless efforts of the Namikaze clan, he had gradually shed his former lethargy and was now brimming with the vitality befitting his age. My uncle said this is just the beginning. He will gift me even more formidable items in the future. Naruto, may I touch it? Hinata inquired, her gaze fixated on the barrel of the gun. A glimmer of longing evident in her pristine eyes. She yearned to closely examine the intricate design of this extraordinary weapon. Of course, but just a touch. Chapter 35, The Future of Wave Wind. You have fallen into my grasp. Absurd. Utterly absurd. It is simply audacious. Today, Wave Wind dares to slay the envoy of the hidden cloud village. Tomorrow, he would not hesitate to eliminate us. Hiruzen Sarutobi must not be allowed to continue his reckless behavior. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade trembled with rage, her rough hand striking the Hokage desk repeatedly. The droplets of saliva flew, nearly splattering on Hiruzen's face. The ramifications of this incident are dire. Does Wave Wind even acknowledge us? Does he recognize the existence of Konoha? Tsunade, perhaps you should temper your words. Do you not see that Hiruzen is already overwhelmed by this situation? Mito Minyan glanced at her helplessly. Tsunade was like this. Once her temper flared, her voice echoed throughout the Hokage's office. Minyan, have you not grasped the severity of the situation? This is a significant diplomatic incident. If Reikage learns of this, he may very well be incensed enough to reignite the war. Reikage is already aware. Danzo's voice was grim. Tsunade and Mito turned to him, their expressions incredulous. What on earth? They had not even disseminated the news yet. How could Reikage have found out? I instructed Danzo to inform Reikage. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke, his first words leaving Tsunade and Mito in shock. Hiruzen, you cannot be serious. In the wake of such a monumental event, should we not have sealed the information immediately and devised a strategy before proceeding? Allowing Reikage to receive intelligence so swiftly places us at a disadvantage. The two were utterly perplexed. Even the previously irate Tsunade was now at a loss, struggling to comprehend the rationale. Was Hiruzen's decision not a tad too hasty? They had yet to even process the situation. It cannot be concealed. Hiruzen shook his head. Rather than waiting for Reikage to discover this news on his own, it is wiser to inform him in advance. Perhaps this will mitigate his wrath. The death of the envoy from the hidden cloud village in Konoha would undoubtedly provoke Reikage's fury. Such an incident would effectively slap Reikage in the face. Of course, there was one crucial reason he withheld. By directly informing Reikage, he could control the narrative. By subtly altering certain details and guiding the interpretation, it was likely that Reikage would not easily discern the truth. For instance, in the letter sent to Reikage, he nearly placed the entire blame on Wave Wind. The abduction of Hinata by the hidden cloud village was shrouded in ambiguity, with the conflict between Wave Wind and the envoy being the catalyst that ultimately spiraled into a bloody affair. Would Reikage uncover the truth? He hoped fervently that he would. How fortuitous it was that the envoy from the hidden cloud village happened to abduct Hinata clandestinely on the very night following the ceremony. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that there is indeed something amiss. Perhaps this delegation has arrived in Konoha bearing a special mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks served to cleanse Reikage of an unsavory blemish, shifting the focus of the conflict solely onto Namikaze Minato. This aligns with both his and Danzo's objectives. What surprises me, however, is the resolute tone of the letter from Hokage, which demands accountability from the Hyuga clan regarding this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkens. If it were merely Namikaze Minato, the situation would be manageable. He stands alone, devoid of any backing, whether it be suppression or targeting, with the right approach. Favorable results could be achieved. Yet, once the Hyuga clan is entangled, the complexity escalates significantly. In my view, Hiruzen, it seems that Kumogakure is incessantly fixated on the Byakugan bloodline, thus their relentless pursuit of the Hyuga. Danzo's single, hawkish eye glimmers with a chilling light. With his acumen, he can certainly surmise Raikage's intentions. Since the delegation has been entirely eradicated, it might be more prudent to embrace chaos. Compelling Konoha under the threat of war to secure the Byakugan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a fit of exasperation, massages his temples. This is precisely the predicament that troubles him. He even speculates whether Namikaze Minato had anticipated this, binding the Hyuga and himself together in such a manner. Should one wish to move against Namikaze Minato, the Hyuga clan cannot be overlooked. Hiruzen, do not fret. The matter may not be as convoluted as you perceive. A cold smile lingers on Danzo's scarred visage. The left side of his face bears the mark of Minato's doing. This scar represents one of the most profound humiliations of his life. His loathing for Namikaze Minato has reached its zenith. Though Minato saved Hinata, the value of one daughter pales in comparison to the entirety of the Hyuga clan, a distinction that Hiruzen is well aware of. Furthermore, it is crucial to provide Raikage with a satisfactory explanation. It is not imperative for the Byakugan to be leaked. To my knowledge, the birds in the Hyuga cage possess the capability to obliterate the Byakugan directly. In this light, Raikage's demands are not excessively unreasonable. We can still center the conflict around Namikaze Minato. Listening to Danzo's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen's furrowed brow gradually relaxes, and the worry etched upon his face dissipates. There is a sense of relief within him. It appears that the recent series of setbacks have fostered growth in Danzo. It seems this eye has not been blinded in vain. Then, in your opinion, how should we proceed? Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks to hear Danzo's perspective. It is quite simple. Convene a high-level meeting and invite Namikaze Minato to attend. Danzo's singular eye sparkles with a predatory grin. Since he is the architect of this turmoil, he must bear the responsibility of resolving it himself. The crime of murdering the emissaries from other villages and reigniting the flames of war in Konoha is a burden he cannot shoulder, even as Watergate's brother. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen listens, the lighter his heart becomes. The more one listens, the more assured one becomes. Indeed, as Danzo stated, the act of murdering the envoy from a foreign village would reignite the flames of war upon Konoha, a burden that Namikaze Minato's brother, Boruto, cannot bear. Should this accusation be substantiated, it would not matter that he is the brother of Minato and the uncle of Naruto. The villagers would not grant him their forgiveness. The most prudent course of action would be to engage in open dialogue, utilizing the pressure from various ninja clans and the higher-ups to compel Boruto to acquiesce. After all, no one desires the resumption of hostilities. Let it be as you have suggested. Furthermore, the discourse within the village also requires guidance. How could a transgressor posing a threat to the village not be condemned by the villagers? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of hazy smoke, and under its influence, his previously taut nerves finally relaxed. The last incident concerning Naruto's identity had significantly tarnished his reputation within the village. This time, such an opportune moment should not be squandered. Boruto must be made to endure the same treatment. Chapter 36. Tens is infuriated. What are you doing, Hayashi? Knock. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from outside the door. Namikaze Mirai smiled as she ruffled Naruto's hair. The food is in the kitchen. Just heat it up. I need to step out for a while. Okay, Naruto obediently nodded. As she opened the door, a masked Umbu agent leaped down from a tree, standing before Namikaze Mirai with an expression devoid of emotion. Mirai, the Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage Tower. Lead the way, she replied, her demeanor calm, as if she had anticipated this moment. Following the Umbu, they arrived at the Hokage building and pushed open the door to the conference room on the third floor. Inside, it was eerily silent. The long conference table was filled with ninjas, predominantly high-ranking officials from the village and clan leaders, their gazes converging upon her in an instant. Those eyes were laden with myriad emotions, scrutiny, disdain. Surprise. Mirai's expression remained unchanged, suggesting that Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed prepared for this, specifically gathering numerous high-ranking officials to leverage their influence for her judgment. Mirai, you arrived just in time. Please take a seat, he stated. Although he said to find a seat, only one spot remained vacant. Unfazed, Mirai sat down, her posture relaxed as she leaned back against the chair. This natural demeanor elicited a slight reaction from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who regarded her intently before composing himself. 3 days ago, a delegation from Kumogakure was brutally murdered in the night upon their arrival in Konoha. I believe you all have heard of this incident? The moment he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in chaos. Is this true? Who dares to do such a thing? Are they trying to provoke war with Konoha? Some ninjas, hearing this for the first time, exchanged alarmed glances. The assassination of a representative from a major ninja village, especially one there to sign a peace agreement, bore profound implications, a significant diplomatic crisis. However, many ninjas maintained their composure. The incident had occurred several days prior, and most of them were already aware. Scanning the room and noting the intended effect of his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze settled on Namikaze Mirai. Mirai, do you have anything to say regarding this matter? His eyes seemed to harbor a chill, for this incident was indeed one she had orchestrated. Once more, a stir arose in the conference room. Mirai? Isn't she the sister of Minato? Why would she commit such an act? Does she not comprehend the consequences of murdering a Kumogakure envoy? Angry and bewildered glances converged upon Namikaze Mirai. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hazel eyes revealed a hint of a smirk. Mirai's position was unique. She was the sister of the fourth Hokage. Endowed with this identity, coupled with the other party's unruly temperament, Sarutobi Hiruzen would ordinarily refrain from imposing excessive reprimands. Yet, given the current circumstances, with numerous high-ranking officials from Konoha and clan leaders from various ninja factions gathered around the conference table, who could fear the tempest that might be stirred by Namikaze Minato. This subtle shift in expression did not escape Minato's keen eyes. Indeed, it was my doing, he boldly confessed, inciting a wave of uproar. Why, Minato? Why would you engage in such actions? If the wretched were to retaliate, would the village be thrust into war once more? Even Danzo, seated beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Minato's candid admission. Did this fellow not grasp the gravity of the situation? He acknowledged it so simply. The wretched, upon learning of this incident, was consumed with fury, and if his wrath could not be quelled, the specter of war could loom once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze intently upon Minato, as the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to an icy silence. Many high-ranking officials from Konoha regarded Minato with anger. The pain inflicted by the Third Great Ninja War had only just begun to fade from their memories, and after finally ushering in a semblance of peace, the prospect of renewed conflict loomed due to such a matter. The architect of this turmoil sat here so nonchalantly? Minato, you wantonly took the lives of Kumo's envoys. Do you still hold any regard for the village? Seizing the opportunity, Danzo angrily placed the blame squarely upon Minato. Danzo, what were those Kumo envoys doing there? Will you not provide an explanation to everyone? Leaning back calmly in his chair, Minato regarded Danzo with an air of indifference, as if the latter's accusations were nothing but a trifling nuisance. Minato, do not attempt to divert the topic. What we must address now is how to placate the wretched's fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, attempting to steer the conversation back. It is because of Hinata. The previously silent Hyuga Hayashi finally spoke. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials around the conference table exchanged glances. How is this related to Hinata? Their understanding of the situation was limited to Minato's act of killing the Kumo ninja, with the specifics remaining shrouded in mystery. This was a consequence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentional guidance. Enough, Hayashi. Has the matter regarding the Hyuga clan not already been settled? We are currently discussing Minato's actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Why did Hayashi choose to speak up at this moment? Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath. Please allow me to finish my statement. That night, the Kumo envoys, taking advantage of Hinata's birthday celebration, abducted her due to the clan's lax defenses, and it was Minato, in a bid to rescue Hinata, who was compelled to take down those Kumo ninjas. As he recounted the events, the previously frozen expressions of the ninja surrounding the conference table gradually softened. So it was like this. Thus, Minato acted out of necessity to save Hinata. The envoy from the village of Cloud has no justification for abducting Hinata, does it? What could their intentions possibly be? Danzo is casting frantic glances at Hayashi. What on earth is this scoundrel Hayashi up to? With such a straightforward revelation of the circumstances, how can they possibly exert pressure on the future of the Uzumaki clan? Wasn't the matter concerning the Hyuga already resolved? Yet, the subsequent words of Hayashi caused his expression to stiffen, leaving him momentarily speechless. fully aware of the dire consequences this situation could entail. In order to appease the Reikage wrath, my brother Hisashi must sacrifice his own life to secure satisfaction for the opposing party. A trace of sorrow laced Hayashi's voice, and his normally clear, white eyes were clouded with an uncharacteristic sadness. The ninjas gathered around the conference table were taken aback. Merely to eliminate the envoy from the village of Cloud, one of the two great clans of Konoha, the Hyuga clan, must pay the price with the life of the clan leader's younger brother to quell their anger. The village of Cloud is indeed excessively domineering. Moreover, ultimately, is this not their fault? Danzo could no longer contain himself. Enough. Hisashi. Chapter 37. I shall become Hokage. I will never be so weak. Exchanging the body of Hinata Hisashi, the younger brother of Hinata Hayashi, for the Reikage's approval was a choice unanimously acknowledged by him and several others. As a member of the branch family, Hisashi was treated like a caged bird. Upon his demise, the Byakugan would be destroyed, alleviating concerns of its leakage. Furthermore, Hisashi's striking resemblance to Hayashi would suffice to deceive others, presenting his body to the Reikage as if it were Hayashi's. This arrangement should have been satisfactory to the Reikage. It was the most perfect choice. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Hinata Hayashi so effortlessly divulged their private deliberations during a meeting specifically convened to pressure Naruto Uzumaki. Such matters should never be brought to light. A flicker of anger ignited in Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes. What was wrong with Hayashi? Hadn't he been warned not to mention this issue during the meeting? Amidst Hisashi's furious gaze, shocked discussions erupted within the conference room. Exchanging Hayashi's brother for the Reikage's approval? When did Konoha become so feeble? The Hyuga clan is the largest ninja clan in Konoha. If this were to happen to our family, is it wrong for a father to protect his daughter? Amidst the tumultuous and astonished voices, Hinata Hayashi met Sarutobi Hisashi's furious eyes without flinching. His gaze remained composed. Lord Hokage, please forgive me for opposing you this time. His thoughts drifted back to the day prior to this meeting. No. How could Hisashi be allowed to die in my stead? Niji is only 4 years old. This is the outcome agreed upon by several of our elders, and the Hokage has already consented. Isn't the purpose of the branch family to serve in such circumstances? How could I possibly agree to let my own brother die in my place? Hinata Hayashi collapsed onto the tatama mat, utterly unprepared for the situation to escalate to such a degree. Brother, I have already consented. Hisashi, almost indistinguishable in appearance, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead, knelt before him with gentle eyes. Isn't the purpose of the branch family to protect the main family? To be able to die protecting you, brother, is the best outcome for me as a sibling. Hinata Hayashi clenched his fists in frustration. How could it have come to this? They could never accept such a thing. So, do you wish to change all of this? The tightly shut door creaked open, and a calm, yet heavy voice resonated from outside the room. Hinata Hayashi lifted his head, gazing at the sudden appearance of a golden-haired figure. His eyes widened in shock. Naruto, what brings you here? This is the Hyuga Council Chamber. How could you have come here? Did you hear everything that was just discussed? Can you truly accept the notion of allowing your own brother to die in your stead? Kazuki gazed down upon Hinata Hisashi, his biological magnetic field enveloping the entirety of Hinata, rendering the unfolding events unable to escape his keen perception. Tears welled in Hisashi's eyes as he clenched his fists in frustration. If given the chance, I would never have made such a choice. However, regarding the Hokage, leave that to me, and from here on, please follow my instructions without hesitation. As Kazuki's words resonated, Hisashi's eyes transitioned from confusion to astonishment, culminating in sheer shock. Why do you wish to assist me? I am not aiding you, but rather your brother. Me? Hisashi, prepared for death, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Staring incredulously at Kazuki in search of answers upon his countenance. A hint of melancholy flickered in Kazuki's azure eyes, a stark contrast to his hardened exterior. Perhaps stemming from a shared kinship, the desire to shield a brother. Hisashi observed Kazuki, who seemed lost in thought, and a sudden tremor coursed through his body. The memories of that fateful night resurfaced. Kazuki had not been in the village, forced to watch as Minato perished, powerless to intervene. Hisashi, why? Why must you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze upon Hisashi was ablaze with indignation, his heavy, furious eyes seemingly demanding answers. Hadn't the fate of Hisashi already been sealed? How could such matters be brought to light, laid bare before the entire upper echelon of Konoha? Would they truly allow them to witness their Hokage barter his brother's life to appease the Reikage? Hokage-sama, may I inquire if what Hinata Hisashi has stated is indeed true? The inquiry came from the leader of the Inuzuka clan. If even the Hinata clan faced such treatment, what would become of the smaller clans? All eyes converged upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen clenched his sweat-drenched palms, his gaze evolving from turmoil to hesitation, ultimately yielding to exhaustion. Yes, an uproar ensued. The astonishment was palpable. Konoha was resorting to sacrificing the life of the Hinata clan leader's brother to appease the wreckage? Such a farcical notion. Konoha, the mightiest of shinobi villages, was stooping to this level of submission, nearly dishonoring the interests of its own clans. Moreover, was it not the Cloud Village that was initially at fault? Hizashi had merely sought to protect his daughter. Kazuki remained casually reclined against the chair's back, his posture unchanged since his arrival, as if he had foreseen this outcome all along. My Hokage, when did Konoha become so feeble as to barter a clan leader's brother's life for the trifling forgiveness of the Cloud Village? The seemingly casual words of wave-wind Future fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears like an invisible flame, scorching both his spirit and flesh. The eyes of the various clan leaders surrounding him were filled with resentment. Stifled. It was utterly maddening. This was for the sake of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face betrayed his reluctance as he sighed. Nichi, truly a ninja who embodied the will of fire, chose this path for the sake of his beliefs. As his voice faded, an abrupt laughter erupted, first a scoff, then a hearty laugh, ultimately culminating in uncontrollable guffaws. Ha ha ha! What a splendid embodiment of the will of fire. Wave-wind Future threw his head back in raucous laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. This cacophony of mirth caught the attention of the nearby Uchiha Shursui and others, their eyes instantly illuminating with excitement. Wave-wind Future's laughter was surprisingly more refined than theirs. To articulate cowardice with such eloquence, Sarutobi Hiruzen, your audacity surpasses my expectations. The peace treaty with the hidden Cloud Village was merely a fade, a ploy to covet Konoha's bloodline. As Hokage, you are well aware of this, yet are willing to sacrifice the innocent Nichi's life in hopes of Thunder Shadow's forgiveness. Third Hokage, you are far too feeble. Where is the spirit of a true ninja? If I were to assume the mantle of Hokage, I would never exhibit such weakness. Upon uttering these words, Danzo could no longer contain himself, glaring furiously at him. Future, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Chapter 38. Sarutobi Hiruzen was soaked in disbelief. The notion of allowing Namikaze Minato's younger brother to assume the mantle of Hokage was preposterous. Even if Sarutobi truly stepped down, the position rightfully belonged to him. Danzo's fury erupted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his eyes blazing as they fixated on Namikaze Mirai. Mirai had crossed a line that could not be retreated from, a boundary that was absolute. The atmosphere in the Konoha high-level conference room grew tense. The expressions of the gathered ninja stiffened. This was a taboo topic, a slippery slope. Sarutobi's face turned a deep shade of iron as he realized that Mirai's previous insults had now escalated. The latest remarks were akin to a resounding slap across his face. Confronted with the ire-filled gazes of Sarutobi and Danzo, Mirai suddenly found his calm, speaking with a serene tone. At least my brother would not allow Konoha to suffer such humiliation. His brother? Was he referring to the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash? The memory of Minato's warm and infectious smile surfaced in the minds of the assembled ninja, plunging them into a heavy silence. The loss of Minato had been a tremendous blow to Konoha, and it was his death that had diminished the village's strength to its current state. Suddenly, they couldn't help but wonder, had Sarutobi performed the Reaper Death Seal back then, how might Konoha appear now? The thought jolted them. Would they still need to appease the wreckage? More likely, it would be the wreckage begging for Konoha's forgiveness. During the Third Great Ninja War, the fourth wreckage had faced Minato multiple times but had never secured a victory. His best record was a mere stalemate. Indeed, during the war, Minato had trampled upon the fourth wreckage, solidifying the legendary status of the Yellow Flash. In an instant, emotions of nostalgia, regret, and sorrow permeated the conference room. Amidst this atmosphere, Mirai surveyed the ninja at the table with a calm demeanor. The fourth wreckage was merely a defeated opponent of his brother. To appease him with the life of the head of the Nisaku clan was a subservience I cannot condone. Should he persist in his obstinacy with my brother gone, it falls upon me to protect Konoha. Silence. The conference room was eerily quiet. Some ninjas who had once witnessed Minato's prowess gazed at Mirai, whose features bore a striking resemblance to his brother, their eyes moist with emotion. In a daze, their faces seemed to merge together. Minato's brother, like him, was devoted to Konoha. Though Minato was no longer present, His brother had inherited his will. The existence of these two brothers was indeed a blessing for Konoha. Noticing the sudden surge of emotion in the conference room, Sarutobi's wrinkled visage darkened. He scrutinized Mirai's youthful countenance, a deep-seated wariness brewing within him. He had underestimated the political legacy left by Minato. The one-year Hokage had left a significant influence among the higher-ups. The impact and aspirations conveyed by Kazekage's recent words were wholly absorbed. At this moment, he was not merely the ninja known as Kazekage, but rather the younger brother of the fourth Hokage, the last flicker of the yellow flash's brilliance. The third Hokage, having reached this juncture, stated that if there were no further matters to discuss, he would take his leave. Kazekage stood up and departed, having made his position abundantly clear. Weakness was never his style. He could not barter his life for Raikage's understanding. Should Raikage desire war, then let it be war. It was always Sarutobi Hiruzen who feared conflict, never him. Watching Kazekage's retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, resting beneath the Hokage's desk, trembled with suppressed tension. It was the first time in his life that he felt such dampness. His back was soaked with cold sweat, and his palms were slick with perspiration. This was a ninja more terrifying than Minato. He was young, powerful, and ambitious. He possessed strength and determination, coupled with an understanding of political maneuvering. Such an adversary had now openly declared his intention to vie for the Hokage position. How could he remain at ease? At the opposite end of the conference table, Uchiha Shana observed Kazekage's departure with his murky, hawk-like gaze. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprehension, he openly displayed his admiration and awe. Should the Uchiha clan gain this individual's assistance, they would undoubtedly achieve great success. Kazekage was the future of the entire Uchiha clan. As Kazekage exited the Hokage building, preparing to return, his eyes suddenly flickered, casting a discreet glance toward a concealed location. How intriguing. A fleeting smirk of mockery crossed his lips before he resumed his previous demeanor and began retracing his steps. However, at several crucial intersections, he veered to the side. And as he walked, the deviation from his original path intensified, leading him to a sparsely populated alleyway. Having followed me for so long, isn't it time you showed yourself? Without turning around, and with his back to the empty alley, Kazekage's voice held a hint of disdain. No one responded. Silence enveloped the air. Must I utter your name for you to reveal yourself? Kazekage let out a derisive chuckle. Mr. Oil Woman Ryoma. At the instant his words fell, a passerby, seemingly indifferent, trembled a few meters away, astonished, bewildered, and perplexed. A cascade of bewilderment flooded his eyes. He stared at Kazekage, his voice hoarse. Why? My transformation technique is unique. I concealed my chakra with insects. You shouldn't have noticed. This was his proud secret technique. A skill he painstakingly developed to fulfill Lord Danzo's mission. Even members of the root adept at sensory ninjutsu found it challenging to penetrate his disguise. Yet Kazekage had detected it so effortlessly. Where had he gone awry? Sensing the other's confusion, Kazekage let out a soft chuckle. Your biological magnetic field has betrayed you. Biological magnetic field? Upon hearing this unfamiliar and obscure term, the confusion in the eyes of the oil woman Ryoma deepened. Each individual's biological magnetic field is unique, akin to a special form of identification, undetected yet undeniably real. The first time I encountered your biological magnetic field was shortly after my return to the village. As I made my way to the Hokage's office, where you stood vigilantly beside Danzo, watching me with keen eyes. The second instance occurred during the recent meeting at the Hokage building, where you lurked outside the third-floor window. This marks the third occasion on which I perceive your biological magnetic field. The future of the wind gazed upon the unremarkable youth at the intersection, his voice tinged with admiration. To speak candidly, your transformation technique is remarkably intricate. Within Konoha, few possess the ability to see through your disguise. Alas, you crossed paths with me, for such techniques hold no efficacy against my perception. Chapter 39. Nano-venomous insects versus nano-magnetic fluid. Biological magnetic field. Murmured the youth with a common visage, his eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and disbelief. The revelations from Kazekage had fundamentally altered his understanding. Within the shinobi world, such a unique perceptive ninjutsu as the biological magnetic field existed. It was unprecedented. Even in the richly archived root base, there had been no records of such information. This intelligence must be reported to Danzo-sama. However, at this moment, a glint of malice flickered in his gaze. Knowing my identity, yet failing to flee, is your gravest error. Boom. A cloud of white smoke engulfed his form. With a swift whoosh, having dispelled his transformation technique, he, clad in Root's standard attire, pierced through the smoke and surged towards Kazekage at breakneck speed. His right hand poised to strike. A deep purple hue radiated from his palm, enveloping it in an instant. In less than a second, almost in the blink of an eye, the unmasked oil girl Ryoma had reached Kazekage, unflinching and unyielding. Kazekage stood resolutely in place. Clang! His palm landed firmly on Kazekage's chest, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. Success! He had been audacious enough not to evade. The life of the blue flash is now mine to claim. The nanograde venomous insects were his unparalleled power. A hit meant certain death. With this distinctive ability, he had earned legendary status within the Oil Girl clan. Even among Danzo-sama's ranks, he stood as the singular strongest arm. According to Danzo-sama's stratagem, utilizing the modified transformation technique to circumvent Kazekage's perception, he had approached stealthily. Then, he aimed to create an opportunity for physical contact. Should he succeed in touching, the battle would conclude instantaneously. Kazekage would be doomed. Yet, to his surprise, due to this unheard-of biological magnetic field ability, his disguise had faltered from the outset. Fortunately, he abandoned the pretense entirely, using the smoke from the dispelled transformation to close in on Kazekage and target his corporeal form. Given the velocity of the blue flash, the likelihood of this tactic's success was minimal. Oil Girl Ryoma had already prepared himself for failure. Yet, the surprise came suddenly. Kazekage had not evaded. For his arrogance, he was about to pay with his life. The so-called blue flash was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. A smile graced Oil Girl Ryoma's face. Danzo-sama, my mission is accomplished. The palm imprinted on Kazekage's chest began to ooze a rich purple. Countless nano-venomous insects would, within a second, dismantle his epidermal and muscular cells, followed swiftly by his cardiac and neural cells. In 3 seconds, this blue flash, feared by countless adversaries, would be transformed into the delectable prey of the nano-venomous insects. Wait. The smile on Oil Girl Ryoma's face froze. The feedback from the insect was bewildering. Hard. Too hard. Unable to bite. Metal. Gold. Metal? Yuen Longma suddenly lifted her head, her eyes, which had recently been filled with joy, now brimming with astonishment, shock, and a myriad of incomprehensible emotions. What is happening? Bo Feng Wei continued to maintain his calm demeanor, his azure gaze betraying not a hint of emotion. Your venomous insect is at the nano level. And coincidentally, my magnetic fluid is also at the nano level. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Then let us see whose is harder. Under the palm pressed against his chest, emanating a sinister purple hue, a silvery fluid, akin to mercury, suddenly seeped forth, instantly enveloping Yuen Longma's hand and coursing up his arm. In a state of shock, Yuen Longma instinctively recoiled. What is this monstrous thing? The nano-poison insect is dying, rapidly dying. The emotions of dread, terror, and trembling were conveyed back. Hard, unable to bite, wanting to escape, help. The deep purple in his palm was swiftly fading as the mercury-like silver fluid relentlessly attacked, encroaching upon the violet territory. This clash of silver and purple. Silver emerged victorious. Yuen Longma collapsed to the ground, clutching her hand in a pitiful wail. My hand. It's burrowing into my flesh. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as though countless horrific, tiny insects were ravenously gnawing at his flesh. His right hand quickly lost sensation, followed by his forearm. And then his upper arm. Externally, it appeared as though a gleam of bright silver was spreading along the intricate veins beneath his skin, as if the substance flowing within his veins was not blood, but a mercury-like liquid. Yuen Longma frantically summoned the nano-poison insects within her body, attempting to thwart the advance of the silver fluid. A futile endeavor. The parasitic insects were utterly outmatched. Escape. Help. The fear of the insect that could not bite flooded his mind, eroding his sanity. His drenched body resembled that of someone just pulled from the depths of water. His horrified eyes laced with blood vessels. Block it. Stop it for me. Utterly ineffective. Bo Feng Wei looked down from above with disdain. A slender stream of silver continuously flowed from beneath his feet toward Yuen Longma's position. Do you dare to fantasize about using the flesh of insects to obstruct a torrent of metal? Those lofty azure eyes seemed to harbor a semblance of pity. Yuen Longma, kneeling on the ground, reluctantly extended her hand, her bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, as if in the final moments, she wished to grasp Bo Feng Wei. The magnetic fluid accumulated within her body reached its limit. Ultimately, she let out a cry as a viscous substance, resembling mercury, flowed from her mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and all other orifices of her face. The hand reaching for Bofeng Wei halted in midair. Only the silvery substance flowed incessantly from his corporeal form, gathering upon the ground into a slender stream that wound its way to the feet of Kazekage. The vitality of the oil woman, Ryoma, had utterly dissipated. From the once vibrant orifice that expelled the silver fluid now oozed a viscous, dark purple-black ichor. Kazekage observed this scene with an expressionless countenance. Since the onset of battle, not even a minute had elapsed. This legendary figure of the Oil Woman clan, known for its formidable reputation and as the most favored aide of Danzo, lay lifeless in this forsaken alley. Having executed his foes with nano-insects, he endured torment more excruciating than the gnawing of the very insects before his demise. Kazekage turned away, leaving behind a parting gift for Danzo within this lifeless shell, which, if fortune favored, would yield remarkable effects. Approximately 3 minutes later, the remaining members of the root organization hurriedly arrived. Upon sighting Ryoma's corpse, their pupils dilated in shock. The insects had failed? How could that be? He was a ninja wielding the power of nano-insects. It was imperative to report this to Lord Danzo. Furthermore, the remains of the insects must also be brought back for Lord Danzo's scrutiny. What could have transpired to result in such a demise? Chapter 40. Danzo's Fury. The explosive demise of Oil Woman Ryoma after departing from the Hokage building. Danzo swiftly returned to the root base, his mood surprisingly buoyant. Considering the time, Ryoma must have already commenced his mission. Oil Woman Ryoma, his most trusted confidant, a legendary ninja from the Oil Woman clan adept in nanovenom insects. These nano-sized venomous creatures possess lethality and stealth far surpassing that of ordinary parasites. A mere brush with the nano-insects within Ryoma's body would enable them to infiltrate the enemy's system, wreaking havoc at the cellular level. Such injuries are virtually irreversible. A touch guarantees death. To maximize this terrifying ability, Ryoma had meticulously enhanced his transformation technique. Even the members of Root, renowned for their sensory skills, would struggle to see through his guise. Just a casual brush as one passes, and Kazama Mirai would meet her end in an unremarkable alley. A barely contained smirk played at the corners of Danzo's lips. The thought of Kazama Mirai, who moments ago was reveling in the Hokage building, suddenly expiring in obscurity, thrilled him to his core. It felt as though he was on the cusp of an exhilarating climax. At that moment, a member of Root entered to report. Lord Danzo. The Root member's gaze flickered nervously, his voice tinged with an unusual tremor. What is it? Has Ryoma returned? Has his mission been completed? Danzo's face broke into a triumphant smile. A meticulously crafted plan, the lethal nano-insects, Ryoma truly was his most prized asset. Such a member was indeed to his liking. No, it was Lord Ryoma. He corrected himself internally. The Root member swallowed hard. He has failed. Failed? Danzo's pupils dilated in disbelief, rage surging within him. How could this be? How could he, with the nano-insects, possibly fail? What on earth transpired? The reporting member summoned his courage, stammering, "You should see for yourself." In a concealed room within the Root base, the lifeless body of Oil Woman Ryoma lay flat upon a wooden plank, stripped of his uniform and entirely nude. His eye sockets were void of eyeballs, empty cavities from which 2 desiccated, dark purple bloodstains flowed. His nostrils, ears, and even mouth were marred with traces of dried, dark purple blood, rendering his appearance hauntingly grotesque. Danzo gazed upon Ryoma's form, his left eye trembling. A colossal weight pressed upon his chest, suffocating him. He stood frozen, as if turned to stone. When we arrived, we only found the remains of the insects. All his cells had been destroyed, and the nano-insects were dead. Furthermore, we discovered an exceptionally high concentration of metallic elements in his blood. Clenching his jaw, crimson veins bulged at the corners of Danzo's eyes, betraying the fury that simmered within him. He could not comprehend it. He was utterly confounded. How could the Oil Woman Ryoma, possessing nano-venomous insects, have suffered such a devastating defeat? All the nano-venomous insects perished, leaving behind a considerable residue of metallic elements in the blood. Metallic elements? Tobi's pupils trembled. It seemed he suddenly recalled something. Retreat quickly. Almost at the moment he bellowed, the Oil Woman Ryoma's body, lying flat on the board, suddenly swelled violently, akin to a balloon expanding at an alarming rate, reaching its limit in the blink of an eye. Protect Lord Tobi. This drastic transformation was witnessed by the root members surrounding them. Having been thoroughly brainwashed, they instinctively rushed towards Tobi's position. In the next instant, boom! The corpse, swollen to its limit, erupted suddenly. A putrid stench mingled with thick, sanguine plasma splattered everywhere, resembling a crimson flower blooming at the roots. Its petals immediately engulfing the entire secret chamber. The walls, the floor, even the ceiling, were all splattered with scarlet blood. The entire chamber transformed into a bloody inferno. Tobi's pupils quivered, shaking uncontrollably. His body was drenched in the oil woman Ryoma's blood, and a tiny droplet of blood fell from the eyelashes of his singular eye, plummeting onto the similarly stained floor. "Oh, Lord Tobi, are you all right?" A trembling voice inquired from one of the root members beside him. This sudden scene utterly exceeded their expectations. "Ah, Kazekage Minato, I shall not rest until we settle this." Raising his head, Tobi's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, his voice echoing with hatred throughout the room. "Quick, medical team, check on Lord Tobi." "Where's the medical team?" Chaos erupted within the root. Many members frantically searched for medical ninjas while supporting Tobi out of the room. Panic and disorder spread instantaneously from this chamber. Even now, they could not comprehend how Kazekage Minato had accomplished this. They had meticulously examined the oil woman Ryoma's corpse beforehand, and apart from the excessive concentration of metals in the blood, no abnormalities were found. Amid the confusion, the room designated for the oil woman Ryoma's remains gradually faded from memory, leaving behind walls stained with blood, recounting the horrific scene from moments prior. Minutes later, the blood remaining on the walls and floor began to change. At first, only a small glimmer of silver emerged from the stains, but soon the gleam intensified, forming tiny silver droplets. Eventually, they coalesced into streams of silver, converging from all directions towards the center, at the spot where the oil woman Ryoma's body had exploded. The silver fluid amassed increasingly, gradually taking on a human shape. Golden strands of hair appeared, and the visage bore a striking resemblance to Kazekage Minato. His azure gaze swept across the empty room. It seems the endeavor was successful. Magnetic fluid clone. After killing Yunlongma, Wolfing Mingtian left a hidden mechanism within his corpse. A portion of the magnetic fluid was not absorbed back into his body, but instead, it resided in the blood of Yunlongma in its minimal volume form. This explains the excessive metal concentration detected in Yunlongma's blood. The recent explosion was merely a diversion to draw attention away from them. The chaos among the roots presented the perfect opportunity for action. Unfortunately, to avoid detection by the roots and to preserve energy for subsequent plans, the power of the explosion had to be diminished. A trace of regret flickered in Wolfing Mingtian's eyes. Had all the energy been concentrated in that explosion, it might have been possible to eliminate Danzo outright. However, the difficulty was still considerable. The roots were Danzo's stronghold, even if severely wounded. Countless medical ninjas would tirelessly come to his aid. Moreover, he sensed that Danzo was not as simple as he appeared. Perhaps there existed some special ability for self-preservation. It was time to act amidst the chaos of the root base. Wolfing Mingtian's azure eyes glimmered slightly. There was no better opportunity than this. Chapter 41. Bewildered by the abyss, Fugaku found himself ensnared, his body effortlessly dissolving into a silvery fluid as he departed the room. The explosion had left the root base in a state of disarray, with most of its operatives hastening towards Danzo's location. To them, safeguarding Danzo was synonymous with the very essence of life. The sparse guards outside were oblivious to the fluid form of Fugaku as he gracefully navigated the corridors. Upon exiting the dim corner, his vision expanded dramatically, revealing the vastness of the root base, a shadowy underground palace, profound and solemn, stretching into the infinite. Through the magnetic fluid, Fugaku attuned himself to the external environment, his eyes flickering with curiosity. How much of Konoha's funds had Danzo appropriated to construct such an immense stronghold? The root base was situated on the fringes of Konoha, fortified beyond measure. Even Fugaku had never ventured inside, making this his inaugural foray into the depths of the root base. The enormity of the interior momentarily astonished him. Members clad in root uniforms hurried past, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Concealed within the shadows, Fugaku remained undetected, his form a mere whisper of the magnetic fluid. This nanoscopic substance not only allowed for effortless transformation but also possessed surprising physical properties. Such capabilities echoed the prevalence of nanotechnology in his previous life, where countless scientists endeavored to unveil the mysteries of the nanoscape. Now, Fugaku adeptly altered the optical reflection of the magnetic fluid, seamlessly merging with the shadows. To the naked eye, nothing seemed amiss. Most crucially, the essence of the magnetic fluid was metallic. Even the keenest sensory ninjutsu would reveal no anomalies. Utilizing this ability, Fugaku exploited the chaos within the root, infiltrating the depths of the base unnoticed. Ahead lay a chamber adorned with a multitude of sensory and protective barriers. Fugaku fell into contemplation. During his previous infiltration, he had encountered a secret room laden with barriers, yet none rivaled the sheer number present in this room. Moreover, it emanated an array of peculiar biological magnetic fields, closely spaced and remarkably orderly. For a moment, he pondered the nature of these strange fields. Perhaps the object of my quest lies within. Fugaku attempted to penetrate the sanctuary, cautiously slipping past the protective barriers. The silvery fluid seeped through the tightly sealed door, inch by inch, until he beheld the scene within, rendering him momentarily speechless. In a dust-laden laboratory, a series of glass jars stood in meticulous alignment. Inside these glass containers floated various human tissues, the most prevalent being eyeballs, specifically those of the Uchiha clan. At last, he comprehends the peculiar magnetic field of strange entities he has sensed outside. It is indeed these fragmented human tissues. In the bedroom, receiving information transmitted by the magnetic fluid doppelganger, Wolfing Mirai's azure eyes reveal a hint of astonishment. Could it be that Danzo possesses such audacity? The laboratory harbors no shortage of Sharingan, predominantly of the single tomo variety, yet the sheer volume amassed cannot be acquired in a brief span. Moreover, he has uncovered some extraordinary organic tissues, pulsating with a remarkably vigorous biological magnetic field. Wolfing Mirai knows that only one individual could generate such an effect, Senju Hashirama. After a moment's contemplation, Wolfing Mirai opens the door and strides into Naruto's room, rousing him from a midday slumber. "Uncle," Naruto murmurs, rubbing his bleary eyes. Wolfing Mirai smiles slightly. "My dear nephew, come with me to a certain place." At the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory, upon seeing Wolfing Mirai's return, the sentry Uchiha Shursui no longer exhibits the arrogance of their previous encounter. His demeanor is devoid of any trace of the Uchiha's characteristic haughtiness. Rather, it is laced with a hint of deference and respect. "Lord Mirai, are you here to see the clan leader? Please, follow me." Uchiha Shursui gestures for him to pass. He is acutely aware that the yellow-haired figure before him is beyond his reckoning, and even his clan leader, Fugaku, must maintain utmost respect. This second visit to the Uchiha clan's territory proves far more seamless than anticipated. Soon, Wolfing Mirai arrives at Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Having been informed by his clansmen, Fugaku has donned formal attire and sits at the table awaiting his arrival. As Wolfing Mirai pushes the door open, his first words cause Fugaku's pupils to constrict. Danzo is scheming to harness the power of the Sharingan. Fugaku's countenance struggles to maintain its composure. Even the typically steady leader finds his heart racing. "What? Mirai, you cannot be mistaken. The Sharingan is the Uchiha's unique bloodline limit, one of the two primary ocular techniques in Konoha, and the Uchiha's greatest asset in the shinobi world." Now, Wolfing Mirai has come to inform him that the village's shadow, Danzo, is plotting to seize the power of the Sharingan. How could he not be alarmed? Witnessing Fugaku's disbelief, Wolfing Mirai opens his palm, revealing a crimson eyeball nestled within, its two glossy tomos strikingly prominent. "I found this at Danzo's root base." "How dare he?" Fugaku gasps, fixated on the double tomo Sharingan, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. There is no doubt that this belongs to one of his clansmen. Moreover, judging by the degree of dissipated ocular power, it has been extracted for some time. Wolfing Mirai has only just returned to the village. The timeline does not align, rendering it impossible for him to have taken it. There is but one truth. Tobarama, the shadow of darkness in the realm of shinobi, has extended his sinister grasp towards the Uchiha clan. "Fugaku, are you truly willing to stand idly by as the eyes of your kin become mere playthings for others?" A faint smile graced the lips of Minato. He understood Fugaku's inherent weakness, his difficulty in making resolute decisions. Thus, a catalyst was necessary. "What is it that you desire of me?" Fugaku inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within. The smile on Minato's face deepened. He began to narrate slowly. Fugaku's expression transformed from bewilderment to shock, ultimately culminating in sheer disbelief. "Are you out of your mind?" Such actions would undoubtedly declare war upon that upper echelon. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly refined man, bearing a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage, could possess such reckless audacity. This was no mere dalliance with fire. It was akin to playing with nuclear bombs. A moment's inattention could yield unimaginable repercussions. What is there to fear? After all, I am with you, Minato smiled at him. Having spent considerable time in Minato's abode, I have grown weary of it. Henceforth, I shall reside within the Uchiha compound. Fugaku was taken aback. Minato intends to dwell within the Uchiha territory? Not just myself, but Naruto as well, he added with a faint smile. Naruto? Fugaku gazed at him intently. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Minato permits the Jinchuriki to reside amongst the Uchiha clan. Surely, Sarutobi and Tobirama would be infuriated. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Residing among the inherently malevolent Uchiha? Fugaku could already envision Tobirama's enraged countenance. Yet, this also served as a form of intimidation, a declaration. The Uchiha possessed the capability to bring Konoha to ruin. A severe headache plagued Fugaku. Minato was excessively domineering, and the current circumstances left him with no choice. He suddenly felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Chapter 42, Taking on a Disciple, Uchiha Itachi in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened to Kakashi's report. He abruptly stood from his seat, pressing his palms against the Hokage's desk. Indeed, Kakashi, donned in his cat-faced mask, wore a decidedly complex expression. As a disciple of Minato, he found himself caught between the teacher's son and brother and his direct superior, the third Hokage. The pressure upon him was immense. However, as a member of Hiruzen's elite Umbu, he had no choice but to fulfill the given task. Initially, it was presumed they were merely visiting, but as time passed, their prolonged stay within the Uchiha compound revealed a more alarming truth. They had taken residence there. Kakashi's intricate narrative left Hiruzen feeling utterly drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, causing him to slump back into his chair. Had it merely been the presence of the future Hokage, he might have remained composed, but the salient fact was that Naruto had also been brought along. Crimson veins sprang to life in Hiruzen's eyes. Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails. Previously, while Naruto was in the care of Minato's nephew, Hiruzen had begrudgingly accepted the situation. After all, Minato was Naruto's uncle. However, the implications of Naruto residing within the Uchiha territory were entirely different. The Nine Tails, the most formidable weapon of Konoha, had fallen into the hands of the Uchiha clan. Previously, any Uchiha wishing to approach Naruto would have faced the stringent scrutiny and expulsion enforced by the Umbu. Now, they had ascended to unprecedented heights. Moreover, according to Kakashi's intelligence, they were residing in Fugaku's home, the most heavily fortified residence of the Uchiha clan leader. Kazekage, have you lost your mind? Hiruzen's eyes blazed with fury. The actions of the future Hokage felt akin to wielding scissors against his very lifeblood, and with a sprinkle of salt to boot. Summon Danzo at once. No. Also call upon the elders, Koharu and Hamura. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, within the clan leader's residence, the future Hokage strolled leisurely alongside Uchiha Fugaku. How have you found your stay with us these past few days? Fugaku inquired of the golden-haired youth. Though the words were laced with concern, the tone lacked warmth, instead tinged with a hint of dryness and resignation. With the future Hokage parading Naruto so openly within the Uchiha territory, it was likely that the Hokage was on the verge of an explosive reaction. Fugaku could only imagine the chaos unfolding within the Hokage's office. The Jinchuriki of the village's ultimate weapon had so easily come under the Uchiha's influence. Now, even if they endeavored to distance themselves and vehemently assert that the Uchiha bore no ill intentions towards the village, Hiruzen would never believe it. Gazing at the golden-haired profile beside him, Fugaku felt an unsettling turmoil within. Namikaze Minato was excessively domineering, effectively severing all retreat paths for the Uchiha clan. Yet, should he dissent, it was likely that this individual's temperament would lead him to punch a hole in the clan leader's residence, subsequently bringing Naruto to reside there. In response to Fugaku's feigned cordiality, Minato appeared oblivious to the underlying resentment and pondered aloud, "It's bearable, though the bed is rather large, making Naruto somewhat uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? The depth of Fugaku's resentment intensified. To accommodate this esteemed guest, he had even relinquished his own and Mikoto's chamber. How could the bed not be spacious? It was the very bed he shared with Mikoto. By the way, Fugaku, how is the matter I spoke of progressing? Seemingly recalling something, Minato turned his gaze directly upon him. Fugaku's expression stiffened before he reined in his emotions, restoring a facade of calmness. Preparations have commenced, but a trace of gravity clouded his eyes. Minato, must we truly proceed with this? Any misstep could yield unforeseen consequences. Fugaku, I fear you still do not grasp the current predicament. Minato cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you believe that mere concession and retreat will ameliorate the Uchiha's plight? Peace sought through compromise leads to demise, while peace attained through struggle endures. One must strike the first blow to avoid a barrage of retaliations. Fugaku's countenance grew somber. Minato's words pierced his heart like a dagger. Did he not comprehend this truth? Yet, struggle necessitates sacrifice. As long as hope remains, however minuscule, he could not bear to witness the Uchiha in opposition to the village. Alas, that final glimmer of hope had now been extinguished by Minato. He inhaled deeply, releasing a complex sigh. That matter has already been set into motion. With myself and the security department involved, significant mishaps are unlikely. Unlike him, upon learning that Minato would be residing with the Uchiha clan, Shursui had been exhilarated. Remaining awake throughout the night, he was eager to vacate his own home to accommodate Minato. With boundless enthusiasm, Shursui seemed to defy the expectations of his age regarding Minato's proposal. Under his subtle guidance, it was likely that the village's public opinion would soon undergo unexpected transformations. Suddenly, Minato halted, his azure eyes fixed upon Naruto and his companions frolicking in the courtyard. Naruto and Sasuke appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. Despite being a guest, Naruto exhibited no signs of restraint, embodying a childlike exuberance as he led Sasuke in a game of medical examinations. Fugaku, witnessing this scene, felt his expression stiffen. He couldn't shake the feeling that the legacy of the fourth Hokage was being led astray by Minato. Under his influence, Sasuke often found himself donning women's attire in secret. Originally quite adorable and easily mistaken for a girl, he has become even more feminine. Moreover, Naruto appears to be utterly captivated by this transformation, taking it upon himself to personally groom and adorn Sasuke each time. However, the gaze of Minato Namikaze is not fixed upon Naruto. Instead, it lingers in a distant corner where Uchiha Itachi stands, observing the playful antics of the two with a soft chuckle. At the tender age of 9, Itachi possesses a depth of melancholy in his eyes that is incongruent with his years. The tear troughs flanking his nose only serve to deepen the aura of somber contemplation that envelopes him, though it is skillfully concealed. To the casual observer, he appears to be an astute and precocious youth. This world is never devoid of prodigies. They achieve accomplishments in their youth that ordinary individuals may never attain in a lifetime. Itachi is undoubtedly one such genius. Yet, genius is often accompanied by extremity. In Itachi's profound and melancholic gaze, Minato discerns a hint of confusion. Without proper guidance, he might very well lose his way. A smile graces his azure eyes. Itachi, would you consider becoming my disciple? Fugaku turns, astonished by his suggestion. What? Chapter 43, The Stormy Future Unleashed. I have caught you. Jisue, I entrust Naruto to you. Please ensure his safety. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly commanded Jisue, who was kneeling before him. His tone was earnest. The existence of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki posed a significant concern. As long as Naruto remained within the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen could not rest easy. He urgently recalled Jisue from his mission outside the village, insisting he monitor Naruto's movements closely. Among the Uchiha, Jisue was the only one he could trust. Rest assured, Lord Third, I will dedicate my life to safeguarding Naruto. Jisue bowed deeply, his short blade resting at his side. He had heard whispers of Naruto's situation while outside the village. Naruto's presence within the Uchiha clan undoubtedly posed a considerable threat. The already tenuous relationship with the village had become precarious. Seeing Jisue's determination, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. Only you and Itachi among the Uchiha have inherited the will of fire. Jisue felt a growing sense of shame. The clan does not understand your intentions. Please grant me some time, and I will counsel them properly. Good. Hearing Jisue's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. The situation was still salvageable. Perhaps it was time to induct Itachi into the Umbu. Once Itachi joined, he could serve as Hiruzen's eyes within the Uchiha clan. The movements of the Uchiha would not escape his notice. He needed to find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Itachi. While he pondered, a flustered Umbu suddenly appeared, panic evident on his face. Lord Hokage. An overwhelming number of detrimental rumors have surfaced in the village. Rumors? The Umbu hesitated. Speak. There are rumors suggesting that Danzo is secretly researching the powers of the Sharingan and would release It is even said he has abducted a member of the Uchiha to serve as a test subject. That subject escaped from Route 3 years ago and, fueled by hatred for Konoha, controlled the Nine Tails. The Umbu's voice dwindled, his forehead glistening with sweat beneath his mask. The content of these rumors was alarmingly sensitive. Most critically, he suddenly found a semblance of truth within these claims. According to this logic, many incomprehensible events could be elucidated. As an Umbu, he was acutely aware of the traces of both the Sharingan and would release discovered that fateful night. Yet, this thought was swiftly quelled. He dared not entertain it. Nor could he. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage. The tension in his clenched fists and the quaking of his shoulders revealed the depth of his fury. Absurd. Utterly preposterous. How could Danzo possibly commit such acts? Quickly, immediately prohibit the villagers from discussing this. Furthermore, I demand you uncover the source of these rumors. Hiruzen's eyes, bloodshot, glinted with fury as he bit down hard, forcing the words through gritted teeth. This rumor was exceptionally malicious. The source of the Nine Tails incident can be directly attributed to him and Danzo. If left unchecked, who knows what catastrophic consequences may arise. Amidst his fury, a profound confusion began to envelop his heart. Who, after all, is spreading such insidious rumors within the village? Most importantly, is Danzo truly conducting research on the Sharingan and would release? As for whether he has abducted Uchiha clan members for experimentation, he remains uncertain. But given his understanding of Danzo, it is entirely plausible that such atrocities could occur. This realization sent cold sweat cascading down his back. It is said that the events of that fateful night are linked to Lord Danzo. Apparently, one of his experimental subjects escaped, possessing the combined powers of the Sharingan and would release abilities reminiscent of the god of ninjas. It makes me want to become an experimental subject myself. How Navi. To be an experimental subject must entail enduring unimaginable torment. Otherwise, why would one harbor such hatred towards the village, seeking to control the Nine Tails for vengeance? What a pity. The child of the fourth Hokage truly suffers. At this point, several villagers felt a wave of despondency wash over them, with some even dabbing at tears. Naruto's plight is truly tragic. They had once bullied him, and it was only upon learning of his true identity that their sympathy for Naruto deepened. Such a small child, living alone, subjected to their daily scorn. I am utterly despicable. Before, when Namikaze Minato revealed Naruto's identity, it unexpectedly elicited a profound reaction. Out of sympathy for Naruto, the villagers of Konoha harbored a deep-seated hatred for the instigator of all this chaos. Thus, this rumor, upon surfacing, immediately captured their attention. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo was in a state of bewilderment. Here he was, minding his own business, when calamity struck. What on earth? An experimental subject has escaped, and research on would release? The true mastermind is none other than myself? How infuriating. Which imbecile is framing me? Danzo trembled with rage. Can this world ever be salvaged? Why must I bear every blame? Am I destined to be the scapegoat? Though he did not ascend to the rank of Hokage, it seems he has become the embodiment of blame. Amidst his fury, a wave of trepidation surged within him. The rumors concerning those events, aside from the fictional escape of an experimental subject, were largely true. Where did it all go awry? For the first time, he, who has always adeptly manipulated public opinion, tasted the bitterness of being on the receiving end of such scorn. The very shot he had fired years ago had struck him squarely between the eyes. The rumors in Konoha showed no signs of abating, perhaps because they struck a chord with the villagers, evolving into multiple versions during their transmission. One such version claimed that the experimental subject was actually Danzo's illegitimate child with an Uchiha. It was said that Danzo had 9 such experimental subjects. Due to disfigurement from the experiments, the true perpetrator was said to wear a mask, too fearful to reveal his true face. The various accounts circulated vividly. At Hokage Rock, the visage of Namikaze Minato loomed large, while Namikaze Minato stood atop the head of his father, gazing down upon the village with his piercing azure eyes. From this vantage point, the entire village came into view. The rumors were indeed instigated by him from the shadows, specifically at the behest of Uchiha Shina. Following the apprehension of several villagers who had been planted as spies, the Uchiha Guard conducted an overnight interrogation to extract their methods and strategies, almost mirroring their approach. It incited a whirlwind of public opinion within Konoha, thanks to the storytelling prowess of Kazekage Future and the villagers' deep-seated hatred for the perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident. The dissemination of these rumors proceeded remarkably well, even surpassing expectations. However, The present Kazekage Future found himself devoid of the inclination to revel in such achievements. He stood before the statue of Minato, utilizing the elevation of the terrain to maximize the perception of the biological magnetic field, enveloping the entirety of Konoha. Perched upon an inconspicuous large tree at the village's edge, a crimson eye peered through a mask, observing the settlement beyond. It had been confirmed that his identity remained concealed. These rumors appeared to be mere serendipity. White Zetsu emerged from the tree trunk beside him, revealing the white upper half of his body. To be frank, when these rumors first surfaced, even he was taken aback. Aside from being unrelated to Danzo's experimental subjects, the traits of possessing would release and Sharingan, along with wearing a mask, aligned almost perfectly. Upon receiving this news, Obito, disregarding his surveillance of Nagato within Akatsuki, was compelled to ascertain the extent of his identity's exposure. The only individual who should have seen him in a masked guise was Minato, yet he was already deceased, having perished amidst the chaos he himself orchestrated. Fortunately, it appeared that this was merely the result of a particularly imaginative villager. His identity remained intact, and the anxiety that had gripped him began to dissipate. Obito prepared to depart. Almost simultaneously, the statue of Minato's Hokage visage, Kazekage Future, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His azure irises were laced with menacing crimson veins. He had discovered you. Chapter 44. A mighty man descends. Are you drenched in sweat, Obito? The purpose of guiding the village's public opinion and releasing the news of the Nine-Tails Night perpetrator is, on the surface, to suppress Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, Namikaze Minato hopes that through the fermentation of public discourse, the true mastermind behind that night will be revealed. He had previously communicated with Minato in the ceiling space of the Nine-Tails and learned specific intelligence about the enemy that night. This included details about a masked figure wielding the kaleidoscope of space-time and would release, armed with chains. Among the rumors circulating in the village, many contained descriptions from Minato. Namikaze Minato could not believe that upon discovering the rumors in the village pointed directly at him, he would remain utterly unmoved. After all, besides himself and the deceased Minato, no one else should have witnessed his appearance that night. Indeed, my speculation was not mistaken. A crimson veil clouded Namikaze Minato's eyes, and his lips curled into a sinister arc almost involuntarily. Blue lightning arcs danced around his body. He forcefully stomped on the rocky ground, his form launching into the air like a cannonball, racing towards the sensed direction. In the woods at the edge of Konoha, Obito commanded indifferently, White Zetsu. Pay close attention to Konoha during this time. Report any unusual occurrences to me immediately. From the results of the investigation, it appeared that his true identity had not been exposed. Nevertheless, necessary precautions had to be taken. Moreover, he felt an unsettling peculiarity about these rumors, as if some force was orchestrating them from behind the scenes. After giving his orders, Obito gazed wistfully with his hollow, crimson eyes at the village across from him. This decaying village is unworthy of salvation. Only in the realm of illusion can redemption be found. Both Minato and Rin will reunite in another world. He prepared to depart. The surrounding space began to warp. Suddenly, as if noticing something, his expression shifted and his gaze turned skyward. There, a blue object was rapidly approaching. No, to be precise, it was plummeting, falling at an astonishing speed. Boom! A tremor suddenly reverberated through the forest as the falling object crashed heavily into the trees opposite Obito, splintering a vast expanse of wood into powder and stirring up a cloud of dust. Obito fixed his gaze on the swirling debris. As the swirling dust gradually settled, a humanoid silhouette emerged from the impact site. Amidst the crackling sound of electricity, arcs of lightning surged around him, his golden hair standing on end as if charged, and his azure eyes were filled with menacing bloodshot veins, exuding an expression of fury akin to that of a hellish demon. At last, I have captured you. Obito's eyelid twitched. This fellow, did he just leap down from the heavens? There were no elevated terrains surrounding this forest, and if the distance were not great enough, the sound of his leap would have been instantly detected. This indicated that the man before him had jumped directly from an exceedingly distant location. It seems trouble is brewing. The ominous figure of White Zetsu emerged halfway from the tree trunk, signaling a foreboding presence. The storm that is Obito approaches with tremendous ferocity, and this peculiar entrance clearly indicates he is no ordinary foe. He began to stealthily retract into the tree trunk, hoping to slip away unnoticed before the battle erupted. Obito, I leave the enemies to you. With your prowess, you should have no difficulty, right? Just as he was about to make his escape, He caught sight of the familiar golden locks, and under the mask, Obito suddenly let out a derisive laugh. "You must be Minato's younger brother. What do you wish to?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous explosion echoed as the ground beneath Obito's feet erupted violently. In an instant, he found himself beside Obito, delivering a powerful punch. Bolstered by his phasing ability, Obito remained unfazed, but White Zetsu, who was attempting to flee and had already sunk halfway into the tree trunk, was thrown into a frenzy. "Obito, you scoundrel, you're betraying me." Boom. The great tree shattered, and the force of the punch carved a pathway through the forest. White Zetsu's form disintegrated into countless tiny white spores that scattered amidst the splintered wood. Despite taking the hit head-on, Obito showed no signs of distress, having evaded the attack with his phasing technique. A flicker of intrigue crossed the azure depths of Obito's eyes. Is that the space-time dojutsu? Just as Minato described. The masked man before him was indeed the perpetrator responsible for Minato and Kushina's demise. The only distinction was that the mask, described by Minato as having tiger stripes, was now replaced with a swirling orange one. A blue flash, huh? Your power exceeds my expectations. The Crimson Tomo peered through the hollow on the left side of the mask, surveying Obito with a hint of surprise. This unique entrance, along with the sheer force of that last strike, had undeniably elevated his assessment of Obito. However, it was ultimately futile. In a mocking display of Obito's impotence, a smirk crept upon the masked man's lips. "Under my gaze, you will have no opportunities." Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was grappling with the turmoil engulfing the village. The sudden emergence of rumors struck him like an unexpected blow, leaving him defenseless. If he could not quell the rumors swiftly, he dreaded the unforeseen consequences that might arise. "That bastard Danzo has thrust this mess upon me." Sarutobi seethed with indignation. If it weren't for the filth already lodged in Danzo's backside, such baseless rumors could not have spread through the village in such a short span. Once this matter subsides, he vowed to eradicate the roots of this research entirely. Allowing it to persist could lead to untold calamities. Just as he simmered in anger, a sudden whoosh announced the arrival of an umbu. "Hokage-sama, there have been violent tremors reported in the southeastern part of the village, indicating possible combat involving ninjas." Sarutobi's expression stiffened. The southeastern part of the village? Is that not all forest? Can the tremors of a ninja battle reach this far? Who could it possibly be? "Immediately assemble a group of umbu to accompany me for an investigation," Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded in a solemn tone. At this moment, the rumors circulating within the village were of no concern. It was imperative to ascertain the identities of the combatants. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan territory, Fugaku, who was in conversation with Itachi, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distant forest. "Father? What is it?" Itachi inquired, puzzled. "Over there, it seems something is trembling." Fugaku's expression turned contemplative. "Is there a battle occurring?" Yet, the distance is quite far, if it is indeed the sound of combat. The strength of the opposing side must be utterly formidable. Tremors? Itachi's eyes subtly shifted. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku addressed his eldest son, Itachi. "We shall discuss the matter of Bofing's future role as your mentor later. First, gather the clan members who have activated their Sharingan, and follow me to investigate the source of the tremors." Itachi noted the gravity of his father's expression and nodded solemnly. "Understood, father." Chapter 45, The Thunder Cage of 30 Minutes. Repent in the thunder. A series of powerful punches were unleashed, sending forth a tempest that swept through the forest. Wherever it struck, trees were obliterated, reduced to mere splinters, and the ground was torn asunder, crisscrossed with gaping fissures. In a mere instant, this once vibrant forest lay in ruins. Uchiha Obito maintained an air of composure. Although the assaults from Naruto Uzumaki were formidable, they held no sway over him. Possessing the ability to render his body intangible, he remained unperturbed by such potent attacks. As long as his true form remained untouched, all strikes were rendered futile. Easily evading Naruto's onslaught, he gracefully distanced himself. Leaping onto a relatively intact tree nearby, his crimson gaze coldly scrutinized his opponent. "I have already stated, under my eye, your attacks are ineffective." A vortex of distorted space materialized around his singular eye. "I shall let you off this time. Next, you shall not be so fortunate." Obito prepared to withdraw. The proximity to Konoha was too close for comfort. This brief skirmish had already created a considerable commotion. It was likely that ninjas from the village were hastening toward this location. He was ill-suited to be exposed to their gaze. The longer he lingered, the more disadvantageous it would become. Suddenly, a flash of blue light darted past. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Obito's forehead. Swift. Astoundingly swift. What was that just now? Had he not been vigilant to Naruto's movements, promptly halting his space-time maneuver, he would have certainly been struck by the preceding attack. Did I grant you permission to leave? Naruto's icy stare bore into him. When you engage in space-time movement, you must revert to a tangible form, correct? In other words, unless I consent, you cannot utilize space-time movement to depart from here. A jolt of alarm surged through Obito. Damn it, how could Naruto have discovered this? His earlier pretense was merely to bewilder Naruto, concealing this secret. Yet, unexpectedly, it had been unveiled. However, Naruto's subsequent words sent a chill coursing through Obito's being, akin to plunging into a frigid abyss. Your intangibility must also have its limits, does it not? A smirk curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Obito. Let me venture a guess. How long is that limit? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Or perhaps 15 minutes? Listening to Naruto, Obito felt an increasing sense of dread. He was unaware that Naruto had gleaned information about his abilities from the ceiling space of Minato Namikaze. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly fled the moment Naruto appeared, never daring to linger. Did you truly believe I was merely attacking aimlessly? Naruto's azure eyes, resembling profound springs, fixated on Obito. Suddenly, Obito sensed the ground beneath him trembling. He raised his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, only to witness, amidst the thunderous vibrations, for colossal silver metal pillars slowly ascending from 4 directions, with him at the center. These peculiar pillars, resembling oversized mushrooms at their apex, invoked a sinking feeling in his heart. Although he was uncertain about the purpose of these strange structures, he was acutely aware that Namikaze Minato would never engage in futile preparations. Was the recent assault merely a diversion to facilitate the arrangement of such apparatus? The intensity of that attack was staggering, yet there remained the capacity to deploy this underground metal configuration. Namikaze Minato, you are even more formidable than the 4th Hokage. As his feet lifted from the ground, Minato's body began to levitate, seemingly defying gravity, hovering above and looking down upon Obito. You are likely unaware of the nature of your surroundings, are you? These towering magnetic explosion coils, each 10 meters high with a 3-meter diameter, can unleash over 1,000,000 volts of high-voltage current. Each attack radius encompasses a span of 100 meters, and I have prepared 4 of these for you. A flicker of pity appeared in Minato's eyes as he gazed down upon Obito. His raised right hand descended, summoning a lightning cage that would endure for 30 minutes. Repent for your sins amidst the thunder. With a deafening roar, hundreds of thousands of thick, azure-purple currents surged forth from the tops of the 4 magnetic explosion coils, shattering the surrounding trees in an instant. The fragments vaporized in the sudden rise of temperature. The air molecules were electrolyzed, transforming oxygen into ozone under immense pressure, releasing an unpleasant odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. The area within hundreds of meters was engulfed in a sea of purple lightning. Suspended high above, Minato resembled a deity, surveying the turbulent azure-purple purgatory below. The thunderous deluge raged on, akin to an apocalypse. Obito, positioned at the epicenter of this electric inferno, would have been obliterated in less than a millisecond if not for his phasing ability, charred and carbonized instantly. Amidst the tumult of thunder, he faintly recalled Minato's final words, a lightning cage lasting 30 minutes. 30 minutes. His heart was engulfed in terror, his crimson Sharingan wide with astonishment. Almost instantaneously, as the violet lightning erupted, the villagers of Konoha felt the weight of that dreadful oppression. The electromagnetic pulse generated by the ultra-high voltage current incapacitated all electronic devices within the village in an instant. Children watching old televisions suddenly found the screens filled with static, accompanied by a crackling noise. Refrigerators sputtered out sparks before ceasing to function, and communication devices were left with only piercing static. This formidable electromagnetic pulse even reached the city of the Fire Nation's daimyo, over 100 kilometers away, where the pampered nobility would soon discover that their televisions were malfunctioning today. The villagers ambled down the street, their gazes lifted in a daze, eyes trembling as they beheld the vast, deep purple sea of lightning. The air, charged with moisture and an abrupt surge of static electricity, sent tingles across their skin. What on earth is happening? Is this something humanity can achieve? Members of the Umbu, trailing behind Sarutobi Hizashi toward the battlefield, nearly froze in disbelief. nervously swallowing their saliva. The scene before them surpassed all comprehension. Lightning. It was all lightning. The forest, once located southeast of the hidden leaf village, had been utterly transformed into a vast ocean of purple thunder. Countless bolts, as thick as arms, writhed and leaped within this tempest of electricity. The deafening roar of the ferocious current seemed to be the sole sound in this realm. Almost simultaneously, from another direction, Uchiha Fugaku and his clan members, also en route to the battlefield, gazed up in a similar state of shock. "The power of the gods," murmured one trembling Uchiha. Chapter 46. The astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen. What are your limits in the future? The scene before them was profoundly shocking, far beyond their comprehension. Lightning release. Could it truly achieve such an effect? Even the most advanced techniques of lightning release could not possibly possess such magnitude and range, could they? This sense of awe and bewilderment spread among the Uchiha clan members. As Uchihas, their proficiency in lightning release, second only to fire release, made the terrifying expanse of this electric sea even more palpable. The ninjutsu accumulated by the Uchiha from the Warring States period to the present had never contained a technique that could rival the spectacle before them. The range, the power, and the duration, none could compare. Behind Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi gazed at the ominous purple sea, an unusual light flickering in his dark eyes. If only they could wield such power. Perhaps the fate of their clan could be transformed. In Konoha village, within the Hyuga clan's compound, Hinata's father, Hayashi, observed her in the courtyard when suddenly, as if sensing something, the veins around his eyes bulged like worms, directing his gaze towards the southeast. My goodness! Through the Byakugan, he clearly discerned that the endless sea of lightning contained no chakra whatsoever. Such a colossal assault, and yet it operated without any chakra. This vaguely reminded him of a certain individual from the Third Great Ninja War, whose techniques also lacked visible chakra. Minato Namikaze, the legendary Yellow Flash. What on earth was happening? Hayashi felt a surge of anxiety. Within the ominous purple lightning, Obito was akin to a stranded fish, yearning to escape, yet finding no avenue for flight. The extent of this lightning sea was immense, visually estimated at a diameter of several hundred meters. The savage purple currents ravaged the battlefield, obliterating the surrounding forest, while the ground was incessantly pierced by high-voltage electricity, charring and decomposing the upper soil into an ever-expanding massive depression. What terrified Obito the most was the fact that this sea of lightning could move, should he dare to breach its confines. The four metallic pillars standing at each cardinal point would shift with him, keeping him perpetually ensnared at the very center of the storm. As for using space-time ninjutsu to escape, that was preposterous. Once he ceased his intangibility, he would likely be engulfed by the surrounding ferocious lightning in an instant. With only 1 minute remaining of his intangibility, despair welled in Obito's eye. The Kamui technique could sustain his intangibility for a maximum of 5 minutes, and now, 4 minutes had elapsed. He recalled Minato's words prior to unleashing this sea of lightning. This is a 30-minute lightning cage prepared especially for you. 30 minutes. Such a suffocating figure. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by his umbu, had arrived at the scene, instinctively swallowing hard upon witnessing the rampaging sea of purple lightning. Lord Hokage, it appears there is someone within. A reminder from the umbu caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. As he followed the direction of the warning, his pupils constricted sharply upon glimpsing the figure suspended above the violet sea. It was Namikaze Minato. From this angle, he could only discern the silhouette. Yet the striking golden hair was unmistakably conspicuous. There was no doubt that the individual was indeed Namikaze Minato. Had he conjured this tempest of thunder? Was he engaged in combat with an adversary? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was in turmoil, filled with shock and disbelief. His thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn toyed with by a cat. He was aware of Namikaze Minato's formidable prowess, yet he had not anticipated it to be so overwhelming. What were the limits of his strength? Who was his enemy? What could possibly warrant such a level of attack? Almost immediately after their arrival, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by members of the Uchiha clan, hastened to the battlefield from another direction, gazing upon the resounding tempest of thunder and lightning. Feeling the tingling static on their faces, a wave of exhilaration surged within the hearts of the Uchiha. The mightier the ninja, the greater the respect they commanded. With fervent intensity in their eyes, the crimson tomo of their Sharingan ignited, eager to locate the source of this terrifying assault. Soon, one of them discerned the target. There, following the clan member's pointer, The others of the Uchiha clan too recognized the figure standing above the sea of lightning. Through that radiant golden hair, they identified the individual's identity. It was Lord Minato. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, this group of Uchiha could hardly restrain their excitement. Their scarlet Sharingan brimming with fervor and tremors. Magnificent. Utterly magnificent. The source of such power turned out to be Namikaze Minato, residing within the Uchiha territory, with whom they shared a close bond. Elation, enthusiasm, frenzy. In an instant, a multitude of fervent emotions erupted within this assembly of Uchiha. Among them, Itachi gazed at the golden-haired figure above the tempest, his eyes alight with wonder. Just moments ago, his father had been discussing the prospect of apprenticing under Namikaze Minato. Initially, he had hesitated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also extending an invitation for him to join the Umbu. But now, hesitation was no longer an option. With such formidable power, Namikaze Minato might truly transform the Uchiha. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, merely a few dozen meters away, soured significantly. Particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face turned as grim as if he had ingested something vile. Just a moment ago, he had been concerned about Namikaze Minato's displayed strength. The next moment, this group of crimson-eyed individuals was celebrating as if in jubilant cheer. Where could he, as Hokage, place his dignity? The Umbu behind Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged bewildered glances, enveloped in an air of awkwardness. Although they belonged to the same village, the Uchiha and his group appeared to be two entirely distinct factions, each responding in diametrically opposed ways. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Uchiha Fugaku took the initiative to approach Sarutobi Hiruzen, respectfully inquiring, "Third Hokage, have you also come to provide support upon sensing the anomaly?" This greeting eased the tension on Sarutobi's face. With such a significant disturbance occurring around the village as Hokage, I cannot remain indifferent. The Hokage is deeply concerned for Konoha. Fugaku, whom do you believe we are destined to confront in battle? I do not know, Fugaku replied, gazing at the vast sea of purple lightning with a grave expression. However, one can speculate that it must be an extraordinarily formidable adversary. Above the electrified ocean, Wolfing Mikoto hovered in the air, looking down upon Obito struggling within the lightning-infused liquid. According to his calculations, the opponent's intangibility must have its limits. And those limits were nearing. Indeed, before long, Obito made a move within the lightning. Damn it, I can no longer afford to remain in this state. His bandaged arm grasped the vortex mask, and the Sharingan within the hollow gleamed with unprecedented madness and hatred. The very next moment, the intangibility came to an abrupt end. Boom. His physical form erupted into a mist of blood amidst the ravenous lightning, flesh and blood carbonizing and vanishing in the rapidly rising temperatures, all occurring within the span of less than a second. Obito had vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. In the air, Wolfing Mikoto silently observed this scene, his golden hair swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 47. The fear of Obito. The rumbling thunder gradually ceased, and the tumultuous purple sea of lightning began to calm, resembling an enraged beast retracting its fury. Moments later, only 4 colossal metal pillars stood amidst the ravaged battlefield. The upper sections of these pillars still crackled with residual electricity. The relentless assault of 1,000,000 volts over 5 minutes had created depressions in the ground several meters deep. The silicon within the soil melted under the intense heat, transforming this forest into a vast basin, from which wisps of white smoke ascended. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone generated by electrolysis. However, no one paid heed to this insignificant anomaly. All eyes were fixed upon the devastated battleground. Before this smoking, gigantic basin, they felt utterly insignificant. Was such power truly within the grasp of humanity? Moreover, it was Naruto Uzumaki who had chosen to cease his onslaught. Had he persisted, how much longer would the devastation have endured? What horrific damage might it have wrought? Saruhi Hiruzen's pupils quivered slightly, his gaze lingering on the 4 smoking metal pillars. Was this the key to unleashing such a technique? If these 4 metal structures were to stand in the Sarutobi clan's territory, he dared not contemplate, nor could he afford to. Hovering in the air, Naruto surveyed the battlefield. After a thorough scan, he descended to the ground. Uchiha Fugaku and the others, who had long awaited his arrival, immediately surrounded him. Who was your adversary, Future? Fugaku inquired anxiously. The necessity of forcing Naruto to employ such a terrifying attack could only imply the presence of an extraordinary foe, one who orchestrated the events of that fateful night. It was indeed, Naruto replied calmly. Sure enough, Fugaku's pupils constricted. Only the mastermind behind that night would warrant such a display of power from Naruto. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding Uchiha clan members erupted into astonished discourse. That night? The night of the Ninetales rampage? The thought that Lord Naruto had engaged such an adversary was terrifying, after all. It was a foe that even the fourth Hokage could not conquer. These murmurs reached Tsurugi Hiruzen's ears, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. The mastermind from that night? The very enemy with whom Naruto had battled was of such a caliber. Future, who is the true identity of the opponent? Tsurugi Hiruzen asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. After all, the village had circulated tales that the Night of the Ninetales was a retaliation for an experiment gone awry involving Danzo. These rumors were substantiated, leaving him uncertain of their veracity. I did not see his face. He wore a mask, Naruto replied, shaking his head. The adversary donned a vortex mask and possessed the ability to phase out. Even until the final moment of our confrontation, I found no opportunity to shatter his mask. Tsurugi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. This meant he could not definitively link the incident to Danzo. Yet, Naruto's subsequent words caused his expression to stiffen once more. However, what can be confirmed is that the enemy bears no relation to the Uchiha clan, yet for reasons unknown, harbors a profound animosity towards Konoha. Namikaze Minato is acutely aware that the Uchiha have long been viewed with suspicion due to the events of the Night of the Ninetales, which prompted their relocation. Given the current opportunity, it is imperative to absolve the Uchiha clan of any accusations. Indeed, I had asserted that the Night of the Ninetales could not possibly be linked to us. Precisely, the village's distrust towards us is utterly unfounded. Yet, the rumors propagated by Danzo seem rather credible. A throng of red-eyed clan members is on the verge of madness. Having long been burdened with the stigma of being a threat to the village, often facing disdain as they traverse its streets. Now that they have a chance to vindicate themselves, how could they not be exhilarated? While the Uchiha celebrate, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu behind him wear grim expressions. Many of these Umbu had previously been dispatched by Sarutobi to surveil the Uchiha compound, under the suspicion that the clan might be linked to the Ninetales rampage. Yet now, Minato reveals that the true perpetrator lies elsewhere. Where will they save face? Ahem, we shall discuss this matter later. By the way, Minato, have you eliminated the mastermind behind this? After a few coughs, Sarutobi swiftly redirected the conversation. What he did not anticipate, however, was Minato's lack of a direct response. The image of Obito's body exploding replayed in his mind. Within a mere second, his flesh had vanished under the assault of high-voltage electricity. Logically, he should have been irreversibly dead. Yet, Minato found something peculiar. The duration of Obito's biological magnetic field's disappearance was slightly earlier than he had expected. The time difference so minuscule it was nearly imperceptible. It was as if his obliterated form had not been vaporized by the electrical current, but rather had simply ceased to exist. He gazed intently at Uchiha Fugaku and inquired, Fugaku, does the Uchiha clan possess any techniques for resurrection? Resurrection? Fugaku's expression stiffened. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, there is indeed such a technique, but the conditions for its use are exceedingly stringent. He cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi. If the third Hokage were to learn of such a secret art, his wariness towards the Uchiha would undoubtedly intensify. What technique? After deliberating for a moment, Fugaku answered, Izanagi. A forbidden technique exclusive to those with the three-tomo Sharingan. It is an absolute taboo that can rectify any adverse reality affecting oneself, transforming it into a favorable outcome. He paused. In other words, it is a means of resurrection. The air around them suddenly fell silent. Sarutobi's eyes were laced with crimson veins, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. The Uchiha clan possesses such a terrifying forbidden technique? With such power, are they not invincible? His apprehension towards the Uchiha surged to unprecedented heights. Sensing Sarutobi's distress, Fugaku quickly added, due to the immense bloodshed it once caused. This technique was classified as forbidden during the Warring States period, severing its transmission within the clan. It was only upon hearing the inquiries from the future that I suddenly recalled it. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression softened slightly. Judging by the astonished faces of the clan members behind Fugaku, it seemed that what he said was indeed true. Uzumaki Mirai paid little heed to their conversation, his eyes narrowing slightly. Recalling the peculiar disappearance of Obito's body, was that technique employed? He turned his head, surveying the battlefield, expanding his biological magnetic field perception to its maximum. No anomalies were detected. The opposing side must have contemplated their strategy for resurrection prior to employing this technique. It is highly likely that both the timing and location of the resurrection would be altered. How intriguing. A faint smile suddenly curled at the corners of his lips. In his cerulean eyes, a surge of intense excitement and tremor emerged, as if he had discovered an exceedingly fascinating prey. Now this is captivating. Flee, flee, until I capture you once more, and in your eyes filled with fear and trembling, I shall personally remove your mask. In the realm of time and space, a dim world devoid of any light, only endless gravestones stood like tombstones. Obito lay upon the cold stone slab, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat. Appearing utterly disheveled, the scarlet three-tomo in his left eye gradually faded to a pale hue, forever losing its brilliance. His remaining eye was filled with terror. So close to being killed by you. Uzumaki Mirai, truly a terrifying adversary. Chapter 48, Fugaku, you too do not wish. 3 days have elapsed since the battle between Naruto and Obito, yet the discussions within Konoha village regarding that monumental clash have shown no signs of abating. The entire village is imbued with a palpable excitement, for the confrontation was nothing short of astonishing. From a vantage point 1/3 of the way up the village, one could gaze towards the southeastern horizon and behold the ominous purple sea of lightning. The rampant, ferocious currents appeared as if they were divine retribution descending upon the earth. In the aftermath of this battle, the once lush forest had vanished, leaving behind a colossal basin several meters deep. As the villagers engaged in fervent discourse, they unraveled the identities of the combatants involved in this cataclysmic event. The one responsible for unleashing the terrifying onslaught was none other than Naruto's uncle, the Blue Flash, Minato Namikaze. This formidable figure, who had remained dormant for 3 years, once again revealed his ruthless nature to the world. The other participant, however, was the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack that fateful night. Upon learning the intricacies of the battle, the overwhelming majority of villagers trembled with exhilaration. The wounds inflicted by the Nine-Tails Knight had yet to fully heal. That night claimed not only the lives of numerous shinobi, but also many villagers who perished in their sleep. In the wake of this conflict, Minato's reputation soared within the village. Indeed, some villagers even began to draw comparisons between him and the first Hokage. In stark contrast, Danzo's standing plummeted to an all-time low, his infamy rendering him a pariah, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Just prior to the outbreak of hostilities, rumors had circulated that the true culprit was one of Danzo's experimental subjects. This fortuitous turn of events only served to amplify Danzo's notoriety, making him the subject of universal disdain. Danzo, feeling an acute sense of injustice, found himself in a most vexing predicament. How utterly frustrating. He had done nothing wrong, yet he bore the brunt of blame that gleamed ever more brightly. Must I shoulder all the world's burdens? Amidst the fervent discussions echoing throughout the village, in the Uchiha clan compound, within the patriarch's residence, the protagonist of this event, Minato, sat comfortably across from Fugaku at a low table, leisurely savoring tea. The fragrant aroma of the brewed leaves wafted through the room, imparting an air of elegance. Minato, concerning Itachi's apprenticeship. Fugaku set down his teacup, hesitating as he searched for the right words. The recent battle had showcased Minato's prowess. It was likely that even the resurrected Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would pale in comparison to his younger brother. In terms of strength, he was more than capable of mentoring Itachi. Yet, a flicker of conflict appeared in his eyes. Was it Hiruzen who sought you out? Minato took a sip of tea, seemingly indifferent. Indeed, you cannot hide anything from me. Upon hearing Minato's candid acknowledgement, Fugaku exhaled with relief and nodded. Just 2 days prior, Hiruzen had approached him to discuss Itachi's potential induction into the Umbu. Should Itachi join the Umbu, he would effectively become a direct subordinate of Hiruzen, making it impossible for him to continue his apprenticeship under Minato. Fugaku found himself ensnared in deep conflict. On one hand, Itachi's apprenticeship under Minato would undoubtedly be advantageous. With Minato's strength, he could provide invaluable guidance to Itachi. Allowing Itachi to join the Umbu seems to be a prudent choice. Firstly, it could alleviate the increasingly tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Secondly, Itachi could serve as an informant, relaying intelligence from the village's higher echelons back to his family. These two options represent markedly divergent paths, leaving Fugaku Uchiha in a state of indecision. Fugaku's hesitation did not escape the keen observation of Minato Namikaze. He set down his cup of tea and remarked, "Fugaku, You likely wish for Itachi to act as the Uchiha's eyes within the upper echelons, do you not? A dry smile flickered across Fugaku's lips. Indeed, it appears I cannot conceal anything from you. Before Minato, he felt utterly transparent. Fugaku, have you considered whether Itachi will truly act according to your wishes? Minato's expression shifted, prompting a furrowed brow from Fugaku. Why do you ask this? He was perplexed. As Itachi's father, he believed that his son should naturally align with his intentions. Was this not the expected norm? Seeing Fugaku's bewilderment, Minato recognized his failure to grasp the gravity of the situation. He opted for a different approach. Or perhaps, do you genuinely understand your son? Fugaku was further confounded. Itachi was his child, whom he had raised with care. Of course, I know him well. Minato, I do not comprehend your meaning. I shall be blunt. Itachi possesses his own convictions. If you place him within the higher ranks as a spy, they too will likely recruit him to infiltrate the Uchiha. What do you think he will ultimately choose? Fugaku's demeanor grew solemn. Itachi is my eldest son. Even if faced with such a choice, he should prioritize the family. The notion of a double agent was one Fugaku had pondered. Growing up in the Uchiha, he believed Itachi would undoubtedly side with his clan. I beg to differ, Minato countered, shaking his head. Why? In Itachi's eyes, I perceive a profound confusion, akin to a vessel adrift upon a midnight sea. To ask him to be a double agent would only deepen this uncertainty. In such dire circumstances, should he find even the faintest glimmer of direction, no matter how misguided, he may cling to it as his last hope, proceeding without regard for the consequences. Fugaku, you would not wish for Itachi to create irreparable harm, would you? Minato gazed deeply into Fugaku's eyes. A chill crept down Fugaku's spine as a realization dawned upon him. He had barely scratched the surface of understanding Itachi. Had the son, who had always been so sensible and obedient, been ensnared in confusion and anguish, unbeknownst to his father? Outside, Itachi stood quietly, poised to bring fresh tea to the two men, silently absorbing their conversation. Itachi was a precocious and sensitive child, possessing a depth of thought that far surpassed his peers. What is family? What is village? What is true vision? Surely, these were questions that occupied Itachi's mind incessantly. It is precisely for this reason that he requires guidance, akin to a candle igniting in the darkness, illuminating the path before him. This is something Sarutobi Sasuke cannot provide. He is a politician, a schemer, whose motives are solely driven by self-interest. I believe I am capable of doing so. Kazekage Mirai gazed earnestly at Fugaku across from him. Suddenly, the wooden sliding door was thrust open with a crash. Fugaku turned in astonishment. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi, bearing a cup of steaming tea, his ebony eyes already glistening with a hint of red. With a thud, the cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor, the steaming liquid spilling everywhere. Itachi abruptly knelt, pressing his face deeply against the ground, his voice trembling with sincerity. Lord Mirai, please accept me as your disciple. A glimmer of amusement appeared in Kazekage Mirai's azure eyes as he smiled at the scene unfolding before him. Possessing a sense of biological magnetism, he had already sensed Itachi's approach. His earlier words had been deliberately spoken for Itachi's ears, just as smoothly as anticipated, indeed. Chapter 49, The Future of Uchiha Itachi. I have a dream. In a dense forest, various training targets were arranged, and from the signs of usage, it was evident that training occurred with considerable frequency. Itachi, have you truly made your decision? Uchiha Shisui, with a heavy heart, gazed at Itachi across from him. Brother Shisui, there is no need for further persuasion. I have already resolved myself, Itachi replied with a serious demeanor. It was rare for Shisui to witness such earnestness in Itachi. The Hokage is eagerly anticipating your joining. Shisui, unwilling to relent, sought to make one last bitter effort. Even now, he could not comprehend how. After merely a few months of missions, Itachi, who had once stood on the same ground as him, could have undergone such a profound transformation. He barely recognized the youth before him, marked by tear troughs as the dear friend with whom he had shared countless discussions about life. Upon hearing the word Hokage, a hint of melancholy flickered in Itachi's eyes. Once, he too had believed, much like Shisui did now, that their esteemed Hokage would alter the fate of the village and their clan. Yet, reality often proved disappointing. During his time back in the village, Itachi had come to deeply perceive the incompetence and weakness of the Hokage he had once revered. Brother Shisui, you must still remember Naruto, right? Of course, but what of it? Shisui replied, puzzled. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, is he not? Itachi's sudden mention of him raised questions. The fourth sacrificed himself to save the village, Yet his son, hailed as a hero, faced such treatment. Do you genuinely believe a Hokage like that is worthy of following? Enough, Itachi. Shursui interrupted him. He could not fathom why his dear friend Itachi would speak such disrespectful words about the Hokage. There must be reasons for the third's actions. Have you forgotten the expectations placed upon you by the Hokage? You are a genius who possessed the mindset of a Hokage at just 6 years old. Itachi gazed back at Shursui, the very person he had once considered a role model and goal. Faced with Shursui's furious reproach, Itachi did not directly retort but calmly responded. Brother Shursui, it was only after meeting my future teacher that I realized my previous foolishness. Now, I wish to embark on an entirely new path. The two locked eyes, searching for the friend they had once confided in. A chasm seemed to stretch between them. This was the place where they had first met, and also where they would ultimately part ways. Brother Shursui, I have conveyed all I wish to say. Please inform the Hokage that it is Itachi who has disappointed his expectations. With those final words, Itachi turned to leave. Shursui watched his retreating figure. Gazing at the once familiar friend who had now become a stranger, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In the Uchiha training ground, Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the multitude of clan members filling the arena, a slight headache forming as he turned to his companion, Minato Namikaze. Minato, what is your intention in selecting these young clan members? He inquired, perplexed by Minato's motives. The day prior, Minato had approached both him and Uchiha Shursui, expressing a desire to assemble a group of young Uchihas. Following his directive, Fugaku and Shursui quickly gathered the chosen individuals. After all, the Uchiha clan had become closely intertwined with Minato's influence. His opinions were undoubtedly valued. Naturally, the objective was to establish the Uchiha Guard. Minato grinned broadly. The Uchiha Guard? Fugaku was taken aback, and Shursui beside him mirrored his astonishment. He understood the role of the security department, but what was the Uchiha Guard? The Guard was a unit founded to protect the honor of the Uchiha, with each member required to possess formidable strength and a spirit of sacrifice for the clan. Minato explained with a smile. This. Fugaku and Shursui exchanged glances, both equally bewildered by the prospect. What was Minato thinking in forming the Guard? The security department's duty was to maintain order within the village, while the Guard's purpose was to uphold the Uchiha's honor. Upon hearing Minato utter the word honor, the Uchihas present felt their breaths quicken, their spirits ignited. The honor of the Uchiha, such words stirred their very souls. Minato, is this truly advisable? Fugaku felt a deepening headache. He struggled to comprehend Minato's intentions. Fugaku, do you not think this world has remained stagnant for far too long? Minato turned to him, a smile illuminating his face. From the Uchiha to Konoha, from the 5 great nations to the entire shinobi world, it had all been operating like a preordained program, unchanging. If this continued, how dreadfully tedious it would be. Thus, I have a dream. It begins with the Uchiha, then extends to Konoha, followed by the Land of Fire, and ultimately, it shall transform the entire shinobi world. Minato's smile radiated brightly. Fugaku, do you not wish to partake in this exhilarating transformation? The future lies in your hands. Fugaku hesitated. But beside him, Shursui was already rendered speechless with excitement. The image of a certain individual flashed through his mind, Senja Hashirama. Though he belonged to the Uchiha clan, he could not deny Hashirama's greatness. The legendary shinobi who ended the Warring States period and ushered in an era of villages and nations. In Minato, he perceived a reflection of that figure. Perhaps, one day, Minato would become a being of such magnitude. He must seize the future. With his frail and weary form, he would chase after the winds of change. Standing before them, the Uchiha youth felt the fervor within him begin to simmer. As pairs of crimson eyes ignited one after another, their breaths heavy with anticipation. Namikaze Minato had sketched a vast blueprint for them, a world entirely transformed, destined to be birthed by their own hands. How exhilarating this prospect was. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen next door was preoccupied with devising ways to diminish their influence, while Namikaze Minato was already contemplating a revolution of the world. So, young warriors, do you wish to embark upon the vessel that leads to a new world? They did. Minato beamed with a radiant smile. Yet, mere volume of voice is insufficient. Now, I urge you to unveil your strength. A silver magnetic fluid enveloped Minato's body from below, while crackling arcs of blue lightning danced around him. To persuade this assembly of Uchiha, merely painting grand visions would not suffice. Minato understood this well. His resonant voice echoed throughout the training grounds. Together, let us demonstrate your prowess. Chapter 50. Danzo is seeking destruction. Is it true that Itachi said that? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a dark gaze upon the half-kneeling Shursui. Indeed, Shursui replied, a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that if he were to report Itachi's true sentiments to Hiruzen, it would undoubtedly invite suspicion and oppression from the higher-ups of Konoha against Itachi. Yet, he could not bear to witness his dearest friend straying further down the wrong path. With Shursui's affirmation, Hiruzen's fingers clenched around his smoking pipe, trembling slightly. Although his expression remained largely unchanged, anyone could perceive the palpable frustration radiating from him. Even Itachi. The Itachi he had once held in high regard, the one who bore the will of fire, had he truly betrayed him? What methods had Namikaze Minato employed to sway Itachi to his side? A torrent of negative emotions, shock, anger, and bitterness, rose within Hiruzen's eyes, casting a shadow across his countenance. Hiruzen. This cannot continue, spoke Uchiha Koharu, seated to his left, her voice trembling after a prolonged silence. I have heard that he is training the Uchiha clan members. What is he truly trying to achieve? In her eyes was not disdain for Minato, but rather a flicker of fear of the unknown. Since Minato's return to the village, his every action had been steadily dismantling her spirit. The recent battle in the southern part of Konoha had revealed Minato's terrifying strength, transforming him into a living nightmare for Koharu. The name Namikaze Minato loomed over her like the sword of Damocles, poised to descend at any moment. In light of Koharu's palpable dread, Hiruzen felt compelled to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Even though he felt a deep-seated reluctance, he could not devise an effective strategy in this moment. Silence was all he could offer. All of this was observed by Danzo, seated to Hiruzen's right, his left eye glinting with a cold light. Hiruzen, you remain as feeble as ever. Minato has already taken the offensive, and yet you still ponder retreat. The Nine Tails had fallen into the hands of the Uchiha. If they wished, they could easily recreate the Night of the Nine Tails. What would Konoha have to defend itself if it came to that? The time for decision had arrived. Your weakness will only lead to your downfall when it truly matters. I will have to take action. Without lingering further, Danzo rose, leaning on his cane as he departed. Hiruzen watched his friend's retreating figure, suddenly sensing a shift, a brewing tempest within him. Hokage-sama, I shall take my leave, Shursui remarked, recognizing the heavy atmosphere in the air and understanding that his presence served no purpose. Very well, Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Uchiha Shursui gazed back at the imposing structure, the shadows in his heart lingering. What fate awaits his clan, his village, and himself? Why could his kin not comprehend the will of fire? Why could peace not be pursued through amicable means? Once, he had Itachi to share his sentiments, but now, even Itachi stood opposed to him. Was it truly necessary for blood to be shed to resolve conflicts? With a heavy heart, he began his journey back to the clan's territory, leaping from the rooftop, swiftly traversing the bustling streets until he reached a woodland. Beyond this forest lay the Uchiha compound. Upon his arrival, Shursui noticed someone standing on the path ahead, their right arm and face wrapped in bandages. In an instant, he recognized the figure, Danzo, the leader of Root. Lord Danzo, are you here waiting for me? Shursui inquired, taking a breath. Danzo had been the first to depart from the earlier meeting. Could it be that he left prematurely to await Shursui's arrival? A sense of gravity enveloped him. Shursui understood well that this man, who bore the title of the legacy of Konoha's Root, was far from the benevolence exhibited by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, when Danzo's first words fell, Shursui felt a chill run down his spine. Shursui, there is a mission I need you to undertake. Danzo's left eye glimmered with a cold light as he scrutinized Shursui. What mission? Bring me the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What? Shursui's pupils dilated suddenly, his mouth agape in disbelief as he stared incredulously at Danzo. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was none other than Naruto, the child of the fourth Hokage, Minato. If his memory served him correctly, Naruto currently resided within the Uchiha compound, living in the home of the clan leader, Fugaku. Most importantly, Kakashi was also there. To extract Naruto from that man's side seemed an insurmountable task. Lord Danzo, if I may be so bold, why do you wish to take Naruto? Shursui's heart felt heavy. He could not fathom Danzo's motives. Taking Naruto would undoubtedly provoke that man, and the consequences were unpredictable. Shursui, you wouldn't want the Uchiha to face annihilation, would you? Danzo's remaining eye narrowed, as if seeking to pierce through Shursui's very will. Why do you say that, Lord Danzo? Danzo replied expressionlessly. The current Uchiha is akin to treading a tightrope, teetering on the brink of a bottomless chasm. And the catalyst of this peril is that man. He has brought the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki into the Uchiha. Shursui, as a member of the ANBU, you should understand the implications of this, shouldn't you? Clenching his fists in frustration, Shursui was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. As a weapon of war for Konoha, the significance of the Nine-Tails was monumental. This act undoubtedly hangs a sharp blade over the heads of the higher-ups in Konoha. As long as you bring the Nine-Tails to me, I shall take charge of the Uchiha matters and let bygones be bygones. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, awaiting his response. Shursui closed his eyes, seemingly caught in hesitation, entangled in inner conflict and struggle. Ultimately, he opened his eyes and sighed. Lord Danzo, I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your task. Danzo's expression stiffened, a flicker of anger igniting in his gaze. Shursui, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You dare to refuse me? Lord Danzo, I am indeed troubled by the arrival of that man and perplexed by Itachi's choice. But Shursui fixed his gaze firmly on Danzo. One thing I am certain of is that abducting Naruto is akin to igniting a volatile powder keg, the consequences of which are utterly unpredictable. Lord Danzo, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With a swift motion, Shursui vanished, leaving Danzo alone in disarray. Crimson threads of fury erupted in Danzo's single eye, his visage contorted in rage. He gritted his teeth. Shursui, how dare you refuse me as well? Do you think that without you, I am incapable of achieving my goals? Chapter 51. A strike against Naruto. Have you asked my uncle? Lord Future, let us begin. For spirited young Uchiha rushed towards the future of the wave wind, 3 of whom had already activated their Sharingan. 2 pairs bore a single tomo, while 1 pair exhibited 2 tomo. The future of the wave wind stood calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. At the forefront, the Uchiha with 2 tomo reached him swiftly, launching a powerful right fist aimed at the future's cheek with a bold and robust style reminiscent of a steel hammer. Just as he believed he had landed a hit, the future vanished from sight. In astonishment, he thought, how swift. Not even my Sharingan could catch that? Alarmed, the Uchiha swiftly scanned his surroundings, seeking any trace of the future. However, a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen caused his expression to shift dramatically as he caught a glimpse of the future appearing at his right side. A tremendous force propelled him backward, sending him hurtling through the air. Almost simultaneously, the second and third Uchihas charged in, their expressions turning grim as their fists and legs collided with the future. How resilient! Is this truly the body of a human? Their heavy blows struck the future, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. In less than a single exchange of combat, they lost sight of the future once more. The single Tomo Sharingan was utterly incapable of keeping pace with the future's speed. Beware of your rear. A faint warning echoed in their minds, causing 2 Uchihas to momentarily gasp, haphazardly attempting to turn around. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds of physical collisions resonated as 2 Uchihas toppled forward, landing in a disheveled heap. The last Uchiha, having not even glimpsed the future's figure, was swiftly knocked down from behind. The 3 fell in a neat line, perfectly aligned. The entire encounter transpired in under a minute. All 4 Uchihas lay prostrate. Remarkable. Truly, Lord Future is formidable. He didn't even break a sweat. Listening to the excited voices of the surrounding clan members, the fallen Uchihas wished fervently for a chasm to swallow them whole. Despite their numbers, they had not managed to so much as graze the hem of the future's clothing. The future smiled at this scene, understanding the Uchiha's yearning for strength. He knew that gaining their acknowledgement would be impossible without a demonstration of combat prowess. Thus, fighting became an essential lesson for the guard. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, Danzo and his root members stood in quiet anticipation. Lord Danzo, Gon and Wen have commenced their mission. The sensing root member stationed behind Danzo spoke respectfully to the figure before him. Gon and Wen were among the most skilled infiltrators within the root. This operation was crucial. The greater the number of participants, the higher the risk of exposure. Therefore, Danzo had dispatched only these 2. Excellent. Standing at the forefront, Danzo's gaze pierced through the gaps in the forest, directed towards the Uchiha clan's domain. The Uchiha territory was protected by a barrier. However, this barrier was not entirely without its flaws. For several consecutive years, the root organization conducted relentless surveillance, during which they discovered an infiltration method. The 2 operatives dispatched were the most adept infiltrators within root, and their exceptional skills rendered the task of penetrating the Uchiha clan's territory a trivial matter. According to prior intelligence, at this specific hour, Naruto Uzumaki trained the Uchiha clan members by the banks of the South River. This provided them with a strategic opportunity. Once they extracted Naruto, the balance of this conflict would undoubtedly tip in their favor. With Naruto in their possession, what could even the formidable Windwave Minato do? Humph. Shursui. Do you think that by rejecting me, I am devoid of alternatives? Contemplating the audacious Uchiha Shursui who dared to defy him, Danzo's eyes glimmered with a cold smirk. Beneath the Uchiha clan's grounds, two figures moved swiftly through the layers of soil, agents from Danzo's route. Operating underground afforded them greater concealment and diminished the risk of exposure. Capitalizing on the vulnerability in the barrier identified by the surveilling route, they infiltrated with relative ease. This mission bore immense peril. Yet as members of route meticulously trained by Danzo, they had long prioritized the completion of their objectives above their own lives. Their destination was unequivocal, the clan leader's residence. According to intelligence, Naruto resided there. At this moment, Windwave Minato was situated far from Naruto, engaged in training the Uchiha clan members by the South River. Abducting Naruto was indeed within the realm of possibility. In the courtyard of the clan leader's residence, Naruto beamed with delight as he admired Sasuke, whom he had dressed up. This was certainly a more appealing look. At the tender age of 3, Sasuke was already exceptionally charming, resembling a young girl. This doesn't seem quite right. Sasuke gazed at his attire, feeling an odd sense of transformation. Naruto always found peculiar outfits for him to wear. It fit perfectly. Far too perfectly. As the two frolicked, they remained blissfully unaware of the two unfamiliar ninjas who had infiltrated beneath the courtyard. After a while, feeling fatigued from play, Naruto bid farewell to Sasuke and prepared to return for some rest. What should he play with Sasuke next? Naruto pondered. Upon reaching a secluded corner, his foot unexpectedly slipped, and a large hand emerged from the earth, seizing his ankle and dragging him below the surface. Before Naruto could even utter a cry, a blow to his neck rendered him unconscious. The entire episode transpired in a matter of seconds. They had succeeded. The infiltrators, Gon and Win, exchanged gleeful glances. After meticulous preparation, they had finally accomplished their objective. Now, all that remained was to deliver the Jinchuriki back to Danzo, thereby fulfilling their mission. The two men hurriedly carried the unconscious Naruto through the subterranean passages. In the ceiling space, the slumbering Ninetales abruptly opened its eyes, its eerie slit pupils reflecting a hint of surprise. Naruto had been taken? If memory served correctly, this was the Uchiha clan's territory. How could the intruders infiltrate so silently and abduct the Jinchuriki? This is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary force. As I recall, only someone like Danzo from Konoha possesses both the ability and motivation for such an act. If my memory serves me correctly, Namikaze Minato had set certain arrangements in motion concerning Naruto. To so brazenly abduct Naruto, it's quite possible that he has already become aware of the situation. How intriguing. How captivating. What will unfold next? In the mesmerizing, eerie slits of the Ninetales' eyes, a profound sense of anticipation and excitement surged forth for the very first time, reminiscent of an audience eagerly awaiting the commencement of a grand performance. Simultaneously, near the banks of the Nanha River, Namikaze Minato was training the Uchiha clan members. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly turned his head towards the direction of the clan leader's residence. In his eyes, it appeared as though terrifying flames were beginning to rise. Has he consulted me, this uncle, before taking action against Naruto? The atmosphere in the entire training ground turned frigid in an instant. Chapter 52. The innately malevolent future of Namikaze. Beneath the ground, Kan and Win had reached the pinnacle of their speed, racing with the unconscious Naruto in tow. Only when they had distanced themselves from the densely populated Uchiha area did they emerge from the earth, freed from the constraints of the soil. Their velocity surged as they charged towards the designated rendezvous point. Long before the mission commenced, the routes had meticulously mapped out the escape route for Naruto. This carefully chosen path not only minimized the distance to Danzo's extraction site, but also significantly reduced the risk of detection. Unbeknownst to them, it was uncertain whether Namikaze had sensed Naruto's peculiar condition. Their operational steps had been rehearsed numerous times, executed with precision, and thus the likelihood of exposure was exceedingly low. However, they dared not gamble. Namikaze was a man who instilled fear even in the formidable Danzo. Should he indeed discover their actions, he would undoubtedly be racing towards them. A direct confrontation with Namikaze would spell certain doom for the two of them. They had to transfer Naruto to Danzo with utmost haste. Danzo and a considerable number of routes awaited outside the Uchiha clan's territory. As long as they could reach that location, even if Namikaze pursued them, there would be enough routes to impede his advance. Yet, the two remained oblivious to the fact that a peculiar silver liquid was slowly oozing from Naruto's shadow as he lay unconscious. In the forest outside the Uchiha territory, Danzo and his roots were in anticipation. Behind Danzo stood no fewer than 10 of his subordinates, while even more concealed themselves within the shadows of the woods. Danzo held the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the highest regard. The significance of the Nine Tails was far too great to allow it to fall into the hands of those nefarious Uchihas. Once Naruto was in his possession, he could use him as leverage to control Namikaze. No matter how formidable his opponent, what fear would Danzo have with Naruto under his command? After a period of waiting, a root member, who had yet to detect any anomalies, cautiously inquired of Danzo, "Lord Danzo, could there have been an unforeseen incident?" "Impossible. Kan and One are my meticulously trained subordinates. No one in the entire roots can rival their capacity for stealth. Only they can accomplish this task," Danzo replied calmly, his confidence in his well-trained subordinates unwavering. Kan and One were willing to risk their lives to fulfill their mission. They merely needed to wait in silence. Indeed, shortly after his words faded, two figures could be discerned in the distance, hastily approaching while carrying an object. As they drew nearer, the roots behind Danzo could clearly see that the burden they bore was none other than the unconscious Naruto. "Lord Danzo, the Jinchuriki has been brought," Kan announced, kneeling partially as he laid Naruto upon the ground. "Well done," Danzo remarked, his singular eye scanning the unconscious form of Naruto. A few roots stepped forward to lift the slumbering boy and swiftly returned to their position behind Danzo. Observing Naruto's unconscious state, Danzo conducted a thorough examination and confirmed that all was well. A satisfied smile flickered in his eyes. "Excellent. Splendid." The repetition of splendid scarcely encapsulated the elation that swelled within Danzo at this moment. Ultimately, the Jinchuriki had fallen into his grasp. "Shursui, do you think that without your assistance, I would be unable to seize the Jinchuriki?" Danzo scoffed at the thought of Shursui's audacious refusal. If only Shursui had lent his support, this mission would have been considerably easier. Yet, Shursui had declined, citing a rather absurd reason: fear of inciting the wrath of Minato Namikaze. How ludicrous! Was it not his very intention to abduct Naruto as a means to confront Minato? By inscribing a curse mark upon Naruto, he could wield it as leverage to compel Minato into submission. Perhaps he might even find an opportunity to inscribe a mark upon Minato as well. At that point, this untamed beast would be firmly within his control. Danzo had never been one to shy away from perilous ventures. The second Great Ninja War. The third Great Ninja War. How many risks had he taken? His only concern was whether the potential gains justified the inherent dangers. However, this venture was unlike any other. The rewards were exceedingly enticing, sufficient to tempt him into taking a gamble. While Hiruzen Sarutobi still hesitated, he had already discerned the path to victory. Indeed, it was evident that his intervention was necessary. A triumphant smile graced Danzo's face, as if he could already envision Minato's downfall. Suddenly, a blood-curdling wail erupted from behind him, abruptly freezing the smile on his visage. "What is this? Help me." Danzo turned to see silver fluid violently oozing from Naruto's shadow, enveloping the root member who had been holding the unconscious Naruto. The silvery tendrils ensnared the root member's body, prying open his mask and penetrating his mouth amidst his terrified screams. The root member convulsed, his eyes rolling back to reveal a sea of white, saliva mingled with blood trickling from his lips, and his grip on Naruto slackened. The other root members nearby instinctively recoiled in alarm, their emotions swirling with panic and shock. Within mere seconds, the afflicted root member had succumbed to lifelessness, a mere shell of a body with only the whites of his eyes remaining. "Curse it! What is happening?" Danzo's solitary eye flared with crimson veins as he fixated on the gruesome sight of the fallen root member. The two root members who had brought Naruto were equally horrified, trembling as they stepped back. We are not certain." Danzo turned his gaze toward them, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Fools! Did you not notice anything amiss during your journey here with the Jinchuriki?" Under Danzo's menacing stare, the two root members hastily sank to their knees, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. "Lord Danzo, we rushed here immediately after incapacitating the Jinchuriki, and we detected no anomalies along the way." As members of Root, they were acutely aware of Danzo's methods, their anxiety reaching a fever pitch. On their return journey, They were in a state of heightened vigilance, their full attention devoted to the task of navigating the road ahead. They remained utterly oblivious to the transformation of the Jinchuriki. Danzo appeared as if he had swallowed a toad, his countenance a portrait of distress. The emergence of such an unexpected development undoubtedly indicated that Minato had made arrangements concerning Naruto in advance. It was very likely that he was already en route to this location. Given his speed, it would not be long before he arrived. In this brief interval, the seeping silver fluid had consumed 2 members of Root, who gazed upon the unsettling scene. A peculiar sense of dread began to permeate the hearts of those surrounding members of Root. Chapter 53. This time, he will break through everything. Quickly eliminate this abhorrent entity, Danzo urgently commanded. The eerie fluid oozing from Naruto's shadow had, in a mere instant, already claimed the lives of 3 Root members in a brutally gruesome manner. The sight of their deaths was profoundly tragic. Even Danzo, the seasoned leader of Root, had never witnessed such a chilling assault. It was as if an otherworldly aberration had descended upon them. After dispatching the 3 Root members, the silvery fluid showed no signs of ceasing. It enveloped Naruto's form and extended its tendrils toward the surrounding Root operatives. Upon hearing Danzo's orders, the Root members attempted to combat the silvery fluid. Yet they found themselves utterly at a loss. Their attacks proved futile. Thrown shurikens embedded themselves in the fluid without inflicting any damage. And conventional ninjutsu merely caused the fluid to momentarily disperse before it reformed anew. In the blink of an eye, yet another Root member had met his demise. The silver tendrils pierced through his chest, ensnaring his body and hurling him into the distant forest. The 2 accompanying Naruto, Kankuro and Temari, were struck dumb by the horrifying scene before them. Having risked their lives to retrieve Naruto from the Uchiha territory, they had anticipated a grand reward from Danzo, their hearts brimming with joy. Yet, they were now confronted with this unimaginable nightmare. At this moment, they were shrouded in a thick veil of terror. Damn, this monstrous entity is protecting the Jinchuriki. Though the nature of this phenomenon eluded their comprehension, its behavioral logic was painfully evident. It sought to annihilate all adversaries approaching Naruto. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Danzo seethed, striking the ground with his cane, his single eye glinting with crimson fury. The very Root he had meticulously cultivated could not even contend with such an abomination. They were perilously close to the Uchiha domain. If things escalated, it was possible that Minato would discover their situation. They needed to hasten Naruto's return to the Root base. You lot, hold off that silver monstrosity. The rest, follow me and escort the Jinchuriki to safety. Danzo's voice resonated with an authority that brooked no dissent. The few selected Root members turned pale in an instant. Engaging with this bizarre entity was tantamount to courting death. Until now, their every attempt had proven ineffective. Conversely, this silver monstrosity, akin to a creature from another realm, effortlessly dispatched them with its shape-shifting forms. Yet, as members of Root, did they truly possess a choice? Aware that the mission was likely to end in their demise, they still had to see it through. Such was the fate of Root. Danzo charged forward, cradling the unconscious Naruto, leaping towards the direction of the Root base. The silvery fluid seemed to anticipate his intentions, splitting to form a tendril that coiled around Naruto's calf. Damn, what in the world is this thing? Danzo exclaimed, filled with astonishment. Amidst the chaotic attempt to extricate oneself from the encroaching silver fluid, it cunningly slithered along a tendril, enveloping Naruto while assaulting his very form. Sensing the imminent peril, Danzo's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled Naruto towards a nearby Root member. The unfortunate recipient, caught off guard, was swiftly penetrated by the silver fluid, unleashing a harrowing scream. Quick, pass him to the next. At Danzo's command, the beleaguered Root member, gritting through excruciating agony, utilized his grafted abilities to toss the unconscious Naruto to another comrade before plummeting from the air. The next unfortunate recipient of Naruto was similarly besieged by the silver fluid, producing yet another wail of despair. Fortunately, in his final moments, he adhered to Danzo's directive, flinging Naruto to yet another ally. Thus, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Each Root member that caught Naruto met a grim fate, crashing to the ground whilst casting Naruto to the next, as if engaged in a macabre relay race for survival. A chilling, melancholic atmosphere enveloped the remaining Root members, their gazes fixated on the unconscious Naruto, as if beholding a truly terrifying specter. What they faced was not merely a Jinchuriki. It was akin to confronting the slumbering Grim Reaper. Whoever caught him was doomed. Danzo seethed with rage. In such a brief span, to divert the Jinchuriki, he had already lost no fewer than 10 of his root members. Each had undergone rigorous training, a significant investment of his own efforts. Such immense loss felt as though a chunk of flesh had been carved from him, causing him profound anguish. Yet, if he could successfully transport Naruto to the root base, all would be justified. Once he inscribed the cursed seal upon Naruto, the latter's life and death would rest solely within his grasp. At that juncture, would Minato not be compelled to yield obediently? A sinister smile crept across Danzo's countenance. Meanwhile, on the other side, the biological magnetic field maximized, locking onto Naruto's location, was Minato. Danzo, you have truly exhausted your luck. His azure eyes radiated an unprecedented chill. Judging by the direction of Danzo's movements, it was evident they were heading to the root base. To abduct Naruto for leverage against him? In an instant, he deciphered Danzo's intentions, and a surge of murderous intent welled within him. Danzo, not even Jesus can save you this time. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a tempestuous blue lightning arc, dramatically enhancing his speed as he surged forward. The few root members left behind by Danzo quickly realized the imminent threat posed by Minato. Quick, stop him. By time for Lord Danzo. In unison, the root members formed hand seals and slammed their palms against the ground. Earth style? Earth wall. With a resounding roar, formidable earthen walls erupted from the ground, obstructing Minato's path. They understood that their strength alone was insufficient to halt him. Thus, their objective was to delay Kazekage in order to buy time for Danzo. The next moment, boom, accompanied by a deafening roar, the earthen wall they had jointly summoned shattered instantaneously, as if made of mere paper, easily penetrated. Kazekage, who breached their defenses, hardly diminished in speed. It was dire. Reflected in their pupils was the cold visage of Kazekage, and at that final moment, a profound terror surged within the hearts of the root members. It was the first emotion they had felt since becoming root, having extinguished their feelings. An endless dread. In the next instant, Kazekage, dashing at breakneck speed, unleashed a flurry of menacing silver blades. Splatter, accompanied by the dull sound of flesh being obliterated. All 7 root members perished before they could even twitch a finger. Chunks of flesh erupted. Yet, Kazekage's speed remained unabated as he dispatched the root members. At that moment, his eyes reflected nothing but an infinite chill. The target, the root base. This time, he would obliterate everything in his path. Chapter 54, The Inferno of Humanity. The root base. Uncle, save me. There are villains. There are villains here. Naruto, trapped under the armpit of a root operative, struggled desperately, shouting and reaching out in an attempt to grasp the face of his captor. However, at merely 3 years of age, his strength was woefully insufficient to contend with the trained root member. Despite his frantic efforts, he could not escape the grip of the operative. Enough noise. Gag him. Danzo barked, his eyes bloodshot with irritation, directing his impatience towards the root agent restraining Naruto. His mood was exceedingly foul. He had already lost too many operatives in the pursuit of transferring the Jinchuriki. His heart ached with every loss. Yes, yet, before the operative could act, a silvery fluid coiling around Naruto suddenly extended a tendril, piercing through the heart of the root member, who let out a blood-curdling scream before plummeting to the ground. Damn it, the frequency has increased. Danzo's eyes flared with rage. The operatives he had brought along were dwindling, and he was still at a loss for a solution to this monstrous entity. The journey from the Uchiha clan's territory to the root base had already claimed the lives of no fewer than 10 operatives. At nearly every interval, a fallen body could be seen. Had he not been prudent enough to minimize the risks by bringing a sufficient number of subordinates, they likely would not have managed to reach this point. Gazing at the final stretch of their journey, Danzo felt a slight easing of tension in his bloodshot eyes. Fortunately, they were almost there. Is everything prepared at the base? Danzo inquired coldly. Everything is ready. We await the arrival of the Jinchuriki, replied the trembling sensory-type root operative accompanying him. With the surrounding operatives almost entirely decimated, had he not possessed sensory abilities and the means to communicate with the base, he would have long been discarded by Danzo as mere fodder for transporting the Jinchuriki. Yet, given the terrifying rate of death, it would not be long before his turn arrived. Excellent. A glimmer of satisfaction finally flickered in Danzo's eyes. Once the Jinchuriki arrived at the root base, he would promptly seal him and secure him firmly within his grasp. As for this monstrous entity, Danzo narrowed his eyes, fixating on the blood-stained silver fluid. That task would be left to the sealing team. Lord Danzo, we have a grave situation. A terrifying being is rapidly approaching. The sensory ninja stationed beside Danzo's side paled in fear. The speed of the oncoming threat was alarming, too swift. This was the first time in his life as a ninja that he sensed such an overwhelming presence. Merely perceiving its aura sent chills down his spine. Danzo squinted and turned his head, and indeed, he saw a blue figure, crackling with lightning, tearing through the forest, swiftly advancing with the force of the airwaves. The towering trees along its path were shattered, and the deafening sound of sonic booms grew ever louder. Is it Naruto's future? If only you had arrived a little earlier. You might have made it. Alas, it is far too late now. Much like your brother, Danzo, you are one who revels in arriving late at critical moments. A faint smirk graced Danzo's lips. Ahead, the ominous entrance of the root base loomed into view. With a flurry of sounds, the prepared members of Root swiftly approached to assist. Lord Danzo, excellent, block him. With this succinct command, Danzo surged forward with Naruto towards the heart of the base. The Root ninja, who emerged to form hand seals, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the blue figure charging through the forest. This overwhelming presence. Could it be that individual? A haunting voice echoed from behind. This is for the village. As he swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead beneath the mask. The Root members formed an impenetrable line, firmly obstructing the entrance to the base. Moments later, the deafening sound of an explosion intensified, as if the entire world was engulfed in that resounding roar. The icy countenance of Naruto Uzumaki, wreathed in blue lightning, reflected in the eyes of the Root members. Prepare yourselves. It's coming. Almost the instant Naruto arrived, the ground shook as powerful jutsu were unleashed. Earth release. Earth pillar. Wind release. Wind cutter. Fire release. Fire dragon flame. Water release. A barrage of formidable ninjutsu, embodying nearly every elemental attribute, surged forth towards the slender figure, causing the very ground to tremble beneath the onslaught. Amidst the explosive gale, the Root members stationed at the entrance stared intently. Have we succeeded? Over 10 Chunin and above from Root simultaneously unleashed their mightiest attacks. Even the third Hokage, should he fail to evade, would likely meet his demise in an instant. Yet, the Root members dared not exhibit any carelessness. Their adversary was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. With a tremendous force, the raging winds parted, and Naruto's speed showed no signs of abating, with not a single tear upon his clothing. The eyes of the Root members widened in shock. Quick, block him. In the next moment, a chorus of terrified screams echoed at the entrance of the Root base. These meticulously chosen, rigorously trained members of Root found themselves utterly powerless against the chilling visage of death that had descended upon them. From Naruto's form, grotesque, curved blades erupted, resembling a meat grinder, mercilessly slaughtering all in their path. Blood and flesh flew in every direction. Limbs were severed in a one-sided massacre. Was this a demon? The last Root member trembled as he witnessed the carnage, the blood-soaked, cold visage before him, more terrifying than the grim Reaper himself. With a swift motion, a flying blade severed his neck, sending his terrified head soaring high. Without a glance back, Naruto charged into the entrance of the base, leaving behind a scene of blood and dismembered limbs. With resolute determination, Kazekage Mikira surged into the depths of the Root base, scarcely pausing to deliberate before selecting a direction to pursue. Naruto's biological signature resonated in that very pathway, as did Danzo's. Damn it! Had he annihilated all those guarding the entrance? How could such a brief span of time yield such devastation? The essential passageway of the Root base was under siege, and the members stationed there felt their hearts constrict in terror at the sight of the blood-soaked, golden-haired figure advancing towards them. A mere handful of Root operatives had barely managed to last under a minute. Cold sweat dripped from their brows, cascading down their cheeks as they gripped their kunai, the air around them thickening into a palpable frost. The atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Before departing, Danzo had established 3 lines of defense. Now, the first line stationed at the entrance had been slaughtered within a minute, leaving them to shoulder the burden of the second line. They must hold their ground. Kazekage Mikira's relentless advance showed no signs of deceleration. His icy, azure eyes mirrored the palpable fear etched upon the faces of the Root members. In an instant, anguished screams erupted, and chaos ensued. Flesh and blood scattered in the wake of his wrath. This place, heralded as the most fortified stronghold of Konoha, had, in this fleeting moment, transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Chapter 55. What? The Root base has been destroyed. Kill. 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 Blood flows like a river at the root base, with severed limbs and flesh drifting in the crimson tide. The air is saturated with an overwhelming scent of blood. The already terrified members of Root tremble and retreat, their sawls slick with blood causing them to slip. Some are tripped by the remains of their comrades, falling into the viscous river of blood. How infuriating. Is this person truly human? How can he possibly hold his ground? In the eyes of Kazekage Mirai, there is no expression, only an endless coldness. In his previous life, he was also an orphan, which made him acutely aware of Naruto's suffering. In this alien world, Naruto is his only kin. Dear nephew, uncle is here to save you. He clenches his fist. Boom. The underground root base suddenly trembles, as countless steel reinforcements pierce through the walls with a metallic wail. Numerous members of Root, unable to evade in time, are instantly impaled by the steel structures. Those attempting to flee are skewered from below, suspended in the passage like skewered meat. The entire corridor is filled with countless bodies, hanging grotesquely from the steel framework. No one survives. Kazekage Mirai accelerates forward, as the steel structures seem to possess a will of their own, parting to create a path. Meanwhile, in the deepest laboratory of the Root base. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. What good are you to me? Danzo angrily strikes the ground with his cane. These carefully selected sealing team members have worked tirelessly for half a day and have yet to remove even a single silver object from Naruto's body. We have tried our best, but this thing is simply too stubborn. A trembling voice from the sealing team explains. They have attempted various methods, but that silver entity appears to have no identifiable form. Even when wrapped in sealing scrolls, it quickly seeps through the gaps and returns to Naruto's body. Protected by this entity, Naruto is like an unyielding iron lump. No matter their efforts or methods, they achieve nothing. Seeing the sealing team unable to make progress, Danzo grows increasingly anxious. How did Kazekage Mirai manage to do this? To conjure such a wretched thing to protect Naruto? There can be no further delays. We must directly implant the curse mark. Danzo grits his teeth. The reason he wishes to remove the silver entity is to ensure a flawless process while implanting the curse mark. The entity's logic is straightforward. It kills anyone who harms Naruto. If they do not eliminate this entity and Danzo attempts to implant the curse mark himself, there would undoubtedly be risks. Therefore, he requires others to act. His gaze fixes upon the sealing team members, and he speaks with an undeniable authority. You all, use the methods I have taught you to implant the curse mark on the Jinchuriki. A few members of the sealing team exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to step forward. Hurry up. Are you disregarding even my command? At these words, the sealing team reluctantly advanced, fully aware of the peril that lay ahead. They had already lost several comrades when attempting to seal that ominous entity. However, as members of the Root, defying Danzo's orders would result in a fate far worse than death. A faint, cold smirk played on Danzo's lips. The complexity of this cursed seal was not insurmountable. The adept sealing team would quickly grasp the technique. Even with that malevolent creature's protection, what did it matter? One by one, they would attempt it. If one perished, another would take their place. Eventually, success would come. At that juncture, the life and death of the Jinchuriki would rest solely in his hands. Even if Minato were to resist, what could he achieve? He could even employ Naruto as leverage, inscribing a curse seal upon him as well. Such were Danzo's musings. His scarred left cheek twisting into an ugly grin. At that moment, the laboratory doors swung open in a flurry. Danzo-sama, it's bad news. The reporting Root member interrupted his reverie. What is it? Did I not issue a command to refrain from disturbing me? Danzo retorted impatiently. The Root member swallowed hard, recalling something horrifically daunting, his voice tremulous. Our defenses are being breached. Minato is almost here. What? The smile on Danzo's face froze. Disbelief and shock filling his left eye. How could it be happening so swiftly? There were hundreds of Root members in the base. What were they doing? The reporting member felt a bitter pang in his heart. If you were to step outside, you wouldn't need to ask that question. No number of ninjas could halt Minato. This Root base had already transformed into a hell on earth. Had he not escaped swiftly, he might not have lived to report this. As the two conversed, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire Root base shook violently, prompting Danzo to brace himself against the laboratory equipment, his eyes drawn upward in astonishment at the debris and dust cascading from the ceiling. A chill coursed through him. This laboratory was situated at the deepest point of the Root base. If even here felt such tremors, the situation outside must be dire indeed. Minato, just how terrifying are you? A flicker of dread ignited in Danzo's eyes. To infiltrate the Root base alone, and for the entire organization to be powerless against him? Suddenly, he realized the magnitude of the threat he had provoked. His plans had been overly idealistic. It appeared that the route he had painstakingly built was on the brink of annihilation today. No, there remained one last hope. He turned, his eyes gleaming crimson, fixed intently on Naruto, ensconced in magnetic fluid. Hokage's office. With a pipe clenched between his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sensed a faint tremor beneath him. Particles of dust cascaded from the ceiling. His brow furrowed slightly. An earthquake? How could such a phenomenon occur out of the blue? Konoha village, it seemed, was not situated on a seismic fault line. It had been years since they had last experienced such an event. As he pondered the source of the tremor, a member of the Umbu materialized with great urgency. This is serious. Hokage-sama, what has you in such a flurry? Sarutobi, absorbed in his thoughts about the earthquake, failed to notice the urgency in the Umbu's demeanor. After enduring multiple setbacks at the hands of Minato, he had cultivated a resilient heart. It's the root. There has been an incident at the root. The root? Isn't at Danzo's base? Sarutobi's expression shifted. Realizing that the epicenter of the tremor seemed to align with the direction of the root's headquarters, he inhaled sharply, grasping the gravity of the situation. Speak quickly. What has transpired at the root? The reporting Umbu swallowed hard. The entire root base has collapsed. With a thud, the pipe fell from his lips, landing on the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi stared blankly, his mind reeling. What? The root base has been destroyed? Chapter 56. The Dream Demon Shakes. Has Senju Hashirama been resurrected? A grave situation has arisen. Sitting at the Hokage's desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils quivered slightly, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. A chill racing up from his tailbone to his nape. The root base, situated on the outskirts of Konoha, was a vast underground facility, excavated with great effort. In terms of area, it even surpassed his Umbu base. How could such a crucial location have collapsed? Something extraordinarily terrifying must have occurred. Danzo, what calamity have you unleashed now? Blood vessels burst in the corners of Sarutobi's eyes. Such a tremendous disturbance could only have been orchestrated by one, Namikaze Minato. He glared at the Umbu kneeling below and commanded, quick, assemble the Umbu at once. As Sarutobi summoned the Umbu, the villagers of Konoha began to sense the anomaly within their village. Was there an earthquake? Why did everything suddenly shake? What was happening? Panic, confusion, and bewilderment spread among the villagers, the unexpected tremor leaving them disoriented and at a loss. Until someone suddenly exclaimed, look, smoke is rising over there. Following the direction of the person's pointing, the other villagers turned, their expressions turning blank. They beheld thick, billowing smoke ascending from the southern part of the village, not the smoke of fire, but rather the dust kicked up by the collapse of structures, nearly blanketing the forest. The enormity of the smoke finally dawned on the villagers, making them realize the gravity of the situation. At the edge of Konoha, the once concealed root base had completely crumbled, leaving behind a vast chasm resembling a sinkhole, with swirling dust gradually dispersing. Coughing violently, Danzo, covered in dust and blood, knelt while covering his mouth. As the surrounding dust began to settle, the sight of the devastation unfolded before him, causing his pupils to constrict in horror. It was catastrophic. Utterly catastrophic. The entire root base lay in ruins. Amidst the rubble and shattered walls, the scattered bodies of fallen root members could be seen. Danzo's pupils trembled. His heart felt as though it were gripped by a powerful hand. He was suffocating, unable to breathe. His root, the organization he had painstakingly built over the years, the culmination of his life's work, had been obliterated in an instant. At that moment, he felt as if the entire world were spinning around him. Turning his head, his singular eye, filled with a savage bloodlust, fixated on Naruto, who remained unscathed under the protection of the magnetic fluid. Because of you. It is all because of you. I have lost everything. At that moment, his heart was consumed by boundless murderous intent. The root was gone. Even if he succeeded in marking Naruto with a cursed seal, what would it matter? Nothing could be undone. Die, you demon fox. With a roar of hatred, Danzo lunged at Naruto, his single eye ablaze with fury. Naruto, terrified, turned pale, instinctively closing his eyes and shouting, Uncle. With a dull sound of flesh tearing apart, Danzo's menacing expression froze, and he suddenly felt the world around him reversing. He beheld his own headless body still maintaining its forward charge. Amidst the swirling dust across from him, a golden-haired figure slowly emerged, their gaze icy. After moving a certain distance due to inertia, Danzo's corpse collapsed among the ruins, his head rolling several meters away, eyes wide open in eternal death. Naruto lifted his head, his azure eyes suddenly glistening with tears as he gazed at the approaching golden-haired figure. Uncle. Naruto dashed forward, throwing himself into the embrace of Minato Namikaze. A large hand caressed Naruto's golden hair, and a gentle smile appeared in Minato's eyes. Are you hurt? No, Naruto shook his head, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Uncle, I'm very strong. I wasn't scared at all. Ha ha ha, you truly are my nephew. Not far away. Danzo's body lying in the ruins suddenly vanished, as if an unseen eraser had wiped away his form. This peculiarity did not escape Minato's keen perception. A trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. Izanagi, is it? Huh. I can kill you once. I can kill you 1,000 times. From Fugaku. Minato had gleaned information regarding Izanagi. But so what? No matter how many times Danzo resurrected, he would still be subdued. 100 meters from where he had perished. Danzo reappeared, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror. Just one strike. As he charged towards Naruto, although he had lost his sanity, his decades of survival instincts kicked in. How could he not withstand even a single attack? If it weren't for activating Izanagi in his right eye just before death, he would have truly perished. He bit his finger and pressed it against the ground. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, the massive form of the Dream Eater materialized amidst the ruins. Danzo, why did you suddenly summon me? The Dream Eater expressed displeasure. But upon noticing the surrounding scene, his expression instantly stiffened. Danzo, where is this place? Has the fourth great ninja war erupted? This is the base of Root. We can discuss later. Let us deal with the enemy before us. The Root base? The Dream Eater was taken aback. Such a vast expanse of ruins, was this truly the Root base? What nonsense! Had the Root base been destroyed? Was Hashirama Senju resurrected? But seeing Danzo's extremely anxious demeanor, the Dream Eater dared not take things lightly, carefully observing the enemy across from him. Attack! Danzo roared. The Dream Eater suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a terrifying suction force that erupted forth. Debris, broken walls, nearly all objects in the vicinity were drawn towards him. Surrounding Minato, countless shattered remnants flew past him. Yet he stood unwavering. Naruto, safeguarded by the fluid-like magnetic barrier, remained unaffected. Dream Eater, hold on for a moment. I need to prepare a special technique. Understood. Upon hearing the voice of Tuanzong, Meng-Emo did not hesitate, drawing in with even greater fervor. The figure of Bo-Fong Wei-Lai surged forth like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Meng-Emo in an instant. Meng-Mo's pupils constricted, completely unprepared for the sheer velocity displayed by Bo-Fong Wei-Lai. With a resounding crash, Bo-Fong Wei-Lai unleashed a powerful punch. Accompanied by a bone-crushing sound that made one's teeth ache, blood erupted forth, and the terrifying suction abruptly ceased. Meng-Mo's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, rolling for hundreds of meters amidst the ruins, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Dazed, Meng-Emo felt as though the world was spinning. The resilient skull that could withstand shurikens was unexpectedly indented, blood gushing forth. Tuanzong, are you ready yet? Meng-Emo weakly inquired. Casting a glance in Tuanzong's direction, he saw the latter frantically fleeing, devoid of any semblance of a warrior's demeanor. Tuanzong had merely summoned him to serve as a shield. Bo-Fong Wei-Lai stood atop Meng-Mo's head, gazing down with indifferent disdain. The pressure beneath his foot intensified suddenly. Tuanzong, you shameless. With a resounding thud, Meng-Emo transformed into a wisp of smoke in his wrath. Chapter 57. Sarutobi, if you obstruct me, I shall slay you as well. After eliminating the Dream Eater, Namikaze Minato directed his gaze towards the fleeing Danzo. Sensing the chilling aura behind him, Danzo's scalp prickled, and he swiftly formed hand seals to create 4 shadow clones. Together with his original self, he dashed in different directions amidst the smoke, hoping to confuse Minato. This maneuver elicited a derisive laugh from Minato. It seems you remain oblivious. Transformation techniques and shadow clone jutsu hold no sway over me. He raised his right index finger, from which a silver serpent slithered out of his sleeve, coalescing into a small orb at his fingertip. A flash of blue electricity surged. Boom. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes, as his gaze trembled downward. A gaping wound, wide as a bowl, abruptly appeared on his chest, gory and horrifying. How is this possible? My shadow clone. Before he could finish his thought, the fallen body vanished like a mirage. Oh, a second time? From his vantage point atop the ruins, Minato displayed a hint of surprise in his azure eyes. It seems Danzo still has quite a bit in reserve. However, that works to my advantage. I can torment him a while longer. I wonder where this resurrection will occur. With a faint smile, Minato surveyed the desolate landscape. Danzo's Izanagi, evidently, cannot compare to the true Uchiha techniques. It appears to last only a minute. Indeed, it wasn't long before he sensed Danzo's biological magnetic field in a corner, where he was crawling amidst the debris, using the rubble to obscure his form, inching forward. If not for Minato's ability to perceive biological magnetic fields, he might have been deceived by Danzo's stealth. Endure. I must hold on. Crawling in the corner of the ruins, Danzo cast aside any thoughts of humiliation. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Escape. With such a commotion, Hiruzen and the others must have noticed and were en route. If he could only endure until their arrival. Hiruzen would never allow him to be slain by Minato. What does it matter if I have lost my roots? As long as I remain, there will always be a chance for resurgence. Suddenly, as his left hand brushed against a shoe, Danzo froze, trembling as he lifted his gaze. There stood Minato, bending slightly, looking down at him with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. A shiver ran through Danzo. I refuse to accept this. He had only 3 of his Sharingan left, and now 2 had been expended. If he were to die this time, only 1 life would remain. Minato's foot came crashing down, and Danzo's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Almost simultaneously, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Uchiha Fugaku, along with others, arrived at the battlefield. In a chilling moment, Naruto Uzumaki crushed Danzo's head, a scene inadvertently witnessed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose pupils dilated in shock, feeling as if the ground beneath him was spinning, nearly toppling from the air. Lord Hokage, an Umbu member hurriedly steadied him. Is he dead? Has Danzo truly perished? Has he met such a humiliating end at the feet of Naruto? The weight of despair settled heavily upon the arriving Konoha elite, including Fugaku Uchiha and Hayashi Hyuga. As they surveyed the gruesome wreckage, struggling to breathe, the root collapsed. Has Danzo also succumbed? Naruto's expression bore no trace of joy as the body of Danzo, crushed beyond recognition, vanished from sight. Squinting, he continued to search for any trace of Danzo. Based on his Sharingan's deductions, this encounter was likely the final chapter. Hiruzen, save me. Lost in the sorrow of Danzo's demise, Hiruzen Sarutobi was jolted back to reality by the faint, frail voice of Danzo nearby. Astonished, he turned to find Danzo materializing before him. Danzo, you're alive? I used a secret technique to preserve my life. This is my last chance. If I die now, it will be for good. Danzo placed all his hopes on Hiruzen, with Hiruzen and other high-ranking Konoha officials arriving. A multitude of Konoha ninjas had gathered around the ruins of the root base. If Hiruzen chose to protect him, perhaps he could indeed survive. Gritting his teeth, Hiruzen glanced toward Naruto's position and took a deep breath. I know not how Danzo has offended you, but having devastated the root and slain so many shinobi, surely your wrath has been sated? I can offer you ample compensation, provided you spare Danzo. Hiruzen implored earnestly. The terms he proposed were exceedingly generous, not only refraining from pursuing Naruto for the chaos he had caused, but also willing to bear all consequences, offering significant recompense. In his mind, such a considerable concession would surely sway Naruto. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Naruto erupted in laughter, the sound echoing hauntingly across the bloody ruins, instilling dread in Danzo and the Umbu behind Hiruzen. Hiruzen, can you truly compensate for my nephew? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's heart sank. Indeed, only Naruto's anger could be provoked to such a degree by Naruto Uzumaki. Previously, he harbored a flicker of hope that Danzo's predicament stemmed from some other cause. Yet now, that illusion shattered to pieces. Danzo is the village's advisor. As long as you do not kill him, I will agree to any terms. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, amplifying his offer. Behind him, Danzo swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This was the first time in his life he felt so perilously close to death. Hiruzen, take a good look at Danzo's right arm, Naruto sneered. His arm? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Since his arrival, he had been on high alert, entirely oblivious to Danzo's arm. Upon hearing the reminder from Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku and the others who had rushed over instantly turned their gaze towards Danzo's right arm. What is this? Fugaku's pupils constricted. Is that our clan's Sharingan? Although the Sharingan on Danzo's arm had already closed, Fugaku was acutely aware that it bore the unmistakable mark of Izanagi's use. Coupled with Danzo's recent resurrection, everything became clear. One by one, the Sharingan ignited as the arriving Uchiha, panting heavily, fixated their intense gaze on the Danzo, who was shielded behind Sarutobi. Their eyes seemed to seek to devour him whole. Sarutobi's body trembled, suddenly understanding the gravity of the situation. Danzo, you fool. Bloodshot veins erupted in his eyes. I told you, you cannot save him today. Minato's cold voice resonated through the air. Countless metallic blades materialized from nothingness, reflecting a chilling glint, resembling a looming storm cloud, casting a shadow over the sky. Otherwise, merely his life would not suffice to quell my fury. Sarutobi's expression contorted in struggle, filled with anguish and conflict. Ultimately, he sighed heavily. Danzo, this is for Konoha. He stepped aside, as if aged by decades. Minato's fingers twitched, and the myriad of blades surged towards Danzo. No, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo's eyes widened in horror. His body was shredded by the blades, transforming into a cascade of blood. This time, he did not resurrect. Izanagi had been completely exhausted. The arriving Konoha ninjas remained silent, not a single word uttered. A profound silence enveloped the ruins. An endless void of quietude. Minato approached Naruto, gently wiping the tears from his face with his blood-stained fingers. Naruto, Uncle will take you home. Chapter 58. The wood-release ninja Lord Hokage. The casualty report from the root base has been compiled. The death toll exceeds 70%. And the root base has been utterly destroyed, with critical departments such as the laboratory and storage severely damaged. The Umbu, holding the list, continuously recounted the grim details within the Hokage's office. With each utterance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion paled, gradually draining him of color until he resembled a man aged by decades. His spine curving under the weight of despair. Danzo is dead. The root has been obliterated. The magnitude of the loss is so profound that even if he harbored aspirations for reconstruction, the possibility seems almost non-existent. Danzo, his trusted right hand, perished in such a ludicrous and absurd manner. The members of the Shimura clan scoured the ruins for an extended period before they unearthed remnants of Danzo's flesh and hair, laying him to rest wrapped in his clothing. It is a meager semblance of a grave. Even now, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot comprehend why Danzo would take action against Naruto. Beside him, Mitarashi Anko and Mito Gate Inazuma wore equally ashen faces, their expressions reflecting the gravity of their situation. To their left lay the vacant seat once occupied by Danzo. During significant discussions, the four of them would convene in this very spot. But now, only three remain. And Danzo's place stands desolate. Lord Hokage, there is another matter that requires your attention, the reporting Umbu stated gravely. Within the ruins of the root base, we discovered a ninja proficient in wood release. What? As the words left the Umbu's lips, Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wood release? Are you certain it is wood release? A hint of fervor laced his breath. Would release, a power wielded by Senju Hashirama, the man who quelled the chaos of the Warring States era and single-handedly ushered in the age of nations and villages, the first Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama. Hiruzen had witnessed the might of wood release in his youth. To call it cataclysmic would be an understatement. Indeed, we found him in the ruins of the root. He utilized the wood release, wood pillar technique to shield himself from the collapsing debris, sustaining only minor injuries. The wood pillar technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply. This was a defensive ninjutsu of wood release, where twisted wooden pillars sprouted from the ground to provide protection. The fact that the Umbu could accurately name this technique strongly suggested the veracity of the report. Where is this wood release ninja? Take me to him at once. In the Umbu base, within a medical room, sat a brown-haired boy of around 10 years, his arm wrapped in bandages, quietly positioned in the corner. Creak. The door to the medical room swung open. Instinctively, the boy drew a kunai, adopting a defensive stance as he warily scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen. This reaction momentarily froze Hiruzen's expression. Forgive his rudeness, Lord Hokage. An Umbu interjected. He has spent years in the root and is reclusive by nature. He has never encountered you before. The nearby Umbu hastily offered an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. He was all too familiar with the environment of the roots, which was many times more brutal and cold-blooded than that of the Umbu. Growing up in such conditions, it was only natural for him to be wary of strangers. You mentioned he is called Jia? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the Umbu beside him. Yes, we attempted to communicate with him, but all we received was that brief name, Jia. Jia? How fitting, indeed, for Danzo's naming style. A gentle smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, resembling that of a kindly grandfather, as he endeavored to ease Jia's wariness towards him. Jia, Could you demonstrate your wood release to your grandfather? The significance of wood release was immense. Mere reports from these Umbu were insufficient. He needed to witness it with his own eyes. Tsunade's KH and Mito Gate N, who accompanied him, also held their breath. Their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they gazed at Jia. The medical room fell silent in an instant. All eyes were fixed upon Jia. Amidst this intense focus, Jia nodded and extended his right hand, palm open. From his pristine palm, a tender sprout began to grow and twist. Flames seemed to ignite in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Wood release. It truly is wood release. After the passing of Senju Hashirama, which had rendered it extinct for decades, it was finally reborn. Heaven bless Konoha. Heaven bless Konoha. An indescribable surge of excitement erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Anyone could see the joy radiating from him at that moment. Beside him, Tsunade KH and Mito Gate N also displayed intense excitement and exhilaration in their eyes. The significance of wood release to Konoha was profoundly different. It was the ability that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, wielded to bring peace to a chaotic world. Jia, still so young, holds infinite potential for the future. It is not entirely impossible for him to grow to a level akin to Senju Hashirama. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that the sorrow over Danzo's death was not as burdensome as he had thought. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Danzo. Had it not been for him, Konoha would not have birthed a ninja endowed with wood release. He had a vague suspicion regarding Jia's origins. Many years ago, he had supported Danzo's endeavors to conduct experiments on wood release within the roots. However, due to the lack of progress and the extensive resources Konoha had expended, he had ordered the experiments to cease. Now it appeared that Danzo had not chosen to abandon his pursuits, but had continued privately, ultimately leading to the successful emergence of Jia. Jia, you are a gift bestowed upon Konoha by the heavens. The name Jia shall be cast aside. I shall bestow upon you a new name, Tens. What do you think of Tens? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze burned with intensity as he awaited Jia's response. Tenzi? Jia tilted his head, murmuring the name softly, seemingly in acceptance. Good, good, good. Tears of joy streamed down Sarutobi Hiruzen's face in his excitement. The emergence of Tens was a symbol of auspiciousness, particularly precious for Konoha, which found itself in the depths of despair. Perhaps with the aid of Tenzo, we might persuade Tsunade to return to the village. Tsunade, one of the legendary sannin of Konoha and a princess of the Land of Fire, has gradually distanced herself from the village for various reasons. In fact, she has even chosen to leave Konoha, wandering from one gambling den to another for years. Sarutobi Hiruzen is utterly perplexed by this situation. Despite his numerous attempts, he has been unable to bring Tsunade back. However, the emergence of Tenzo undoubtedly offers a new avenue for this endeavor. With his mastery of wood release, akin to that of his grandfather, there may indeed be a bloodline connection that could serve as a compelling reason to invite Tsunade back to the village. Ever since Namikaze Minato returned to the village, he has created quite a stir. Sarutobi Hiruzen's desire for Tsunade to return has never been more fervent. As one of the sannin, the princess of Konoha, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her stature is unmatched, even against the formidable blue flash, Namikaze Minato. Minato has openly set his sights on the position of Hokage. So it is imperative that we present him with a worthy rival. The fifth Hokage will emerge from this duo. Chapter 59. Deities are ineffective against magnetism warriors. Uchiha was exhilarated. The clan celebrated for 3 days and nights, for their longtime adversary, Danzo, had perished. The plight of the Uchiha clan experienced unprecedented improvement. Ever since the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha had been forced to relocate to the outskirts of Konoha, constantly targeted by the village's upper echelons. Even within the village, they were often subjected to scornful remarks behind their backs. Every Uchiha felt a deep sense of indignation. How could a prestigious clan, one of the founding families of Konoha, descend to such a state? Such a situation was intolerable for their proud nature. Now, the future of the clan had finally avenged them. Danzo was vanquished, the roots of their oppression destroyed. With his singular strength, he had altered the course of Konoha. To you, brother Future, I raise my cup. In a tavern, Uchiha Daohwa tilted his head back and drained his cup. His cheeks flushed, emboldened by the drink. He laid bare his admiration for Kazekage Future. In my life, I have never revered anyone. But you, Kazekage Future, are different. You may very well become a ninja like our ancestor, Madara. The surrounding Uchiha, including Shana and Taihohuo, found no fault in Daohwa's praises. Uchiha Madara, the ancestor from the founding period of Konoha, was unmatched in strength throughout the ninja world. Aside from the formidable Hashirama Senju, he had never known defeat. To be compared alongside such a legendary ninja, Kazekage Future might indeed possess that potential. Uchiha Shana smiled radiantly. He had not made an erroneous bet. Securing a bond with Kazekage Future equated to securing the future of the Uchiha clan. Kazekage Future had already proven his worth through his strength. Aligning with him was undoubtedly the right choice. Once Kazekage Future became the 5th Hokage, the Uchiha would be at the core of Hokage's power. It was entirely possible that the next Hokage could emerge from their ranks. Among the celebrating clansmen, only one individual bore a complex expression, drinking alone and refraining from engaging in the discussions. Uchiha Shisui, the representative of the moderate faction within the Uchiha clan, felt an unusual concern regarding Kazekage Future's assertive demeanor. Before Kazekage Future arrived, the Uchiha had only 2 factions, the moderate faction led by himself and the radical faction led by Uchiha Shana. Since Kazekage Future's arrival, under his selective training, a 3rd faction had emerged, the frenzied faction. The radical faction deemed the moderate faction too weak, while the frenzied faction considered the radicals insufficiently aggressive. A group of Uchiha, trained by Kazekage Future, constantly clamored to storm the Hokage building. Each evening, as the sun set, one could witness a band of red-eyed Uchihas, bare-chested, enduring brutal training by the banks of the Managawa, shouting slogans about restoring the glory of the Uchiha and making them great once again. Shisui felt a deep sense of apprehension towards this development. As a moderate, he found it difficult to endorse the actions of Kazekage Future. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor had not gone unnoticed by Kazekage Future. The soir concluded, and with a heart laden with worry, Uchiha Shisui returned home early, enveloped in profound confusion. He felt as though he stood at a vast crossroads, uncertain of which path to tread. Suddenly, he halted, captivated by the golden-haired figure that materialized before him. Kazekage Future. Lord Future, do you require my assistance? Shisui began, but before he could finish, Kazekage Future moved swiftly, a large hand lunging towards him. His pupils constricted, and Shisui immediately distanced himself, his crimson eyes revealing a pattern of 3 tomos swirling like shurikens. Above his skin, emerald green ribs emerged. Why do you attack me, Lord Future? Shisui's nerves were taut, yet the outstretched hand paused midair. Indeed, Itachi was correct. You have awakened the Mangeki. Kazekage Future observed the unique design in Shisui's blood-red eyes with keen interest. The abrupt assault had merely been a ploy to compel Shisui to utilize his Mangeki in response. A sense of foreboding settled in Shisui's heart as he began to piece together the implications. Did Itachi inform you? The intelligence regarding his Mangeki had only been shared with Itachi. Kazekage Future smiled silently, scrutinizing the vigilant Shisui before him. Shisui, it appears you do not endorse my methods. Shisui's heart sank as he surmised Kazekage Future's intentions for this encounter. He had hoped to resolve the village and clan's discord through dialogue, yet your approach seems rather extreme. Shisui's gaze was complex. He had always yearned for harmony between the village and the clan, to foster mutual communication and understanding rather than subjugation through force. He wished to see neither the village nor the clan shed blood. Such naivety, Kazekage Future defined Shisui's perspective. Understanding is founded upon strength. Relying solely on dialogue and comprehension will render you passive, a mere pawn for others to exploit. You see me using force to intimidate those in power. Yet do you not realize they conspire to engulf the Uchiha? Only with strength can one compel the other party to sit calmly and discuss matters of understanding. Kazekage Future's beliefs were unyieldingly simplistic. He trusted only in power. It was through the intimidation of strength that understanding and tolerance could be achieved. This was precisely why he had vigorously developed the Uchiha's combat capabilities after joining their ranks, personally training the Uchiha clan members. Suspicion, suppression, and targeting would all fade in the wake of growing strength. At that juncture, the higher-ups would plead for the Uchiha's understanding rather than the other way around. Shisui remained silent, still unable to concur with the notion that the sheer development of force could usher in peace. At that moment, a voice from the future of Kazekage echoed in his ears, causing his body to stiffen and a chill to run down his spine. Your eyes possess the ability to alter the will of others, do they not? Perhaps you could choose to modify my will with those very eyes. Shisui's hands and feet grew icy as he swallowed hard. Itachi, did you even reveal this to him? Don't employ Koto Amatsukami. The ocular technique residing within his eyes held the power to reshape the intentions of others. If Konoha Tsukumi were to be used to alter Kazekage's will, it might well redirect the course of the Uchiha clan. Kazekage gazed at him with calmness, his azure eyes meeting the shuriken-shaped kaleidoscope of Shirsue's. Here, in this secluded space, the use of such power would remain undiscovered. So, shall we proceed? There was a hint of temptation in Kazekage's voice, as if urging Shirsue to employ Konoha Tsukumi upon him. Shirsue held his breath, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Locking eyes with Kazekage, he felt an immense pressure, as if the very air around them had solidified. Ultimately, he shook his head. No, I cannot use Konoha Tsukumi on you. Simply differing ideologies do not justify the unwarranted alteration of another's will. Such an act is beyond my moral reach. A wise choice, Kazekage remarked, casting a profound glance in his direction. The notion of altering one's will may seem grandiose, yet, in a broader sense, will is merely a form of cognitive logic, composed of intricate neural signals and electrical impulses. Once will is altered, the manner of thinking transforms, and the neural electrical impulses, along with the brain's magnetic field, would all subsequently change. Kazekage was acutely aware of the frequency of his own brain's magnetic field. With his mastery over electromagnetic forces, he could rectify any aberrant neural impulses, restoring his brain's magnetic field to its normal state. Thus, the adverse effects of Konoha Tsukumi upon him could be self-corrected. Time will reveal the righteousness of my choice, Kazekage asserted with a subtle smile. Rest assured, it shall not be long. Chapter 60, Tsunade, Danzo is dead? Good riddance. In a remote town of the Land of Fire, Shizun crouched in the shadow of a wall, cradling a pink piglet in her arms. Her eyes were fixed with intense anxiety on the exit of the nearby casino. 10, 9, 8. She counted down, each number escaping her lips. 5, 4, 3. As she reached 3, a thunderous blast echoed, and the casino's exit door was violently flung open. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a petite girl with blonde hair in a ponytail burst forth. Shizun, run! As the girl dashed out, a group of burly men wielding benches and chairs followed, cursing loudly. Shizun took off, the frightened piglet retreating further into her embrace. Lady Tsunade, how did you get thrown out 3 seconds early this time? Shizun shouted, trailing behind. My luck was abysmal. Tsunade's voice came back, laced with indignation. They ran for quite some time before finding an empty alley to slip into, hiding in the shadows. Their pursuers, oblivious to their presence, rushed past, allowing both to exhale in relief. That was close. We nearly got caught, Tsunade sighed deeply. As the petite figure began to mature, 2 prominent features emerged, showcasing remarkable elasticity. Shizun watched closely, unable to suppress her saliva, even though she had witnessed this transformation numerous times before. Such astonishing elasticity. Truly, Lady Tsunade is a magnificent specimen. Let us go. Tsunade peered cautiously out of the alley, ensuring the coast was clear before beckoning Shizun to follow. However, after only a few steps, Tsunade abruptly halted, her expression turning cold. Her gaze shifted to a corner of the street. Come out. Shortly after her command, several umbu wearing animal masks leaped from the trees. Lady Tsunade, we finally found you. 2 weathered umbu, having braved countless trials, stood before her, nearly moved to tears. They had located Tsunade, and with her, the mission entrusted to them by the Hokage could be fulfilled. You wish to persuade me to return to the village, don't you? Spare your breath. I shall not go back, Tsunade declared firmly, not even glancing at the 2 umbu as she turned to depart. Shizun followed closely, clutching the piglet. Please don't leave. Lady Tsunade. The 2 root members were instantly alarmed. If Tsunade walked away, they would have no way to report back to the Hokage. They immediately revealed a shocking piece of news. Danzo is dead. Tsunade's footsteps faltered, her eyes widening in disbelief. Danzo, the right-hand man of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, that ambitious leader of the root, he is actually dead? Having spent most of her time in various casinos, she had been cut off from the flow of information regarding the outside world. The only channel available was to occasionally inquire discreetly while silently venturing out to procure supplies. However, Tsunade had not ventured out for quite some time and was utterly unaware of the recent events transpiring in Konoha. But did it truly matter? With resolute steps, she pressed forward, exuding an air of indifference. If death were to come, so be it. Tsunade had never harbored any fondness for Danzo, that ambitious schemer. Were it not for her status as the princess of Konoha, Her unique identity might have led Danzo to consider studying her blood due to her lineage connection with Hashirama Senju. Noticing Tsunade's unwavering determination, the two ANBU operatives grew anxious and revealed a significant piece of news. A would-release ninja had been discovered within the village. This time, Tsunade halted her advance. Her breath quickened, and a flicker of fervor ignited in her eyes as she turned her head. Was it truly would-release? In a tavern situated in the town, Tsunade toyed with her wine glass. Casting a glance at the two masked ANBU beside her, she exhibited a hint of surprise. Are you saying that Minato's brother has returned to the village? Indeed, one ANBU member wiped the sweat from his brow. It was no small feat to have one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, sit down to listen to them. Minato's younger brother, huh? It's astonishing that after 3 years of disappearance, he has returned at this moment. Tsunade downed the drink on the table in one go, a slight flush coloring her cheeks afterward. She was certainly familiar with Naruto as one of the Sannin. Minato was a disciple of Jiraiya, who often extolled Minato's talents in her presence, along with praise for both brothers. Nonetheless, Naruto's approach was undeniably formidable. During the Third Great Ninja War, although she was relegated to the support battlefield due to her hemophobia, she occasionally heard tales of Minato and Naruto's exploits, the Yellow Flash and the Blue Flash, the names that instilled terror in their adversaries. With a sense of melancholy, Tsunade reached for another cup of wine. After emptying her glass, she placed it on the table and shot a teasing glance at the two ANBU. So, upon Naruto's return, when he witnesses his nephew being mistreated, he erupts in fury and causes an uproar in Konoha. The old man is quite troubled by this and wishes to summon me back to the village. Tsunade-sama, please do not say that. One ANBU, visibly sweating, hurriedly clarified. The Jinchuriki has never been mistreated. Is that so? Tsunade's gaze deepened with intrigue. She distinctly remembered that ever since the passing of Minato and Kushina, Naruto had been left to fend for himself. What kind of life could a 2- or 3-year-old child lead alone? It was entirely reasonable for Naruto to be enraged. If Kushina were to be resurrected, the village would likely be thrown into chaos. Was it Danzo who orchestrated this? Tsunade casually inquired while lifting her glass. Indeed, came the reply. Tsunade's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. In the village, the only one audacious enough to brazenly assassinate Danzo would likely be Naruto Uzumaki. That fellow has never been one to abide by the rules. An UMBU member hastily cautioned, Lady Tsunade. Danzo was an advisor to the Hokage and a close friend of your mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Please show some respect. Humph. Tsunade scoffed, raising a cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. The death of Danzo might indeed bode well for Konoha, she mused. After finishing her drink, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and she regarded the two UMBU with newfound seriousness. Now let us discuss the matter of that would-release ninja. Among the wealth of information shared by the UMBU, the would-release ninja was what piqued her interest the most. Sensing Tsunade's shift in demeanor, the UMBU quickly continued. His name is Tenzo, originally a member of Danzo's root. It was only after Danzo was slain by Naruto that we were able to uncover his existence. As she listened to the UMBU's account, Tsunade fell into contemplation. If Konoha truly had a would-release ninja, it might be worth her while to investigate further. After all, he would be the second wielder of would-release in history, following her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Chapter 61. The Struggle for the Fifth Hokage. A new era approaches. Has Tsunade agreed to return to the village? In the Hokage office, upon receiving the news from the UMBU, Sarutobi Hiruzen, overwhelmed with excitement, lost his grip on his pipe, which clattered to the ground. It was indeed true. Lady Tsunade had consented to return to the village. The reporting UMBU bore a hint of joy in their eyes. After receiving Tsunade's affirmative response, they hurried back to Konoha, eager to relay this delightful news to the Hokage. Taking a deep breath to steady his elation, Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on the current chaos engulfing Konoha. With Danzo's demise and the loss of his support, the weight on his shoulders had multiplied exponentially. The return of Tsunade could finally alter the course of events. The UMBU hesitated momentarily before adding, however, Lady Tsunade has one condition. She wishes to refrain from engaging in political strife and only desires to return to witness the state of the medical ninjutsu. Hiruzen nodded in understanding. He was well aware of Tsunade's aversion to political entanglements. Yet, her mere presence in Konoha would create ample opportunities for maneuvering. Namikaze Minato's brother, Wolfing Mirai, had openly set his sights on the position of Hokage. However, the role of Hokage could not be attained solely through strength. The election process consisted of 3 stages. The first stage involved identifying candidates who possessed strength, reputation, and capability. The second stage entailed a vote among the J-nin, where the influence of the candidate's backing would be put to the test. Only the candidate with the most J-nin votes could ultimately ascend as Hokage. In this regard, Future Namikaze faced a considerable disadvantage. His support stemmed almost exclusively from the Uchiha clan. Even if he secured their full backing, it would not suffice to rival Tsunade. As the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and the princess of Konoha, Tsunade's foundational popularity among the villagers was deeply entrenched, far beyond what Future Namikaze could easily challenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to devote his efforts to propelling Tsunade towards the position of the 5th Hokage. It was imperative to generate momentum for her return. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Spread the word immediately. The princess of Konoha, Tsunade, shall be returning to the village soon." "Yes." The kneeling Umbu responded promptly. "Is Lady Tsunade truly returning to the village?" "Splendid. The princess of Konoha is coming back." With Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly orchestrating the efforts, the news of Tsunade's impending return swiftly permeated the entire village overnight. The elder villagers, filled with emotion and tears in their eyes, were profoundly touched. Having lived through the era of Senju Hashirama, they held a deep reverence for her lineage. Is the princess of Konoha finally returning? Ninjas from various clans also received the news promptly. However, unlike the villagers, these shinobi were more perceptive and sensed the political undertones woven into this announcement. Unlike ordinary villagers, they were privy to far more information and intelligence. Leveraging such advantages allows for a deeper understanding of the underlying implications. The current state of Konoha can be described as riddled with afflictions. The grand announcement of Tsunade's return to the village undoubtedly serves as a vital tonic for the ailing community. However, it is not solely Tsunade that has garnered attention. The news of a would-release ninja has also circulated throughout the village. This second emergence of a would-release ninja, following Hashirama Senju, has ignited fervent discussions within the community. The intertwining of this news with Tsunade's return has produced a remarkable chemical reaction, intensifying the discourse even further. Amidst the fervor of external discussions, in the Uchiha clan's territory, both Naruto and Fugaku Uchiha are leisurely savoring their tea, seemingly unaffected by the external excitement. Sarutobi Hiruzen likely intends to elevate Tsunade to the position of the 5th Hokage. After careful deliberation, Fugaku Uchiha articulates this thought. Such a conspicuous display, even going so far as to release information about a would-release ninja, is completely uncharacteristic of Hiruzen's usual demeanor. The only plausible explanation is that he harbors ulterior motives. After much contemplation, Fugaku can arrive at no other possibility. He is apprehensive. Naruto places his teacup on the table, a hint of disdain and intrigue evident in his smile. Danzo is dead. The next step is the contest for the Hokage title. There is no way Hiruzen could idly watch as he ascends to the position of Hokage. The more ostentatious the moves, the harder it becomes to conceal his trepidation. Hiruzen has become desperate. Fugaku nods in agreement. It seems that only Naruto has the power to instill fear in the strongest Hokage recorded in the annals of history. It appears the selection of Jonin will be the focal point of the upcoming contest. Naruto smiles subtly, as he can surmise Hiruzen's thoughts. If there is only one candidate, the ultimate election for Hokage will hinge on the number of Jonin votes to determine the final victor. Tsunade holds deeply rooted support in Konoha. As the granddaughter of the god of ninjas, her lineage will undoubtedly garner her additional votes. Hiruzen aims to undermine him on this path. Fugaku feels a twinge of anxiety. The Uchiha clan boasts a significant number of Jonin, arguably the most among the ninja clans in Konoha. However, merely relying on the quantity of Uchiha Jonin will not suffice to rival Tsunade, who has Hiruzen's unwavering support. Should they falter in the Jonin selection, no need to panic. Naruto maintains an air of tranquility. If my assumptions are correct, the neighboring villages are likely on the verge of making their moves. With Danzo deceased, the root faction has been decimated. The overall strength of Konoha has significantly diminished once more. With such a substantial upheaval, Naruto believes it improbable that the neighboring villages remain oblivious. They are probably already stirring, perhaps preparing for a new round of probing. However, this also presents a tremendous opportunity. The once revered god of ninjas can never compare to the present-day deity of ninjas. The era belonging to Hashirama Senju has long since passed. A new epoch is on the horizon. Fugaku, a great tempest is about to rise. How far one can soar upon its wings depends on the choices made. Minato Namikaze gazed at Fugaku across the low table with a serene smile. Uchiha Fugaku held his breath, his gaze igniting with fervor. He understood that this was Minato's invitation for him to declare his stance. As he beheld the smiling visage of the blonde-haired man before him, Fugaku's thoughts reverberated. Recalling the moment when Minato articulated his dreams, he aspired to transform the ninja world, beginning with the Uchiha, followed by Konoha, and ultimately encompassing the entire ninja realm. Riding the winds of Minato, the Uchiha would soar to great heights, indeed. With tears welling in his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply. His voice was solemn yet earnest. In the future, come what may, the Uchiha will stand with you, through thick and thin. Chapter 62. Tsunade decides to visit Naruto. Tsunade returned to the village. As she walked through the streets, she overheard the villagers fervently discussing her presence, and her expression darkened like charcoal. What on earth is that old man up to? Hadn't I made it clear that I was merely coming back for a brief visit? Why create such a commotion? Fortunately, she had the foresight to employ a transformation technique. Otherwise, she would have been inundated by an enthusiastic throng of villagers, rendering passage impossible. Having received news of Tsunade's return, Hiruzen Sarutobi anxiously awaited her in the Hokage office. This was the first time he had anticipated her return with such eagerness. Sweat beaded in his palms from the tension. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage office was forcefully swung open. Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Only two individuals could enter the Hokage office in such a manner. With Danzo deceased, it could only be that old man. What exactly are you up to? Hadn't we emphasized the need for discretion regarding my return? With one hand pressed against the doorframe, Tsunade's countenance reflected her displeasure. It seemed that every villager was aware of her return, rendering her as transparent as air. Returning is all that matters, Hiruzen exclaimed, his wrinkled face breaking into a beaming smile. Stop right there. Tsunade leaned back, clearly unimpressed. I have made my intentions quite clear. I am here solely to see Tenzo. Please wait a moment. I will summon Tenzo at once, Hiruzen instructed one of the Umbu operatives. After a brief interval, Tenzo, clad in the standard Umbu attire and bearing a ninja blade, entered the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, you summoned me? Having absorbed the news of Danzo's demise, Tenzo's identity had transformed from root to Umbu. The dark, concealed base remained unchanged, and the daily training continued. Though the attention he received was far greater than during his time en route, Tsunade scrutinized Tenzo from head to toe. He wore a mask, yet it was evident that he possessed the appearance of a youthful boy. He bore no resemblance to her granduncle, Hashirama Senju, nor did he appear to be of any familial relation. Tenzo, could you demonstrate your wood release technique? Nodding, Tenzo extended his right hand, summoning a tender sapling from his palm. Wood release. It truly is wood release. Tsunade's gaze intensified with fervor, though still quite immature. It undeniably exuded the same essence as her granduncle, confirming without a doubt that it was indeed wood release. After so many years of silence, had a new wood release finally emerged? Ensure this child receives proper nurturing. Tsunade turned to Hiruzen, her voice laced with warning. Wood release is not a tool for reckless exploitation. If any harm befalls him, I will not forgive you, old man. Cough. Cough. Hiruzen could only clear his throat to mask his embarrassment. He understood that Tsunade was subtly critiquing his decision to enlist Tenzo into the Umbu. Just as he had escaped the clutches of Root, he had now fallen into the depths of Umbu. Tsunade was dissatisfied with such a decision. The wood release should be preserved with utmost care, rather than being treated as a mere tool to be shifted from one place to another. Rest assured, I have resolved to dedicate myself to training Tenz, the second inheritor of the wood release bloodline in history. His potential is boundless. Sarutobi Hiruzen made this solemn and earnest promise. This was his innermost thought. He aspired to cultivate Tenz into a figure akin to Senju Hashirama, with the same wood release abilities. Who knows what he might achieve in the future? As Tenz listened to their conversation, he suddenly felt a warm hand resting gently upon his head. The name Tenz is rather commonplace. I shall bestow upon you a new name. How does Yamato sound? Without a moment's hesitation, the boisterous Tsunade decided on the new name for Tenz. Yamato? Tenz was momentarily taken aback when he noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffen beside him. The name Tenz had only recently been finalized, and he expected Tsunade to change it upon her return. Nevertheless, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade indeed had the authority to rename Tenz. Thus, he nodded. Very well, Tenz, from now on you shall be called Yamato. All right, Yamato replied, nodding somewhat dazedly. Compared to Tins, it seemed that Yamato was indeed a more pleasing name. After acquiring his new identity, Yamato departed, leaving Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the Hokage's office once more. Old man, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. Tsunade had barely taken a step when she was called back by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Glancing over her shoulder, she replied with a hint of irritation, Old man, I made it quite clear that I have no interest in your political machinations. Ever since he ascended to the position, the village had become mired in turmoil. The illustrious Leaf Village, as the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages, was rife with intrigue and power struggles. Tsunade despised such matters, preferring to roam the gambling halls instead. This time is different. I am imploring you, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his posture, gazing at her with an almost pleading look. He had never asked anyone for anything in his life, but this time was an exception. The image of Danzo's death had replayed in his mind continuously over the past days. The only person he could rely on was Tsunade. Having never witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen in such a demeanor, Tsunade's heart softened. Old man, what exactly do you want me to do? I want you to become the Hokage. Not a chance. Tsunade retorted, her expression hardening. Old man, let us not discuss the Hokage position. I have no desire to bear such a heavy burden. Soon, she seemed to realize something, narrowing her eyes. Is it because you do not wish for Minato's brother to become Hokage that you want me back in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew slightly awkward. You see right through me. Tsunade took a deep breath and regarded him intently. In the future, I will speak with him. As for the Hokage matter, let us put that aside for now. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Although he did not secure Tsunade's immediate agreement to become Hokage, her intention to seek out Minato Namikaze was indeed a significant advantage. Tsunade resolved to pay a visit to the Uchiha clan's territory. According to the information gleaned from Sarutobi, Minato currently resided within the Uchiha compound, along with his nephew, Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Tsunade-sama, this might not be advisable. Ino, clutching her stuffed pig, felt a wave of anxiety as they approached the Uchiha territory. It was rumored that the Uchiha clan was notoriously difficult to engage with. Would they encounter unforeseen challenges by entering so brazenly? Ino, if you are concerned, you may wait for me outside. No, I will accompany you, Ino replied, shaking her head vigorously, determined to stay by Tsunade's side. The Uchiha sentry at the entrance blinked in disbelief, questioning his own eyes. You are. Tsunade met his gaze calmly. Please inform Minato Namikaze that Tsunade has come to seek him. Chapter 63, Transforming the Shinobi World. Tsunade intends to visit the Uchiha clan? Upon receiving this news from his subordinates, Uchiha Fugaku's expression stiffened, and a hint of discomfort crossed his face. Tsunade has only just returned to the village, and now she seeks to visit the Uchiha clan? A sudden headache overcame Uchiha Fugaku. It was possible that this was orchestrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi. That cunning third Hokage surely had some ulterior motive in mind. He needed to inform Naruto at once. As he stepped outside, he encountered Namikaze Naruto approaching. He promptly stated, Naruto, Tsunade is coming. I know, Naruto nodded. Tsunade's biological magnetic field was exceptionally unique. He sensed her overwhelming presence from a distance, an intimidating aura that was distinctly hers. In Konoha, there was only one ninja with such a formidable magnetic field, Tsunade. Before long, Tsunade, guided by the Uchiha clan members, arrived at a designated room where Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Naruto were already waiting. Upon seeing the two, Tsunade unabashedly took a seat at the vacant spot. It seems you were aware of my arrival well in advance. Noticing the tea prepared on the table, Tsunade, feeling parched, took a sip and grimaced. This tastes dreadful. Why wasn't any alcohol served? Uchiha Fugaku felt an internal sigh of disbelief. Who would receive a guest with alcohol? It seemed only Tsunade would dare voice such a complaint. However, given her status as Konoha's princess, Fugaku masked his dissatisfaction with a composed facade. Naruto, you have finally returned to the village. Tsunade's expression grew complex as she gazed at the young blonde-haired figure seated across the low table. Minato was Jiraiya's apprentice, and Naruto was Minato's son. With such a connection, Tsunade and Naruto shared a certain familiarity. Upon learning of Naruto's disappearance, she had mourned for quite some time. After all, a talent like him vanishing without a trace was a great loss to anyone. When she heard of Naruto's return not long ago, she was pleasantly surprised. Yet she had not anticipated that the recently returned Naruto would cause such a significant stir. Danzo is dead. The root has been eradicated. Naruto had single-handedly penetrated Konoha's elite forces. In the face of Tsunade's complex expression filled with regret, Naruto remained remarkably composed. Returning to the village after 3 years and witnessing the treatment of his only nephew, who could maintain their calm, Tsunade fell silent. Minato's radiant smile replayed in her mind. As the village's hero, he had left behind only his son. This, indeed, was a failure on the old man's part, but considering Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, the treatment he received was already commendable. How absurd. Naruto scoffed, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Are you suggesting that I should express gratitude to Hiruzen Sarutobi for his care of Naruto? A 3-year-old child lives alone, subsisting solely on instant noodles and expired milk, facing scorn from passers-by who call him a demon fox and being pelted with stones by peers. Each time I contemplate this, my heart aches profoundly. My foolish brother met an untimely and mysterious end, leaving behind a son who endures relentless bullying in the village. How can one remain calm in the face of such injustice? It seems as if flames flicker within my cerulean gaze. The air in this room becomes momentarily stagnant. Tsunade, chastised, refrains from speaking. Sitting beside her, Fugaku dares not utter a word, suddenly regretting his decision to meet Tsunade. Whenever Naruto is mentioned, no matter how gentle Minato was a moment ago, he morphs into a frenzied beast. Fugaku has witnessed Minato's madness firsthand, single-handedly infiltrating the root base, slaughtering nearly 70% of its members, and under Hiruzen's protection, forcefully eliminating Danzo. That frenzy was akin to a demon unleashed upon the world. Fugaku feels an unusual sense of relief, later discovering that Danzo had sought Shursui to undertake the task involving Naruto, but Shursui had declined. Thankfully, Shursui refused. Otherwise, the aftermath of Danzo's demise would have required remedies far beyond merely enhancing clan security. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally exhales a sigh. The old man is indeed infuriating. Even if she strives to absolve him, some matters are simply beyond redemption. It is fortunate that only Minato is present. Had Jiraiya been here as well, the weight of guilt would have been suffocating. Lady Tsunade, your visit must involve more than just discussing these issues. Minato cut straight to the point. To be honest, I do have a mission. Tsunade breathes deeply to quell her emotions. The old man does not wish for you to become Hokage, which is why he sent me. Huh? Minato scoffs derisively, his face a mask of contempt. Does a waning Hiruzen possess the authority to obstruct my path? What, then, is your perspective? Well, Tsunade ponders for a moment. Initially, I shared the old man's sentiments. Allowing a ninja who can casually eliminate a Hokage's aide to ascend to the position of Hokage poses too great a risk. Initially, and now, Tsunade reflects. I currently maintain a stance of observation. Can you disclose your intention should you become Hokage? Surely, it cannot be as trivial as my brother is Hokage. So I must be Hokage too? Minato gazes out at the sky. Tsunade, do you not think this world has remained stagnant for far too long? Stagnant. Tsunade frowns. Minato, seemingly oblivious to her unease, continues, since my arrival in this world, I have perceived its mechanisms as utterly absurd. Nobility, without martial prowess, appropriates the majority of labor's fruits, while ninjas, endowed with abilities far surpassing ordinary individuals, partake not in productive endeavors. All these discrepancies starkly contrast with my understanding. Thus, since that time, I have resolved to transform this world. Initially, my intention was to assist Minato, initiating reforms in Konoha that would ripple throughout the entire shinobi realm. However, I did not anticipate the multitude of events that transpired during my absence. With Minato no longer present, I shall endeavor to fulfill the unfinished business. A brand new Konoha. Perhaps even an entirely reimagined shinobi world. Tsunade, do you not yearn for this? For some inexplicable reason, Tsunade felt a sudden stirring within her heart. Is it not the decay of the village that makes her prefer the gambling dens over returning to Konoha? The grand tree known as Konoha has begun to rot from its roots. One can scarcely escape the nauseating stench that pervades the air within its bounds. Will Naruto be the one to alter all of this? At the very least, he possesses that ambition. She let out a deeply complex sigh. It seems the old man was mistaken in sending me back to the village. Perhaps you are more suited to the role of Hokage than I. Chapter 64. The Umbrella Corporation and the Wind. Tsunade departed, her heart laden with intricate emotions. As she exited the Uchiha clan's territory, Shizune, cradling the piglet, hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Lady Tsunade, what has transpired? During Tsunade's conversation with Minato and Fugaku, Shizune remained outside, unaware of their discourse. Shizune, I suddenly sensed that the old man was mistaken. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade uttered these words and fell into silence once more. This visit to the Uchiha clan had significantly altered her perspectives. Perhaps, Minato becoming Hokage could indeed herald a positive transformation for Konoha. Shizen had never witnessed Tsunade in such a state. She opened her mouth, words lingering at her throat, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Inside the room, after Tsunade's departure, Minato and Fugaku continued their discussion. Fugaku, I intend to establish a company called the Umbrella Corporation. The name elicited a look of astonishment from Fugaku. Indeed, Minato affirmed. As I mentioned to Tsunade earlier, this world has remained stagnant for too long. The Umbrella Corporation may usher in a new era of change. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku furrowed his brow. Minato, what exactly will this Umbrella Corporation entail? As the name implies, it encompasses a vast array of sectors including security, military, and medical services. The security division will provide protective services to businessmen and other clients, akin to the duties of ninjas, yet far more extensive. The military aspect speaks for itself. As for the medical sector, Minato paused, gathering his thoughts. Ninjas inhabit a high-risk profession, with frequent battles leading to a high injury rate, thus generating a substantial medical market with significant profit potential. The crude medical supplies like soldier pills and bandages are woefully inadequate for such a vast market. And not every ninja village can sustain medical ninjas. If we can make breakthroughs in the medical field, a continuous flow of profits will ensue. Economic foundations dictate this superstructure. As a well-educated individual from another world, I comprehend this profoundly. Money is the paramount element of development. Over the years, I have gained a comprehensive understanding of the ninja world, which is why I felt confident to convey those thoughts to Tsunade. As Fugaku absorbed this deluge of information, his expression shifted from initial astonishment to profound shock. This was an immensely grand blueprint. If the Umbrella Corporation were to be successfully established, its impact on Konoha would be unimaginable. However, could this endeavor prove too daunting? Fugaku lamented. The enormity of the vision brought forth numerous challenges and obstacles. Merely listening to Minato's description, Fugaku felt the weight of this colossal undertaking pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Thus, it is imperative to unify the strength of the entire Konoha. The azure-eyed Windwave Future revealed a smile. For instance, in the medical field, the Naruto clan possesses extensive experience in pharmaceuticals, and their territory is abundant in rare medicinal herbs. By bringing Tsunade into the fold, the establishment of the medical department would be complete. As for security and military matters, entrusting them to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans is most fitting. It would be a pity for the Byakugan to be limited to reconnaissance alone. When combined with long-range weaponry, they could effectively preempt numerous threats. Windwave Future smiled faintly. The location for the Umbrella Corporation shall be the former root base. The new Konoha does not have roots buried deep underground, but rather, an umbrella to shield the new leaves from the storm. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils trembled slightly. The phrase, the new Konoha does not have roots buried deep underground, but rather, an umbrella to shield the new leaves from the storm, echoed incessantly in his mind. Perhaps, when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established Konoha, that was indeed the hope they harbored. However, with the ascendance of the third Hokage and Danzo's ruthless solitary conduct, the grand tree that bore so many hopes ultimately decayed. The umbrella of Windwave Future allowed him to glimpse a brand new Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply. In his gaze towards Windwave Future, a fierce glint flashed momentarily. Should the Uchiha? The subsequent words remained unspoken, yet he was acutely aware that Windwave Future comprehended his implication. Aku, the Uchiha clan, alongside Windwave Future, could, in a single night, purge the upper echelons with bloodshed. Uchiha Fugaku was not the type to act recklessly. Rather, given his temperament, he would never escalate conflict as long as there was a possibility for reconciliation. Yet, under the blueprint that Windwave Future had devised, his heart stirred with restless anticipation. Merely relying on the Uchiha was insufficient. Windwave Future maintained a calm demeanor. If a coup were to be executed through force, then with the Uchiha clan at his side, they could suppress dissenting voices and forcibly ascend to the position of the fifth Hokage. Yet, such an outcome would undoubtedly breed trepidation within the village, and this was not the Konoha that Windwave Future envisioned. The Uchiha bore a notoriously poor reputation in the village. Their established image was that of a terrifying presence. All of one's efforts could be undermined by the fixed perceptions of others. It was well known in Konoha that the Uchiha clan was directly under his command. Once he became Hokage, the Uchiha would inevitably rise to the most central echelon of Konoha. How could the other clans possibly consent? After all, allowing the Uchiha madman to ascend to the highest ranks would undoubtedly infringe upon the core interests of clans such as Inuzuka, Nara, and Sarutobi. In the 50-plus years of Konoha's history, no Uchiha had ever been appointed Hokage. It was precisely for this reason. Thus, now bound to the Uchiha, he required a gust of wind to alter the course of events. If I am not mistaken, that wind shall soon arrive. Windwave Future gazed out the window at the sky with a serene smile, his azure eyes harboring a hint of anticipation. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having departed from the Uchiha territory, had returned to the Hokage building. Tsunade, what has transpired? Upon her entrance, Hiruzen Sarutobi set aside the documents before him, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, it did not take long for him to perceive the anomaly. Tsunade's countenance was dark, marred by an unmistakable gloom. Old man, do not seek me for such matters in the future. What is the matter? Hiruzen's smile faltered, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. In any case, do not involve me in such affairs again. With that declaration, Tsunade turned on her heel and departed, with Shizen following closely, clutching the piglet. The smile that adorned Hiruzen's face vanished, reverting to its prior somberness. What could be troubling Tsunade? He was left in a state of confusion, grappling with his own lack of understanding. Yet, it was evident that this was not a favorable situation. Chapter 65. The Abrogation of the Peace Treaty. The village of Cloud decides to go to war. In the village of Cloud, nestled atop towering peaks, the fourth Hokage, found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed at the intelligence reports from Konoha sprawled across the Hokage's desk. Danzo was dead, and the route had been nearly obliterated, leaving it a mere shadow of its former self. Konoha, now severely weakened, resembled a crippled creature, further diminishing in strength during an already dire period. A's inner turmoil stirred. The prospect of confronting Konoha at its most vulnerable was almost irresistible. The village of Cloud had long aspired to supplant Konoha as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. Their enmity had festered for years, and not long ago. I had dispatched a delegation to Konoha to negotiate a peace treaty, only to have them slaughtered by Minato's brother. This was, without a doubt, a resounding slap to his face. In the aftermath, he insisted that Hiruzen Sarutobi be held accountable, even resorting to the threat of war to exert pressure. They had initially agreed to exchange the corpse of the Hyuga clan leader, Hayashi, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, Konoha had yet to deliver the body. His letters urging Konoha had all but vanished into the abyss, leaving him smoldering with rage, merely awaiting an opportunity to unleash it. With the strength of the village of Cloud, vanquishing the current Konoha would be a trivial endeavor. A's eyes gleamed with a sinister smile. Unlike the despondency enveloping Konoha, the village of Cloud had ascended to unprecedented heights. Within the village, 2 perfect Jinchuriki resided, the 2-tails Jinchuriki, the formidable Mew, and his brother, the 8-tails Jinchuriki, B. They could wield the full power of their tailed beasts with unparalleled mastery. In stark contrast, Konoha's sole 9-tails Jinchuriki was but a mere toddler. Furthermore, intelligence had even fallen into the hands of the Uchiha clan. Ridiculous. The very person whom Hiruzen Sarutobi had devoted his life to protecting had ended up under the oppressive scrutiny of the Uchiha. This absurdity only served to deepen A's contempt for the current state of Konoha. The only figure he regarded with caution was the future of the Wave Wind. The Blue Flash, Minato's brother. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Yellow Flash, Minato, had battled on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning, while his brother fought in the Land of Wind. Thus, they had never directly clashed with the Blue Flash. However, the reports suggested he was a formidable adversary, certainly on par with Minato. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, had suffered a mental breakdown after their encounter, nearly descending into madness. Danzo had also met his demise at his hands. Should this individual enter the fray, it would pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, it was unperturbed, with 2 perfect Jinchuriki and his own direct involvement. He felt confident in reversing any unforeseen complications. The advantage was undeniably his. After a thorough analysis of the situation, A exhaled deeply. The shinobi world had lingered in tranquility for far too long. It was time to introduce a touch of turmoil. He cast a disdainful glance at the peace treaty with Konoha that lay on the Hokage's desk, scoffing as he seized it and tore it asunder. The news of the village of Cloud's declaration of war soon reached Konoha. In the Hokage Tower, the air in the conference room was heavy, almost as if it had solidified into ice. suffocating everyone present. The senior officials of the Leaf Village sat at either end of the table, their expressions grave and silent. "Gentlemen, the Cloud Village has declared war," sighed Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head of the table, his emotions tangled. The gazes of the high-ranking officials varied. Some were resentful, others furious, and some merely sighed. The timing of the Cloud Village's declaration was undoubtedly a reflection of their keen awareness of the Leaf Village's current predicament. "The Cloud Village must have seen through our plight," spoke Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, his voice low and somber. As the strategist of the Leaf, he too found it challenging to devise a countermeasure in such dire circumstances. The Leaf Village's strength was already waning, and with Danzo's recent demise, the roots of their power were virtually non-existent. Severed from a crucial limb, the Leaf Village found it nearly impossible to contend with the Cloud Village. Should war erupt, they would likely find themselves in a position of immediate disadvantage. In my opinion, all of this turmoil stems from the actions of Uzumaki Naruto. Had he not previously slaughtered the Cloud Village's envoy and recently eliminated Danzo, war would not have been declared, remarked a Jainin from the Sarutobi clan, his tone imbued with resentment and fury, as though he bore a deep-seated grudge against Naruto. Indeed, the Leaf Village's current plight was inextricably linked to Naruto's actions. Another Jainin, also from the Sarutobi clan, responded in agreement. Under the leadership of these Sarutobi ninjas, the conference room soon resonated with numerous voices condemning Naruto. Their words implied that he was the architect of their misfortune. Just as they vented their frustrations, the door to the conference room was suddenly shattered. Debris flew, dust billowed. The room fell silent in an instant, with the high-ranking officials instinctively turning to the splintered entrance. As the swirling dust began to settle, the Sarutobi clan members, who had been cursing Naruto moments before, turned pale with fear, their lips quivering. It was Uzumaki Naruto who had burst through the door. Remembering Naruto's infamous reputation, they now found themselves speechless. "Naruto, why have you come?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed an ominous premonition. With such a forceful entrance, what could Naruto possibly intend? Without directly responding, Naruto's calm gaze swept over the conference table. "I hear the Cloud Village has declared war." The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, their expressions confirming their unspoken fears. "Huh? Does a mere Cloud Village warrant such despair from you?" A hint of disdain flickered in Naruto's eyes as he surveyed the officials around the table. Those who met his gaze could not help but lower their heads in shame. In the Leaf Village, it seemed that only Naruto dared to underestimate the Cloud Village so brazenly. "I will take action in this battle." With those words, Naruto turned and departed. Somehow, upon hearing his words, the previously pessimistic high-ranking officials felt a sudden sense of relief. It seemed that the hidden village of the clouds was not as daunting as they had once perceived. This unexpected shift in emotions filled them with even greater shame, as they nearly forgot their earlier despair. Just then, the departing Wind Future abruptly halted. This sudden development startled the crowd, causing them to hold their breath once again. And then there was Uchiha. After speaking, Wind Future did not linger, vanishing from their sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, gazing longingly at his retreating figure. The more assertive Wind Future appeared, the more it underscored Sarutobi's own inadequacies. In the past, even during the era of war, he had managed to suppress the achievements of the Uchiha clan, keeping them at bay. But now, the situation had changed. The emergence of Wind Future rendered the circumstances uncontrollable. After this battle, to what heights would the reputations of Wind Future and Uchiha rise within the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing too late, felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He recognized that for Wind Future, the impending conflict in the hidden village was, in fact, a tremendous opportunity to seize a claim. Chapter 66. For the Glory of the Uchiha. Tadarak. Tadarak. Upon departing from the Hokage building, Kazekage Mirai immediately returned to the Uchiha clan grounds to commence mobilization. "Mirai, are we truly going to engage in battle?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his expression grave. The declaration of war by the hidden Cloud Village was ostentatious, and the number of ninjas they would deploy would undoubtedly be considerable. Currently, Konoha's strength was already waning. Recklessly entering into conflict could yield unpredictable outcomes. He was concerned that this battle might severely damage the Uchiha's vitality. "Fugaku, I comprehend your apprehensions," Mirai replied with a smile, "but this also represents an opportunity. Does it not? Moreover, the desire to engage in battle does not stem solely from you and me. Not just you and me." A hint of confusion flickered in Fugaku's eyes. What did Mirai mean by this assertion? "Follow me, and you shall see," Mirai beckoned, leading him in a specific direction. The perplexity in Fugaku's heart deepened. This route should lead to the Uchiha training grounds. But what was Mirai's intention in bringing him here? Stepping into the training field, Uchiha Fugaku gazed upon the neatly arranged Uchiha clansmen, his heart jolting with surprise. Mirai, this, he exclaimed, astonished. When had such a multitude of Uchiha gathered here? He recognized several familiar faces among them. Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Inaka, Uchiha Tetsuhana, Uchiha Shana. And to his astonishment, he spotted an unexpected figure. Itachi, what are you doing here? Fugaku gasped in disbelief. Father, I have made my decision to accompany Sensei to the front lines, Itachi affirmed resolutely. However, Father, please do not attempt to dissuade me. My decision is firm. With a resigned sigh, Fugaku ceased his persuasion, recognizing Itachi's character. Once a decision was made, it was immutable. Uchiha Shana, with eyes like an eagle, smiled knowingly. Fugaku, did you not notice the flames within these clansmen's eyes? Fugaku paused, his gaze sweeping over the Uchiha behind Itachi. Within their eyes, there seemed to be a fire, fervently burning. Fugaku, throughout your tenure as clan leader, you have suppressed the pride of the Uchiha people, came Mirai's calm voice from behind. Yet you have overlooked that the pride of being Uchiha is inscribed in our very blood and must not be trampled upon. The oppression from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the exclusion from the higher-ups, the discrimination from the villagers, all of this has been accumulating, fueling the wrath of the Uchiha. Taking a deep breath, Mirai proclaimed, Uchiha, rise and fight. Reclaim the glory of the Uchiha. The eyes of the Uchiha clansmen glimmered with intensity, their breaths heavy. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the training ground. For the glory of the Uchiha. Tatarak, Tatarak, Tatarak. The roar resounded, causing Uchiha Fugaku's bloodline to swell. His breath hastening abruptly. It was only now that he comprehended the significance of the words spoken by Minato. As the clan leader, he realized that Minato understood his people far better than he did. This battle presented a golden opportunity for the Uchiha clan to reclaim their former glory. Lost in contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku met the earnest gaze of Minato. Fugaku, I require your assistance, he said. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned serious. Speak, Minato. This was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on Minato's face. He understood that if it were not of utmost importance, Minato would never have entrusted him with such a task. Here is a list. I need you to ensure that every name on this list is brought back. Upon receiving the list from Minato, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils trembled slightly as he scanned the names, his voice filled with astonishment. Minato, these are. They were all once under my and Minato's command. A proud smile graced Minato's azure eyes. During the Third War, these individuals fought alongside me and Minato. Now, it is time to bring them back. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the names on the list, recognizing many as once renowned ninjas. Since Minato's disappearance and the death of the fourth Hokage, numerous ninjas had gradually faded into obscurity. Was Minato truly about to retrieve them? The thin sheet of paper suddenly felt immensely heavy in Uchiha Fugaku's hands. Rest assured, Minato, I will find every single one of them. Uchiha Fugaku solemnly accepted the paper. At the gates of Konoha, Naruto leaned against the wall, a kunai resting between his teeth, his hands cradling his head. Bored, utterly bored. Day after day, the same monotonous routine unfolded before him, and gazing at the unchanging scenery beyond the village walls, he felt as though his very bones were becoming slack, and he was decaying from the depths of his soul. Once, Naruto had basked in glory. Somehow, the memories of the past surged forth, unbidden. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. In those days, as a member of the 4th Hokage's guard, how splendid was his standing. Even his clan took pride in him. Under the protection of the 4th, the Naruto clan might have ascended from a small family to one of the great clans of Konoha. Yet, who could have anticipated such calamity? Naruto's eyes dimmed. After the Nine Tails incident, the 4th Hokage and his wife perished, and his brother also vanished. The enviable siblings, Minato and his brother, had seemingly disappeared simultaneously. The 3rd Hokage reinstated his position, and loyal followers of Minato and his brother were no longer valued, gradually relegated to the periphery. Politics, indeed, is a cruel game. Naruto suddenly recalled the days he served as the 4th's bodyguard and could not help but succumb to melancholy. I wonder how they are faring now? Suddenly, the perceptive High Renmaru sensed the approach of another and immediately assumed a defensive stance, fixating on the figure advancing towards him. The emblem of the Uchiha clan was unmistakable. Uchiha, Hi Rinmaru. Do you wish to continue decaying, or shall you embrace madness? What could this mean? Hi Rinmaru held his breath, his pupils narrowing in sudden realization. Could it be? The bespectacled Aweishi lay upon his bed, a frown etched across his face, lamenting the lack of favorable missions over the past fortnight. If this continued, future expenses would pose a significant dilemma. Just as he wallowed in his discontent, a series of knocks echoed through the air. With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Aweishi opened the door to reveal an unfamiliar Uchiha visage. Aweishi, that esteemed individual requires your presence. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded across the Hidden Leaf village. After a 3-year hiatus, Minato's former comrades received the long-awaited summons. Echoing through the village, the message was clear: that esteemed individual had returned. Inazuka Kodo, Lord Minato requires you. Yamanaka Kinoko, Lord Minato is calling for you. Chapter 67. Welcome back, my subordinates. In the Uchiha clan's territory, a vast square was teeming with an overwhelming number of ninjas. The crowd exchanged astonished glances, and a cacophony of surprise filled the air. Is that you, Narashikamaru? And you, Inazuka Kiba, have come as well. Laughter erupted as the three of them finally reunited. They were the elite guard of Namikaze Minato, and together they could wield the Flying Thunder God technique for space-time teleportation. As conversations flowed among the ninjas, a mix of shock and joy radiated throughout the gathering. To their astonishment, the crowd consisted entirely of their former comrades or allies from the Third Great Ninja War. After a long separation, the joy of reuniting surged within them. It appeared that the esteemed leader had summoned them all together. Their hearts raced with anticipation. Though unspoken, the name resonated in their minds. Namikaze Minato, the younger brother of the fourth Hokage, was calling for them. After 3 long years, their revered leader had returned to Konoha to seek them out. Minato-sama has arrived. A sudden exclamation silenced the crowd, and all eyes turned toward the approaching figure, filled with either hope or reverence. The familiar golden hair shimmered in the sunlight as Minato's azure eyes lit up with a smile, surveying the ninjas standing before him. My apologies for making you wait, he said simply, a statement that brought moisture to the eyes of those present. This was the very message they had yearned for over the past 3 years. Minato-sama, you have finally returned. Indeed, I never imagined so much time had passed. A wave of excitement and complex emotions began to ripple through the crowd. Once, they had followed Minato into glorious battles and victories. Minato scanned the faces of the ninjas before him. Those familiar visages now bore the marks of time. I am aware that during my absence, many of you faced exclusion and marginalization, losing your former positions. But now, I have returned. Together, let us reclaim all that we have lost. Before him, his old subordinates breathed heavily, their hearts igniting with fervor. Reclaim everything. Reclaim everything. Their resolute voices echoed across the sky. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned close to the window, gazing at the ninja forces departing outside. The reflection in the glass revealed his somber expression. The composition of that troop was impressive, boasting no fewer than 100 elite jounin. Such a formidable force heading into battle would undoubtedly influence the course of this war. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not find joy in this moment. His heart was heavy, for that was the army of Namikaze Minato. From the formation to the selection of personnel, and now to their deployment, this battalion has proceeded without the approval of the Hokage. Furthermore, it is predominantly composed of members from the Uchiha clan, particularly those with radical inclinations. These Uchihas are typically under close scrutiny by the Umbu. Their reckless tendencies pose a significant risk of catastrophic consequences. Now, however, Namikaze Minato has assembled them into a unit and sent them to the battlefield. Following this battle, the Uchiha's reputation in the village is likely to improve drastically. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels a sense of reluctance, yet finds himself powerless. In other circumstances, he could have employed balanced measures to suppress the achievements of the Uchiha, relegating them to less significant tasks such as escorting, defending, or providing support. But the situation is different now. The forces of Kumobikure are advancing, and the front lines are faltering. Should he continue to suppress the Uchiha in this manner, it is likely that dissent among other ninja clans would arise before the Uchiha even protest. He must utilize this power, however unwillingly. Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has been compelled to reassemble his former troops. The voice of Tsunade K. Haru, filled with concern, caused Hiruzen's expression to stiffen suddenly. When did this happen? The unit that just departed, which had recently been formed, should have included his former troops. Although Tsunade could not see Hiruzen's expression from this angle, she could surmise his mood from his hunched posture. She wished to offer words of comfort but did not know how to begin. Taking a breath, she revealed a piece of shocking news to Hiruzen. The Jinchuriki has also been taken away. What? Even though Hiruzen had already been astounded, he was taken aback anew by this revelation. How old is the Jinchuriki? Namikaze Minato actually brought him to the battlefield. Does he possess the confidence to safeguard Naruto amidst the chaos of battle? Hiruzen clenched his fingers in frustration. He had prepared himself to reclaim the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as soon as Namikaze Minato and most of the Uchiha forces left Konoha. As Konoha's ultimate weapon, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must never fall into the hands of the Uchiha. This was the perfect opportunity. The Umbu had already assembled, awaiting his command. However, he never anticipated that Namikaze Minato would take the Jinchuriki to the battlefield. Hiruzen, he has likely guessed our intentions, which is why he took Naruto with him. Tsunade Haru's gaze was complex. This is the only plausible explanation. Namikaze Minato is fully aware of their plans and possesses absolute confidence. Even if Kumogakure were to exert its full strength, they would be unable to seize Naruto from his side. Hiruzen stepped back, collapsing into a chair, his eyes dull and lifeless. In the Uchiha clan territory, 3-year-old Sasuke noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The clan grounds had suddenly become much quieter, and his playmate Naruto was nowhere to be found. Confronted by a myriad of peculiar phenomena, Sasuke instinctively sought out Itachi. Nisan. He pushed open Itachi's door, only to find the room devoid of his brother's presence. How strange. Where could he have gone? Sasuke searched the area and discovered an envelope resting on the table. The handwriting on the cover was unmistakably familiar. To my beloved brother. It was a letter from Itachi. Curiosity piqued, he opened it and gazed at its contents. My dear brother, by the time you read this letter, I must have already departed. Sasuke, do not mourn my sudden absence. There are matters I am compelled to attend to. For a long time, I have been engulfed in confusion and anguish regarding our village and family. Until that fateful day when I encountered a man of the future. He illuminated the shadows of my world, guiding me towards my path. And it was then that I finally discerned my true direction. Sasuke, take care of yourself. I am heading to the front lines. If all goes well, when I return, Konoha will no longer be the same Konoha. Your loving brother. Chapter 68, Slaughter. Uchiha pierces the battlefield. In the land of grass, owing to its unique geographical position, it has often been regarded as a buffer zone between great nations. The recent clash between Konohagakure and Kumogakure adhered to tradition, with the front lines drawn within the borders of the land of grass. In the main tent of the Konoha camp, the commanding officer, Yamashiro Kaichi, gazed intently at the sand table, his expression grave. The remaining senior officials around the conference table displayed equally somber visages. The number of ninjas dispatched by Kumogakure exceeded our expectations. A complex array of sounds emanated from Yamashiro Kaichi. In recent days, their forces had engaged in several skirmishes with Kumogakure, yielding less than favorable outcomes. The ninja count from Kumogakure surpassed Konoha's estimates by thousands, and the proportion of elite J-nin was significantly higher as well. Over the past few years, Kumogakure had substantially bolstered its military strength compared to the Third Great Ninja War. In contrast, following the Night of the Nine Tails, Konoha faced a drastic depletion of its high-level combatants, with a considerable loss of J-nin. This ebb and flow of power left Konoha in a precarious position, encountering relentless defeats from the outset. The atmosphere within the tent grew heavy, as if an invisible pressure enveloped the air, making it difficult for them to breathe. Amidst this oppressive ambience, the tent's door was hastily flung open. Lord Kaichi, the Cuman forces have launched an attack. What? Yamashiro Kaichi and the numerous senior officials in the tent collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable as they fixated on the scout delivering the report. Are you certain there has been no mistake? How much time has passed since the last engagement? Absolutely correct, the scout replied, swallowing hard. This time, the number of ninjas dispatched by Kumogakure was even greater than before. A solemn atmosphere permeated the tent. Yamashiro Kaichi inwardly lamented that Konoha's earlier defeats had instilled confidence in Kumogakure, prompting them to launch a large-scale offensive. Given the circumstances, Yamashiro Kaichi recognized that worry would solve nothing. With a resolute voice, he commanded, "Prepare to engage." On the plains of the land of grass, the vast expanse of green was marred by the traces of ninjutsu attacks, with the bodies of fallen ninjas and scattered kunai strewn across the battlefield. Clad in dark green vests, Konoha ninjas watched the opposite side of the plain, sweat beading on their foreheads, betraying their tension. Yamashiro Kaichi stood prominently atop a rising hill, surveying the distant battlefield. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, holding his breath. "They're coming." The ground beneath the grass trembled slightly. And amidst the anxious expressions of the Konoha ninjas, a dark line began to emerge from the other side of the plain. In mere moments, the line expanded, transforming into a formidable throng of Kumogakure forces, charging forth with a deafening roar. "Kill! Charge!" The Konoha ninjas, similarly clad in dark green vests, echoed the battle cries. Surging forward with fervor, from a lofty vantage point, the scene below resembles two different hues of paint colliding and fervently blending together. The clashing of blades, the sounds of ninjutsu attacks, and the cries of ninjas explode forth like a grand display of fireworks upon the battlefield. Yamanaka Haichi's countenance bears a grave expression. The number of Cloud Village ninjas exceeds theirs by at least 30%. The initial charge has yet to reveal any signs of decline, yet as the battle intensifies, the disadvantage of Konoha becomes starkly apparent. The disparity in numbers constrains the Konoha ninjas, forcing them to allocate a portion of their energy to counter the enemy's ambushes. In contrast, the Cloud ninjas experience no such apprehension, their momentum surging with each passing moment. Haichi must prepare for a retreat. The colossal Akimichi CHG, having sent several Cloud ninjas flying, took a few steps back and glanced towards Yamanaka Haichi. Wait a moment. Haichi clenched his fists, unwilling to concede. This battle had only just begun. Retreating so swiftly would only further diminish Konoha's already fragile morale. If the Cloud forces were to launch another assault afterward, confronting them would be even more arduous. Haichi must make a decisive choice soon. The giant fist swept across, knocking back the advancing Cloud ninjas. As CHG once again offered a heavy reminder. In the brief span of their conversation, the situation for the Konoha forces had grown increasingly precarious, subtly hinting at impending defeat. Damn it! Haichi bit his lip slightly. He understood that prolonging the conflict would only exacerbate their plight. At this juncture, retreat appeared to be the sole option. Just as he was preparing to issue orders, he heard the voice of a scout exclaim with surprise, "Lord Haichi, reinforcements are coming from the flank." Haichi's expression faltered momentarily, and he swiftly turned to look, noticing a commotion on the other side of the Cloud forces. With numerous Cloud ninjas rushing towards that direction, he closed his eyes and activated his sensory abilities. In his perception, a contingent of unfamiliar ninjas appeared on the right flank of the Konoha forces, launching a ferocious assault that drove the Cloud ninjas into retreat. Reinforcements from the village? How could they be this formidable? Haichi was taken aback and focused his sensory perception on that unit. Instantly, his pupils constricted. This is on the battlefield's flank. The Uchiha clan members charged forth, nearly frenzied, their crimson Sharingan blazing with rage as they roared towards the Cloud ninjas. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, fire release. A multitude of savage attacks rained down on the Cloud ninjas. They employed every means of assault available, save for merely biting with their teeth. The Cloud ninjas were struck with fear at the sight, with some unable to even mount a counterattack before being ensnared by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, subsequently pierced through the throat by the Uchiha swift strikes. The bloodthirsty Uchiha clan members even turned their gaze towards their kin's adversaries, beginning to compete for the enemies of their clan. "Do not steal my kill. That kill is mine." The surrounding ninjas gazed upon the scene, a wave of humiliation intertwined with fear spreading through their hearts. What did these accursed Uchiha consider them to be? Almost simultaneously, to the left of the Uchiha clan, another battalion was ruthlessly slaughtering the Cloud ninjas. "We cannot be outdone by the neighboring Uchiha. Charge forth. The future lord is watching us. We must not disappoint the future lord." The former subordinates of Namikaze Minato, amidst deafening roars, surged towards the opposing Cloud ninjas. The two distinct forces seemed to compete against one another, relentlessly pushing the Cloud ninjas into retreat. Just moments ago, the Leaf ninjas, shrouded in despair, stood with mouths agape, utterly stunned by this spectacle. How brutal! Those Cloud ninjas, who had suffocated them with their pressure, now crumbled under the assault of the Uchiha and the other battalion, utterly powerless to defend themselves. At this moment, they finally experienced the sensation of divine intervention. Hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, atop a lofty hill, Namikaze Minato observed the tumultuous scene below, accompanied by Naruto, surveying the battlefield from their elevated vantage point. Chapter 69, Naruto, would you like to see fireworks? From this vantage point, one can behold the entirety of the battlefield. Grasping Boruto's hand, Naruto gazes at the scene with a perplexed expression, lifting his gaze to inquire, "Uncle, why are they fighting?" Boruto gently tousles Naruto's golden locks, a soft smile gracing his lips as he replies, "Because they are mere pawns of the higher-ups." Pawns? Naruto echoes, bewildered. This world is rife with bloodshed and strife. A mere thought from the elite can incite endless conflict. That's why I wish to change this world, Boruto reflects. A hint of melancholy in his tone. Standing behind them, Itachi Uchiha listens contemplatively. During the Third Great Ninja War, at the tender age of 4, he, under the guidance of his father Fugaku, witnessed the horrors of war, much like Boruto and Naruto before him. The gruesome scenes and his father's teachings remain etched in his memory. Compared to Boruto, his father's words carried a harsher truth, lacking the philosophical nuance. Boruto's gentleness shields Naruto from the bloody reality, so much so that Naruto remains oblivious to the brutality of the war surrounding them. "Naruto, would you like to see fireworks?" Boruto smiles warmly at Naruto. "Fireworks?" Naruto tilts his head. "I'd love to, but uncle, there are no fireworks here, right? The endless plains only show a group of people fighting below. I don't see any place for fireworks." His confusion is palpable as he wonders how his uncle plans to create such a spectacle. "Watch closely, Naruto," Boruto instructs, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a gentle flick of his finger, he points towards the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, both the Cloud and Leaf Ninja are suddenly struck with astonishment. Every metallic object, shuriken, kunai, begins to levitate inexplicably. In an instant, a marvel unfolds upon the battlefield. Shuriken and ninja blades converge in the sky, forming a colossal sphere of metal. As more metallic items are drawn into the sphere, its size continues to swell. This bizarre phenomenon causes numerous ninjas to pause in their combat, gazing up in shock at the massive metallic orb overhead. Among the Cloud Ninja, one seasoned from the Third War seems to recall something, a sudden dread gripping his heart. "Run!" he screams, a desperate warning tearing from his lips. On the hillside, Boruto smiles softly. "Naruto, watch closely. The fireworks are about to explode." With a light touch of his finger, he triggers the event. Boom! The giant iron sphere suspended above the battlefield erupts with a thunderous roar, engulfed in flames. As countless metallic objects, trailing slender flames like shooting stars, descend upon the ranks of the Cloud Ninja. Screams and wails reverberate across the battlefield, echoing the horror unleashed. Countless Cloud Ninjas were pierced by metallic projectiles, the scalding metal enveloped in flames searing into their flesh, creating grotesque craters upon contact. Those who did not succumb immediately writhed in agony, fear saturating the ranks of the Cloud Ninjas. Their numbers visibly dwindled. This singular firework obliterated a third of their combat strength. "Naruto, how did my uncle's firework perform?" Wolfing Future ruffled Naruto's hair, a broad smile adorning his face. "It was magnificent," Naruto exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. From the carefully chosen vantage point of Wolfing Future, Naruto was shielded from the gruesome spectacle of the battlefield. Instead, he beheld the grand metallic firework bloom in the sky, transforming into countless meteors cascading downwards. Behind them, Itachi gazed at Wolfing Future's calm demeanor, swallowing hard. So powerful. Is this truly the strength of a master? In mere moments, he had decimated a third of the Cloud Ninja's fighting capacity, like a divine being. At the rear of the Cloud Ninja ranks, the commander, Sukadai, observed the unfolding scene, crimson streaks of blood forming at the corners of his eyes. His gaze fixated on that hillside, on the figure with golden hair. Wolfing Future. He spat through clenched teeth, each syllable a struggle. He understood that this battle was lost. Continuing the fight would only exacerbate their losses. "Retreat! Retreat!" Sukadai's roar resonated across the battlefield, amplified by chakra. Upon hearing the command, the already terrified Cloud Ninjas retreated in disarray, like a receding tide. "We won! We won!" The Leaf Ninjas erupted in thunderous cheers at the sight. "Lord Hai, shall we pursue?" a Leaf Ninja inquired, glancing at Yamashiro Hai. After a moment's consideration, Yamashiro shook his head. "Do not pursue a defeated foe, preserving our strength is paramount. Moreover, we must prepare to welcome our most esteemed guest." The morale among the Leaf Ninjas surged, their spirits lifted as they celebrated. The pent-up grievances from previous setbacks were finally unleashed, and they had never felt such exhilaration before. It was utterly liberating. Observing the approaching Uchiha clan members, Their eyes brimmed with goodwill. These Uchiha, though often brash, proved to be formidable in battle. The silent Yamashiro Hai stared intently in one direction. Just a moment ago, the Leaf forces had been celebrating, but suddenly, they fell silent. All gazes converged on a single point. Golden strands of hair shimmered brilliantly under the sun, as Bluffing Future walked hand in hand with Naruto, step by step, towards the heart of the crowd. Future, now that you're here, I can finally breathe easy. Yamashiro Hai spoke with a complex expression. Throughout the Third War, he and Minato had endured numerous battles as comrades, and he shared a decent rapport with Bluffing Future. Now that Bluffing Future had arrived to lend support, the weight on his shoulders could finally be alleviated. In the village of Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, awaited battlefield intelligence in the Raikage's office, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. This battle favored Kumogakure. Following the tumult of the Ninetales incident, Konoha's strength had waned, further exacerbated by the recent destruction of its foundation by Naruto Uzumaki. Presently, Konoha was utterly incapable of withstanding the iron tide of Kumogakure. The intelligence received in previous reports corroborated this notion. Several skirmishes had concluded with resounding victories for Kumogakure. At this rate, it seemed that the cessation of hostilities from Konoha would arrive even sooner than anticipated. Lord Raikage, here is the latest intelligence from the battlefield, a scout announced, presenting a scroll to him. Had it finally arrived? His heart raced with anticipation as he unfurled the scroll, but his smile abruptly froze. They had lost. He held his breath, scrutinizing the contents of the scroll, and with each word, the cold sweat on his brow intensified. Naruto had intervened, and the Uchiha clan as well. Curse it! What were they plotting? A suffocating dread enveloped as he exclaimed in alarm. Quickly, summon the shinobi. Chapter 70. Prepare? Let us celebrate the triumph of Kamikaze Mirai. The Konoha camp is alive with jubilation. The frustrations from previous defeats have been swept away, and a joyous atmosphere permeates the entire camp. The ninjas engage in heartfelt conversations, their hearty laughter echoing throughout the grounds. How exhilarating! I have never witnessed the Cloud Ninjas retreat so swiftly in my life. Indeed, we have finally vented our frustrations. Lord Mirai's support arrived just in time. What a delight! In stark contrast to the merriment of the camp, the main tent is eerily quiet. The air seems to have solidified. As the high-ranking ninjas seated around the conference table exchange glances, none daring to speak first. This silence is palpable, for Kamikaze Mirai surveys them with a gentle smile. The pressure is immense. A ninja casts a peculiar glance at Naruto, who, at just 3 years old, struggles to peek over the edge of the table, curiously observing them. Isn't the Jinchuriki only a little over 3? How can he participate in such a high-level wartime meeting? This scene evokes a sense of absurdity among many high-ranking officials. Yet none dare voice their dissent, for he is the nephew of Kamikaze Mirai. Uncle, why is everyone so quiet? After glancing around, Naruto tilts his head in confusion towards Kamikaze Mirai. Because your uncle is here, and they fear to speak, Mirai replies, gently ruffling Naruto's golden hair. This remark nearly causes the surrounding officials to cringe with embarrassment, feeling as if they were being roasted alive. They silently curse the little boy for his lack of awareness, for his words have laid bare their discomfort. However, none of them dare to express their true feelings. Mirai's indulgence towards Naruto is well known among them. Danzo, the second-in-command of Konoha, was eliminated by Mirai for abducting Naruto, leaving not a trace behind. Should they utter a single word that displeases Mirai, it could spell disaster for them all. Mirai, we truly appreciate your assistance this time. Without you, we would be at a loss for what to do. As the atmosphere in the tent grows awkward, the commander-in-chief, Yamashiro Kaichi, takes the initiative to shift the mood with his words. Upon his statement, the other high-ranking officials quickly rally, showering Mirai with praise. Lord Mirai, we are exceedingly grateful. Indeed, if it weren't for Lord Mirai, we might have already faced defeat. The moment the Cloud Ninjas saw Lord Mirai, they fled in terror. Naruto, witnessing the sudden burst of enthusiasm from those around him, beams with delight. Uncle, how strange. Now they have so much to say. The high-ranking officials grow even more uneasy, exchanging glances, yet none dare to speak. Mirai, do you have any plans regarding this battle? In the mountains, Yamashiro Hai took over the conversation, casting a tentative glance at Kazekage Mirai. Upon hearing his words, the others around the conference table also composed themselves, revealing a hint of tension in their eyes as they looked towards Kazekage Mirai. They all understood that Mirai's will would determine the course of this war. Mirai responded with a calm smile. Since Cloud Village had the audacity to come here, they would not be returning. A wave of astonishment washed over the high-ranking officials at the table. Could it be that Kazekage Mirai possessed such confidence? After all, their adversary was none other than the Cloud Village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The subsequent words of Yamashiro High intensified their shock exponentially. Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall entrust you with the position of commander. High regarded Mirai with earnest sincerity. Many of the high-ranking officials exchanged glances. Bewildered. The commander's position had been personally designated by the 3rd Hokage. How could it be so easily transferred? Even if a transfer were to be considered, it should first be discussed with the Hokage and receive his approval. Some prepared to voice their objections, but upon seeing the unwavering seriousness in Hai's eyes, they could only swallow their words back down. Kazekage Mirai accepted Hai's proposal with a serene smile, not rejecting the offer. Then, I shall command this war. He surveyed the gathering with a steady gaze. The news of Kazekage Mirai succeeding Yamashiro High as the commander spread rapidly throughout the Konoha camp after the meeting. As Konoha ninjas passed by the Uchiha encampment, they were often taken aback, covering their ears. The sound of wild laughter echoed endlessly. A group of Uchiha clansmen, faces obscured by their hands, threw their heads back in manic laughter. Ha! Lord Mirai is the commander now, truly worthy of the title. Were these Uchiha going mad? The passing Konoha ninjas hurried away, the Uchiha's raucous laughter echoing behind them like the scurrying of countless cockroaches. Not far from the Uchiha tents, another group, including Nara Shikamaru, watched the scene with resigned smiles. Could these Uchiha ever calm down? Didn't they tire from such relentless laughter? Ever since Kazekage Mirai assumed the position of commander, the Uchiha had not ceased their mirth. Even in the dead of night, bursts of maniacal laughter erupted from their encampment, disturbing the peace and illuminating nearby tents with light. Of course, they were elated. Once Lord Mirai became Hokage, they would be at the core of the village's leadership. Nara Shikamaru, holding a black shinobi blade, regarded the Uchiha tents with a knowing expression. His brows furrowed slightly as he turned to his companion. What are you implying, Shikamaru? Haven't you figured it out yet? Shikamaru rolled his eyes in response. Since Lord Mirai has brought the Uchiha to the battlefield, it is evident that he intends to cultivate them as his direct lineage. Have you not noticed how the perception of many ninjas towards them has significantly improved since the Uchiha's arrival for support? Nara Shikamaru's eyes narrowed slightly, as he was jolted by this realization. The future does not engage in trivial endeavors. The grand display of summoning the Uchiha for assistance is likely a strategy to integrate them into Konoha. Indeed, it seems Lord Mirai is the most suitable individual to tame the Uchiha. Shikamaru sighed in agreement. The Uchiha are notoriously unruly. Even the Hokage does not indulge them. Yet, they possess a particular trait, a reverence for strength. And Mirai is astonishingly powerful, so formidable that Shikamaru pondered whether he might be the reincarnation of the legendary Uchiha Madara, reborn through his very vessel. Even the tyrannical manner in which he operates bears resemblance to the Uchiha. Shikamaru, we must prepare ourselves. His demeanor shifted, as though he had resolved something profound. What are you planning? Do you not feel a sense of impending crisis? Once the Uchiha ascend, we, the old guard, will inevitably be cast aside. Thus, we must be ready. Shikamaru had already devised a plan. He intended to ingratiate himself with Mirai, surpassing even the Uchiha in his flattery. Chapter 71. What era are we in? It's time for modern warfare. In the Yunrin camp, the atmosphere is much more somber compared to the jubilant spirit of the Konoha camp. Between the tents, medical ninjas clad in yellow and white uniforms carry stretchers, transporting injured soldiers wrapped in bandages. Within the main tent, the commander of the Yunrin forces, Sukadai, appears haggard. Before the arrival of Namikaze Minato, the situation in Kumogakure had been rather favorable. The several campaigns launched were concluded with resounding victories, and the morale of the troops was high, with hopes of pushing the front lines directly into the land of fire. However, the emergence of Namikaze Minato changed everything. Recalling the colossal metallic sphere that erupted above the battlefield, Sukadai's eyes still reflect a hint of lingering shock. That single maneuver had decimated 30% of the Yunrin's combat strength. The searing, scattered metal had inflicted injuries even on those stationed far from the explosion, with many Yunrin suffering severe burns. The 30% loss is merely a preliminary estimate, coupled with the blow to morale and numerous serious injuries. The actual toll could be far greater. A profound sense of worry burgeons within Sukadai. The arrival of Namikaze Minato had already inflicted such tremendous losses. If this continues, How will they fight the battles ahead? Just as he is engulfed in concern, the tent flaps are pushed open. Lord Sukadai, reinforcements sent by Reikage-sama have arrived. Reports a ninja respectfully. A glimmer of hope lights up in Sukadai's eyes. Just as he was fretting, assistance has already arrived. Excellent. Quickly, invite them in. Half an hour later, in the conference room of the Yunrin camp, Sukadai and several high-ranking Yunrin officials fixate their eager gazes upon the ninjas at the opposite end of the table. Two Jinchuriki, none other than the formidable Yujito Ni and Killer B. In response to the fervent scrutiny, Yujito and Killer B remain remarkably composed. We heard the front lines were perilous, and my brother sent us to provide support. We rushed here overnight. Oh yeah, Killer B exclaims, breaking into an impromptu rap to lighten the heavy atmosphere of the pre-battle meeting. Your presence is a boon, with the two of you here. Konoha shall not stir up any waves this time. Sukadai beams with a smile. The Jinchuriki are the ultimate weapons of the 5 great shinobi villages, capable of unleashing calamities upon the battlefield. Kumogakure has dispatched 2 perfect Jinchuriki, while Konoha's sole Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is but a child, wholly unfit for combat. Such a disparity cannot be bridged by a single Namikaze Minato. A smile finally graces Tsukadai's face. Very well. This time we shall ensure that Konoha tastes the bitterness of defeat. Meanwhile, in the Konoha camp, the ninja, still celebrating their recent victory, suddenly receive alarming news from scouts. A large-scale offensive by the Yunrin has been detected at the front lines, and compared to the last encounter, it is even more formidable. In the tent, the high-ranking officials, having received intelligence from the scouts, sat anxiously around the conference table. It had not been long since the devastating battle at Yunin village, and already they were gathering forces for a counterattack. Could it be a ruse? It was hard to say. After prolonged discussions, they failed to devise an effective counter-strategy. At the head of the table, Kazekage stood, observing the tense expressions of his fellow leaders. Amidst the heated debate, they suddenly recalled that the Supreme Commander had been replaced by Kazekage. A cold sweat broke out as they turned to him. My lord, what is your plan for the counterattack? To engage, came Kazekage's succinct reply. Once again, the plains bore witness to a battle in nearly the same location. The chaotic battlefield was littered with remnants of metal from explosions that had occurred mere days prior, debris still scattered across the ground. Gazing at the direction of the impending attack from the Yun ninja, Yamashiro Hachi wore a grave expression as he looked towards Kazekage. Calm and composed. Kazekage seemed undeterred by any threat. The surrounding leaf ninjas felt their hearts tighten, nervously swallowing their anxiety, except for the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, who followed Kazekage, were filled with fervor and battle spirit, eager to rush into the fray and wreak havoc. Approximately 3 minutes later, a slight tremor could be felt across the plains, causing the hearts of the leaf forces to leap into their throats. It was coming. A bead of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. As expected, not long after, a dark line appeared at the end of the verdant grassland. Kazekage, are we to initiate the attack? Yamashiro Hachi inquired, looking to Kazekage for guidance. Not yet, Kazekage replied calmly. Seeing this, Yamashiro Hachi continued to focus on the advancing Yun forces, mentally calculating their charge time. Seconds ticked by, and the dark line transformed into a mass of Yun ninja, their roars echoing ominously. Kazekage, shall we not charge? Yamashiro Hachi felt a surge of urgency. The Yun forces were drawing alarmingly close. If they waited any longer, organizing a counterstrike would be futile. Not yet, Kazekage reiterated, his demeanor as serene as ever. A glimmer of anticipation flickering in his azure eyes, as if he awaited something extraordinary. However, Yamashiro Hachi's nerves were taut, his hands clenched in determination. Delaying any further would be disastrous. The Yun forces were nearly upon them, their thunderous roars resonating through the air, clearly audible even from their position. The vigilant Leaf Village ninja stationed at the forefront observed the unfolding scene, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His heart gripped tightly as if in the clutches of a formidable hand, his mind frayed with tension. Yamashiro Hachi's eyes were suddenly laced with traces of crimson. He began to regret entrusting the command to Namikaze Mirai. At this distance, even if the Leaf forces attempted to organize a counterattack, it would be too late. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to bellow a command to retaliate, when a soft laugh reached his ears. Now was the moment. A smile graced Namikaze Mirai's face. In the next instant, silver metallic pillars, each as tall as a man, erupted from the ground beneath the charging cloud ninja forces, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. A dense blue current surged between the metallic columns, forming a sprawling electric grid across the plain. Oh, in an instant. Screams and wails erupted from the advancing cloud ninja. Those at the forefront were instantly struck down by the high-voltage current, their bodies disintegrating into gruesome chunks as they collided with the electrified barrier. The ninjas further back had no time to slow their advance in their panic. They too made contact with the deadly grid, resulting in a horrific shower of flesh and blood. Yamashiro Hachi stood frozen, dumbfounded by the sight before him. Beside him, Namikaze Mirai shot him a disapproving glance. What era are we in? Still clinging to the antiquated notions of traditional warfare? This is modern warfare. Chapter 72. The war has gone awry. Yamashiro Kaichi stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of the Konoha ninjas behind him, whose mouths hung agape as though they could fit an orange. Astonishing. Utterly astonishing. The sudden emergence of a blue electric net spanned the path of the advancing cloud ninja forces, perfectly timed to the second, with no time to evade. The cloud ninjas could only succumb to the terror as they were pierced by the electric web, blood, and flesh scattering. It was only at this moment that Yamashiro Kaichi grasped what Nara Shikamaru had been waiting for. He was waiting for the cloud ninjas to march to their demise. A chill crept down his spine, and his evaluation of Nara Shikamaru's sword. Kaichi, the times have changed. Nara Shikamaru glanced at him from the corner of his eye, his voice calm and measured. If one continues to perceive the world through the lens of the past, failing to adapt to the evolution of the times, one will inevitably be cast aside by history. Yamashiro Kaichi took a deep breath. He understood that while it seemed Nara Shikamaru was speaking about this war, he was, in fact, alluding to the situation in Konoha. A decision must be made. Should they persist in the old ways, with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans remaining subservient to Sarutobi, or embrace the new era? A heavy weight settled upon Kaichi's heart. He knew that after this war concluded, a storm would soon sweep across all of Konoha. As Yamashiro Kaichi fell into contemplation, the command platform of the cloud ninja forces finally reacted, erupting in a cacophony of horrified shouts. Quickly, halt the charge. A palpable fear spread through the ranks of the cloud ninjas. This unexpected high-voltage net had caught them off guard, resulting in the deaths of at least 100 cloud ninjas, their blood staining the grasslands. Morale suffered a severe blow. The once formidable Cloud Ninja Battalion now found itself inexplicably halted before the electric barrier, hesitating. The commander on the platform seethed with frustration at the sight. He had believed he had adequately prepared for Nara Shikamaru. A renewed offensive would surely vindicate their prior defeat. Little did he know, the battle had barely begun, and they were already facing such a staggering setback. Destroy the barrier, he commanded with a roar. Lightning release. Move forward. Earth release. Split earth palm. Upon receiving the orders, the cloud ninjas unleashed a myriad of jutsu, attempting to dismantle the obstructive net. However, just as the cloud ninjas endeavored to dismantle the barrier, Nara Shikamaru's voice resonated through the chaos. Charge. The Konoha ninjas, long restrained, finally found an outlet for their pent-up fervor, surging forward with thunderous roars towards the cloud ninjas. Charge. Kill. Amidst the frantic attempts to dismantle the electric net, the cloud forces were thrown into disarray, utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Many cloud ninjas, caught unawares, fell victim to the onslaught of the Konoha ninjas. In an instant, the entire cloud battalion plunged into turmoil. The timing of the Konoha charge was impeccable. Like a sharp blade, they pierced through the ranks of the cloud ninjas. The tide of battle began to tilt overwhelmingly in favor of Konoha, with countless cloud ninjas falling to the blades of their adversaries. The commander on the platform clenched his jaw in frustration as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. The psychological tactics employed by the Future of the Wave Wind are undeniably masterful. The timing of the emergence of the electric net, as well as the charge of the Leaf Ninjas, has been executed with near perfection. The two heavy strikes have severely diminished the morale of the Cloud Ninja forces, making it exceedingly difficult to organize an effective counterattack. Fortunately, a cold smile emerged from the depths of his eyes, leaving no trace. The crux of this war does not lie with these ordinary ninjas. Calculating the time, it should be nearly upon them. Just as he wore that smirk, the previously dominant Leaf forces suddenly erupted with anguished cries. The surrounding Leaf ninjas looked on in shock, witnessing the wooden figure bathed in eerie blue flames. Its 10 elongated fingers extending into sharp claws, darting across the battlefield like an agile cat demon. Its razor-sharp claws effortlessly pierced through the chests of ninjas, organs mixing with blood gushing forth like a high-pressure water jet, cascading down upon the prairie. In this battlefield, akin to a rain of blood, each leap taken by the wooden figure claimed the life of a leaf ninja. Elegant, lethal, infuriating. It was the two wooden figures, the Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village. What is the intelligence department doing? This is troublesome. A chill ran through the hearts of the leaf ninjas as they witnessed this scene, their teeth clenched in frustration. The wooden figure is the Jinchuriki of the two tails from the hidden cloud village, and a perfect Jinchuriki at that, capable of wielding the power of the tailed beast flawlessly. There was simply no way they could withstand such an onslaught. In a mere span of time, no less than 10 leaf ninjas had been slain by the wooden figure. Toda gazed upon the wooden figure wreaking havoc, a faint smile gracing his features. Truly, it is the wooden figure, the ultimate weapon of the hidden cloud village. Merely harnessing the chakra of the two tails has yielded such results. The scales of victory are gradually tilting in their favor. On the leaf side, Yama no Ichi turned his gaze towards the future of the wave wind. Will you take action? With the Jinchuriki descending into battle, it seems only the future of the wave wind could suppress the enemy. No rush. The response from the future of the wave wind remained succinct. 2 words. Yama no Ichi furrowed his brow, pondering whether the calm demeanor of the future of the wave wind concealed some form of countermeasure. Soon, he was startled by the excited voices emanating from the leaf forces. Turning to look, he was left speechless. A large contingent of Uchiha clan members had activated their Crimson Sharingan, charging towards the wooden figure like ravenous wolves spotting their prey. For the glory of the Uchiha. Kill. The wooden figure, currently assaulting the leaf ninjas, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. As it turned, a wave of dread washed over it. Over 100 Uchiha, their eyes aflame with rage, surged towards her, their frenzied gazes treating her as a coveted quarry. Where did they come from? Faced with such a horde of Uchiha, the wooden figure swallowed hard, daring not to underestimate the situation, and turned to flee. With over 100 red-eyed foes charging at her, even the Reikage would have no choice but to run. Various fire-style shurikens and kunai flew like a frenzy towards the puppet known as Yuki. Just moments ago, Yuki was a formidable force, but now she found herself desperately fleeing. Utterly disheveled. Even the cloud ninjas in her escape path were not spared, as the enraged Uchiha unleashed their wrath upon them, leaving nothing but remnants in their wake. The Uchiha breathed heavily, relentlessly pursuing their target. The value of the Jinchuriki was simply too high. Eliminating this individual would undoubtedly showcase the Uchiha strength. Such thoughts blazed fiercely in the hearts of these Uchiha warriors. Not far away, members of the Inuzuka clan and others from the former team of Minato witnessed this scene. Their own desires to seize the opportunity surging within them. They could not allow themselves to be outdone by the neighboring Uchiha. Charge forth. They must not disappoint Lord Minato. Thus, the remnants of Minato's former team surged forward, invigorated, to clash with the cloud ninjas. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The spectators on the Earth platform watched in astonishment, suddenly sensing that the course of this war had taken a peculiar turn. Chapter 73, The Blue Flash. Mastering the battlefield. This frenzied scene did not escape the notice of the surrounding leaf ninjas, who instinctively swallowed hard. They vaguely surmised the intentions of that group of ninjas. A blood oath, perhaps? To gain the favor of Namikaze Minato and secure a position amid the forthcoming transformation, one must demonstrate sufficient value. In a flicker of determination, these leaf ninjas seemed to have resolved something. Charge. Their fervor surged dramatically as they dashed toward the cloud ninjas with wild abandon. The high-ranking officials of the Yamashiro clan were equally astonished by this spectacle. Was this not a form of emotional manipulation? With such fervent support, the leaf forces charged forth with unstoppable momentum, soon leaving the cloud ninjas at a loss for words, retreating step by step. Sachikage's face turned ashen. He could not comprehend how the appearance of the wood man did not strike a heavy blow to the morale of the leaf, but instead invigorated them as if they had been injected with adrenaline. This had turned the tide, causing the previously advantageous side to falter. The woodman, who had been relentlessly pursued, finally felt a surge of anger. Anyone would harbor resentment when relentlessly chased by this frenzied Uchiha clan, especially considering she was the most revered Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village. You have forced my hand. With her palms pressed against the ground, she assumed a feline stance. Her eyes cold and her body emanating a foreboding chakra that surged like ethereal blue flames. Suddenly, her form expanded dramatically, casting a colossal shadow across the battlefield. A shrill cry, akin to a feline's wail, echoed throughout the arena. This stunning sight immediately captivated the attention of countless ninjas. a bead of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. The Two Tails had fully transformed. With an icy glare, the Two Tails looked down upon the pursuing Uchiha. Her voice pierced the air, sharp as nails scraping against a chalkboard. This is the price for inciting my wrath. With her massive form surging forward, each step left trails of ethereal blue flames in its wake. The Uchiha ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball that struck the Two Tails' body. The flames dispersed, yet the Two Tails remained unscathed. Composed of a unique flame, she was impervious to ordinary fire techniques. Perish! Her immense claws came crashing down, a sinister grin lingering in her eyes. Suddenly, the descending claw froze mid-air, the Two Tails' gaze turning vacant, her body eerily suspended. Hokage, positioned behind the cloud ninja ranks, stared in shock at this unexpected turn of events. What is happening? Then, as if recollecting something, his pupils constricted in realization. Could it be? A smile graced Namikaze Minato's face as he observed the figure standing across from the Two Tails. Fugaku, you have finally chosen to make your move. In Fugaku Uchiha's eyes, an emblem distinct from the typical three-tomo pattern emerged. Dark, shuriken-like designs adorned the three blade-like points, highlighted by three pitch-black tomo. The surrounding Uchiha gradually regained their composure, noticing Fugaku Uchiha's uniquely different Sharingan. In an instant, the formidable beast was under control. Uchiha Shirsue's breath quickened as he gazed intently at Fugaku, his eyes filled with astonishment. The clan leader possessed such extraordinary eyes. It was truly remarkable, a momentary domination over the tailed beast. Ha! As expected of the esteemed clan leader. Uchiha laughed boisterously upon the battlefield, his laughter echoing in the ears of the cloud shinobi, intensifying the chill within their hearts. How infuriating! It was only with immense effort that the Two Tails managed to break free from the terrifying power of those eyes. A flicker of fear reflected in its gaze as it beheld Fugaku, who possessed eyes akin to Madara's. This Uchiha wielded such a level of ocular prowess. Fugaku's expression remained tranquil, as if he had long anticipated the shock that unveiling his Sharingan would bring. Previously, he had chosen to conceal his eyes to prevent the higher-ups from harboring jealousy, thereby safeguarding the interests of the Uchiha clan. But now, he harbored no such concerns. He would fully unleash his strength to restore the glory of the Uchiha. A torrent of ocular power surged from his eyes, manifesting as dark, rib-like structures emerging from his body, forming skeletal arms that descended ferociously upon the Two Tails. The unfortunate Two Tails, having just escaped the grip of the ocular power, was caught off guard as Uchiha Fugaku struck it down with tremendous force. Its colossal form crashed into a multitude of cloud shinobi before gradually coming to a halt. Father is astonishingly powerful. Uchiha Itachi observed Fugaku's formidable presence, his eyes wide with shock. The father who had always maintained a serious demeanor and refrained from displaying his strength before the clan members. Was his true power so immense? Was this the genuine capability of clan leader Fugaku? It was overwhelming. Who would have imagined that he possessed eyes surpassing the three-tomo Sharingan? This astonishing scene left the surrounding ninjas in utter disbelief. The typically reserved Fugaku revealed a terrifying level of power, effortlessly dispatching even the Two Tails. Yamashiro always held his breath, glancing at the profile of Namikaze Minato, whose pupils trembled slightly. Did he know all along? What other secrets does he possess? Just as the Konoha ninjas were buoyed by their spirits, a colossal octopus tail suddenly emerged, crashing down towards their gathered ranks. Damn it! What is that creature? The unexpected assault doused the spirits of the Konoha ninjas, akin to a bucket of cold water extinguishing their fervor. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Experienced shinobi narrowed their eyes, recognizing the identity of the impending attack. The Cloud Village had deployed 2 Jinchuriki. Each Jinchuriki was a weapon of war for their respective villages, seldom utilized unless in dire circumstances. The Cloud Village had mobilized both of their Jinchuriki. A wave of dread washed over the hearts of the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. How could they contend against 2 Jinchuriki? Namikaze Minato understood it was time for him to take action. The sword is coming. As the fingers subtly moved, the myriad of kunai and shuriken on the battlefield seemed to be summoned, quivering as they ascended into the air. In an instant, the sky above transformed into a metallic ocean, countless blades reflecting a chilling gleam. Whether from the ranks of the cloud shinobi or the leaf, all gazed upward, their throats tightening and foreheads beaded with cold sweat. In this sea of blades, they appeared insignificantly small. The floating kunai all surged toward the cloud shinobi's direction, and in that fleeting moment, anguished cries reverberated across the battlefield. From behind Killer Bee, several thick octopus tentacles emerged, desperately flailing to deflect the incoming blades. Despite the kunai piercing his tentacles, a significant number of Cloud Shinobi still fell victim to the onslaught. Blood flowed freely, and lamentations echoed throughout the land. In the rear of the formation, the earth itself seemed to bleed as crimson streaks burst from the corners of T-Dai's eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. During the Third Great Ninja War, two starkly contrasting evaluations circulated regarding the Leaf's dual flashes, the Yellow Flash, unmatched in its ability to decapitate enemies amidst a sea of foes, and the Blue Flash, a master of all things metallic, wielding the power to dominate the entire battlefield. Standing upon that field of battle was the moment when the legacy of the Namikaze would shine its brightest. Chapter 74. The Beast's Orb and the Ball of Metal. A tempest of metallic blades, akin to a vast ocean of swords, obscured the sunlight, casting shadows over the majority of the battlefield. The Cloud Shinobi, renowned for their proficiency with the ninja blade, had integrated lightning release to develop a formidable body technique, gaining repute throughout the shinobi world. Within the ranks of the Cloud Shinobi, there existed a substantial arsenal of these weapons. However, at this moment, all of these lethal blades were under the control of Namikaze Mirai. The weapons, now turned against their masters, transformed into instruments of ruthless slaughter. It dawned upon the Cloud Shinobi that employing metallic weapons in the presence of Namikaze Mirai was an egregious error. The commander, Sachikage, observed the scene with bloodshot eyes, realizing that he had made a grave mistake. During the Third Great Ninja War, rumors circulated widely about Mirai's dominion over the battlefield. In fact, to maximize the restriction of his abilities, the forces of Sunagakure opted to forego metallic weaponry altogether, sacrificing overall combat strength to utilize bone blades and meticulously crafted stone weapons instead. It could be said that Namikaze Mirai, single-handedly, had regressed Sunagakure's equipment to a primitive state. All due to his terrifying magnetic release. Mirai's magnetic release was utterly beyond comprehension. The fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure also possessed the magnet release Kekkei Genkai, yet before Mirai's mastery, he was as defenseless as an infant. Throughout the Third War, even the gold summoned by Rasha turned against him, encircling Mirai's feet like a metallic monarch. Following the war's conclusion, the heavily battered fourth Kazekage succumbed to madness, spiraling into insanity. His successor, the newly appointed fifth Kazekage, was the user of Scorch Release, Yakura. Sachikage believed he had adequately assessed Namikaze Mirai's capabilities, only to find himself severely underestimating the extent of his terrifying powers. If this relentless onslaught continued, the very metallic weapons ravaging the battlefield would surely inflict catastrophic casualties upon the Cloud Shinobi, leaving corpses strewn across the land. It was not solely Sachikage who recognized this peril. Both Yagami and Killer Bee were also acutely aware of the impending crisis. As perfect Jinchuriki, their responses were exceptionally swift. Fully transformed, Yagami opened his mouth, emitting a high-pitched sound that crescendoed sharply. A sphere of concentrated chakra materialized from nothingness, expanding rapidly. The surrounding Leaf Shinobi watched in horror, their skin crawling and hairs bristling in trepidation. The Tailed Beast Bomb, the most potent attack of a tailed beast, capable of obliterating an entire town. An oppressive aura, dense and palpable, enveloped the Leaf Shinobi, causing cold sweat to pour from their brows. Uchiha Fugaka's Sharingan flared with intensity, his ocular power surging as he prepared to enter the next stage of Susanoo. However, as double images danced before his eyes, a wave of dizziness washed over him. My ocular power is finite. I cannot squander it further. He prudently withdrew from the Susanoo state, aware of the limitations of his Manjiki Sharingan. Excessive expenditure could yield irreversible consequences. The earlier display of repelling the two tails should suffice to uphold the Uchiha name. The remainder lay in the hands of the future. He turned his gaze toward Namikaze Mirai. Amidst the battlefield, the gazes of others, including Yamashiro Hachi and Akimichi Choza, converged upon the figure of Namikaze Minato. Hearts laden with tension, the oppressive aura of the tailed beast bomb was utterly terrifying. Even as the two tails gathered its energy, the very air on the battlefield had solidified, rendering breaths heavy and laborious. What would they do if Namikaze Minato failed to withstand the tailed beast bomb? It was imminent. Within this suffocating atmosphere, Yamashiro Hachi's pupils quivered, and he whispered hoarsely. The tailed beast bomb, charged to its zenith, erupted with tremendous force. The ground was carved into massive trenches, akin to a colossal cannonball unleashed, roaring towards the Konoha forces amidst a deafening cacophony. Sweat beaded on the brows of the Konoha ninja, despair etched across their faces. The two tails, having unleashed the tailed beast bomb, displayed a savage glint in its eyes, as if envisioning the scene of the Konoha forces being obliterated skyward. Ha! Such is the fate of those who oppose the tailed beasts. Clang! A crisp sound shattered the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield. The grim smile in the two tails' eyes froze. In that fleeting moment before the tailed beast bomb reached its target, a brilliant blue light flashed, and Namikaze Minato appeared before it, his right hand extending outward in a graceful motion. Like swatting away a mere ball, he sent the colossal tailed beast bomb, many times his own size, soaring away. It arced through the air, plummeting into the distant plains. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, mere moments later, a thunderous roar resounded as a massive mushroom cloud erupted in the far-off plains, sending tremors through the battlefield and whipping the faces of the ninja with explosive winds. Silence. An utter silence enveloped the scene. Whether it was the two tails that had unleashed the tailed beast bomb or the Konoha ninjas, including Yamashiro Hachi and Uchiha Fugaku, disbelief painted their expressions as they stared vacantly at the golden-haired figure swaying in the tempest. Was this the tailed beast bomb, capable of flattening an entire town? Yet, it had been effortlessly swatted away by Namikaze Minato. Just moments after narrowly escaping death, the Konoha ninjas were suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of astonishment and unreality. The scene of Namikaze Minato nonchalantly swatting away the tailed beast bomb created an illusion, as if it were not a tailed beast bomb at all, but rather a mere ball. With the attention of the crowd fixed upon him, Namikaze Minato calmly lowered his arm. Only he understood that while the act of swatting away the tailed beast bomb appeared effortless, it was, in truth, no small feat. Concentrating all his strength into a single point, calculating the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb, and seizing the moment with impeccable timing, he added a myriad of intricate details. First this, then that, yes, just like so. If Uchiha Madara could toy with the Ninetales tailed beast bomb as if it were a mere ball, then naturally, he could easily deflect the tailed beast bomb of the two tails, ranked lowest among them. The Cloud Ninja gazed at the golden-haired figure standing resolutely at the heart of the battlefield, and an overwhelming sense of fear began to spread. The moment of Namikaze Minato swatting away the tailed beast bomb was too shocking, perfectly timed to coincide with the instant it was about to strike. As if a divine weapon had descended from the heavens. Amidst the turmoil of morale, many of the Cloud Shinobi found themselves grappling with thoughts of retreat. The indelible image of the golden-haired figure had firmly etched itself in their minds. This scene was equally absorbed by the ejection of the tailed beast ball was a trivial matter. The wavering spirit of the troops was the crux of the issue. Given the current state of despondency among the Cloud Shinobi, if the battle were to persist, the losses incurred could prove to be unfathomable. Retreat. Reluctantly, they could only issue the command to withdraw. As they gazed upon the towering figure at the center of the battlefield, their hatred deepened. They had anticipated that the support from the Jinchuriki would turn the tide of battle, and it was unexpectedly exploited by. The shocking spectacle of the tailed beast ball being swatted away significantly undermined the morale of the Cloud Shinobi. Continuing the fierce combat had lost its significance. With the Eight Tails yet to fully unleash its power, waiting for the opportune moment seemed the wiser choice. Noticing the retreat of the Cloud Shinobi, the Leaf Ninjas beheld the golden-haired silhouette standing resolutely on the battlefield. Within them, it felt as though a flame had been ignited. A thunderous cheer of excitement reverberated across the battlefield. A flash of blue. A flash of blue. Chapter 75, The Sorrows of the Hokage and Hokage. While Uchiha laughs unabated. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a cigarette clamped between his lips, took a deep drag, savoring the smoke as it filled his lungs before exhaling it slowly. The swirling haze drifted before him, yet the weight upon his face showed no sign of alleviation. In the past, this ritual of smoking, regardless of the pressing circumstances, had provided him with some semblance of solace amidst the tension. However, it now seemed remarkably ineffective. The future he gazed out of the window toward the battlefield in the land of grass, letting out a faint sigh. This war had come at the most inopportune moment. Konoha's military strength was currently diminished, and it was likely that Naruto Uzumaki would seize unprecedented fame through this conflict. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan, those fiercely independent shinobi, would undoubtedly garner significant recognition during this skirmish. It was clear that Naruto had intentionally brought them to the battlefield for this very purpose. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own impotence in the situation. Konoha needed both Naruto and the Uchiha's prowess. Suddenly, he found himself lost in thought. The present-day Naruto resembled Minato of yore. But ultimately, Naruto was not Minato. A flicker of concern crossed Sarutobi's eyes. Naruto was headstrong and ruthless. After having taken away Naruto, Danzo had been ruthlessly exterminated. Could such a person truly assume the mantle of Hokage? And would there still be a place for them in Konoha? Sarutobi was unwilling to witness such a scenario unfold. Thus, he spared no effort in promoting Tsunade to the position of Hokage. However, the mere thought of Tsunade brought a pang of pain to his head. Ever since her return from the Uchiha clan's territory, Tsunade seemed to have transformed into a different person, drifting further away from him. Despite numerous attempts to summon her, she had remained elusive. Even now, amidst the conflict with Kumogakure, Tsunade had secretly rushed to the battlefield to lend her assistance, unbeknownst to him. Absurd. Was this not sheer folly? Her phobia of blood had yet to heal. Even if she went to the battlefield, what impact could she truly have? Just as Sarutobi's heart brimmed with agitation, the door to the Hokage office was suddenly pushed open. A scout ninja entered, placing a scroll on his desk. Hokage-sama, this is the latest report from the front lines. Please take a look. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sarutobi picked up the scroll and glanced through it, feeling as though he had aged a few years in that moment. His expression growing increasingly complex. Victory. Since Naruto's arrival on the battlefield, the Konoha forces had seemingly been endowed with extraordinary prowess, achieving successive victories. This time, Kumogakure had even deployed 2 Jinchuriki, yet they still fell short against Naruto. Their tailed beasts easily repelled, forcing the Cloud Ninjas to retreat in disarray. Such achievements were perhaps more dazzling than even those of Minato during his prime. In recent days, the villagers of Konoha, having heard whispers of the battlefield, spoke of Naruto's exploits with admiration, their praises sprouting like mushrooms after rain throughout the village. Sarutobi had been discreetly attempting to curb this burgeoning sentiment, but his efforts had yielded little success. Various incidents have rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance increasingly pallid. The ninja delivering the intelligence observed this scene, pondering in disbelief. Did Konoha not emerge victorious? Why, then, does the Hokage display such a troubled expression? Meanwhile, within the Raikage's office in the village of Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage, also gazed at the reports from the front lines, his face ashen with fury. Absurd. Utterly absurd. I have already dispatched both Muki and Bido. How could the battle have turned out this way? What on earth is Tsuchikage doing? A's body trembled with rage. Were it not for Tsuchikage's esteemed position within Kumogakure, having served as a loyal retainer since his father's reign, equivalent in status to Konoha's Danzo, he would have considered replacing him and appointing another commander for this war. This battle is preposterous. How could the Jinchuriki suffer defeat? Lord Raikage, the situation is not as dire as it appears. This battle was a miscalculation on Lord Tsuchikage's part, as he did not fully exert his strength. Both Jinchuriki have only seen Muki transform into his tailed beast form, while Bido, who possesses greater power, has not fought with full force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Blue Flash to repel 2 tailed beast bombs simultaneously. As he listened to the scout's detailed explanation, A's expression gradually softened. With his emotions settling, he began to comprehend the underlying rationale. The 2 tails ranks among the weaker-tailed beasts. And while Namikaze Minato may have been able to deflect the 2 tails bomb, he would likely struggle against the 8 tails. The 8 tails is the second most powerful among all tailed beasts. Even his father, the legendary 3rd Raikage, could only shatter the 8 tails bomb with his hell stab, but could not repel it. With 2 tailed beasts in play, the advantage still lies with Kumogakure. Tsuchikage's decision to retreat does not signify defeat, but rather a calculated choice to preserve overall strength. With this thought, A's heart eased. The scout, weighing his words, continued. Lord Raikage, in his reply, Lord Tsuchikage emphasized the need to replace Kuminen's standard equipment. Please take a look. The scout handed him another letter. Upon reading its contents, A's previously softened expression turned once more to one of iron, as if he had swallowed a toad. What an enormous quantity. How much money and manpower will this require? Kumogakure's registered ninja count exceeds 10,000, and the contingent dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Grass surpasses 1,000. Even if each Kuminen were to replace just 1 bone-made ninja blade and 1 stone kunai, it would amount to a staggering sum. Yet, Tsuchikage's wording in this letter was exceedingly forceful, the pressure of his pen nearly piercing the paper. I could sense the unwillingness and humiliation Tsuchikage felt while composing this letter. He took a deep breath, his ire towards Namikaze Minato rising once more. Gritting his teeth, He resolved to hasten the search for craftsmen to fulfill the requests outlined in the letter. The realms of the Hokage and wreckage were steeped in melancholy. Yet this did not mar the jubilant atmosphere of the Konoha camp. Following their triumphant repulsion of the Cloud Village's assaults on 2 consecutive occasions, the spirits of the Konoha ninjas soared to unprecedented heights. As one traversed the camp, they would encounter fervent recounts of the moment when the esteemed Naruto Uzumaki effortlessly sent the tailed beast bombs soaring. The fervor in the description suggested that Naruto had ascended to a status rivaling that of the legendary sage of the 6 paths passing by the Uchiha tent. One could distinctly hear the raucous laughter emanating from within. The Uchiha clan was particularly elated by the recent battle, with their clan leader unveiling the Sharingan and the formidable Susanoo to send the 2 tails hurtling away, coupled with Naruto's effortless dispatch of the tailed beast bomb. The Uchiha were nearly beside themselves with joy. This exuberance compelled any passing ninjas to hasten their steps, fearing they might be ensnared by a group of Uchiha eager to share tales of valor. Amidst this light-hearted ambience, Naruto found himself in deep contemplation within his tent, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. He had just learned of Tsunade's presence in the camp. Should he invite Tsunade into his quarters? Chapter 76, The Silent Dilemma Live? He lives. Lady Tsunade, I implore you to save him. You are his only hope now. The cries emanating from outside the tent weighed heavily on Tsunade's heart, as if a colossal stone lodged within her chest, stifling her breath. Shizune, let her go. Shizune's expression was fraught with complexity, her heart burdened with guilt. Lady Tsunade, I am truly sorry. It was my fault that your location was revealed. Her initial intention had merely been to seek out a clean water source. However, during her journey, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar medical ninja. After exchanging a few words, the location of Tsunade's tent was inadvertently disclosed. By the time she returned with the water, an injured ninja had already been carried to Tsunade's tent. Outside the tent, a young female ninja knelt at the entrance, her eyes swollen and red from prolonged weeping. Beside her, on a stretcher, lay a young ninja of about 16 or 17, his chest wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, his pallid face devoid of color. Each breath seemed to sap his remaining strength, rendering him breathless. Do not worry about me. Coughing violently interrupted his words, leaving only the sounds of painful coughs and labored breaths. Teru. The young female ninja anxiously grasped his cold hand, her heart tightening at the sight of his anguished expression. Teru had been injured in the recent battle. A blade had pierced his chest, and without the bandages, it was likely that his lungs and organs would have been exposed. The medical ninjas in the camp could only shake their heads at such grave injuries. Staunching Teru's bleeding and alleviating his pain was the extent of their capabilities. To achieve complete recovery, it seems only Lady Tsunade among the legendary Sannin can accomplish that. Upon hearing this conclusion, Mommy felt despair wash over her. Yet, by chance, she learned of Tsunade's tent's location. Her despondent heart reignited with hope. Surely, if Lady Tsunade intervened, Teru's life could be spared. Mommy held on to this belief fervently. The tent flap was pushed aside, and Shizune emerged with a complex expression. She had already examined the injuries of the ninja on the stretcher. The damage to the chest was severe, with the lungs exposed. Had it not been for the bandages, the internal organs would likely be visible. If the injuries were limited to that, perhaps her extensive training under Tsunade could enable her to heal him. However, the critical issue lay in the pooled blood, which had formed clots in the alveoli and trachea. Only Tsunade's exceptional skills could hope to clear such obstructions. Yet, Lady Tsunade is unwell and cannot provide treatment. I am so sorry. Mommy's hopes were dashed. Within the tent, Tsunade lay cocooned in her blankets, trembling slightly at the sounds from outside. I am utterly useless. She had come here intending to evade the old man, while also seeking ways in which she might lend assistance. Remaining in the village, the old man would likely seize the opportunity while Konoha's future was absent to persuade a group of elders, compelling her to assume the mantle of Hokage against her will. A mere glance at the injured young ninja outside the tent sent her into a primal state of fear and trembling. The boy's age seemed comparable to that of SHJu, did it not? The haunting image of SHJu's demise replayed incessantly in her mind. She felt utterly drained. Even moving her fingers proved to be an arduous task. Outside the tent, the oppressive atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a voice. Are you treating the injured? I happen to have some insights. Following the sound, Konoha's future turned her gaze and was instantly struck with disbelief upon seeing the golden-haired figure. Wolfing Mirai? You understand medical ninjutsu. The approaching figure was indeed Wolfing Mirai. Realizing her lapse in composure, Konoha's Future quickly regained her bearings, carefully choosing her words to reformulate her speech. Lord Mirai, his injuries are far too severe. Only Lady Tsunade would be capable of healing him. However, Lady Tsunade, she is afflicted with hemophobia and cannot assist. The latter part of her statement was a struggle to voice. The information regarding Tsunade's condition was known only to a select few within Konoha's upper echelons. The vast majority of ninjas remained oblivious. If possible, allow me to give it a try. Wolfing Mirai knelt down, his tone gentle, his azure eyes softly gazing at the injured Taro. Please, you must save Taro, pleaded Mame. She had witnessed Mirai unleash the tailed beast bomb on the battlefield, fully aware of his capabilities and thus placing her last hope in him. Observing Mirai's resolve to heal, Konoha's Future could only shake her head inwardly. Medical ninjutsu and combat prowess were two distinct disciplines. Moreover, was not magnet release and medical ninjutsu entirely different systems? Before Mirai even commenced, she could already envision the impending failure. However, Mirai was oblivious to Konoha's Future's thoughts, entirely focused on the injured on the stretcher. The patient's biological magnetic field had grown exceedingly weak, indicative of diminished cellular vitality, signaling that he was on the brink of death. The most critical injuries lay in the thoracic cavity, where ribs and parts of the lung had vanished. With a magnetic field rotation system reaching 500,000 horsepower, he could potentially reconstruct the flesh, provided the heart and brain remained intact, as a mere thought could restore them. Yet, he had not yet cultivated to such a profound level. Nevertheless, by harnessing the electromagnetic force's alternative development, he could indeed tackle the immediate challenge. Opening his mouth, Mirai pinched a silver sphere the size of a longan and brought it to the injured man's lips. What is this? Mame's eyes widened in astonishment. A leg-stretching eyeball. Both Mame and Konoha's Future exhibited expressions of confusion. What was this strange object that they had never heard of before? The injured man's lips had yet to fully part when the silver orb transformed into a fluid, swallowing it as if drinking water. It melted upon entry. Cough, cough, cough. The injured individual was choking, unable to catch a breath, and was seized by a violent coughing fit. Taro, Asami exclaimed anxiously, grasping his hand tightly. It's all right. Mikazuki stood up, clapping his hands together. Is that all? Shizen asked in disbelief. That's it. In an instant, a wave of incredulity washed over her, and dark lines appeared on her forehead. She had anticipated that Mikazuki would falter, left floundering. Yet, she had expected at least a sincere attempt. What on earth is happening now? With that inexplicable mixture of ingredients, he merely clapped his hands, and this was the result. Are you jesting with me? If not for the fact that she was no match for Mikazuki, Shizen might have been tempted to strike him. How infuriating. Even if he could not heal the injured, he should not toy with others in such a manner. Wasn't this akin to rubbing salt into Asami's wounds? Just as her frustration peaked, she witnessed Asami embrace the injured person on the stretcher, tears of joy streaming down her face. Thank goodness, Taro, you're finally all right. Shizen was left in a state of shock. Alive? He is alive? Chapter 77. After this war concludes, Tsunade, please remain in Konoha to assist me. Kintaro had never felt as splendid as he did at this moment, breathing in the air deeply, cherishing the value of life. All while being embraced by the girl he adored. It was hard to fathom that merely minutes ago, he had been teetering on the precipice of death. Thank you, Lady Mirai. I have never felt such comfort before. The gratitude in Kintaro's eyes as he gazed at Namikaze Mirai was palpable, though his voice remained frail. It no longer bore the weight of despair. His once pale visage now bore a hint of color. Lady Mirai, I had no idea your medical skills were so extraordinary. Without you, Taro might have truly. Mommy was rendered speechless with gratitude. Shizun was utterly astonished by the transformation unfolding before her. Her mouth agape. She realized that if someone were to insert something bizarre into it at that moment, she might not even notice. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure. Casting a deep glance at Namikaze Mirai, Lady Mirai, do you still possess that leg-stretching, eye-dilating pill? I believe the village would be eager to acquire it at any cost. The injuries that even Lady Tsunade found daunting were remarkably alleviated by such a humble pill. If it were to be promoted in Konoha, how many ninjas would benefit? 5 million ryo each. Shizen was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. 5 million? That is exorbitant. An S-rank mission in Konoha only offers a reward of about 1 million ryo. A mere pill, worth more than 5 S-rank missions? However, Considering the miraculous efficacy of the medicine, Shizen reluctantly felt it might still be justifiable. Surely, many affluent individuals would be clamoring to purchase it. What a joke. Namikaze Mirai smiled slightly. This is a unique ability I developed through magnetic release. It is not for sale. Where would you find such a leg-stretching, eye-dilating pill? It is merely a multitude of nanomedical machines at work. The silver orb he had given to the injured contained countless nanomagnetic fluids. The moment it entered the patient's body, it commenced its diligent work. It cleared blood clots, sealed wounds, disinfected, and alleviated airway obstructions all within an incredibly brief span of time. Before Mirai's journey through time, research into nanomedical robotics was abundant. Once heralded as the black technology of future medicine. Now, Mirai had merely realized this vision through his own capabilities. Not for sale? Upon hearing Mirai's explanation, Shizen's smile faded. She suddenly perceived that 5 million ryo was not exorbitant at all. In comparison to such a pill being irreplaceable, money became merely a number. Shizen. What transpired outside? Tsunade's voice echoed from the tent, tinged with confusion. Lady Tsunade, the injured have been treated. Shizen inhaled deeply. It is the future that will heal. The voice of Tsunade echoed in astonishment from within the tent. The younger brother of Minato, does he possess the medical ninjutsu? What else could he possibly master? Lady Tsunade, may I enter the tent for a discussion? There is a matter I wish to confer with you about, stated Bwufeng Mirai, taking a deep breath. The atmosphere in the tent grew silent. What could Bwufeng Mirai want to discuss? Tsunade hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. Upon entering the tent with Shizen, Bwufeng Mirai beheld Tsunade seated upon her cot, her attire sparse, merely draped with bedding, presenting a weary visage. I say, you are not here to mock me, are you? Tsunade scrutinized Bwufeng Mirai with a skeptical gaze. This younger brother of Minato had once again astonished her. When did Bwufeng Mirai acquire the medical ninjutsu? He was not some mythical being with countless abilities. Lady Tsunade, I have come to cure your hemophobia, Bwufeng Mirai stated, delving directly into the subject. Cure hemophobia? Both Tsunade, reclined on the bed, and Shizen, standing behind Bwufeng Mirai, were taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Do you comprehend the complexity of hemophobia? Tsunade spoke with an expression laden with incredulity. To be fair, there is no ninja in the ninja world who surpasses me in medical ninjutsu. Even I cannot solve this dilemma. Do you not think you are being overly simplistic in your approach? Shizen shared a similar skepticism towards Bwufeng Mirai. Although she had just witnessed his astonishing act of healing the injured, hemophobia was an entirely different matter. The medical system in the ninja world has developed over the years. Yet research on hemophobia remains virtually non-existent. It is not merely a physical ailment but a condition rooted in the psyche, involving memories of the brain. Even Tsunade, revered as a medical sage, has made little progress in this regard. Let me give it a try, and we shall see. While I cannot guarantee success, I do possess a modicum of confidence, Bwufeng Mirai replied calmly, in the face of their skepticism. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Could you enlighten me as to why you wish to treat my hemophobia? Surely my current state benefits you more, she mused, unable to decipher Bwufeng Mirai's intentions. If her hemophobia were truly cured, the old man would undoubtedly be the happiest, perhaps even fervently promoting her candidacy for Hokage. Would this not be contrary to Bwufeng Mirai's interests? Are you hesitating over Sarutobi Hiruzen? Bwufeng Mirai seemed to have discerned her thoughts, suddenly chuckling softly. Lady Tsunade, I believe you are mistaken. On the path to becoming Hokage, I have never viewed you as my rival. In fact, no one possesses the qualifications to be my opponent. If I so wish, I could easily seize power by force. Who in Konoha could stop me? The words of Wind Future were exceedingly arrogant, piercing deeply into Tsunade's heart like a needle, rendering her silent and pained, yet unable to refute. Indeed, if Wind Future desired it, he could certainly claim power through might. He could recline upon the throne amidst the ruins of Konoha, and the old man could not hinder him. The Uchiha were in his grasp. Unless his great-uncle were resurrected, no one could stand in his way. For my vision extends far beyond this diminutive Konoha. His cerulean eyes gazed out the window, a rare trace of melancholy gracing his countenance. This world is vast. So vast that I often ponder what lies beyond the starlit skies. To consolidate the strength of Konoha, to reform, to unite the shinobi world, and then to explore the unknown realms. Konoha is merely the first stop, albeit a crucial one. He turned his head, gazing at Tsunade with a smile in his eyes. After this war concludes, Tsunade, remain in Konoha. I shall also retrieve Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Together, you will witness the dawn of a new world. Chapter 78. The Mastery of Thought? The Arrival of the Skynet? Inside the tent, Tsunade fell into a contemplative silence. A recent conversation with Minato had stirred a whirlwind of complex emotions within her. The old man had constantly contemplated using her to restrain Minato. Yet Minato's vision transcended the very essence of Konoha. Was this what they referred to as perspective? If he could truly cure my hemophobia, perhaps I might consider remaining in Konoha. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally shattered the stillness. Ever since the old man ascended to power, influenced by several contemporaneous elders, Konoha had ceased to be the village she once cherished. Within its confines, one could scarcely escape the nauseating stench of decay. Her growing disillusionment with the village had left her unbound, leading her to indulge in the vices of gambling to numb her senses. Yet, if everything could truly change, how could she not yearn to embark on a fresh journey? In observing Tsunade, Shizune was enveloped in her own intricate emotions. Having followed Tsunade for so long, she understood her better than anyone else. However, she still harbored little hope, preemptively stating that it was merely for the sake of trying. Tsunade held little faith in Minato's abilities. She was all too aware of the stubbornness of hemophobia, a condition she could not conquer herself. She found it hard to believe that Minato would possess the means to do so. "Let me give it a try, and we shall see," he insisted. "But before that, I kindly ask you to step aside, Shizune." "Me?" Shizune exclaimed, astonished, pointing to herself. "What kind of treatment requires me to leave?" "Hey, I mean, you're not suggesting I dismiss Shizune just so you can attempt something peculiar with me, are you?" Tsunade eyed Minato suspiciously, her gaze filled with distrust. That rascal Watergate had been a cunning one, effortlessly ensnaring Kushina's heart with mere words. As his younger brother, Minato bore a striking resemblance to him, which only deepened Tsunade's unease. "Do I strike you as that sort of person?" Minato replied, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. While Tsunade possessed a commendable physique and Shizune was quite appealing, he prided himself on being a gentleman. "Tsunade-sama." Shizune stammered, unsure of how to proceed. "Please leave for now, Shizune." Having resolved to allow Minato the opportunity, Tsunade prepared to embrace his proposal. "Understood, Tsunade-sama. I'll be just outside. Do call for me if you need anything." Shizune nodded and stepped out of the tent, gently closing the entrance behind her, leaving just Tsunade and Minato within. An awkward tension enveloped the air. "What should I do?" Tsunade inquired. "Please, lie down." Tsunade's expression shifted at his unexpected reply. "The process of treatment is much more convenient on the bed," Minato explained earnestly. With a slight pout, Tsunade rolled onto the bed, pulling the covers to her chest. "Be a bit quicker about it." Perhaps it was due to the solitary presence in the tent that Tsunade donned but a scant garment, a mere thin layer against her skin. Wolfing Future could not help but click his tongue in mild disapproval. Although he fancied himself indifferent to Tsunade, his body betrayed him with its honest reactions. Taking a deep breath to quell the stirring within, he spoke earnestly. "Please, close your eyes." A few strands of annoyance flickered across Tsunade's brow. The repeated request from Wolfing Future had begun to wear on her patience. First, he asked Shizune to leave, then insisted she lie down, and now, he sought to have her close her eyes. Were it not for her commendable self-control, she might have unleashed her frustration with a single punch, sending Wolfing Future flying from the tent. With such an array of demands, what exactly was his intention? To cure her hemophobia, or something else entirely? Nevertheless, having acquiesced to allow Wolfing Future to proceed, Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing her mounting discontent, and complied with his request. "Please, do it swiftly." As Wolfing Future gazed into her azure eyes, an unexpected transformation overtook his expression. It was a gaze devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a deity observing the mortal realm from above. In this magnetic field, he embodied divinity. Tsunade's cerebral magnetic field lay entirely exposed before him. In his past life, there existed a magnetic therapy known as transcranial magnetic stimulation, which employed magnetic pulses to stimulate specific areas of the brain, modulating the nervous system. Now, he possessed the ability to replicate and even surpass that, influencing Tsunade's cerebral magnetic field from a higher dimension. Within the human brain, the amygdala and hippocampus are primarily responsible for trauma-related memories, with the prefrontal cortex also playing a role. Wolfing Future's therapeutic approach entailed adjusting the magnetic fields within these specific regions of Tsunade's mind. "Tsunade, please relax. I am about to begin." He gently reminded her to ease her tension. When a person is mentally taut, their cerebral magnetic field undergoes alterations. Tsunade nodded in response. Unbeknownst to her, she suddenly felt her body soften, warmth enveloping her mind. If your brother, Ju, were still here, he would surely not wish to see you in such a despondent state. Wolfing Future's soothing voice whispered in her ear, coupled with verbal guidance. This might enhance the efficacy of the process. As the treatment deepened, Wolfing Future's mastery over the magnetic field grew, revealing newfound clarity. In the future, as his abilities advanced, he could potentially transform this operation into a formidable power, control over thought itself. The human brain's cognition ultimately consists of the excitation and transmission of neural electrical signals. Should he gain control over this process, he could manipulate the progression of neuronal excitation in the direction of electrical signal transmission. Thought would become his plaything, a form of ultimate puppetry. If this ability were to be radiated as electromagnetic waves, the notion of a sky net danced in Wolfing Future's imagination. The treatment progressed swiftly amidst his musings, and before long, they reached the conclusion. Wolfing Future inhaled deeply. Gently withdrawing her hand from Tsunade, she encouraged, "It's all right. You may open your eyes now." Tsunade, with a reluctance that lingered, slowly opened her eyes. A wave of comfort washed over her as she let out a deep sigh. Her mind felt warm, as if the accumulated pressure had been released in an instant. The last time she felt this relaxed seemed like an eternity ago. To be honest, I never anticipated that your medical ninjutsu would be so profound. Sitting up from the bed, Tsunade gazed intently at Naruto. Throughout the entire healing process, she had been oblivious to any traces of chakra. As Naruto moved gracefully, her condition transformed, rejuvenating her spirit. Was this an entirely different system of medical ninjutsu? A strong curiosity ignited in Tsunade's eyes. As the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, she felt an overwhelming desire for this previously unseen healing methodology. Chapter 79. Uncle teaches you the art of taming tailed beasts. If you wish to learn, I am willing to instruct you. The faint smile on Wave Wind Future's face belies the uncertainty of whether one can truly master such skills. His unique ability lies in electromagnetic forces. While magnetic field therapy could be achieved through certain medical devices, albeit with significantly diminished efficacy. Lady Tsunade, how are you faring? The anxious Shizen entered upon hearing the commotion. She had never experienced such comfort before. Tsunade stretched languidly, producing a series of crackling sounds. At this moment, all she desired was a blissful slumber. Gazing into Wave Wind Future's eyes, her skepticism and distrust had evaporated entirely, replaced by a warm smile. At this rate, I feel that after a few more treatments, my hemophobia might truly be cured. Could Wave Wind Future truly be a miracle worker? Even a terminal condition like hemophobia seems no match for him. After a moment of contemplation, Wave Wind Future resolved, I shall return tomorrow to continue your treatment. Excellent. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness her own recovery. Inside the meeting room of the Konoha encampment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the tent. The faces of those gathered around the conference table bore expressions of gravity. Sitting at the head, Yamashiro, I was solemnly summarizing the intelligence reports. Following the last battle, the front lines of the Cloud Village had not advanced, and our scouts had failed to uncover their movements. These days, the battlefield had descended into an eerie silence. Yet, such tranquility often belies danger, especially on the battlefield. Who could predict the tempest brewing beneath the placid surface? In the previous two skirmishes, Wave Wind Future had turned the tide against unfavorable odds. However, with the Cloud Village possessing two perfect Jinchuriki, they undeniably maintained a superior combat strength over Konoha. Jinchuriki, the ultimate weapon of war. This is not mere rhetoric. The role of tailed beasts on the battlefield is terrifying. Even a single exposed tailed beast can instill fear in a ninja army of over 1,000. Previously, Wave Wind Future had forcefully repelled a tailed beast ball, causing the morale of the Cloud Ninjas to plummet, forcing a retreat. The looming shadow cast by the two-tailed beasts still hung over the Konoha encampment. Wave Wind Future may have deflected one tailed beast ball, but what of two? Konoha has but one Wave Wind Future, while the Cloud Village boasts two-tailed beasts. How infuriating. If we had our own Jinchuriki, we would have no reason to fear them. A ninja clenched his fists in frustration as the atmosphere in the tent suddenly thickened. Many around the conference table swallowed hard, holding their breath as they furtively cast fearful glances toward the golden-haired figure above. They do indeed have a Jinchuriki, and the strongest of them all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, the current Jinchuriki of this generation is merely a 3-year-old child, and his fiercely protective uncle is seated right at the conference table. The ninja who had hesitated to speak moments ago instantly realized the gravity of the situation, cold sweat trickling down his back, his limbs turning icy in an instant. What have I just said? Am I doomed? At this moment, he comprehended the peril of careless words. Namikaze Minato, that fiercely protective and domineering uncle, is present within this very meeting. Yes, I apologize. I didn't mean it that way. His voice trembled with fear, his words jumbled, his tongue quivering. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his hands and feet as frigid as stone, akin to a sinner awaiting judgment. The elite of Konoha exchanged glances. Even those familiar with Namikaze Minato, such as Fugaku, refrained from speaking. His words had dared to broach a forbidden topic concerning Minato. In this heavy atmosphere, a light laugh disrupted the suffocating silence. The Jinchuriki? Leave that to me. A collective sigh of relief swept through the attendees at the table. The ninja who had misspoken felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, his taut nerves finally relaxing as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Next time. He vowed silently to remember this lesson well. With Minato's intervention, there was no need to fear them. Yamashiro Kaichi concluded the topic. Continuing the discussion held no purpose. Indeed. With Minato's strength, what could the two-tailed beasts do? The blue lightning is a force that can dominate the battlefield. Such flattering words echoed within the conference room. The Cloud Ninja forces had remained silent for an extended period, casting an invisible oppression over the Konoha camp. The unknown is the most terrifying, especially when the adversary wields two-tailed beasts as weapons of mass destruction. Almost all Konoha ninjas harbored the unspoken fears. The exposure of the two-tailed beast's existence, coupled with the lengthy build-up from the hidden Cloud Village, suggested that the next offensive would be the fiercest battle yet. The cataclysmic power of the tailed beasts left an indelible mark in their hearts. Just a few years prior, they had endured a tailed beast rampage, with many loved ones lost in that turmoil. Discussions among the ninjas soon shifted focus to Konoha's Jinchuriki. Under the pressure from Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to disclose Naruto's identity. Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, is also Konoha's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If he could harness the power of the Nine Tails, perhaps the situation would not be so dire. Such conversations were inevitably beginning to circulate within the camp. Yet, out of fear for Minato's authority, no one dared to speak openly. After leaving the meeting room and returning to his tent, Minato found Naruto sitting by the window, visibly dejected. It had been a long time since he had seen Naruto in such a state. "Uncle, am I truly worthless?" As Naruto bit his lip, tears shimmered in his cerulean eyes upon the approach of Kazekage. "Why would you say such a thing?" Kazekage knelt, tenderly stroking his hair. "If only I could control the giant within me, no one would be hurt." Placing his hand on his abdomen, Naruto's spirits plummeted, engulfed in a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach. The murmurs from the camp gradually reached his ears, akin to flames scorching his heart. "Naruto, even without the power of the beast within you, this battle will be won, I assure you." "Oh, really?" Naruto lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope illuminating his sapphire eyes. Kazekage continued to caress Naruto's hair, his expression imbued with a gentle smile. "Shall we venture to the battlefield together?" "Huh," Naruto responded, puzzled. "I will teach you the art of taming tailed beasts." The words echoed into the ceiling space, causing the Nine Tails to shudder momentarily, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. It understood that Kazekage's final statement was directed at it. In that instant, the Nine Tails recalled the agony of being ruthlessly beaten by Kazekage and the humiliation of confinement in a cage. Kazekage's demeanor turned serious. The Nine Tails had witnessed this formidable side of Kazekage before. It was terrifying, an unspeakable terror. The unfortunate Two Tails and Eight Tails were likely oblivious to the fate that awaited them. The Nine Tails shivered. "It will be absolute. It will be dreadful." Chapter 80. The Mecha's ferocious assault on the tailed beasts. The prolonged tranquility was ultimately shattered a few days later. The scouts dispatched by Konoha uncovered a large-scale movement of the Cloud Shinobi, with numbers surpassing any previous encounters. "The adversary we face this time will exceed all prior threats, should our defenses be breached." The hidden Cloud Village would strike deep into the heart of the Fire Country like a dagger. Within the main tent, the esteemed Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, leaned forward, his palms pressing against the tactical sand table, surveying the assembly with a heavy gaze. "Esteemed colleagues, we are on the brink of a decisive battle." A solemn atmosphere permeated the tent. The faces of the numerous elite shinobi present bore an unprecedented gravity. The long-standing peace on the battlefield had led them to anticipate a grueling confrontation, yet they had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Fugaku, the left flank is entrusted to you and the Uchiha clan, Naruto intoned thoughtfully, initiating the pre-battle arrangements. The Uchiha possessed formidable overall combat capabilities, and Fugaku had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. An assault from the flank would be akin to a sharp blade, ruthlessly cleaving through the enemy's formations and disrupting their ranks. Understood. Fugaku nodded, aware that Naruto was providing them an opportunity to showcase their prowess. While the Uchiha were fewer in number, their strength was unmatched. Making them ill-suited for prolonged frontal engagements, the flank was indeed a more advantageous arena for their skills. Choji and Ino, the front lines are yours to hold. Naruto directed his gaze towards the duo. As seasoned members of the Ino Shikicho trio, their numbers were substantial, making them well-equipped to withstand the frontal onslaught. Both nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. We will hold our ground. Naruto then turned his attention to the position of Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, Reikage, the opposite flank is in your capable hands, he stated, his eyes conveying deep significance. As shinobi who had followed him and Minato during the Third Great Ninja War, Naruto was determined that this force remain intact, unscathed. Rest assured, Lord Naruto, we shall accomplish our mission. After completing this series of arrangements, silence once again enveloped the tent. Esteemed colleagues, do any of you have questions? Naruto scanned the assembly. Ninjas exchanged glances, taking a breath before tentatively inquiring, what about you? Despite assigning roles to everyone, Naruto had notably omitted his own position. As Konoha's most formidable asset, his role was of utmost concern to the high-ranking officials present. As for me, Naruto paused contemplatively. Leave the two-tailed beasts to me. Upon uttering these words, an abrupt silence fell over the meeting room. Naruto intended to confront both tailed beasts alone? A profound sense of shock emerged in the eyes of those present. What immense confidence this displayed. Very well. With Lord Naruto's assurance, we can rest easy. In this battle, Konoha shall emerge victorious. Konoha will prevail. The atmosphere in the conference room was suddenly invigorated, as if the blood within everyone was about to boil over, their expressions brimming with fervor. The resonant voice of indomitable combat spirit echoed throughout the tent. As he stepped out, Wolfing Mirai caught sight of Naruto, who was waiting outside with an earnest gaze fixated upon him. Uncle, please let me accompany you. I wish to contribute my strength to everyone. Uchiha Fugaku, who exited the tent alongside Wolfing Mirai, felt a sense of solace at this scene. The Jinchuriki was merely 3 years old. Yet had he already come to such a profound realization? Although he could not wield power at present, perhaps Mirai would one day evolve into a perfect Jinchuriki. What could Wolfing Mirai's response be? Fugaku pondered with curiosity. Surely they wouldn't truly send Naruto to the battlefield? At just 3 years of age, he was incapable of harnessing the power of the Bija. Wolfing Mirai knelt down, embracing Naruto with a smile. Once we are on the battlefield, no matter what transpires, do not fear. Your uncle will always protect you. Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. The senior officials of Konoha behind him were equally astonished. Mirai, could this be too perilous? Yamashiro Aoi could not help but speak up. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto's significance was overwhelmingly crucial. Should any misfortune occur on the battlefield, and he were to be seized by the forces of Kumogakure, the repercussions would be incalculable. With me here, no one shall harm Naruto. The voice remained imbued with utmost confidence. On the plains, Wolfing Mirai stood at the forefront of the Konoha forces, holding Naruto's hand, his biomagnetic sense extending outward. He sensed a vast number of cloud shinobi. His brow furrowed slightly. Within his perception, there were no metallic traces among the cloud forces. Had all their metal weapons been replaced? During the Third Great Ninja War, Sunagakure had employed a similar tactic to limit his abilities. The lengthy interval since the last offensive was evidently used to prepare alternative weaponry. Moments later, a dense throng of cloud shinobi emerged from the opposite end of the plain, resembling a dark torrent sweeping forth. Naruto exaggeratedly opened his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking sight. Naruto, remember to close your eyes when the time comes, Wolfing Mirai gently reminded him. After all, they were on a battlefield, and it would not do for Naruto to witness too much bloodshed. Naruto nodded obediently. His uncle had already shared numerous precautions with him, all of which he remembered. Charge. Kill. The Konoha ninjas roared in a deafening cacophony as they surged towards the cloud shinobi. The two massive forces collided on the plain, engaging in fierce combat. The Cloud Shinobi wielded special bone knives instead of traditional kunai, their blades honed to a razor's edge. The alterations in weight and handling diminished the prowess of these knife-wielding warriors. Yet, in order to curtail Buofing Mirai's abilities, this was a sacrifice deemed worthy. Buofing Mirai remained steadfast, his senses enveloping the battlefield. He was in search of the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. Moments later, a tremendous roar resonated from a corner of the battlefield. There, the fully transformed Two Tails, enveloped in ethereal blue flames, unleashed devastating attacks that sent numerous Leaf Village ninjas flying. Its colossal form made the ninjas appear as mere insects in its presence. With a casual sweep of its tail, it could send a dozen ninjas sprawling. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. "Uncle." His heart raced with fearsome intensity. "It's terrifying. Do not be afraid." A large hand gently rested upon his head. "I shall teach you how to command these mighty beings." The ground of the battlefield suddenly began to tremble. Both sides of battling ninjas looked on in shock at their feet, as metallic particles from the earth gathered at a terrifying speed, disassembling and reassembling. With a deafening roar, a colossal metallic hand broke free from the earth's constraints, and amidst the thunderous clamor of metal, it pressed down, emerging from the ground. "How tall?" Naruto gasped, standing atop the head of the metallic giant. Before the astonished and incredulous gazes of countless ninjas, a gigantic mech, nearly 100 meters in height, loomed over the battlefield. This colossal figure, formed from nearly all the metal beneath the plane, bore a striking resemblance to the perilous vessel known as the Wandering One. Standing atop the mech was Kazekage Futaba, cradling Naruto in her arms, her azure eyes sparkling with radiant joy. The mech, with a resounding thud, took massive strides towards the position of Two Tails. "Use your fist." No sooner had she spoken than the charging metallic giant unleashed a mighty punch towards Two Tails, sending the bewildered beast flying through the air. Chapter 81. Pay attention, Naruto. This technique is taught by Uncle only once. Boom. The massive form of the Two Tails arced through the battlefield, crashing heavily into the ranks of the Cloud Ninja. It was magnificent. Naruto's heart raced with excitement. It turned out there were entities even more formidable than tailed beasts. He turned his head, gazing at Minato with eager eyes. "Uncle, what is the name of this colossal metallic creature?" "Mecha," Minato replied with a slight smile. "Mecha?" Naruto exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. "I want to pilot a mecha when I grow up." The Two Tails, having been punched away, shook its dazed head and staggered back to its feet. Its eyes, fixated on Minato, burned with unprecedented fury. It was infuriating. It felt utterly humiliated. The last time, Minato had effortlessly batted away its tailed beast bomb, and now, before it could even gather itself, it was targeted once more, this time by a colossal creation that sent it flying, snarling and baring its fangs. The Two Tails assumed an aggressive stance against Minato. From atop the mecha, Minato's voice resonated in Naruto's ears. "A tailed beast is merely a larger beast. And if it is a beast, it can be tamed." The Two Tails charged forward, its hellish feline form trampling the battlefield, causing nearby ninjas to flee in terror. "Fool, you shall pay for your arrogance." Minato chuckled nonchalantly. "Just subdue it." As the charging Two Tails was embraced by the mecha, its right leg bent to absorb the impact of the collision. The metallic fist came crashing down repeatedly upon the Two Tails' head, eliciting anguished cries as it struggled in vain. The ninjas on the battlefield swallowed hard, trembling as they witnessed this brutal spectacle. It was utterly savage. A tailed beast, possessing the power of natural disasters, was being mercilessly pummeled by a metallic giant even larger than itself. The Uchiha clan members observed this scene, nearly speechless with excitement, their eyes ablaze. It was incredible. Such a magnificent contraption existed in the ninja world. Real men should pilot mechas. Within Naruto's sealed space, the Nine Tails exploded with fury, adopting a defensive posture, baring its teeth. That wretched Minato, teaching Naruto such things. It cursed Minato 1,000 times in its mind. If Naruto learned to wield these powers, it would undoubtedly be the most unfortunate for the Nine Tails. On the other side of the battlefield, a massive shadow loomed. The Eight Tails emerged, its imposing form radiating seriousness as it fixed its gaze upon Minato. "This time, I must rely on you." Karabi's heavy voice echoed in the heart of the Eight Tails. It was indeed a formidable foe. Though the Two Tails ranked among the weakest of the tailed beasts, it was by no means an adversary to be easily vanquished. Minato's strength was undoubtedly among the highest of the ninjas he had encountered. The tailed beast, Eight Tails, 8 tentacles of an octopus entwined around its body, its massive form whirling like a top, conjuring a terrifying tempest. The surrounding ninjas possessed no means of defense. They were effortlessly hurled away, their bodies torn asunder. In the distance, ninjas trembled, swallowing hard. This was the reason the tailed beasts were dubbed natural disasters. To an ordinary person, they were like insects beneath the feet of a colossal beast. Even the slightest movement could unleash a gale that would sweep them away. Naruto, focusing intently on the eight tails, gripped tightly. Suddenly, the eight tails, in its furious spin, felt an intense burning sensation below. With a howl, it ceased its rotation, discovering that the ground beneath it had transformed into molten lava. The electromagnetic furnace harnessed swirling currents to generate immense heat in an instant. It was through this ability that Naruto melted the ground beneath the eight tails, forcefully stifling its attacks. Scalding, the tentacles thrashed in agony, bearing marks akin to those from a grill, a faint aroma wafting across the battlefield, provoking the imaginations of numerous ninjas. Naruto's right hand, cupped as if grasping something intangible, summoned a blazing spear of lightning, hurling it toward the eight tails. This improved assault, derived from an electromagnetic cannon, instantly inflicted a horrific penetrating wound upon the eight tails. The defending tentacles were pierced, leaving deep voids in their wake. In its anguish, the eight tails sought to retaliate, yet the molten ground expanded once more, ensnaring its body firmly within the lava. Enduring the searing pain, it found itself unable to escape and mount an effective counterattack. Faced with the bound eight tails, Naruto again cupped his hand and launched another lightning spear, piercing through the eight tails form. When confronting a tailed beast, intellect is equally a crucial factor for victory. Naruto's indifferent voice reached Naruto's ears. At this moment, Naruto was utterly captivated by Naruto's charismatic demeanor, unable to tear his gaze away, rendered speechless with excitement. Is this truly the strength of my uncle? The leaf ninjas on the battlefield held their breath, witnessing this awe-inspiring clash while also digesting Naruto's words. Though directed at Naruto, they too gleaned remarkable insights. The two tails, relatively small and weak, was subdued by Naruto's mechanized body technique. The massive eight tails had its movements restricted by the molten ground, as Naruto employed ranged tactics to reap victory. What appeared to be a one-sided battle also harbored profound wisdom in the struggle against the tailed beasts. At the rear of the battlefield, the Earth Ninja observed this scene, crimson streaks of blood emerging from the corners of his eyes. This was a tailed beast, the largest chakra entity in the ninja world, known as a natural disaster, a weapon of war. To see it so helpless in Naruto's hands was astounding. Continuously pierced by lightning spears, the eight tails' agony was matched only by the fury swelling within. Now, it finally comprehended the feelings of the two tails. With a sudden spray of liquid, the eight tails expelled a copious amount of inky black liquid, which, upon colliding with the molten ground, produced thick, searing steam. Under the weight of copious ink cooling down, the molten ground finally solidified once more. The eight tails forcefully tore apart the embedded tentacles, freeing itself from the constraints imposed by Naruto Uzumaki. In its eyes burned an unprecedented fury and chill. How dare they inflict such harm upon me? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. A flicker of surprise crossed Naruto's gaze as he nearly forgot that octopuses possessed the ability to expel ink. Though it was a tailed beast, it had inherited the capabilities of an octopus. How marvelous. Die. In a fit of rage, the eight tails swung its severed tentacle, bringing it down mercilessly upon Naruto's mech. Naruto anxiously covered his eyes, only to feel a rush of wind as he opened them, finding himself suspended above the eight tails. A silvery fluid formed a platform beneath their feet, elevating their bodies into the sky. The battlefield below rapidly shrank away. The wind howled in his ears as Naruto clung tightly to Naruto's thigh, daring to glance downward. He instantly recoiled. How high we are. Uncle, where are we going? He had to shout, lest his voice be drowned by the roaring wind. Haha. Naruto laughed heartily. My dear nephew, have you ever witnessed an attack descending from the heavens? An attack from the heavens? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Below, the eight tails gazed up at the direction in which Naruto had flown, seeing nothing but a tiny black nearly fading from view. Has it escaped? The eight tails felt a heavy gloom settle within. Both it and the two tails were gravely injured. If they allowed Naruto to flee like this, who knew when they might have another chance to vanquish him? Just as it fell into contemplation, a shocked voice echoed from within its being. Look, there seems to be something in the sky. This height should suffice. Naruto glanced at the surrounding clouds, a smile gracing his features. They were nearing the stratosphere. Any higher, and Naruto's body would not endure. Watch closely, Naruto. As Naruto gazed in astonishment, the clouds behind Naruto parted dramatically. A colossal metallic pillar loomed in the sky. This move, my dear nephew, I shall teach you only once. The metallic pillar began to plummet rapidly, engulfed in flames from the intense friction, descending like a fiery meteorite toward the ground. The Eight Tails stared in shock at the object above. Metal pillar? As the speed of the metallic column increased, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged forth, causing its entire body to tremble instinctively. This is bad. Quickly attack. Killer Bee's roar echoed within the mental space. The Eight Tails opened its mouth wide, gathering energy for a tailed beast bomb. But it was too late. Boom! The metal pillar struck directly, causing the entire plane to tremble, unleashing a terrifying shockwave, as the air transformed into a transparent, arc-like membrane that spread outward. Quick! Defense! The nearby ninjas, in horror, unleashed Earth-style defenses, only to be shredded in an instant. In the distance, Uchiha Fugaku and his companions gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their pupils widening in shock as they braced themselves for the impending impact. A transparent shockwave swept past them, causing the ninjas to struggle against the tumultuous winds with their arms raised in defense. The lighter ninjas were swept off their feet by the force of the blast. The earth groaned as if heralding the end of days. In the sky, Naruto witnessed the entire spectacle unfold, his cerulean eyes shimmering with intensity. Uncle, what is the name of this technique? He stammered, his voice trembling. This technique is called judgment. Chapter 82. Thoughts on publication at long last. The moment of publication has arrived, albeit later than anticipated. After 12,000 words, the book finds itself in a state devoid of recommendations, and its performance can only be described as disappointing. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to the readers who have offered their support. Should anyone have thoughts regarding the storyline, I welcome your suggestions, as many previous revisions were made in response to reader feedback. I firmly believe in the importance of heeding counsel. The next chapter will reveal the title, where the protagonist, hand in hand with Naruto, ascends to the role of Hokage. Just the thought of it fills me with excitement. I humbly seek your initial support. Chapter 83, Triumph. Return to the village. Hokage. Konoha. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, biting his pipe, inhaled and exhaled the smoke, anxiously awaiting the intelligence from the front lines. According to the previous. Chapter 84, a request for the third Hokage's abdication. The following day, the Hokage building was as quiet as ever, perhaps even excessively so. Sarutobi Hiruzen, weary from fatigue, slowly. Chapter 85, Naruto, my dear uncle. I aspire to become Hokage. An explosive piece of news swiftly spread throughout the village of Konoha. The streets and alleys were abuzz with a myriad of astonished discussions. Chapter 86, the birth of the fifth Hokage. A tremor in the shinobi world. The news of Naruto Uzumaki's ascension as the fifth Hokage reverberated explosively throughout the shinobi world. Astonishing. The entire realm was in a state of shock. A flash of yellow light. Chapter 87. The rice cultivation expert Yamato indeed, it is undoubtedly would release. Yet, this diminutive sprout of wood, in every conceivable way, seems far removed from possessing the potential to bring peace to a chaotic world. Could it be? Chapter 88. Establishing the Umbrella Corporation Umbrella. A peculiar and rare name. Moreover, a corporation, such entities are typically the domain of entrepreneurs, are they not? Could it be that Uzumaki Boruto is? Chapter 89, Tsunade. President of the Red Cross Relief Society in the Umbrella Corporation. Just awakened, still ensnared by the remnants of slumber. Tsunade's expression transformed into one of astonishment upon hearing those words uttered in silence. Chapter 90. The renowned name is unpleasant. Is Konoha ascending to greatness? The news of Konoha establishing the Red Cross Relief Society swiftly spread throughout the entire ninja world. The Red Cross Relief Society, upholding humanitarian principles, extends aid to those suffering in the midst of conflict. Chapter 91. The renowned Lord and his several disciples upon witnessing the emissary of the Lord fleeing in a state of utter disarray. The members of the Umbu within the Hokage's chamber exchanged glances, each reflecting the tension that gripped them. Chapter 92. Are they insane? The Uchiha clan aims to conquer the daimyo. In the capital of the Land of Fire, within the grand estate of the daimyo, a line of elegantly attired maidens gracefully swayed as they danced, embodying both beauty and poise. Chapter 93: The Era of One Nation. One village is approaching its conclusion outside the gates of the daimyo's residence. The wait was not prolonged. Soon, a servant pushed open the grand door. Uchiha Ina and Kakashi exchanged subtle glances. Chapter 94: The Magnetic Field of the Eccentric Naruto. Uncle, are we heading to the Hokage's office? After breakfast, Naruto gazed eagerly at Kazekage Mirai, who was adjusting his attire in front of the mirror. Since Chapter 95: The Temptation of Returning to the Village. Orochimaru. Walking once again on the streets of Konoha, Orochimaru, clad in a hood, felt a wave of nostalgia. In contrast to the period of his departure, Konoha had experienced a revival following the tumultuous Ninetales incident. Chapter 96: A New Objective. Seizing the Rinnegan from pain, the heart of Namikaze Minato raced violently. Within his azure gaze lingered an indescribable expression of astonishment. Ever since returning to Konoha, he had come to understand. Chapter 97: Bad News. Orochimaru has defected. Good news. He has returned to Konoha. It is Lord Orochimaru. Splendid. Lord Orochimaru has finally returned to the village. That scoundrel Danzo. How dare he frame Orochimaru? Chapter 98: The Birth of a New Pharmaceutical. The ninja world enters an era of mutual competition. Choosing Orochimaru to oversee the Umbrella Research Center was indeed a wise decision. The original root site has now transformed into the Umbrella Research Base. Wave Wind's future stands amidst. Chapter 99: Reikage. What? 1,000 Ryo? I'm all in. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. What purpose do you serve? The sound of violent destruction echoed through the Reikage chamber. Chapter 100: The White-Eyed Sniper. The arrival of the 6th of the shinobi world. Lord Reikage, this. The reporting Umbu member felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, his anxiety escalating. The efficacy of the new drug indeed. Chapter 101: Gundam and the Scalper. Placing the electromagnetic submachine gun back against the wall, Kazekage Mirai approached the adjacent weapons rack and retrieved a gleaming metal katana. The blade. Elongated and. Chapter 102: Agricultural Production Cooperatives. As an immortal ninja who has survived since the era of Senju Hashirama, Kakuzu's sole belief lies in wealth. In this world, everything is destined to betray you. Chapter 103: The Key to Transformation is in your hands. Konoha. Why would the 5th Hokage suddenly extend an invitation to us? It is unclear. We are merely grain merchants, not ninjas. Chapter 104: Yeet Song. You shall come to regret this. Chio, I am the Wind Shadow. A sensational piece of news swept through the ninja world, spreading rapidly in a remarkably short span of time. Have you heard? Konoha has developed an entirely new strain of rice. Chapter 105: The Minister of Agriculture and the New 7 Shinobi of Konohagakure. 4th update. Esteemed teacher, the Agricultural Production Cooperatives initiative has met with resounding success. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, we have inaugurated 10 pristine farms, designated as experimental fields for hybrid rice cultivation. Chapter 106: Upholding Peace in the Ninja World. Uchiha Itachi's indispensable duty. Peacekeeping Division? Maintaining peace in the ninja world? Uchiha Fugaku was utterly bewildered by the barrage of statements from Namikaze Minato, standing there in a daze. Chapter 107: Armed and Unafraid of the Clan. The reforms of the new Konoha's 7 divisions swiftly entered the agenda. The Uchiha peacekeeping unit was the first to be accomplished with relative ease. The streets of Konoha could be seen. Chapter 108: Pain must bear the burden. The current state of the Land of Rain is rather bleak. The hybrid rice developed by Konoha has sparked a revolution in the agricultural industry. This was initially a positive development. Chapter 109: Naruto Uzumaki versus Nagato Pain. Pain. What is that? The audience in front of the television felt a chill run down their spines as they beheld the sudden appearance of Nagato Pain, their bodies. Chapter 110: Pain Carries Rice. The ratings are about to explode. The audience on the ground held their breath, fixated on the golden-haired figure descending from the heavens. Their pupils swelled with intense excitement and fervor. Indeed. Chapter 111: The Ultimate Social Death. Pain, the Thief of Rice. The scene of Heavenly Path Pain fleeing while carrying rice was captured by a hidden photographer and disseminated to countless households. Villagers watching the live broadcast were astonished to see. Chapter 112: Pain's Declaration. I am a god, not a rice thief. The incident at the experimental field of hybrid rice No. 3 in the Land of Fire spread throughout the entire ninja world with alarming rapidity. A sensational video, accompanied by Chapter 113, Dawn of Recruitment Konoha, Hokage Office. Orochimaru gazed at the screen displaying the announcement, swallowing hard. Chapter 114, The Scheme of Obito, Dual Divine Might. What on earth? The title of anti-rice thief has already spread to the land of soup? Conan's expression was exceedingly grim. Beside her. Chapter 115, Synthesized Beast Tide versus Puppet Troops. Orochimaru, what is your connection with that fiend? Orochimaru. In the pitch-black cavern, a voice filled with resentment and gritted teeth emanated from the other end. Chapter 116. The Dawn organization collectively shoulders Rice the remaining synthetic beasts, as if commanded, roared and swiftly converged towards the center. As they gathered, their bodies emitted a purple hue reminiscent of glue. Chapter 117. Naruto's Destiny. It can only be guided by oneself. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the rear mountain reveals a chasm carved by human effort, connecting to a nearby lake. The tumultuous waters cascade down from a great height. Chapter 118. The magnetic field and the mad Naruto confronts a sure fate. These two ethereal words brushed against Naruto's heart like a delicate veil, stirring ripples of emotion within him, as he endured the torment of electric currents coursing through his being. Chapter 119. What is a magnetic field? Orochimaru's astonishment. Sasuke, let us engage in a thrilling battle. In the Uchiha clan's territory, within the estate of the clan leader, Naruto Uzumaki assumes a fighting stance, his eyes. Chapter 120. The Sacred Land of the Ninja World, the Land of Fire. How much is this rice per pound? 300 taels per pound. A bit excessive, isn't it? In the underground black market of the Land of Fire, 1's body. Chapter 121. Orochimaru's Anticipation. The future of Naruto Uzumaki will establish a new system. The statement released by Konoha has stirred a tempest, causing ripples throughout the ninja world. Countless impoverished civilians, suffering from hunger and hardship, gaze at the television, captivated by the impassioned speeches. Chapter 122. The World Police, Uchiha. Days after the announcement from Konoha, following intense internal conflict, a number of impoverished refugees embarked on a journey to the Land of Fire, leaving behind their former homes. Chapter 123. The Pain of the Kunai, Susanoo. Wretched woman, do you think you can escape? How have we wronged you in the village of grass? End her life. Such an ungrateful wretch deserves death. Chapter 124. The Whirlpool House, in Konoha. Being carried by sure sway, Uzumaki Sakura experienced an unprecedented sense of security. It was a feeling she had never encountered in her past life. Chapter 125. I shall slay the daimyo. Who agrees? Who opposes? Oh, esteemed daimyo, you must take a stand for us. In the Land of Grass, several grass ninjas, tears streaming down their faces, lament the actions of Konoha. Chapter 126. I oppose. Slam. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The voice of Namikaze Minato resonated, and the entire conference room was suddenly engulfed in silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Chapter 127. Sarutobi Hizen. To move against the daimyo. You must first step over my corpse. Namikaze Minato. Very well. Under the guidance of Namikaze Minato, Konoha begins its preparations for war. A significant number of Konoha's forces gather at his command, assembling in front of the village, awaiting. Chapter 128. The renowned name is no more. Old man, have you had your fill of chaos? In the depths of despair, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after a moment of astonishment, suddenly felt a flicker of hope arise within him. Chapter 129. A resounding blow to their teeth. A shockwave. The ninja world is stunned. Konoha aims to overturn the system of one nation, one village. The moment this news spread, it immediately stirred a tremendous upheaval throughout the entire ninja world. Chapter 130. The Slaughter of Nobles. Obito seizes the eye. Flee. Quickly. Flee. Konoha has come to kill. The entire feudal lord's estate in the Land of Fire has descended into chaos. Eyewitnesses. Chapter 131. The Hinata Sniper Team. Eliminate all enemies. Leading the Konoha forces forward, Minato Namikaze received intelligence from the rear. Lord Hokage, we have detected the troops of Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Chapter 132. In the Yellow Earth, where am I? Load. Aim. Fire. All in one swift motion. In this moment, the meticulously trained Hyuga ninjas unleash a terrifying display of combat prowess. Chapter 133. Uchiha's Tactical Blade. Do you comprehend the significance of the tactical blade? The design of this strategy has been meticulously considered by Huang Tu. The rock ninja executing the flanking maneuver are all seasoned veterans, possessing considerable strength. Chapter 134. The clash between Obito and Kakashi. The battle for the eyes. The Hyuga clan pairs their prowess with firearms, while the Uchiha clan incorporates technological ninja blades. Both combinations significantly enhance the combat capabilities of their respective clans, resulting in a formidable display of strength. Chapter 135. The arrival of the two-tailed beast. Boom. AI unleashed a powerful punch towards Uchiha Fugaku. Just as the attack was about to land, Fugaku, activating his Mangeki Sharingan, fortuitously turned to the side, narrowly evading the blow. Chapter 136. The appearance of the six paths of pain. Nagato's obsession. Witnessing the entire process of the emergence of the five tails. A hint of astonishment flickered in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes atop the high ground. Two-tailed beasts have already manifested. It is indeed quite surprising. Chapter 137. The Republic of Fire. Several kilometers away from the battlefield, a great tree stood tall, its trunk bearing witness to the scene before it. There, with a swirling mask adorning his face, Obito gazed intently at the unfolding spectacle. The Six Paths of Pain. Chapter 138. The Alliance of Four Nations. The United Economic Community of the Four Nations. The Land of Iron, as the sole neutral nation composed entirely of samurai within the shinobi world, has historically served as the official venue for the summit meetings of the five great nations. Chapter 139. A New Situation. The Polarization of the Ninja World. The Land of Fire. No, it should be the Republic of Fire. The newly established republic has completely liberated itself from the constraints of feudal lords and nobility. Chapter 140. Kakashi and the Bionic Eye. Has Konoha lost its senses? Is the village truly in a state of madness? Do those rascals in Konoha wish to plunge the ninja world into chaos? Upon hearing the news released by Konoha. Chapter 141. What is the eye of the technology ninja King Kakashi? Kakashi is unaware and has never heard of it. However, one thing is clear to Kakashi, this item in the hands of Minato Namikaze. Chapter 142. The Correction of World Lines, the newly established village of sound. In the future, the reforms within the Fire Nation's internal towns have yielded remarkable results. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru presents a report to Kakashi. Chapter 143. Naruto's Caregiver, number 18. The Hidden Sound Village? What a splendid name. Namikaze Minato was quite pleased with this title. The name, embodying the essence of sound, is indeed fitting for a village of shinobi. Chapter 144. The Art of the Flying Thunder God. The Peacekeeping Forces mobilize. In the Hokage office. Before the future of the Wave Wind clan, a scroll lies sprawled across the Hokage desk, thicker than an adult's arm. In the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the preceding. Chapter 145. 300 Peacekeeping Forces. Scaring away 8,000 Cloud Ninjas. Jishue, this mission is entrusted to you. In the Hokage office. Minato Namikaze sat in a high position, his hands clasped under his chin, a smile gracing his eyes. Chapter 146. The Catastrophe of the Cult of the Evil God. Brother Shisui, are we heading to the daimyo's residence? Inquired a member of the Uchiha clan behind Shisui Uchiha. Following the coup d'etat executed by the Sound Village, the current situation. Chapter 147. Uchiha, devour the Dark God Leader. Leader, please come out. In the cavern. Pain of the Six Paths heard the voices from outside, opened his closed eyelids, and furrowed his brow. Chapter 148. AI, our hidden cloud village must have its own wind of future. Absurdity, astonishment, and disbelief emerged in the eyes of Wind of Future. This news is truly shocking. According to Uchiha. Chapter 149. The Future of the Storm, the Fourth Raikage, a good man. Regarding the seemingly far-fetched notion about the Fourth Raikage, Kyoko Sakai, the executive director of the Umbrella Medical Company, expressed her difficulty in comprehending it. Chapter 150. Sees the future. The new generation. Today, Konoha is bustling with excitement. The entire village is imbued with a joyous atmosphere, as streets become deserted. This vibrant energy is solely due to the commencement of the ninja school. Chapter 151. Become a master of magnetic fields. Kai. At the esteemed Konoha First Elementary School. The highly anticipated first lesson of the new term commenced with great fervor. Students, please introduce yourselves. Chapter 152. The Confrontation of Magnetic Field Master Guy versus Technological Ninja Kakashi. A clash of distinct realms. Might Guy appeared utterly bewildered. A master of the magnetic field? What could that possibly entail? The martial artist Guy, with his robust physique, was entirely ignorant of the significance behind the term magnetic field master. Chapter 153. A plea for help from Sunagakure. What transpired? Has an unforeseen event occurred? Upon witnessing the sudden awakening of the seemingly indifferent Hiriko, accompanied by such an expression from the scorpion of the red sand, one can only surmise that something significant has indeed transpired. Chapter 154. The blades severed. Kakashi is about to strike. In the village of Konoha, atop a towering edifice, the formidable Might Guy, enveloped in a tempest of energy and pulsating blue currents, roared with fervor. Chapter 155. The arrival of the future of Wave and Wind. The trembling scorpion. Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, boasts hundreds of elite ninjas and countless puppet masters. Its Kazekage wields the formidable bloodline limit of Scorch Release. Chapter 156. By Luhu. Scorpion. Are you a spy sent by Konoha? Scorpion. Why did you attack my synthetic beast? Upon witnessing the actions of the red sand scorpion against the monstrous bird, Bailuhu's eyes filled with crimson veins, and his blood pressure surged in an instant. Chapter 157. The village of sand is bewildered. Is this infatuated one truly the wind shadow? Flames of searing heat erupted from the palm, obliterating the advancing puppets. As these meticulously crafted creations were destroyed, the heart of Scorpion bled with anguish. Each and every. Chapter 158. Noki, kill me. What? The response from the sand ninja left Yakura momentarily stunned. Has the support from Awagakure arrived? If so, at such a critical juncture during Akatsuki's assault. Chapter 159. The Crimson Sand Scorpion. Join Konoha? The departure of Noki plunged the surrounding high-ranking sand shinobi into a profound silence. Many harbored animosity toward the future of the Wave Wind, longing to avenge their fallen comrades from the Third Great Ninja War. Chapter 160. Scorpion. What is the pinnacle of puppetry? An irresistible proposition? Scorpion scoffed. He truly could not fathom what condition could possibly be beyond his refusal. This. Chapter 161. My father, Minato Namikaze, as he exited the Hokage building. Shursui caught sight of Hakuto waiting outside. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her complexion was a delicate shade of rosy white, embodying the essence of grace and beauty. Chapter 162. The Long Gate. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. In the land of rain, within the dimly lit underground caverns, a cruel human experiment is unfolding. The heart-wrenching. Chapter 163. Nagato's arrival at Hidden Cloud Village, the capture of Bloodline Limit Ninjas? What is this? After discussions with Conan, Nagato, having made a resolute decision, immediately commenced the task of capturing the Bloodline Limit Ninjas. Chapter 164. Our Union Village also has strong magnetism. Union Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, was historically regarded as the second strongest ninja village after Konoha. Despite its defeat to Konoha in the last war, it endures. Chapter 165. The Peacekeeping Department and Lord Jishui. The recently concluded first week of learning at the Konoha Academy has been the most rewarding week for me. I have acquired a wealth of knowledge. Chapter 166. The Moon of the Serpent Versus. The first unit Uchiha Ryota has vanished. In the encampment, Shursui, with a grave expression, addressed the surrounding clan members. Each member of the peacekeeping force bore a distinctive insignia. Chapter 167. The arrival of the Heavenly Eye in the ninja world, where traitors have no place to hide. The news conveyed by Shursui is undeniably significant. The peacekeeping force, an entire battalion composed solely of Uchiha ninjas, is equipped with high-tech weaponry developed by Konoha. Chapter 168. The Uchiha peacekeeping force has set their sights on you. The sorcery village, once renowned throughout the ninja world, is distinguished by its mastery of flight. In the realm of ninjas, the ability to soar through the skies. Chapter 169. Times have changed. What nonsense is the Kumagun? In the land of soup, Shinnon treaded upon the branches, advancing through the dense forest. After a series of winding paths, the scenery before him suddenly opened up. Chapter 170. Flying Thunder God. The sudden arrival of Naruto Uzumaki. The clash of blades and blood blossoms like crimson flowers along this pristine white corridor. The body of the empty ninja is as fragile as paper beneath the Uchiha's blade, the edge slicing through. Chapter 171. A memorable scene. The scene setter. Old Bo. Shinnon felt the world spinning around him. Indeed, The man before him was undoubtedly Namikaze Minato. How could he have appeared? Chapter 172. Transforming the Banyan Fortress. Near-Earth satellites. How immense is this aerial stronghold? The water barrier remains uncertain. However, it is undoubtedly extraordinary in size. Based on the external remnants, it can be approximated to be comparable to a small. Chapter 173. The Divine Scepter. Damocles. The Hidden Leaf. Resources belonging to the Village of the Sky are being continuously transported in. The Banyan Fortress has been breached, and the dying Shinnong has been captured. While the Village of the Sky. Chapter 174. The Dawn Organization. Embrace the Judgment of Konoha. Wailuhu, how prepared are you? In the dimly lit cavern of the Land of Rain, the Rinnegan of Pain emanated a subtle, yet imposing authority. In the face of. Chapter 175. The Outburst of Chaos. The descending wave of future winds. The mountains tremble. The earth rumbles. Viewed from a distance, it resembles a flaming meteor plummeting from the heavens, striking with unerring precision. Chapter 176. The First Machine's Battle Against Bairuhu. Atop the mountain. A moment of silence enveloped the air, gazing into the eyes of the scorpion of red sand, filled with resentment and malice. Nagato understood that the adversary could no longer return to the organization. Now, Chapter 177. How could a mere insect dare to gaze upon a deity? Is this a puppet? The moment the first unit made its appearance, the thought that surged into Bailu's mind was this. Shock, astonishment, and terror. Chapter 178. The Sky of the Land of Rain brightens. Obito felt a tremor deep within his soul. What kind of eyes were those? They shared the same brilliant blue as Minato's, yet devoid of any warmth or kindness. There was. Chapter 179. Jiraiya returns to the village. In the future, you are the child of destiny. Ding 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 ding. Within the confines of his bedroom, Naruto, tossing and turning in slumber, with transparent bubbles of drool accompanying his fluctuating snores, was abruptly awakened by the jarring sound of an alarm bell. Chapter 180. The Ch-Nin Exam. The Wind Shadow aspires to become the Fire Shadow's little secret. The host of the Ch-Nin Exam? Upon hearing the words uttered by Namikaze Mirai, Jiraiya's mouth fell agape, his expression one of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 181. Please choose the most potent fundamental force, and justify why it is electromagnetic force. Indeed, those resplendent golden tresses and cerulean eyes, as deep as the sky, unmistakably belong to that man. A flash of blue, the fifth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Chapter 182. Welcome to the Hunger Games. What is this? Deidara stared at the title, utterly bewildered. What are the four fundamental forces? What is electromagnetic force? Chapter 183. The examination interrupted. The ominous arrival of the Tsutsuki. The atmosphere hung heavy, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A deathly silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sounds of nervous gulping and the steady drip of cold sweat. As the observing ninjas bore witness to this unprecedented event. Chapter 184. The Winds of the Future. Are you being somewhat extreme? Who are these two individuals? Am I mistaken? Did they descend from the heavens? I am uncertain. Such peculiar attire I have never witnessed. Chapter 185. Battle on the Moon, Naruto versus Sharon. The Otsutsuki attendant suddenly sensed that the figure of Minato Namikaze opposite him seemed to have transformed. It was an indescribable feeling, as if he had suddenly become a different person. Chapter 186. My lord, the times have changed. Naruto's eyes gleamed with joy. However, upon realizing that he was on the moon, a chill swept through his heart. The moon was far too distant from the ninja world. No matter how much he shouted, there would be no response. Chapter 187. Exploding the Moon. The climax is approaching. The atoms apple bobbed, and a bead of cold sweat trickled from the temple. The Otsutsuki attendant's mouth hung slightly agape, displaying an expression akin to having seen a ghost. Chapter 188. Constructing the Gundam. Piercing through the Otsutsuki homeworld. Naruto gazed wistfully towards the direction of the Sai. Several dozen meters away, amidst the ruins of the moon, an enigmatic figure clad in a white, crescent-shaped haori emerged, seemingly from nowhere. Chapter 189. The Electronic Eye and the Moonbase Project. In the observation platform of the Chunin exams, the ninjas seated displayed visible signs of tension, their throats quivering and foreheads beaded with perspiration. The battles on the moon were overwhelmingly intense. Chapter 190. The Ascension of Electromagnetic Force. The future of the wind is set to challenge the great Tsutsuki. In June of the 57th year of Konoha, the residents of the shinobi world found themselves engulfed in terror. A cataclysmic transformation unfolded upon the moon, where blades clashed and meteors rained down, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Chapter 191. The Method to Vanquish Uchiha Future. Maibokuzen, one of the three sacred lands. Mastering the techniques of the Maibokuzen system of senjutsu is a sanctuary that countless ninjas yearn for. Chapter 192. Stop. Quickly, stop. I am about to be drained dry. In the temple of Miyamu Mountain, the great toad sage fidgeted restlessly. The previous dream left him feeling drenched in sweat. Over the years, he had. Chapter 193. Naruto conquers the slug sage. Little Pony rides the great chariot. Both Fukasaku and Shima the toads are instantly petrified. The senjutsu of Maiboku Mountain is the most widely circulated and harmoniously aligned with human cultivation among the three great sacred lands. Chapter 194. The Convergence of the Three Great Mystical Arts. Absorbing the natural forces of the ninja world. So audacious? Tion Xin, the divine princess, stood there in stunned silence. She had encountered numerous humans seeking mystical arts within the dragon's cavern, yet none had displayed such overwhelming dominance as Bluffing Future. Chapter 195. The storm sweeping across the ninja world in that fleeting moment. Countless ninjas throughout the ninja world raised their heads, gazing up at the sky in bewilderment. Has the wind begun to stir? A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that caressed the June air. Chapter 196. The Divine Messenger? The future of the wave wind? Is there truly a place in the ninja world that harbors an immense reservoir of natural power? Naruto gazed curiously at the future of the wave wind. Uncle. Chapter 197. From this moment on, the fourth great ninja war. Luosha stood in place. His expression filled with confusion. Who are you? Why should I remember you? Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Bo. Chapter 198. Ahead lies hell. At the precipice of the towering cliff, Obito, with his crimson Sharingan piercing through the mask of the vortex, gazes down upon the plains below. The half-embodied Zetsu emerges from behind him. Chapter 199. The battlefield of Gundam overwhelmed. The ninja alliance left in disarray. The sudden barrage of artillery rained down like a hand of death emerging from the depths of hell, mercilessly claiming the lives of the ninjas on the battlefield. Chapter 200. The arrival of future winds. Nagato, you are tempting fate. The emergence of the Eight Tails did not instill fear in the scorpion of the red sand. On the contrary, within the confines of the first machine, a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. Only the tail. Chapter 201. The Art of Reincarnation. Uchiha Madara revived. Wave, the future of the wind. Absolutely correct. These ethereal azure eyes, gazing down with scrutiny and disdain, have haunted his dreams countless times in the dead of night. Chapter 202. I, Uchiha Mirai, shall single-handedly conquer the entirety of the shinobi world. Thunderous roars. Amidst the tremors of the cavernous ground, a coffin emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest, a fan of flames, slowly ascends from the earth. Chapter 203. The Box of Ultimate Bliss. Please kill Namikaze Mirai. And what of the second? A disdainful laughter, reminiscent of the arrival of death itself, echoed above the battlefield. The allied ninjas on the battlefield felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 204. The Future of Winds and Waves. Have you ever been kicked by lightspeed? Under the intense gaze of AI and the fervent stares of Yuki and other ninjas on the battlefield, the ominous black mist enveloping the box of ultimate bliss ignited with an even fiercer blaze, akin to flames. Chapter 205. 5 Realizations. I apologize for not allowing the future master to enjoy himself. Wujin trembled, quaking violently. Whether it was during the era thousands of years ago that brought an end to the demons, or amidst the millennia that followed, were greedy individuals. Chapter 206. The Chakra Cannon. A desperate struggle of the hidden cloud village. This is. The spirits of the Leaf Village ninjas surged with intensity. Their gazes filled with astonishment, all fervent eyes converging upon Conan's outstretched palm. Chapter 207. The Death of the Reikage. The Annihilation of the Hidden Cloud Village. It was not Naruto Uzumaki who tore through the clouds. AI gazed upward, his eyes trembling, mouth agape in astonishment, as he beheld the colossal object that spanned the sky before him. Chapter 208. The aircraft carrier fleet invades the land of water. Uchiha Madara's interest in the vast ocean, 100 miles from the land of water, 3 colossal aircraft carriers cleave through the waves with formidable presence, advancing towards the shores of the land of water. These 3. Chapter 209. Uchiha Madara takes action. A strike that splits the sea. Lord Madara. Do you intend to intervene? Inquired Kurozetsu, the black entity of the Kagaya clan, with a tone laced with persuasion behind Uchiha Madara. The prowess of Uchiha Madara is unparalleled. Chapter 210, Uchiha Madara, the future of the wave wind. I shall refer to you as the strongest. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the air. On the aircraft carrier, Jiraiya and Tsunade felt their pupils contract sharply, a chilling sensation coursing from their tailbones to the nape of their necks, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. Chapter 211, Manually Crafted Nuclear Bomb. Annihilating Uchiha Madara. A meteorite? Is it truly such a colossal meteorite? Upon the aircraft carrier, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others felt their pupils tremble, their eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of disbelief and terror. Chapter 212, The Era of Unification in the Ninja World. The ocean trembles. The world mourns. A terrifying spectacle reminiscent of the apocalypse looms over the sea. Within the Susanoo. Chapter 213, The Ninja Alliance. Enemies Beyond the Stars. The Fourth Great Ninja War, a most extraordinary conflict in the annals of ninja history. Within a span of less than a month, it concluded with a definitive punctuation mark, signifying its end. Chapter 214, The Battle of the Two Gods of Ninja, Senju Hashirama versus Minato Namikaze. This is the finest era. At the entrance of Konoha, two chunin with distinctive hairstyles expressed their heartfelt sentiments. One of them remarked, Chapter 215, Cellular Recombination. Rise Again. The First Hokage. Magnet Release. Witnessing the surging black metallic jungle beneath the future body of the Namikaze, Senju Hashirama felt a flicker of astonishment and disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 216, Gathering the Tailed Beasts. The Ten Tails descends. This sensation is. Senju Hashirama's expression was one of astonishment, disbelief radiating from his dark eyes. A warm current flowed from his chest outward. Chapter 217, Senior Pillar, I kindly ask you to hold off Uchiha Madara for me. I have some personal matters to attend to. Such eyes. They cannot be mistaken. The Rinnegan. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Who are you? Karabi. Chapter 218, Caught You. Uchiha Obito felt the hairs on his back stand on end, and his pupils suddenly quivered. The imminent sense of death enveloped him in an instant. Regarding the future of Minato, he had always. Chapter 219, The Pursuit of Obito. Uchiha Obito is fleeing. In a frantic escape, behind him, a pair of icy blue eyes coldly fixates upon him. The Kamui space has been breached. Chapter 220, The Domain of Flying Thunder God. The Nine-Tailed Mecha? Has Obito perished? Upon hearing the words of Minato Namikaze, a flicker of astonishment surged within the depths of Uchiha Madara's eyes. Although he had never truly regarded. Chapter 221, The God of Calamity. The heavens shift and the earth distorts. The Nine-Tails is bewildered. This formidable, high-intensity armor is not the first he has donned. Painful memories surge forth. Many years ago. Chapter 222, The Divine Scepter versus the Ten Tails. The battlefield of the Ten Tails. A tempestuous scene unfolds. The sky, shrouded in dark, ominous clouds, crackles with lightning, while ferocious tornadoes ravage the earth, causing it to tremble violently. Chapter 223, The Ten Tails engages in battle against Mechagodzilla. The Ten Tails is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. It is an instinctive awareness of impending danger. The crimson, nine-tomo Rinnegan fixates intently on the descending mass in the sky. Chapter 224, The Six Paths of Ban. The Sage of the Wind of the Future. The Ten Tails wails. An endless radiance envelopes his form, as the deep blue Susanoo that cloaks his body dissolves within the brilliance. The crystalline structure on his forehead. Chapter 225, The Arrival of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto's Choice. Uchiha Madara has never experienced such a sensation. It is not due to external injuries, but rather a terrifying anomaly erupting from within his very being. Chapter 226, The Black Absolute strikes at the heart. Kagaya descends. As Naruto's resolute voice resonated through the air, the smile in the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths abruptly froze. Even one who is typically composed. Chapter 227, New Objective. Captivating Kagaya SM. Uchiha Madara's form was enveloped in a corpulent white substance, expanding exponentially in an instant, resembling an enormous white balloon that loomed over the battlefield. This unexpected. Chapter 228, Taking Action Against Naruto. Sage of the Six Paths, you seek death. The electromagnetic force ignites an alternating electric field, subsequently unleashing a vast amount of heat through the phenomenon of eddy currents. The surrounding ice is remarkably solid, rendering conventional fire techniques nearly ineffective. Chapter 229, Adorning Kaguya with a Collar. Before the Sage of Six Paths, within the realm of acidic liquid, the black zetsu concealed within the sleeves of Tsutsuki Kaguya's robe was filled with astonishment, as an unprecedented shiver surged from the depths of her heart. Tsutsuki Kaguya's Byakugan. Chapter 230, The Magnetic Field Madman Naruto Slaughters Ashura. The Antimatter Collar. The meticulous scheme of Minato Namikaze to control Kaguya. Antimatter is a substance that is contrary to ordinary matter, possessing properties unlike those of electricity. Chapter 231, Kushina Uzumaki's Resurrection. The Reunion of the Naruto Family. For as long as he could remember, Minato had harbored a singular dream, to bring back his sister, Kushina, and his brother, Minato. On the eve of the Night of the Nine Tails, he endeavored to enhance his abilities. Chapter 232, Invasion of the Pure Land. The Collapse of the Six Paths. What must be done? Noticing the serious and cautious tone of Bo Feng Future, Watergate, understanding his character, furrowed his brow slightly. Future you. Chapter 233, The Battle of the Pure Land. The Slaughter of Indra. The Pure Land and the envisioned future of Naruto differ significantly. In his initial conception, the Pure Land resembled a celestial paradise, pure and immaculate. Chapter 234, Sage of the Six Paths. Delight me with your utmost power. In the Pure Land, the colossal sword of Susanoo cleaved through the fabric of space, unleashing chaotic torrents of darkness. The entire realm of the Pure Land descended into utter disarray, overwhelmed by countless feeble beings. Chapter 235, Extracting the Bodily Fluids of Kaguya Otsutsuki. What a farce. Am I merely dreaming? My goodness. Is the ninja world on the brink of destruction? Simultaneously, the ninja. Chapter 236, Declaring War on the Otsutsuki Clan. In the ninja world, it has been quite some time since the battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki. The tumultuous waves in the sky have gradually subsided in recent days, restoring a sense of tranquility. Chapter 237, Danzo. Alas, I am to be drained dry. The Otsutsuki clan? Beyond the starry skies? The cosmos? Silence. The ninja world has plunged into utter silence. The incessant bombardment of information has left the entire ninja. Chapter 238, Three Barriers. Defending against the invasion of Otsutsuki. The chakra of Kabuto's Edo Tensei, extracted frantically by the energy conduits, is transformed through conversion devices into pure energy output. Once again it has been halted for review. I am at a loss for words. What is the matter with this review process? Chapter 239, A Universal Search. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Upon returning from the moon, Naruto Uzumaki finds himself back at the Otsutsuki Research Center. The Konoha Research Center, in alignment with contemporary policies, has been renamed the Otsutsuki Research Center. Chapter 240, The Shinobi World is Too Dangerous. I want to return to the Otsutsuki homeworld. Otsutsuki Ishiki is on the verge of collapse. Standing at the doorway, poised to request a drink, he inadvertently caught sight of the content displayed on the television screen. Chapter 241, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Reincarnated as a pig? Otsutsuki Ishiki's pupils trembled violently. He has been exposed. Namikaze Mirai descended from the heavens, gazing down upon him. Just moments ago, that attack. Chapter 242. Indeed, even deities can bleed. A wild boar. Without a doubt, the creature grasped in the hands of Wavewind Future is a wild boar. Otsutsuki Ishiki can even discern the filth clinging to the yellowing tusks of the wild boar. Chapter 243. The Reassembly of the Akatsuki Organization. With the structure of Konoha, Kakuzu has recently been in a dire state. Once a renowned immortal ninja in the black market, he has not returned to his former profession for quite some time. However, now he is confronted with Chapter 244, Ding. Your Otsutsuki Snake Princess is now online. Without a doubt, it is undoubtedly Konan. Both Kisame and Kakuzu were struck with astonishment. Within the Akatsuki organization, Konan held a unique and significant position. Chapter 245, The Invasion of Otsutsuki Beyond the Stars. Kaguya is alarmed. Naruto Uzumaki gazes calmly at the figure before him. The appearance bears a striking resemblance to Orochimaru, resembling a youthful version of him, with fair skin and shimmering hair. Chapter 246, The Second Ten Tails. The Sealing of Minato. Minato was astounded. What had he just heard? The mysterious Otsutsuki adversary before him was Orochimaru? Chapter 247, Naruto, Your uncle brings you a gift, a magnificent ten-tails. In a parallel dimension, the colossal ten-tails suddenly sensed an unprecedented threat. It bared its fangs and directed a low growl towards the figure standing atop the ancient ruins, known as Naruto. Chapter 248. Utilizing the ten-tails as a foundation. Constructing an interstellar weapons station. What on earth? Is Minato actually planning to gift this to Naruto? Minato's mouth fell open in astonishment, questioning his own hearing. Chapter 249. Otsutsuki Kinshiki arrives. My Bokuzen. Within the temple, the great toad sage, deep in meditation, suddenly sensed something. His eyes flew open, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he gasped. Chapter 250. Global Livestream. A fierce confrontation with Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki. There is no doubt. The two powerful luminescent points on the dashboard, thousands of kilometers away, undoubtedly belong to the Otsutsuki clan. After waiting for so many years, the moment has finally arrived. Chapter 251. Guardian of the Ninja World. The future of the wave wind strikes down the Otsutsuki. A profound sense of dread surged within Otsutsuki Kinshiki's heart, as if it were tightly gripped by an immense hand, his spirit taut to the utmost limit. No longer would it. Chapter 252. The astonishing battle on the moon. The ninja world in turmoil. Countless individuals in the ninja realm witnessed the moment when Otsutsuki Kinshiki was devoured by Otsutsuki Momoshiki through a live broadcast, instinctively holding their breath. Beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their pupils trembling with disbelief. Chapter 253. The Great Kaguya, Otsutsuki's Waste. Exultation. The entire shinobi world erupted in an instant. They triumphed. They emerged victorious. The fifth Hokage, the guardian of the shinobi realm. Chapter 254. The Otsutsuki Urashiki, who travels through time and space. Urashiki? Boruto frowned. Another member of the Otsutsuki clan? His understanding of the Otsutsuki clan was still quite limited. Chapter 255. Boruto, you are my grandfather. Boruto was astonished. Surrounding him were towering skyscrapers he had never encountered before, colossal structures of steel and glass that stood like majestic mountains. Chapter 256. Urashiki's Bewilderment. You actually contain not a drop of chakra. In the future, based on the intelligence gathered, traces of Otsutsuki Urashiki have been discovered within the borders of the Land of Grass. A glimmer of brilliance erupted from Orochimaru's this. Chapter 257. The Eye-Piercing Pursuit. Seizing the cycle of time. Naruto future came to a halt. In the recent assault, he had discerned the fundamental principles behind the pursuit eye technique, within a specific time frame. Experiencing the same. Chapter 258. Seizing the temporal artifact, the plow. The fearsome visage of Otsutsuki purist did not instill any trepidation in Uzumaki Mirai. Rather, it ignited the desires that lay dormant within him, gazing upon the mode of the celestial crane. Chapter 259. Because I am a traveler. I do not belong to this world. If Namikaze Minato wished to eliminate Uchiha, he need not expend such considerable effort. With his strength, he could effortlessly employ a more straightforward approach to achieve his goal. Chapter 260. Our journey is the stars and the sea. The grand finale, the ninja world has fallen into an eerie silence. It has been 3 days since the pursuit of Uchiha by the Windwave Future entered the time portal. During these 3 days, the entire